Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That noise you hear in the background is the wheeling of seats in here, which is a regular occurrence every day here. Lance brings his own. He's so Lance is so fancy. He brings his own chair in here. Okay, everybody else, Dell, do you bring your own chair in from your office?
No, but I have a workable back, so.
You have you do have a back that works?
Yes, unlike him.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's his back or his leg or his shoulder or.
It's a relax the back chair.
It's a relax the back chair?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a special chair.
It is special.
Lumbar support. It's better than these little mini chairs.
I just,
you have to sit.
I'm
like
just a man of the
Kyler Murray
people. I
at
just
table.
sit in regular chairs. I don't have to have a fancy.
That's why you could look like Kyler
rubs
Murray
your booty
there.
chair while you work. Okay, massages the booty. No, okay, we just have regular
Does
chairs.
that say LV on your chair?
It doesn't say LV.
Is that a Louis chair you have?
I do not have a. You're the one that brings in his own chair. I just whatever me and Jeremy and Dell and Joel, he sits. No, Jeremy sits in this chair.
Oh, okay.
I think, yeah. Anyway,
Well, this is a 7-year-old chair.
Booker T. Me and Booker T sit in this chair.
This chair's falling apart.
Just
and it is an expensive chair, so it's just going to have to stay that way.
How's it falling apart? Well, you use it a lot.
I've had it for 7 years.
You're up here watching all
yeah,
your movies.
I'm up here watching tape, and I mean, I do watch movies and shows after the show.
Yeah.
While I eat my lunch.
Right.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah, I know you do that.
I do that.
I know you do that. I go home and eat a sandwich and watch poker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that's a ritual.
think I've watched every World Poker Tour tournament ever.
That's a ritual.
It is a ritual. That's what I do. I mean, I've got the most interesting life. There's
Not
no
yesterday
question.
for lunch. You didn't do that.
No, I did last night.
You went to the Astros
while I was rolling the meatballs. Yeah.
Yeah, you went to the Astros yesterday.
I went to the Astros, and then I emceed the Touchdown Club private school dinner.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's like how many years in a row have you done that?
Oh, I've done that for 13 years now. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, I haven't done it every time, but I've done it for 13 years. Yeah.
Man of the people.
Yeah.
A little private
right.
school MC. You doing any for Scarborough High School?
I've done it.
You doing any for?
No, I've done it for the public schools too.
When?
I did it last year, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
Which
and I was the touchdowner of the. I was the award winner last
public
year.
School
Don't know
or
if you
Katy?
heard. Okay.
Public school or Pearland?
Public
Katy.
school. Public school.
Did you do suburban school MCs?
No. It was the HISD.
Okay.
It was most of the HISD. It's the whole area. It's everybody in the whole area.
Did it include Kincaid?
It did not include last night. Included Kincaid. Yeah,
I did include Kincaid.
I could tell you this: the private school dinner. How do I put this?
I don't know. How do you put it?
The moms.
You don't have to. I thought you were going to say something like
I thought he was going to talk about the food.
the food. Yeah, I thought they were going to say
No, the food
private.
is the same.
I thought you were going to say public schools like Taco
He's
Tuesday.
like, I've got that square pizza.
Food is all the same.
I got that square brick of pizza that they serve to the kids at the dinner. You talk about moms.
As you can imagine, the moms are. Their moms are.
They're different, right? Just say they're different.
It just hits different. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big ups once again.
I do.
the Touchdown Club
Or
Or to the moms. What do we?
which one are we big up?
everybody. To everybody.
Okay.
I love
You
Lance.
big upping Justin Verlander?
He was fine yesterday.
He was all right. He was popping, man. It was.
He hit 95.9
Yeah. He was
on
popping.
his fastest.
I'm going to tell you
pitch.
this. We were close, and it was. He popped more than anybody else did. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, his fastball was going.
he hit over
But
95.
see, major leaguers don't care about 95, 96, 98, 9. They don't
spit
care.
on that.
They'll.
Yeah, but it's important because it helps set up other pitches.
Yeah.
Because your changeup, you want to get that 10-mile-an-hour variance on your fastball changeup. So.
Yeah, he didn't have it yesterday. He got hit. He got knocked around pretty good.
Well, but he locked in the last couple innings. He did a much better job.
Yeah, but his hard hit balls early on were pretty hard hit. Even outs, they were hard hit.
That was totally what I expected. Frankly, he gave up fewer runs than I expected. I figured it'd be at least 3 runs. It went about like the way I expected it. He's hasn't pitched. He's only had 2 hadn't pitched. He's only been in the minor leagues. It's been a while since he's pitched on the major league level. Everything pointed to him, getting hit a little bit, and he did, but he gave them a chance to win. Justin Verlander gave you a chance to win.
Yeah.
You're sitting there 2-1 when he comes out of the game.
Absolutely.
You couldn't score runs.
Okay, the biggest story yesterday in my timeline is that Joey Votto retired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you famously had a dream that he tried to get with your wife.
Well, that he was.
So that's why everyone associates.
Everybody associates, and he didn't.
I'm associated with Rhett Miller from the old 97s, and you're associated with Joey Votto.
Cajun Tiger. He didn't thank Wendy for everything yesterday. Okay. My wife, he did not thank her.
Wow.
Just so. Now he's got more time on his hand. I did think about this, that now that he's got more time on his hand, I think he's moving to California. No, he's not. Joey Votto's not moving to California.
See, that's the thing now. He wouldn't move to Texas, but he might move to California. Although I talked to somebody yesterday. Tell me if this is true. She's friends with somebody who just took over for Stevie Wonder's radio station. I guess he's got a radio station in California. And she wants, and the lady I talked to works at a radio station. She's a sales rep. And she said that, her friend who took over wants her to move down and work there. She's like, girl, you are going to have to pay me a lot more for me to move down there. But she went down there to help her friend move in. And I said, what was the housing like? She goes, oh, there's a lot of houses for sale. She said, it's real. People from California are moving out. She said, we looked in Malibu for her. We looked in all that. She goes, there's a lot of houses for sale. And
they're still really expensive.
So out of curiosity, I went to Zillow to check. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, $600,000 would get you something in near the Compton area and Torrance, and then north of, it was unbelievable how expensive the houses still are.
Yeah. No, it's anywhere. Yeah, it's expensive. But, yeah. But Joey Votto is not moving there, just so everybody knows. Okay, we can stop this. Maybe, that would be nice. Maybe Gilbert will teach Joey Votto how to give Wendy a ride on his bike. Jason.
It's not funny. Gilbert's in a home.
Yeah. Okay. Very funny, Jason. Very funny. Oh, I hope you're proud of yourself making fun of Gilbert, who's in a home and not feeling great about everything. I hope you feel good about yourself, Jason.
How was the atmosphere at the game?
The atmosphere at the game was good. It's actually, Wednesday afternoon is a good crowd.
It's school,
and it wasn't.
School's in.
There were some Boston fans there, but not. You could barely hear it when
not
Boston did something.
There used to be way more.
Way more.
I think school's in. So you take out the school. This is a businessman special.
It was. It really was. And it was a nice crowd. 31,000 for a Wednesday afternoon. Mm-hmm. That's really good.
See, here it is. The fourth innings where I thought Justin really started locking in. Started figuring out I'm so tired of.
Jarren Duran.
Golly, am I tired of him.
My God, that dude is a pain in the ass.
Man, is he a good player?
He is really good.
He's got some
I texted
Johnny
my buddy
Damon
from
in
Boston,
him.
my college roommate. I said, man, this guy he's a problem.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, he's really good. And you know who else was a problem yesterday was their shortstop, Rafaela.
Yeah, good.
Holy crap, did he make some plays.
Yeah.
He has got a rifle. He threw out Myers from deep short by 2 steps.
And Jake can run.
And Jake can go. And he threw him out by 2 steps. It was incredible. He's a good player, and he hurt us offensively too. But Jarren Duran, I am glad to have him out of the picture for the rest of the season. Holy crap! Now you said Jimmy Rollins had something to say about our team, Del?
He did. He was, I think it's Bleacher Report's show Walk Off, I think it's what it is, and he was simply asked about the Astros turnaround, and I'll have it here for you shortly. It's just a simple question from his co-host and Jimmy Rollins.
Okay.
I'm just going to tell you. Well, he'll tell you
about
what he thinks of the Astros.
You think the Astros are back? And in that sense, back as in World Series contenders?
No. I think they're hot right now. Bregman has had a heck of a turnaround. They're playing good baseball, but in a bad division. So with that said, I say no.
They're playing good baseball, but in a bad division. Okay. And who did they beat in their division lately?
That's
They've
kind
been
of a
beating
weird.
up everybody.
It's kind of a weird thing to say when
They've been beating up everybody.
I mean,
they swept the Orioles here. What are you talking
Like,
about?
the only
They
thing-
went to Boston and swept them.
The only thing he could even mean is they wouldn't be in first place if they were someplace else.
So what? They
That's the
are
only
in
thing
first place.
that's the only thing I could take from what he's saying.
They're in the playoffs with this unbelievable lineup. Then what? What, Jimmy?
Well, I mean, the validation, I guess, for Rollins is what happened the last 3 days. I don't know.
What happened last
Well,
week?
they've lost 2 or 3.
They lost to a Boston team.
Yeah, they lost 2 out of 3. Oh well, after an eight wins in a row on the road. Okay, all right, Jimmy. Jimmy boy.
I have my doubts about the Astros. They're definitely not the favorites to win this off.
To you?
No, to Vegas. They're like 5th right now.
So,
but
Vegas doesn't know everything. Did
Vegas
they have the Diamondbacks? Did Vegas have the Diamondbacks in the World Series last year? No.
Don't you always say those big buildings and pools are due to Vegas knowing
yes,
things?
He switched.
Don't you always say that?
No. But that's the stupid.
We'll
bettors.
see if he keeps the same
bettors
energy
aren't
with
on the Astros. Hold on. The Astros aren't the favorite because the bettors aren't on them. This is exactly the point. When the bettors are on somebody, guess what? Go against them.
I don't know that.
That's exactly the point.
I don't know that the Astros – look, I have my doubts too about the Astros being a World Series team. That's different to me, though, than saying can they compete for a World Series. You almost have to say they can. They've played good baseball for a sustained amount of time. They have Fromber and Hunter Brown right now, who are 2 of the best pitchers in the American League. And then, Justin Verlander just came back. You've got I'm not big on Arrighetti and Renel Blanco. They've really gone way past their innings marks, so I have some doubts about them. But you're doing this without Kyle Tucker. But that's my other problem is Kyle Tucker shows I don't know if he shows any signs of coming back. They're not saying anything like he won't be back. And I know people can say, "Oh, I saw him in the outfield the other day, Lance." That's great. I need a timetable.
Mm-mm.
When are we getting a timetable on Kyle Tucker? Because if you don't have Kyle Tucker back, I just don't think you can sustain against the best pitchers you're going to see. And you're going to see really good pitchers in the postseason.
Dana Brown said yesterday that the hope is first week of September. I don't know if that's a real timetable, but the hope for them is first week of September. For
Remember when people thought he was maybe going to play in the series at Boston?
I can't just trust the Astros. Their guesses.
I know.
You can't trust them.
No, you
Honestly.
actually can't.
Mm-mm.
You actually can't because several times they've had comments on Luis Garcia. They had comments. I don't know if they ever even dared to comment on Lance McCullers coming back.
No one can.
But I know Garcia was somebody they talked about. And yeah, I don't. So early September is what we're getting here.
Yeah.
First week. That was what he said.
Yeah. How was
Okay.
that?
Well, it's a timeline. So that's what I asked for, and that's what I got.
Yeah. You got your timeline. How's that? That's pretty good. Exactly what you were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Your timeline. I don't know how accurate that is, but, whatever.
Well, I'm hoping it's accurate.
713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and
12 weeks is a long time out.
12 weeks is a long time out. How about what? Listen, I'm starting to see some stuff, Dale. You posted some stuff here that's just ridiculous.
What did I post?
First of all, this Jimmy Rollins thing, that's ridiculous.
I'm just giving you a dissenting opinion. That's all.
Yeah, that Diggs is going to be is a fantasy football bust.
That's
what kind of stupidity is this?
Talk to Yahoo. I don't know.
What do people not have anything to do? They just write stupid
Well,
stuff
here
now.
comes Fantasy John again. Can you not do this time?
Okay. Stephon Diggs is going to be a fantasy bust?
According
Are
to
you idiots?
one man's
Are
opinion.
you an idiot?
I'm sure he has some numbers to back it up.
Lost all credibility.
Did you even read what he said?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Read what he said.
What did he say?
He says right here, Stephon Diggs, just how many passes are available in Houston to support 3 top 25 ADP wide receivers? Overvalued as a fair label for the 31-year-old veteran. That's stupid.
Well, I think that's fair.
That's not.
I think that's a question everyone
not
has:
extreme.
is how do you eat as a fantasy football player when you have 3 people who have to? Now, the phrase you used initially, you said overvalued. I'm okay with. The other one, a bust, or what was it?
The headline was Diggs, a fantasy football bust.
Yeah, that's not fair. That's a misleading headline.
But he didn't call him a
Beware
bust
these
as a player.
potential fantasy football bust, starting with Texans wide receiver Stephon
Yeah,
Diggs.
that's a mislabel.
Yeah, no,
because he's not
listen,
going to be a bust. He's going to have points.
Okay, let's look at you have a trio in San Francisco, right? you got Ayuk, you've got Debo, and you got Kittle. Those are three relatively highly rated fantasy football guys. And you know what? There was plenty
Christian
to eat for
McCaffrey.
everybody. And McCaffrey, number one overall. I mean, goodness gracious! And there's plenty of footballs to go around. Everybody can eat. Everybody did eat last year.
Debo had, well, how many games did he play? 15 games. Debo had 69 catches for 892 yards and 7 touchdowns. It wasn't a monster.
No,
season.
it wasn't a monster.
Like that would be considered a disappointing season for Stephon Diggs.
No, absolutely. But he's not Debo. That's the third option there.
And he had 200. Now he did have 5 rushing touchdowns, but they played.
How many fantasy points did he have? Where was he drafted? He actually had probably a regular year last year.
No, it was
third,
down a little down, but he hasn't had 1,000 yards.
A third rounder last year?
Yeah, probably about that. Yeah, I would think so.
I would think that his fantasy points were somewhere near where they should.
How many? What do you think Brandon Ayuk had last year?
Brandon Ayuk had 75 catches for 800 some yards.
1342.
1342 yards.
Yeah, he had a big year.
And,
that's why he wants more money.
That's right. And of course, and apparently Pittsburgh now out, according to reports that they couldn't come to terms on the trade. So Brandon Ayuk sitting there, CeeDee Lamb sitting there.
Yeah, here's the thing. You had 7 touchdowns for 7 receiving touchdowns for. So let me work through this. So you have 7. So from a yardage standpoint, 1,020 for Kittle, and then you had 1,300, and then you had high 800.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
Apiece.
You think, well, that's not. I don't want Diggs to have 800 yards receiving.
Well, and how many McCaffrey have too?
But here's the difference. You have 6 receiving touchdowns for Kittle, 7 for Ayuk, and 7 for Debo. So the receiving touchdowns are a little disappointing, but you're going to have more with C.J. Stroud. Like
Yeah.
C.J.
Not only
Stroud.
that, you're not going to have McCaffrey.
They're not going to have McCaffrey chomping that stuff up. So you're going to have more touchdown production with the Texans. I think you're going to have more target production with the Texans as well. So I don't think – could he be overvalued? He might, but he also might turn into the primary receiver.
Yeah.
Like, it's a hard – no one's busting with the Texans. That's a bad title. If you want to say somebody's overvalued, maybe somebody can
That's
be.
exactly what I said.
Well, the title's bad, but I don't disagree with this.
People didn't have anything to do yesterday. Just write stupid stuff.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with the sentiment that maybe he could be overvalued. Like, if he caught 900 yards and 7 touchdowns, that's not going to be the equivalent of where he gets drafted more than likely.
No. All right, let's break it here. We can talk about that and more on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now,
It's a fantasy show today.
It basically is. I mean, I don't know why we would do anything else other than fantasy the whole show. How about Hogue Landscape Services? Hogue, Hogue, Landscape Services. You want a putting green in your backyard, Dad? Yeah, of course you do. You know what? It's actually it's actually affordable for you to do this. How about a pickleball court? Are you joining the craze that is pickleball court? I talk about basketball goals all the time. How about the basketball court that you would want back there? It can't be. I mean, they can't do it any better than the way that they do it at Hogue Landscape Services. Pickleball courts, bocce ball, basketball, putting green, outdoor kitchen, pool, a fire pit, whatever it is. You have yourself a man cave. I hate the word man. I hate that man cave crap. But you can have that out there as well with multiple TVs and comfort. They just do it better at Hogue Landscape Services. They just do. Hogue, HOGUELS.com. You're looking for a great way to make that backyard like it's a destination spot for you every weekend watching your games or outdoor cooking or swimming or playing, whatever it is. Hogue Landscape Service.com, HOGUELS.com, HOGUELS.com.
Hey, guys. What would you like for me to talk about, Dell?
Red Bull show run.
Ooh, F1. F1's coming to Houston. Here's the thing, guys. With F1, it is, if you've never been, I've been lucky enough to be around an F1 race, and it is crazy. It's unbelievably fun. And if you haven't been around, they want to make it easy for you to take advantage of this great opportunity. It's going to be the Red Bull Show Run is going to be available for all ages. They've made it free. There's absolutely no tickets involved, and you need to come out on September 7th to Discovery Green. They're going to have a couple of racers who are going to be out there with 2 different F1 vehicles that are going to give you a chance to experience the energy and the noise and the power of these F1 vehicles as they race around Houston. This is going to be an exhibition, so it's not going to be an actual race. They're going to have DJs out there. They are going to have food. They're going to have so much fun and a chance for you to get in the simulators. And so if you've got kids, this is a great chance. Teenagers who want to, you want to sit in a simulator and experience it for yourself. It's all going to be available for you September 7th down at the Discovery Green. Make sure you head out. They've got all the information that you want, but it is a packed event and it's completely free to the public. Go to redbull.com/showcase. Showrun Houston. That's redbull.com/showrun Houston and experience the power and the energy and the excitement of F1 racing for yourself.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Just as
Look, this is John Daswitz's new baseball.
yeah, he's
for University of Texas.
Yeah, there he is, right there.
Yep.
There's John Daswitt, right in front of all of them. Right as we were going, and never mind.
I was
don't
mad
think
at myself for something that happened with the stock
And he
market.
said,
I'm a chicken. Like I am.
Well, you
I
didn't
am
say
truly,
that word.
No.
And little did you know that you were supposed to be talking on the microphone.
Thank God somebody didn't push the button.
Because if it was me, Dell would have pushed the button,
Yeah.
and I would have said. Of course, I wouldn't have said that about myself. I don't think what
Well,
you said.
I said something bad about myself because nobody gets more nervous around stock. It just don't touch anything. Just put it in there. Don't touch it.
Why do you just leave it?
Just touch it. Just
don't.
don't.
Don't look at that stuff.
Just
Um,
let me get out. What? And make a profit. Better get out now. And then it's a lock. It's on my kids right now. On my kids. This is very serious for me to say this. If I sell any amount of a stock,
right then.
you should.
You should tell me when you're selling.
It's going to immediately go up. No, because then I'm going to know in real life that somebody has profited off my stupidity. If I buy something, it's for sure going to go down immediately. And then I have to just wait for it to go back up. If I sell any part of any of my positions, 100% it will go up that day, and it will be it'll boom. And then I'll have to go, I got to get back in. I get back in, go back down.
For sure.
It happens 100% of the time.
100.
It's not even like, oh, yeah, it's probably happened 50% of the time. 100% of the time it happens for me. That's why I couldn't win big at a blackjack table.
No, because
I shuffle. I better get up. I'm up 200. Okay. Other people like, nah.
I gotta go sit in that chair. I gotta go sit in your chair as soon as you're done.
I got up one time. Me and Solis were at. I was doing. I wasn't doing anything. I was there to see SEC guy perform in Oregon.
Oh, nice.
And they were putting us up at a casino in outside of Portland on the way towards USC. We were going to go see USC in Oregon. They gave us tickets for that, and so we're staying at this casino, and it's a tribal casino. It just gave me the blues. You had to get up and go get your own. Like they didn't bring you drinks, but they give you a cup and you could go get some Pepsi or Mountain Dew at a fountain. Like, cool. So anyway, I get a phone call. I'm playing 3-card poker. I get a phone call and I push, exit or whatever, send a voicemail. It's a call again. And it was my wife. I can't remember who it was. I get a third call. I'm like, okay, this must be important. I try to answer it real quick. They say, sir, you have to get up and exit the table. So I stand up and just take one step back. The next, and this is on God, this is true story, 100% not made up. The next hand that was coming out of the chute it was literally about to come out of the chute. So they pushed my chip back where I had my ante.
Right.
The guy right after, Solus is right here on my right, then it's supposed to be me, and then it's supposed to be the other person, or maybe it was working the other way around, whatever it was. The person right after me, and they would have been my cards, got a freaking straight flush, 7, 8, 9 of spades.
And they give all three at once.
Yeah, they give all three at once. They look, straight flush. And they won like $4,000. I mean, I literally stood up and I was like, oh my God.
It's like
A
you're
straight
John Favreau.
You don't get straight. Yeah, exactly. You don't get straight flushes in 3-card poker. And this got a straight flush. They were my cards. And I sat back down
So
and I was
who was
hoping.
the call?
What do you mean?
Who was calling you?
I don't remember. Whoever it was, I was pissed. I don't remember who it was. It might have been actually Chad who was organizing the whole thing. I can't get mad at Chad. You know, Chad from Portland, the Portland radio show. It might have been him calling, I think.
Oh, my God.
I lost out on a straight flush on 3-card poker because I stood up.
About $4,000.
I don't want, I lost out on $4,000. I can't be, I don't want to be the mush to where but I know that if I leave a blackjack table or if I leave a slot machine, it doesn't matter. It's going to hit. So then you just I can't leave because it's going to hit. So then you stay and you just keep losing, and it makes it more likely that when you get up, that it's going to pay off. It's just, that's why I called myself the C word.
Oh, God, that's ugly. That is ugly. He did call.
Yeah, it's okay. I said it to myself. I can say it to myself.
Well, the kids are on their way to school. You know that now, right?
Mm.
As a matter of fact, there's a young man named Matt Mensing that's on his way to school. I met him last night at he and his mom or dad, who's ever driving him to school, listen every morning.
Okay.
Every morning. And so he came up yesterday. We took a picture. He's a quarterback for his school.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's going to be a famous kid. He'll be at the Touchdown Club deal in a few years. So I just wanted to shout out to young Matt Mensing. But play well this year, son. Play well.
My son's vice principal, Mr. Garner, listens to the show.
He does?
Yeah, he told Mason that Mason's had him in a class. He told Mason yesterday that he started listening, or he locked in when I was talking about hip hop. He goes, I realized, this is years ago, he said, I realized me and your dad had the same taste in music and growing up and all that. So he goes, I've been listening ever since. That's why he knew all about when Snacks came to that school and got in trouble. He knew he already knew.
Did he call him Snacks the first time he saw him?
No, Sebastian, they call him Seabass at school. He doesn't like people to know Snacks' name. He made my wife's. He made my wife go private on Instagram because people found out his friends were going through our tweets and Instagram pictures. So they were finding videos of him or pictures of him and sending it to him, messing with him.
Mm-hmm.
And so he doesn't like that. He goes, I need you to go private. All my friends are going through your Instagrams and going through old pictures of me, and then they're doctoring them.
That's ugly what they're doing. That's ugly. But the kids can do anything nowadays. They don't even need him.
No.
They can do whatever they want these days.
Well, they just make an AI.
AI.
If they don't like you just make an AI and try to get you arrested.
That's it. And you almost got it with Yao Ming. You almost got arrested.
That wasn't AI. It's just good old-fashioned photoshopping.
Editing. Good editing.
Luckily, Hearst newspapers at the time were able to see, oh, yeah, because that's so on brand for Lance. You make a comment about Yao Ming, and I drop a racial slur on you in the comments in my blog in the Chronicle. Nice. But they said, well, we got to check it out, make sure. And they said, no, it's been deleted, but we captured it. No, it wasn't captured. And then Hearst had to go, their forensics team had to go through and look this was photoshopped. Yeah, you don't say.
You really?
And now you're not going to be able to tell on these AI. The AI is getting fat. It's getting better by the second. I saw an entire group of commercials that have been done only with AI. None of them were real people. And you've seen some of these commercials. It's like, holy crap.
We don't need Eric Layden anymore.
So no, those guys are terrified. When are we going to AI an umpire? and just use. My whole thing has been holograms.
Hologram.
Like I want to do a hologram because it'd be fun to do a hologram of, maybe dead people, but maybe famous
well,
people.
J-Lo behind home plate.
Yeah. In J-Lo from If You Want My Love, If You Have My Love or whatever, in that little white outfit that she had.
Wow.
I'm being specific, but I know exactly what I'm talking about. We'll put her in that. It's a crop top with white like sweats, and then she's back there calling balls and strikes.
I liked Selena J-Lo.
Selena Gomez.
No.
When she played Selena,
Yeah.
she looked a lot like Selena.
She did look a lot.
Man, that's
Yeah.
early J-Lo.
Yeah, that was early.
I think
J-Lo.
that's the first time I knew who J-Lo was.
Yeah, she had.
See, she's
Well,
getting divorced.
She's
the
on the
attributes.
market again for anyone interested.
Yeah, she and Ben. I can't believe it didn't last.
Yeah, we all can.
2 years.
Every video we saw of him, he's like,
Oh God.
he's upset. He's
So it's I don't know. He went from Jennifer Garner to Ana de Armas to J-Lo. All didn't work out.
He's on a roll.
Well,
It's on a pretty good roll.
He
right
keeps
there.
losing.
Huh?
He keeps losing.
Does he?
Well, I don't.
He's gone. Wait a minute. So he went from Jennifer Garner to Ana de Armas. Is that a loss?
Well, I'm assuming.
Wait a minute. He went from Ana de Armas to J-Lo. Is that a
the
loss?
man was married to Jennifer Garner with kids. So I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, these are
but he
multiple.
also had the nanny then.
These are multiple
maybe
divorces.
It feels like a loss. I mean,
I don't.
You're breaking up your family.
I
It
don't know
feels
that
like a
a
loss.
divorce is ever a win. Well, I mean, it can be if you're out of but you're saying it's a win because of the girls he's going to.
Look at your next game.
Well, he
Okay.
keeps.
Is it a win for them?
Probably
apparently
not. Apparently, Ben's a miserable person to be around.
Yeah.
He always looks miserable.
It's a lot of fun. It's the University of Houston football game. Cougars taking on the UNLV Rebels Saturday, August 31st. The football season is here, brother. Not this weekend. The Texans, the Rebels are playing.
We got a top. Well, football begins
this
Saturday,
weekend, but not for the Cougars.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the August 31st, 6 p.m. It's the home opener and a new era of Houston Cougar football. Willie Fritz, first game as Cougars head coach. A night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Tickets start at just $15. Let's fill it up, people. Let's go. Let's get on out there and let's enjoy Cougar football. See what Donovan Smith and the rest of the Cougs have to offer. 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets now. Come early. Be loud. Wear red. Let's go. Let's fill it up. It's a new era of University of Houston football. Willie Fritz at the helm, and they take on the UNLV Rebels in Big 12 play coming up here. The Cougs in the Big 12. Of course, this isn't Big 12 play, but they are going to be in Big 12 play. They got to start it off well. Next Saturday, August 31st at 6 p.m. 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS, or uhcougars.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
No, Dell. Man, I want to watch that too. It's the Greg Maddux doc, and he and Barry Bonds both breaking down an at bat.
Yeah, I watched this. It first came out last week.
I can't
Early
watch it
last
because of my
week.
speakers.
Yeah, you can't hear anything on your. But it's really they take you through every pitch. Like Barry Bonds remembers the at bat. Greg, baseball players are like golfers who remember
A shot.
at bats and shots.
Yeah.
And they remember every shot from a hole.
Yeah.
But they talk about the way Barry ends up hitting a home run on Greg Maddux, and Greg threw him he throws him like a cutter in at 92 miles an hour, and he got Barry to foul it off. The next one, he said, my thought is I beat him there, so Barry's going to think I'm coming back in and doing that, so I'm throwing a changeup. I'm going to slow it down. And Barry's like, he's probably thinking right here that he's probably going to try to get me a change. He's going to change speeds. And Barry literally said, and Maddux is like, I threw a really good change, and he just spit on it. Didn't even think twice. Like he had to know that was coming. And then he tried to go back inside on him, and Barry said, you don't get invite. You got to have an invite to get into the VIP. you didn't have an invite to come in here. Because Greg Maddux talked about, I learned with this at bat, and I learned later you can't throw this pitch to him. And so, but Greg Maddux' nickname is the Professor. I want to watch this doc. It's on MLB TV, and I think there's multiple hitters they're going to go through and talk about Greg Maddux. Yesterday on the broadcast, Jeff Blum talked about that he got to play with Greg Maddux in San Diego for a couple of years, and that it was fascinating talking to Greg Maddux and just going through his thought process. He said it was absolutely amazing. And even Todd Cowell said, look, we're not in the habit of talking about programming on other networks and other stations. He said, but this one is going to be must see. And they were talking about it on the broadcast, how they couldn't wait to see the documentary. And I think it's being,
Where is it at?
I think it's on Friday on MLB Network.
MLB Network? Cool.
Yeah, when they're going to release it. So, do you know about Greg? That Greg Maddux is actually disgusting. Have you heard the stories?
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah.
Oh, he does. It totally is not in line with the whole professor thing.
Yeah, right.
Greg Maddux supposedly he'll come in and pee in a hot tub while you're in it, and he supposedly is disgusting.
That's great. I love that.
It ruined it because I loved Greg Maddux when I was younger. Just loved
you
that
poop
cerebral.
in a popcorn box.
Yeah, but not on purpose.
So
to
what do you
mess
mean
with
not on
people.
purpose? You sat down and pooped in a
I
popcorn
had
box.
9 Cuba Libres and a mind eraser.
You don't know how many drinks Greg Maddux has every day?
No,
You don't know?
he just did that after
Just walking in.
he just did that after after doing one of his throwing long toss.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. He might have had some drink. You don't know what kind of
He didn't have
cocktails
as
he
many
has.
as I had. Promise you that.
Anyway, so you can't ever call anyone disgusting.
Ort.
Stop with the ort. Okay. King was in there yesterday. That was just not a good series. I'm sick of Jaron Duran. If you want to know the truth, I'm glad he's out of town. I'm glad that the Astros are in Baltimore now because they're better on the road. Let's go. They're back to being much better on the road than they are at home.
Mm-hmm.
So my buddy, who's a huge Astros fan, we went to the game yesterday. He's going to be happy if they go 3-4 on this road trip. I'm not going to be happy with 3-4. I'm not happy with 4-3. If you want to know the truth, they got 4 in Baltimore.
He said he's going to be happy with
3-4. Take 3-4. So you'll take it right now.
Well, not after you just went 1-2.
No. Well, I mean, it's not. Well,
so you're going to have a losing.
That has nothing to do with the 7 games you got coming up on the road.
Are you going to
have? You got Baltimore and Philadelphia.
What's a stretch of losing baseball?
It is a stretch, but you know what? You have stretches of losing
Seattle.
baseball.
Yeah, it's only Seattle.
It's only Seattle. Yeah.
Nothing's going to happen.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he's going to be happy. He's okay with this. I'm not okay with that. I'm just not okay with losing 4 out of 7 on this trip. I'm not. And we're better than that. We're much better than that. We're a better baseball. Now, this lineup thing is really starting to – it's no Jose Altuve. Is Jose Altuve all right? Did he Did somebody announce that he was hospitalized? or
No,
something?
but it doesn't matter. The Astros probably thinks he's A-OK, and he might be in intensive care the way they treat injuries.
Yeah, that's
you never
true.
know.
That is true. But, it's the 7th inning, and there's 2nd and 3rd and 1 out, and Trey Cabbage is at the
It's an
plate.
off day.
What is opposed to Jose? I'm not hoping. I'm
Well,
just
you have
thought
Bregman
Jose
is-
Altuve has got to be incapacitated. There is zero chance.
You had Yiner at first. You did not have your Gold Glove. You had Yiner at first yesterday. You had Dubon at second. You had
He's okay.
you had Jeremy at short.
Yeah.
You had
DeCenza. Well, you
no,
had
no,
Whitcomb.
no, at third.
Whitcomb.
Yeah, Whitcomb. It was a little different. It was a little different.
Well,
defensive
because
alignment.
Bregman not playing third base.
Yeah, but Bregman did DH. He hit a home run.
Right.
Man,
right.
that was a laser.
And apparently, we haven't discussed it. He made his return yesterday, but he may be filling in DH at DH quite a bit because the elbow isn't going to get better this year. It's going to be something he's dealing with the rest of the way until surgery after the season.
Boy, he really sleeps hard.
Well, you know what that means? It means we're going to see more. Because Jordan
he's getting a workout while he's sleeping.
was that yesterday or day before Jordan misplayed the ball off the.
Yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
I don't love Jordan out there. So what we're probably Jordan's going to have to play more left, and Diaz is going to have to play more.
What about
first.
putting Bregman at first where he doesn't have to throw? Let's do that.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean, you don't think he could handle it?
he could handle it.
That guy's a vacuum.
He's
He actually could. He's
he-
not tall.
I'm sure he played some second base when he was a kid. He's shorter. He played short in college. He played third.
No.
He can play first.
He could do it. He's not a big target, but how many throws are going to be up that he has to worry about? You're right. He could just step over there and play 1st.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason he couldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's some technique stuff that you have to work on, but Alex Bregman,
Alex Bregman
yeah,
is
you could throw him.
He's a baseball player.
But if you did that, John, then I guess you could go Jordan DH, and then you got Yiner Diaz catching. But don't look now. Caratini is sniffing around the 300 mark. We almost have 2 catchers hitting around 300. He was 288 yesterday.
He hit the ball hard, but he had an offer yesterday. He's down to 280. But Caratini is actually. Hey, have you checked out Jake lately? Have you seen Jake's numbers lately?
They ain't great.
No, Jake and Chaz. Holy crap. It is so bad. Jake Myers is down to 220. He's in the 600s OPS. It's bad. It's really, really bad. This month, he has 13 hits in 63 at-bats. He's hitting 206. He's got a 573 OPS this month. And he plays every day. It's the 22nd. He plays every day. He's got 63 at-bats. He's 206. His OPS right now is 680. It's bad. He's really bad. This is something, and he puts him in there. He had him clean up this week. He had him in cleanup.
He was in the 4-hole.
Like, what the shnikes is going on here?
Okay, relax in there.
I mean, honestly, and he bats him 6 yesterday. Jake is an 8-hole hitter at best. At best.
Well, I mean, you're missing. Yeah, well, he could have put him somewhere else, but you had a couple more pokes for Yiner Diaz. Yiner Diaz now has played in the last 2 months. His OPS is up over 9. It's like 915 in his last 2 months. This isn't a small sample size. His OPS since the beginning of the season, starting June 21st, it was 913 headed into this at bat right here where he popped it. A little blooper for the base hit.
He also had a dribbler to third for a base hit yesterday.
Well, because of his speed, though.
It wasn't exactly.
Willie
He didn't
Tavera
exactly,
No, it wasn't a.
Batted
Neither one
around.
of his first 2 hits were not rockets.
No.
One was a slow roller to the third baseman, couldn't throw him out because he's too fast, and but that was because of his speed. There's a lot of players who would have gotten thrown out, and then that one was just reaching and blooping one for a hit. But that's the difference. They all count.
Did you read Bregman's quotes, or did you just throw that he sleeps weird out there or hard out there? Because he said, honestly, I haven't really felt it doing either. He's talking about running. I mean, he's talking about throwing or hitting. It's more so if I put my arm in a weird position or sleep weird or something like that. That's when his arm starts to swell up.
The report when he first got hurt was that he slept wrong on it.
Well, apparently the only time it actually hurts is when he sleeps weird.
Yeah. I'm telling you, he sleeps
Yeah,
hard.
I sleep like this with my arm up.
Dude goes after it.
Dude goes after it while he sleeps.
While he sleeps?
Apparently.
Did you see it? Well, when Sydney Sweeney was attacking you guys with her body, or assaulting you, excuse me, with her body, every time someone has an elbow,
I've seen that's the new thing.
They would post a Sydney Sweeney picture.
Who is that? Tyler Glass now.
Yeah, he's out because he saw
out,
the Sydney Sweeney thirst trap.
Noticed that his injury happened right after the Sydney Sweeney drop.
Well, okay, so I want to apologize to Jake Myers. He's got a 573 OPS this month, but it was 541 last month. It was 632 the month before.
You're giving him the benefit of the doubt. Early season.
Okay, so early season 924 OPS in May. Since then, 632, 541, 573. He's in the lineup every day. He hits fourth, fifth, sixth. He's been awful. He's been terrible.
He's not a normal 4-hole hitter.
You think?
That happened once.
Quit
I
acting
want to apologize that I thought, he's just having a bad run this month. No, this is a 3-month run. This is a 3-month bad run that we're having right now with Jake. Oh, my goodness. Let's get him out there every day. Of course, who's he going to put out there, if you want to know the truth? What are you going to do?
They're moving Cabbage, optioning him up and down.
Cabbage,
Yo-Yo
Cabbage.
Seth Martinez, they sit down, but maybe he didn't even make it to his car. Because, wait a minute. Who's on paternity leave? And Seth Martinez had to wound up pitching yesterday? Yeah, after being...
I thought Seth Martinez was on maternity leave. Paternity leave.
He was optioned for Verlander to make room, and then immediately probably didn't even...
Where'd he disappear to?
Well...
I was like, oh, my God, a Seth Martinez sighting.
Did you like seeing him yesterday?
Yeah, I don't mind Seth Martinez. I actually think Seth... I have more faith in Seth than I do with...
Ort?
Well, gosh, we're in a bad way right now.
Hey, we are a couple injuries. Look, we're one arm injury away from Montero coming back.
Oh my God, stop saying that. How about
he
Underdog?
took his assignment.
Wart's gone.
Time to talk Underdog Fantasy.
Underdog Fantasy. Let's shift over to the football season, which is right around the corner. Now you can start drafting your season-long fantasy. It's a best ball feature, so Underdog Fantasy allows you to draft your entire season, and it's cool because you can find different players that you think are a little more that you wouldn't usually take where you take them, but in fantasy football it's best ball. So whoever scores the most in that particular week is who you get at running back, at wide receiver, at all the different positions. That's available right now. Daily fantasy is going to be available for football once the football season starts. But the one that's really got everyone excited is the Pick'em Challenge, because in Pick'em you get to pick between 2 and 5 players, and you look at all the stats that they have. That are offered up, and whatever the number is, you can say, oh, no, it's going to be higher than that, or no, it's going to be lower than that. If you pick the right amount for example, all 5 players, if you are using the scorchers they have, which are the little red peppers that are by them, they're a little bit harder to win, but if you win them, you can win up to 325 times your original play. Up to $10 to $32.50? Are you kidding me? But yes, that's actually happening. It's the highest payout total that I have ever seen, and it's the highest Underdog has ever had, but it's available right now. Now, you can just make it small. You can just try to make it 2, and maybe that's your strategy, is just do 2 every day and try to win every day. But just know this. It's absolutely legal in the state of Texas, and we're talking about real money. Use your football knowledge to make real money and play along with the games you're watching. It makes it way more fun to do it that way. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. They're going to give you a gimme first pick, and you're going to get a deposit offer as well. You must be 18 or older in Fresno State, where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So this Sunday, one-of-a-kind debuts on MLB Network. It's at 7 o'clock our time.
It's Sunday, okay.
Sunday. Greg Maddux, nickname The Professor. Get this. This is Eddie Perez, who's behind the plate. Greg Maddux on the mound. Jeff Bagwell at the plate. This was in the Dome. This must have been 97, 98, or 99 because we played them 3 straight years in the postseason, right? Lost to them all the time. Oh, no, in 98 we lost to San Diego. 97 and 99 we played the Braves and lost to them. So Maddux is on the mound and let Eddie Perez, 8-0 game. The Braves are beating the Astros 8-0.
Mm-hmm.
Here is Eddie Perez explaining the situation.
We were regular season, and we were winning like 8-0. It was easy game in the 8th inning. And he told me, don't throw anything inside on Bagwell. Call everything outside. And I said, okay. I think it was somebody out. And he wants to go inside. And okay, it's your game. So I went inside, called inside, and Bagwell hit like 1,000-mile. Oh, boy, Bagwell, way back. And I was mad, and I was like, what are you doing? And he goes, they got a good team. We got a good team. We're going to play them in the playoff. He's going to wait for that pitch. 3 months later, we're in the playoff, bases loaded in the 7th. We threw 3 straight changes and struck him out.
That's it. How about that? Greg
and I
Maddux.
was walking to the dugout. He goes, hey. And I look at him and said, you remember 3 months ago, 2 months ago? And I said, no, I don't. He was looking for that pitch, the homer that he hit. And I was like, this guy. It's how smart he was.
How about that?
Yeah, he was brilliant. I mean, that's knowing how to pitch. In today's era, it's how hard can you throw and how much spin can you generate. Greg Maddux.
Well, how
Pedro
about that,
Martinez,
though,
but
that he gave up a home run 3 months earlier
to set something else
to
up.
set something up for the postseason. And so his ERA could have been even better if he didn't do stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
He actually gave Bagwell a home run.
Or at least gave him a pitch that he knew he wanted.
He wanted.
Yeah.
If I'm Jeff Bagwell, don't tell that story. Hey,
I want
Eddie Perez, keep that to yourself.
No, I want to. And you couldn't see the video that we saw of the pitches that Jeff Bagwell struck out on. He flailed at a changeup that was low and away.
Biggio got sliders and Bagwell got changeups.
People here don't need to see the videos. They're embedded.
Yeah, we know. We've watched. We know what it looks like.
That's how smart Greg. That is unbelievable to me. That
That's
you're
why he's
thinking 3 months ahead.
That's why he's the professor. The only guy I've seen like that is Tony Gwynn, and he's on the other side.
Yeah.
Tony Gwynn thinks like that as a hitter. Tony Gwynn passed away, but I would love to have. I think they have done something before Gwynn and Maddux years ago, but it would have been amazing to have Tony Gwynn in on something like this, where he and Greg could sit down and talk about approaches, because Tony Gwynn would think like that too, where he'd talk about certain pitches that he would, every once in a while. Tony Gwynn didn't. Supposedly Jose Cruz Sr. would look bad on a pitch on purpose because he wanted to see it again. Like he would take a swing at a pitch he knew wasn't a great pitch, but he knew he could hit.
Yeah.
And because he wanted to give the pitcher the confidence to throw it again, because that's what he wanted to hit.
That's funny.
It is interesting to see if, the games that are played. I'm sure Roger Clemens could tell us a lot of those stories too.
Oh, yeah,
as a
absolutely.
pitcher, because he's a cerebral pitcher as well. John Smoltz.
If you're any batter, but particularly because Perez tells this story, Greg Maddux and Jeff Bagwell's a great player. Was a great player. Greg Maddux had you so dialed in that I'm going to waste a pitch just to see how you're at, because I know what you think. I know who you are, and at any point I can throw this pitch where I want to and strike you out.
Right.
But I've played this mind game with you that you think you got me. You think you had something on me, but when it comes down to it, when it matters most, you've got no shot against me.
Yeah, I'm going to set you up. You know what? Do people do that? Do you know anyone who does that in cards? Do you think where they intentionally kind of just they'll let you have one so that you think a certain way, whether you think that they're weak or you think that they're
anytime you
all
bluff,
the time?
anytime you bluff, you're setting people up.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if it's unsuccessful, they don't know
Well,
what you have now.
That's why you got to be careful because when they show that they bluffed, they try to get you to tilt, but it's also a chance for you to jump in when they've actually got something too.
Yeah, right. Or like, well, the grind was watching a video with the grinder on it. Yes, Mike Mizrachi, and he bluffs all the time, so you never know what he has.
Right.
And so when he does have a hand, you're screwed. But a lot of times he hurts himself. Of course, he makes a lot of money at poker, so the way he plays, it's wild. It's crazy the way that he plays. But you could set people up in poker, absolutely. I remember trying to do. Never mind. It's a long, boring story, so I'm not going to do that.
He'll tell a golf story, but he won't tell a poker story. You're not committed to the game.
The man edited himself and said it's a boring story. Don't
No,
force
no,
him.
I know, it's
Don't force him to tell a boring story.
Basically, I knew every time we were down to a final table, and I knew every time that I just limped in that this guy behind me was coming over the top. He was he was going to raise. Didn't matter what he had. He was raising when I had a good hand, I had a really good hand. I just limped in.
Yeah.
And then he came over the top, and then I came over the top on him, and he goes, he got me. Time to talk about Dream Ray. Time to talk. Listen, this is Kent Jones' world, and we're just living in it. I love what Kent Jones does for people. I love what he does for his people. And you know what? I wish I was one of them. I wish I knew Kent when I was buying my house. I wish I knew how to go about this thing because I didn't. I just walked in and signed the paper. Oh, this mortgage company. They're doing it. Okay, that's great. No, you can pick your mortgage company. You can pick the guy that's going to work his ass off to get you the best mortgage you can, to get you thousands, to save you money at signing and throughout the life of the loan. When we're talking about thousands of dollars, that means something. It means something, especially if I don't know how much your house is. Is it going to be 300? Is it going to be $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, $1 million? Man. When you're saving thousands and thousands of dollars, or you're getting the best interest rate that you can, when you're getting the best loan for you that you can, when you're getting FVA or what FHA or VA or Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, something that's perfect for you. You don't know him; he does. Been doing this for 29 years. So if you are somebody that's you're trying to buy a home, there's one place to go. See my man Kent over at Dream Rate Mortgage. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com. All right, 8 o'clock, 8:05 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a couple hours left in this show. If you want to get in, come on, someone, 3780-3776. I can't wait. I love that Greg Maddux thing. I mean, I hate it for Bags because he had absolutely no chance, zero chance against Greg Maddux. But they didn't.
The Astros had zero chance against Smoltz, Maddux, or Gladys.
None of them.
We lived with that. That's why we appreciate this Astros run. If you did not come up in the late 90s and early 2000s and have to deal with the Braves' domination, then you can't really, truly appreciate the Astros run. That when you had guys who could hit for get clutch hits in the postseason, honestly, I think that's one of the things that hurts the Bagwell-Biggio era the most. I think it's the only thing that really hurts them is that there just wasn't the clutch hits in big moments. I mean, they didn't have so much was on their shoulders, too, until Berkman got there. So much of the offense was on them before Lance Berkman came. And it was,
Well, they got better. Moises Alou, Berkman, Bagwell.
Yeah, Moises came after that first 97 year. He was there for 98.
You know what? It got better. It got better.
No,
but they still didn't come through. They just did. Cam and Eddie was there in 99.
It always, for as much as you love that era of Astros baseball, I just can't touch this era because you got nothing but clutch guys. And that era did not have clutch players.
No.
They couldn't win in the post. They looked overmatched at the plate in the biggest moments where I can name, your most iconic Alex Bregman hit.
The home run in Fenway. Home run in Fenway.
How about Jordan?
Jordan, the home run against the Phillies to win the series.
Altuve
against Aroldis Chapman every time.
Yep. How about Kyle Tucker? Do you have one for Tucker? I can't just nothing pops.
No,
but he's had some big hits. He's had postseason home runs.
Yeah,
and the bigger problem for those teams, not just what this team is doing, but the fact that it wasn't like the Braves ripped off 5 World Series wins.
No,
some team found a way to beat them.
Yes. The
Astros just couldn't.
Somebody's beating them, but the
Carlos
Astros won.
Correa, you can do his watch. You can do the base hit against the Yankees where George Springer hustled and scored.
Yeah,
remember that one?
Yeah,
I was at that game in the against the Yankees.
Was it Springer or Altuve that scored on the double in the right
center? I think it was
center.
Springer who had that great slide. Well, yeah, actually, maybe you're right. Maybe it was.
I think it was Altuve.
Maybe it was Tuve, but I feel like maybe Tuve got that hit.
No, it was
because Springer would have hit ahead of Altuve.
Yeah,
I thought Springer scored.
The double to right center that won that
Carlos
Yankees
got
game.
the hit. Yeah, Carlos got the hit.
It was Carlos.
Carlos got the hit. These are like you can come up with any number. Maldonado had
Marwin
clutch
Gonzalez
hits.
homer
Marwin
against the
Gonzalez,
Dodgers.
Maldonado had clutch hits. Jake with the clutch play. Chaz with the clutch play defensively. Can't really come up with Jake.
Trey Mancini's play at first base.
Mancini. I mean, just clutch plays all over the place that we remember. You know what we remember for the Astros? Slider away. From that team,
I remember one of the most is the Walt Weiss play on Subi, that ended that game. I mean, the Astros had the bases loaded, and Subi hits one up the middle, and Walt Weiss makes the diving play.
That's why there's such a love for this team, like a true
Billy
love.
Spires had to hit against San Diego that won the game in Game 2 against San Diego in '98.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Remember that one? That one hit, that one clutch hit. Remember?
Yeah,
and it falls to Billy Spires.
It was Billy Spires. Remember? Yeah, I remember. Yeah, they just didn't come up with. They just didn't. Not. This team is so. This team's got nuts. This team has got it. And you know what? And this is the greatest year in their history.
They've had it for 7 years.
Yeah.
Tell it to Jimmy Rollins.
Jimmy Rollins don't know nothing about baseball.
Jimmy will learn the hard way.
Yeah, Jimmy Rollins would have flared. He would have flailed at changeups from Maddux.
Well, just like everybody else. You're right. Him and everybody else. Except for the Yankees.
The writing is on the wall for these Houston Texans veterans. J.J. Taylor.
Are we calling him a Houston Texan veteran?
He's a veteran. He's been around a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think it's just too crowded at that position.
It's too crowded. That's a numbers thing. J.J. Taylor, I think can play.
Damian Pierce is going to make the team. From what I understand, digging around, I think he's going to make the team. But I also wonder if they're making sure to say that so that somebody's willing to trade for him as opposed to wait for him to get cut. I really do wonder that because I don't think he's just not a fit for this offense. But
Tegan Kitoriano.
I'd
It's him
say,
or Brevin Jordan, and guess what? It could be either one. I think it could be.
yeah, but Brevin has been a factor as a pass catcher.
Yeah, he
Is
has.
Tegan
So
back?
I would say Tegan has I think he has a 30% chance of
He's
sticking.
back from his injury. Has he played any snaps since he got hurt in the first game?
Tegan? Well, it's
I don't-
one of the reasons you're in
Yeah.
trouble.
Yeah,
He hasn't
he's got-
played.
yeah, he hasn't been there.
CJ Henderson will get got. Is he in there?
Um,
These guys aren't healthy.
CJ
Okuda-
Henderson is not, but Miles Bryant. Well, CJ Henderson, I don't think is going to make the team. Miles Bryant is in.
I don't think he or Okuda are going to make it.
They think Akuda's going to make it.
Do they?
Yeah,
How long has Okuda missed?
that they think Akuda's going to be there. Miles Bryant, Jacob
Yeah.
Phillips.
Okuda hasn't practiced for weeks. Henderson missed the first 2 to 3 weeks with injury.
Why are all these guys getting injured in the offseason? I mean, it just seems like there's more and more guys that
Okuda could
coming to
find
camp
himself on
injured
some
still.
type of PUP list or a designated to return list
Yeah.
potentially. CJ Henderson, I don't think he makes the team. Miles Bryant might be gone. He was one of the New England free agents that were really designated primarily as a special teams player, though.
You look at what they did at cornerback in the offseason.
They just throw a lot of stuff
You
against
better
the wall.
thank
Yeah, that's
you
what
better
they did.
thank Nick Casario that he decided on Kamari Lassiter, because the guys they handpicked to be competition for the outside corner out opposite Stingley either hurt, plus don't play well, or all of the above. If not for Kamari Lassiter, who jumped in, is now the starter and has been unchallenged really since camp opened.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's true. That rookie better play well.
Oh, it's all on him.
It is on. And you know what? He doesn't mind it, I guess. And you know, D'Amico had some high praise for Georgia. I mean, for an Alabama guy to be talking about Georgia like that,
They're
it
the
just
same
doesn't seem right.
organizations, basically. You see, like, by the way, as
One
an
more
aside-
guy they have, Steven Sims.
Yeah, I think Steven Sims doesn't make it.
He's a kick
These
returner.
are
That's a
veteran Texans. I mean,
how many guys have returned a kickoff for a touchdown in the postseason? Okay.
Jacoby? No, he fumbled
Steven
one.
Sims.
Wait, did
Well,
Jacoby
that
also
was a
do it?
punt, wasn't it?
He
Steven
muffed a
Sims
punt,
was a
yeah.
punt. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, they were
Yeah,
kicking
but
off a
as
lot,
a
so-
receiver, he can't do it. If you're going to keep
in the second half, yeah.
They were kicking off.
if you're going to keep Dameon Pierce, he's probably going to have to return kickoffs or something.
Well, D'Amico once again talked about the offensive line being an issue for Dameon Pierce's struggles, and here's D'Amico yesterday when asked about Dameon Pierce.
We got to get him some ops in the game, just get him some more ops running the football. But Damien's done a great job out here at practice. I don't think everybody's seen that in the game because, when he had his opportunities, we got guys unblocked in the hole, so he doesn't have a chance to really get started. So, we just have to give him more opportunities, but we have to block it better up front so he does have opportunities to make some plays in the running game.
It is true.
It's
I mean,
true.
he hasn't had any holes.
No, it's true, but there have been opportunities. It's the way he runs it. He doesn't press the hole, which means you push it as far as you can to get the defense to flow out of the hole, and then you cut it back. Like, he just doesn't have a feel for that kind of stuff. But it has not been blocked great.
Mhm.
I will say. It's not like – but if you only get what's blocked for you, then you're just a guy. There's lots of running backs who can get what's blocked for them.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much every running back can get what's blocked for them. What you need is somebody who can create – when there's 0 on the board, they can create 3. Now, I will say he can create with power. So he does have that ability. You want running backs to be able to create through either speed, elusiveness, or power. And usually it's elusiveness and power are the two you look for. The rare running back like Adrian Peterson could do all 3. Most of them, beast mode was a power creator. A lot of them are wiggle creators. Dameon Pierce is not a wiggle player. He's a power player. He's not a speed player either. So if he's going to create through power, you want him to be able to you kind of have to block up at least where he gets a yard and a half into the across the line of scrimmage, because you need him to get a head of steam going. He's not somebody who's going to run over a penetrating defensive lineman. That's not going to happen. So the offensive line does have to block it up better. That's true. Everything he said there is true. I just Agumbawale is a better running back option. And then so is Cam Akers. So I don't really, and Agumbawale is a good special teams player. So I don't really see, I guess Pierce is your fourth running back. But I kind of liked what I saw from British Brooks, and Jawar Jordan is he was a draft pick. Does he go on a practice squad? Like,
I doubt it.
That's why I'm not convinced that they won't try to move Dameon Pierce in a trade at some point before cutting him. I'm not convinced that they won't try to say, "Hey, we'll trade you for a seventh rounder."
I don't know that they'll get anything for him.
I don't either.
Yeah,
because if you start doing that stuff before the trade deadline, before the cut deadline, if teams think you're going to cut a player, they usually won't give you a pick for him.
yeah. All right, we got a break here. We got to talk about my bookie. We got to talk about the football season coming up here. This is the time of the year. As a matter of fact, we're going to have John joining us at 45 minutes to give some preseason picks for college football, for NFL. Who are your MVP? There's all kinds of great MVP, Rookie of the Year, all of this stuff out there that you can win on. Those are long-term bets, totals, win totals for teams. Do you like which team do you like? Which team do you think is not going to be as good? If you think you got some inside information or you feel like I just love this bet, then let's go. Let's get to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Your initial deposit, you're going to get a nice bonus for you to play with, more to play with for you to get on out there and enjoy your football season, have some fun with it. If you're looking for a great way to play, win, and get paid, you're looking for bet anything, anytime, anywhere. The number of bets, everything that you got to play for is incredible. Live in-game betting. We got Florida State and Georgia Tech starting up. You want to watch that game? You want to play while the game is going on? You got it. But you got to get to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, and let's go. Let's play. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Wow. Anthony from New York is here. He went to the game yesterday. And what happened, Anthony? What'd you do to the team? Okay. What'd you do? Why didn't he pinch hit is what I want to know. That's what I'm saying. Anthony, you got a bigger shirt or no? What the hell? That's a pretty big shirt, brother.
You just brought enough breakfast.
You were 305? No kidding. Yeah. You can't talk while we got microphones here. People can't hear.
Hang on, people
We're
can't.
on the air.
We're on the air, yeah. Yeah.
So
Anthony from New York came to town to
and he brought us sandwiches.
a bunch of sandwiches, like 9 of them.
What is it? What does you got there?
This is from Snooze. It's got, well, we got bacon. This is bacon, egg, and cheese, but they're sausage, egg, and cheese
Nice.
too. Yeah.
From Snooze. Snooze is really good. No meat. Who wants no meat?
Don't worry.
Oh, a vegan, whatever. Beat it, California. Anyway, Anthony he went to the game yesterday in Verlander.
You did too.
I went to the game yesterday, but I've been to other games. Oh, I was at a no-hitter, Astros no-hitter, okay? So, okay.
I've never been to a no-hitter.
You haven't?
I went to Verlander, almost had a no-hitter, and then he lost it late in the game. And then they brought in, so it's still a shutout, and they brought in, I don't know, one of the pitchers we hated at the time who blew the shutout even. But, yeah, I've never been to – I'm trying to remember if I've ever been to a game that had something that cool.
Yeah, it was cool. But they lost yesterday. They lose 2 out of 3. They go to Baltimore today. And you know what? Y'all, everybody's scared of, Baltimore, they're playing so well, blah, 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 blah. I ain't scared of them. I ain't going to be scared of Baltimore. Just kicked their ass when they were here a couple weeks ago.
You don't get scared of good teams, but the White Sox terrorize you.
Yeah, well.
I don't get this.
Well, because.
Why do you let the White Sox bother you, but then.
Because those are the games they play to their competition. When they're on the road at Baltimore, they step up. The crowd is there. Everybody's booing them. Everybody hates Altuve. You know what he does? He crushes all their hopes and dreams.
But they didn't play to their competition against the Red Sox.
Red Sox are a good team.
No, I know.
It's a good team.
Play to your competition.
Well, they had a minor league lineup in there every day.
Yeah, well, that's true. You had a lineup that gets you one run.
We're at the game, and after the game, we went, what are we doing? Why did we stay here? In the bottom of the 9th, they're down 2, and then they ended up hitting a home run to make it 3. Bottom of the 9th, we got DeCenzo, Cabbage, Whitcomb. What kind of order is this? What the hell is going on?
You got to beat the traffic.
Yeah, we should have.
You got to beat.
We regretted it when we got outside. We were like, we should have left early.
Yeah,
knowing what was coming up. Goodness gracious! And he wouldn't even use Altuve in a clutch spot. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's the 7th inning. You got 2nd and 3rd and 1 out, and you pinch hit Trey Cabbage. Okay, well he walked, and then Bregman popped out on a weak first pitch. He goes after the first pitch and pops out to first. And then Jordan didn't look good either. So
when's the last time Jordan homered at home? Can you guess?
Homered at home.
It's been a while.
I'm gonna say 2022.
July.
No,
Did you say Jordan?
It happened this year.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna say August. No, late July.
June 22nd.
June 22nd.
Jordan hasn't homered
at
2 months. Home for 2 months.
Yeah.
Wow, that's terrible.
He's a near Hall of Famer on the road, and he's Jake Myers at home.
He's not Jake.
Look at the numbers.
He's not Jake Myers at home. Goodness gracious.
It's pretty close.
Goodness gracious.
What's Jordan's home run total right now?
I have to look it up. Let's see. He's got 25 on the year.
By the way, and how about this?
He may not get to 30.
He's got 66 RBIs.
That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
20 for a guy who also hits for average.
Yeah, I mean it's not exactly what you would think.
He's got
when Yiner's leading the team with 70 RBIs, it's like it's a little scary.
Yeah, except
Jordan should be leading the team in RBIs.
yeah, I would think so.
You would think.
So at home
OPS
this
has been
year,
higher the whole time. You would think
Jordan
so, yeah.
got an average of 259, 8 home runs, 20 RBIs in the 61 home games he's played this year.
It's the team's done a great job without Kyle Tucker, but Kyle the domino effect of Kyle and Altuve in a lineup, I mean, it's just completely different. Altuve will be back. It's
754 OPS is better than Jake, so slow down.
Barely. What's Jake Myers' home OPS?
I don't care about Jake Myers' home OPS. He's still got a good, decent on-base percentage of 348, but his slugging 406 on the road, 694 slugging. 694 slugging on the road, 444 on base, 1138 OPS for Jordan.
Is Jordan married?
On the road.
Is Jordan married?
Yes, he's married with
Does
kids.
Jordan have kids?
Yeah.
There you go.
See,
Jake Myers' OPS at home, 752.
I told you Jordan was better. 754.
Yeah, I told you they're close.
Oh my gosh. Jordan is Jake Myers at home.
You scoffed. You look, no way. Yeah, he's kind of Jake Myers at home.
What's Jake's batting average at home?
Well, I got to get back into the numbers.
We're not doing this.
Jordan is 259.
We're not doing Jordan versus Jake on a show. This is a bad show if that's what we're doing.
No, but
it's not our fault.
It's
Jordan's fault.
It's actually accurate. 754 OPS versus 752. Jake Myers at home.
Now do home run totals.
Jake Myers is hitting 256 at home.
259.
Oh my God. Jordan's hitting 259 at home?
At home.
What's he hitting on the road?
What's his slugging at home?
Hello?
It doesn't matter. His
Why do you
OPS
keep
is
getting
the
out
same.
of it?
No, because I'm at StatMuse. I'm typing in the actual sentence. I don't have
No,
his.
just
So
go to
excited.
ESPN
Dell
page.
is so excited that he's found Jordan as Jake Myers
no,
at home.
No, I'm excited because he scoffed at me, and it's actually more correct than he thought.
It is actually. It's scary correct. It's bothering me correct. That's what it's doing. Holy crap. Okay, so I'm gonna get Jake Myers and his home splits. This is bad. This is bad for us, guys.
I'm just going to eat this breakfast.
Okay, so
This is a bad sign.
at
when you're looking
home,
at this.
256, 318 on base, 430. He's got a better slugging percentage than Jordan at home.
All right.
433 slugging. Jordan's home slugging percentage is 406.
Want to apologize to Jimmy Rollins?
And Dell?
What is that?
He's been bad.
Oh my god!
I told you he's a Hall of Fame player on the road, and at home he's Jake Myers.
He's Jake Myers at home. That's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life.
Doesn't mean
that
it's not
Jordan
true.
is Jake Myers. Oh my gosh! You just ruined. You have. He can't be more smiles right now.
I'm laughing at
He
you.
cannot be happier.
I'm laughing at you because you couldn't believe I would actually make the comparison. It turns out the numbers, I'm dead on.
This is classic glass half full stuff. Glass half empty stuff. Glass half full is Jake Myers is Jordan at home. Look how much better that sounds
Yes.
like. Is he really? Yes. Jake Myers is hitting like Jordan at home.
Or, you know what's really, really bad? Jordan is hitting like Jake Myers at home.
That's what I'm saying. It's just a matter of how you say it.
Right. It's the same thing, only terrible. Only awful. You love this. You're the worst person.
No, I'm not. I know that Jordan is tremendous, and they're going on the road, so expect a good series from Jordan.
Yeah.
He's just not produced at home.
No, Jordan is going to crush him in Baltimore. Crush him. They've got no chance against Jordan. 1138 OPS on the road. That's what I'm looking forward to. Listen, but this is a lot of that was early too, though. But Jordan has not been good. He's flailing at stuff like it's Maddox he's facing.
Yeah, right now
he
it's more
has not looked
Bregman
good.
and Diaz.
Yeah, yep. He has not looked good. Not on this homestand. He wasn't good. That's for sure. All right. 713-780-3776 if you want
What
to
a
get in here.
terrible segment that was.
That was the worst segment we've ever had. And we've had a lot of segments, a lot of terrible segments in this career.
Look at Anthony shaking his head. Yes.
Yeah, no. Anthony's disgusted with that, with you, Del, right now.
No, you did it too.
Houston Powder Coaters. I'm not disgusted with Robin. I'm not disgusted with anything. I love what Houston Powder Coaters do. What they do is they make everything just look better. They make everything look new again. And the colors that you want them. This is something that if you're looking for the best way to get your Houston, your stuff looking new again, Houston Powder Coaters is the way to go. They are the biggest by volume and the best. Over 20 years of experience, five-star customer service, the Google reviews. Go see. Whatever it is whatever metal that you have that you need to make it look new again, or it's rusted out, faded, whatever. If your patio furniture is broken, you need new straps and slings or whatever you need repaired. Robin will tell you. You send her a text, you take a picture and you send it to her, and she'll tell you whether or not she could save it or whether or not you just need to buy new stuff. That's what she does. Free pickup and delivery is a great thing. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. They're gonna take care of everything. You don't have to touch a thing. Trusted by the biggest businesses here, the Downtown Aquarium, the Marriott Marquis, the West Side Tennis Club, on and on and on. Kima Boardwalk, everybody uses Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888, or HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's really cool. Welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Anthony, our old friend from New York, is in studio. Gonna come move here. Pearland area? Yeah? Nice. Pearland, get ready. Now, you won't understand him because he talks like he's from New York. But you're gonna have a hard time understanding people over there. I'm pretty sure, Anthony. But welcome to our fair city. Welcome to our fair city, the best place in America to live. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Any other? Is there anything on the Texans that we haven't?
No, I
Really?
I listened to all of what D'Amico had to say. I thought the most interesting thing was about Damian Pierce a little bit, which Dell played. Before Jimmy Ward was excited, they asked him about, what'd you think about getting that contract extension? Oh, I was so excited. You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you were. So I thought that's an interesting extension for a player who missed a lot of time last year, but clearly they value his presence in the locker room, and they clearly value him as a football player too. But that was, I don't know, that caught me by surprise a little bit.
The Jimmy Ward, yeah.
Yeah, unless it helped them, unless it was reworked and kind of helped them. They added the year, but it helped them financially this year. Like maybe it helped push some money back a little bit to help with whatever future moves they want to make this year.
Is there anything that we want to see against the Rams?
Nah, this is just.
It's just a guy. Are there some?
Probably a couple-
Are there some
maybe.
jobs?
Yeah, they asked D'Amico about that, and he said, you never know what's going to happen. They asked him about guys who are playing in this game. He said, you never know what's going to happen. You're always being evaluated. Things happen, blah, blah, blah. I think that maybe 5-6 at wide receiver, possibly number 4 running back, possibly, number 5 cornerback might be looked at. Maybe one offensive line position might be a tackle spot, or a guard spot might be up for grabs. So yeah, I think there might be some.
So how many?
Maybe a defensive tackle
How
spot.
about a
also.
defensive end? Is Jerry Hughes still on this team?
He will be.
Well, with Dylan Horton still out,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Danico
Dylan Horton is-
Autry suspended. There's probably a spot. I mean, with Barnett is the backup right now. Jerry Hughes. I mean, is Ali Gay going to make this team? Solomon Byrd.
Solomon was late round pick. I think he'll be a practice squad player.
Yeah, I think Jerry Hughes is probably
Jerry Hughes will make the team.
He'll make the team, but then when Danico Autry comes back, it'll be interesting. Is Tim Settle going to make this team after not being around?
That's going to be interesting. If you're not practicing, it gets tough.
Every year we ask, is
But you gotta have four,
Kurt
like,
Heinisch going to be on this team?
if it's not-
and every year Kurt Heinisch is on this
Yeah, I
team.
mean, Khalil Davis should make the team, so it might be between Settle and Heinisch, and then, what you may be dealing with is somebody hitting an IR. You may have to deal with that.
Yep. Marcus Harris goes to the practice squad.
I think Harris goes to practice squad or just gets cut.
Yeah. Linebackers, is there? Jacob Phillips seems to be on because of Jamal Hill and the draft. He's a draft pick. That Jacob Phillips seems to be on the.
Yeah, I don't
chopping
think he makes the team.
Along with Max Tooley.
Tariq Barnes has had a few moments. He's got some speed. He's been kind of interesting. I mean, there is some depth. There's still some depth spots, but nothing that should have an impact on the season this year.
Lonnie Johnson Jr.
I don't see Lonnie making it.
I don't know. The Chronicle does.
Do they?
Yeah.
You think Eric Murray doesn't make it?
No, they
Kalen
think he
Bullock's
does. They
making
think MJ Stewart doesn't make it.
All right, how many safeties are they keeping? Because you have
They're keeping 4.
Jimmy Ward, Jalen Petrie.
Oh.
Well, it depends on how they're handling Petrie as safety or corner.
Right.
So yeah, if you have him at
You
nickel,
could keep 5 then.
if you have him at nickel, yeah, you could. Yeah, you're right. I guess he could make the team, but Bullock's making it. Murray's making it. Yeah, it's going to be between those two guys, MJ and Lonnie.
It'll be interesting for Mike Ford. He's got to have a big game if he's going to make it. Chris Boyd, D'Angelo Ross.
I don't see either one of those guys making it.
Jeff Okuda, interesting to see that
Hasn't
people
practiced
think
for weeks.
They think he's on the team.
Hasn't practiced for weeks.
They think he's on the team. We'll see. Miles Bryant, whether or not he makes it.
Free agent from New England.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And they like New England. So
Mike Ford is a special teams player with some good speed. I thought he's had some good reps at times this year in the offseason, or in the at least in games that I've seen. But looking at last year, when I look at the archives, I'm pretty sure they didn't keep, let me see, archive to start the season last year. Well, let's just look at 10-1, October 1st. Last year on October 1st, they were keeping, now you had some players on the, like Derek Stingley was on the IR last year. Let me go to when Sting was playing last year. So let's go 11-1. 11-1, because Sting was back by then. So your cornerback spots, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In safeties, you had 4. So it was 9 total DBs. That's probably what you're looking at this year. That's not a lot.
That's not a lot. It's not a lot. Well, again, good football players are going to be on the street.
So
the Texans are actually going to be cutting good football players, which
Stingley,
doesn't happen too often.
So Stingley, Ward, Petrie, Lassiter are all in.
Bullock
is in 5. Let's say Eric Murray is in 6.
Well, if you're going to go four
Desmond,
safeties, Petrie, Bullock, Ward, and Murray.
Okay, that's 4. So 5 DBs. It would be Stingley, Lassiter. Would you keep Desmond King?
Yep.
Okay, King would be 3. And then you've got 2 spots for Miles Bryant, Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson, Mike Ford.
It's probably going to be Okudah and Boyd, or
I think you do need a corner with some size because Desmond's not that guy. Kamari is playing outside for right now, but you need some help with him. Miles Bryant is a smaller cornerback at 5'7", 5'8". So, yeah, one of these guys is going to have some size. Mike Ford is 6 foot from Missouri State. Jeff Okudah is over 6 feet tall. C.J. Henderson is over 6 feet tall. So one of those 3 is going to have to make the team. They've got to have some size outside.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776.
Somebody in Major League Baseball did something special yesterday. When we come back, want to talk about one of the young stars has done something that only 4 other players have done in Major League history.
All right, we'll do that on the other side. Right now, we got Houston Safe and Lock. My man, Derek DeSoto over at Houston Safe and Lock is waiting for you to get on over there and change those locks. I saw yesterday, I was in the grocery store, and it's got a kiosk there that you can just put any key. It will make you a key. It will duplicate a key. And I was like, wow, anybody can, if you get a hold of somebody's house key, you can just go and duplicate it at the store. No problem. No questions asked. That's dangerous. Well, how about the Medico lock? No one can duplicate that key. You can only duplicate that key if you're the person that buys it. So that's the way that you can keep your locks safe from people getting a key and duplicating it. That's something that you might look into. If you need to change the locks at your house, chances are not everything is great. Something happened. Or you just feel like, hey, I just feel safer with a better lock. Well, they got the best locks in the business. They got a ton of locks. I mean, they got the choices for you. And especially you businesses, whatever you need to do to rekey, master key, access control, whatever it is, smart lock, whatever it is that you want for your business, you need it. Houston Safe and Lock. Houston Safe and Lock. 975safe.com. Ask Derek. He's an expert. He knows what to do with your locks, with your safes. If, of course, you need a safe, this is where to go to. 713-522-5555 or 975safe.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance here with you, along with Dell, 713-780-3776. Keith wants to get in here, talk about Kyle Tucker. Come on. Who else wants to get in? 713-780-3776. What's up, Keith?
Good morning, gentlemen. Been a while since I've been on the show. Nice to be on. I got two Astros questions for you guys. I'd like to ask the questions, give my answers, and then I'll hang up and get yours. So here we go. Number one, will the Astros re-sign both Tucker and Bregman? I would love to see it, but history just says they're not going to spend that kind of money, and it's going to be a pretty big chunk of change. And I just can't see. I would hope it would happen, but Bregman, now that he's gone, he's going to ask for a pretty nice contract, and we'll have to see on that one. Here's my second one: who gets the ball in Game 1 for the Astros as a starting pitcher? And you look at JV. The history says JV, but Fromber probably deserves the start. And so I'll hang up and let you guys tell me what you guys think about those two things. Thank you.
I think there's no chance that they re-sign both. I think the chances of signing Alex Bregman are – they've shown no inclination to re-sign him up to this point, according to Alex Bregman. By the end of the year, we'll see. Jim Crane he's not necessarily, once you hit the open market, nothing is based on emotion and nothing is based on the era of good feelings. It's just based purely on wanting to get you at below market value. And that's probably not going to be the case with Alex Bregman. He's picked up the pace. He's a great defensive third baseman. You can make a case for a contract. Somebody could sign him to a bad contract, meaning too much money for too long. The Astros don't do long contracts. So I think really Alex Bregman is probably more like a 35% chance of that happening. I think Kyle Tucker is close to zero because Tucker has basically said, I have no interest in doing an early deal. I want to get a market deal. He's not in a hurry to put money in his pocket from an early deal. So, that's the Astros take advantage of, and I don't mean take advantage in a bad way. They take advantage of opportunities to sign players to early deals to extend. And the great thing for the player is it's usually only an extra 2 years that they tap onto their contracts beyond arbitration or additional years. So
it's not a bad deal for them. It's not a bad deal. Get your money. Yeah. Jordan's got 100. I mean, he probably could have, if he'd have waited, if he'd have pulled Kyle Tucker,
300.
He would have been, he would have been.
He may have left 200 on the table.
Well, I don't know if he would have made, he wouldn't have made 300 during that time. He would have made it after he was done with his arbitration.
Right. He didn't leave 300 or 200 on the table, but had he waited, yes, he would have been a $300 million player.
Well, he still might be. You don't know. I mean, after this deal is up, we'll see. I mean, by the time it's said and done,
when he won't be an Astro.
He did take a good deal, and Kyle Tucker said, "No, I'm not doing that." I think somebody's probably going to step up. The Yankees, the Dodgers, and I'd hate to see Bregman go to one of those two teams, but a team with money that spends stupidly. Listen, San Francisco was ready to spend on Carlos Correa. The Mets were ready to spend on Carlos Correa.
I could see the Cubs.
It wouldn't surprise me at all if some
Mets,
team overpays him.
There's going to be other teams.
That's
Yankees,
what
Dodgers.
The problem is, not whether or not the Astros would give him something fair, but it's some other team is going to give him something stupid, and some other team might.
Well, fair is market value.
Well,
when you call stupid,
what
I
is market value? First of all, you shouldn't sign him for over 6 years, and somebody will.
Well, that's impossible then.
Yeah.
You're talking about Kyle Tucker?
No, I'm talking about Alex Bregman.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know that Bregman gets more than 6 years. Free agency has tightened up a little bit recently.
Chris Bryant got 7 years and a stupid contract from Colorado. I mean, people are willing to eat the last couple of years of a deal.
Yeah, but you've seen how many teams aren't doing that now.
Well, I've seen how many teams still do.
Look at Blake Snell. I mean, free agency has gotten way tighter on some of these guys now. Alex doesn't really have. I mean, he does. It appears as though he's going to have an arm issue the rest of the year, but he doesn't really have a big, long history with injury, which
No.
is something that can hurt you. But and who wants to give pitchers super long-term deals now? Anyway,
Well,
with the amount of
again,
injuries?
he's a position player, which and we've seen third baseman. We see, of course, Matt Chapman couldn't get anything. There was nothing out there for him. Alex Bregman has a bigger name than Matt
Kyle
Chapman.
Tucker over under 9.5 years on his contract offer.
Over.
signs.
He'll get a 10-year deal.
Okay.
10 or 11.
Alex Bregman 6.5.
I'm going to say over. Somebody's going to give him
I'm gonna
7.
say 6.
Somebody's giving him 7.
I'll say 6.
Your other question, Fromber's game 1 starter. Fromber is game 1. Verlander hasn't been here.
Verlander's 2.
Verlander's 2. Hunter Brown
3.
is 3. And then probably Kikuchi 4.
Yeah, throw the lefty in there.
Yeah. And you know, it depends.
Any chance they go lefty,
It
righty,
obviously
lefty?
depends on. There's still a month. There's over a month left. So
Any chance they go lefty, righty, lefty? I don't see that.
no. I think
Okay.
Hunter Brown gets a 3rd start.
He really should. I mean, you can make an argument that Hunter Brown should be the number 2, 1 or 2.
Right.
Justin Verlander is going to be given 2 because, or maybe even 1.
And
We'll
I'd like
see.
to look at their splits. I'd like to see Hunter's splits on home and road, because if you're much better off with Hunter in either spot, then that's where he should go. Right. I mean, that would be the smart way to go.
Yeah,
about
but
it.
they're not going to. I mean, Justin Verlander's not going to land in 3-hole.
Probably not. More than likely not. Yeah. Yeah, because he's just because he's Justin Verlander.
Sure.
He hasn't been around though, and if he's not effective, listen, we got over a month left. If Justin Verlander is scuffling a little bit, not nearly as good as Hunter Brown. If Hunter Brown is dominant, then it's time to move Hunter. This is what are you going to hurt Justin Verlander's feelings? This is the last year he's here. Now maybe he won't go in as an Astro into the Hall of Fame, but oh well. I
just think Justin Verlander's been there, done that. Jim Crane, the entire organization would be behind Justin Verlander. I don't think there's any question about
that. Hunter Brown is 5-3 with he's got 68 innings pitched, 55 hits, 26 earned runs. He's a little bit better. Opponent's batting average is 223 here and 284 on the road. There's a little bit of a difference there.
Listen, Justin Verlander just pitched 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 earned runs, struck out 6, and walked 1. That's not scuffling. That's his first game back after being gone for 2 months with a neck injury. Justin Verlander, now if he does get beat up, okay, well that's a different conversation. But if he pitches average baseball, he's going to be, I think, the number 2 starter.
Hunter Brown 3.42 at home, 4.23 on the road.
Yeah, but those numbers are irrelevant to me. I have to look at what he's done the last 2 months.
And last 2 months he's been really good home
I know.
and away. Well, his away included that Kansas City start where he gave up 9 in the first.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, I mean, you take that out of there, and it's
that
probably
was also in. My God, that was in May or April.
It was early, yeah.
It was super early. I think it may have been April.
But you know how hard it is to come back from that?
Well, I know. That's why I don't care about that.
Yeah, his day 5.89 ERA. That was a day game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly don't care about what happened early. I just want to know, is Hunter better at home or road since he became Hunter Brown?
Yeah.
And even then, I don't care. I'm not going to base anything on home and away. Just line your best pitchers up the way you want to line them up, and let's go.
Take out that start in Kansas City, and it's probably all pretty even.
I think Rennell. So Blanco or Arrighetti, who has a bigger role in the postseason from the bullpen?
That's a tough call. Blanco hasn't been as good as he was early on.
No, and I didn't think his pitchers looked very sharp the other day.
No.
Arrighetti has had some strikeout stuff, but man, when he's bad, he's bad.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. And is Taylor Scott wearing down? Maybe a little bit. Brian Abreu, I'd like to see him get a little although he's not going to get any rest now over this 18 games that they've got 18 straight games. He's not going to get, especially with Presley down now. So you're going to see Brian Abreu a bunch. You're going to see Hader a bunch. It would be nice to give them, the guys in the bullpen, a little bit of a break come postseason. Arrighetti getting in there and Blanco getting in there.
Oh, man, you ain't lying. Taylor Scott, by far, the most innings he's had in the major leagues was 17 2/3 last year. Last year it was 17 and 2/3 innings.
What?
Yeah, in a single season.
17 and 2/3 innings, and that's his career high?
That's his career high.
Wow.
He made his rookie debut in 2027. He pitched in Seattle for 7 2/3 and Baltimore for 8 2/3. That's 16 1/3. That's his second highest total.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Then
So
and
60. It's
yeah.
60 now. The highest total was 17 2/3. You have Hunter Brown that's way over. You have Eric Getty way over. Renel Blanco way over. There's a reason you had to make a move.
We got to break it
Get
here.
Kikuchi.
John Chill is going to join us on the other side, and he's going to tell us he's got his preseason bets in for the NFL. He's going to tell us what those are, and we'll tell you how you can get yours down next. But first, we're going to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. It is the place that you have to go if you're selling your vehicle. There's one site that is a must, and that's GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is where you have to go because you have to find out what your vehicle is worth. When you walk into the dealership or CarMax or wherever, you have to know what it is that the value of your car. You're looking for the best way to sell a vehicle, know what it's worth. And John Clay Wolf says, okay, I'll give you a quote. You go to CarMax. CarMax says, we'll give you more. Come back to me, John Clay Wolf says, and I will, and I'll tell you, okay, I can give you more than CarMax is, or go take that CarMax offer because that's more than you're going to get anywhere else. And then he'll send you $100. But John Clay Wolf doesn't do that, not very often. You're looking for the best way to get rid of that car. There's one place you have to go. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. All right, welcome back. Our final hour here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joining us, our old friend, John Chill, CFO, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, where, John, okay, so I did a commercial about going and doing your fantasy draft. We had one of our listeners was listening. He called all 12 guys, or the other 11 guys in his draft. He said, we're going to the Golden Nugget. We're going to do it there. They're coming. I think it's this weekend they're coming. And they got the pool set up, the cabana set up. They got golf set up. They've got, I think, the DraftKings, but either they're going to do the draft at the pool, or they're going to do it in the DraftKings Sportsbook where you guys put it up on the screen. This is something that, I mean, he did it at spur of the moment. Said, guys, this is where we're going. This is what we're going to do. Plan this for next year. It doesn't get any better. You bring they're all bringing their wives. They all got the rooms. They got a great room rate. They got the pool and everything, and the golf and everything else. Guys, this is the way you do your fantasy draft, right?
Yeah, I couldn't disagree. I mean, we have all the amenities, like you said. The wives can go to the spa. You can go to DraftKings, do the draft, do your thing. You know, bet the games while you're drafting, and you know, just have a good time all weekend, and you know, go play a round of golf. You know, in between. So. yeah, most definitely. It's one of the best experiences you can have.
That's it.
In the area.
Not just
So-
go and everybody just drafts. Go make it an event. This is what
Yeah.
fantasy drafts are going to be now. They're going to be. I got other buddies that are going, and I asked them. I think they're going to try to do Golden Nugget next year, but they're all going on a weekend golf trip this weekend. As a matter of fact, today they're starting and they're doing their fantasy draft on a golf weekend, which is great. This is what, and you got golf there, by the way. This is the way you got to do it. This is how fantasy drafts are going to go now. They're going to be events, not just let's pick our guys on a computer. Let's go. Let's make it a huge event and do it at the Golden Nugget. Just 2 hours down the road, 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road at in Lake Charles. Great place to get this job done. The DraftKings Sportsbooks has everything that you need for the NFL preseason. You got your picks out for season totals. Who you like this year?
Yeah, if we'll start out as far as the NFL, I like the under in New England. They're right now at 4.5 plus 130. I mean, if you look at their schedule, they start with Cincinnati, Seattle, Jets, San Fran, Miami, Houston, Jacksonville, Jets again. I don't see them winning until maybe November against Tennessee. And then they go Chicago, Rams, Miami, Indy, and then Arizona, Buffalo, Chargers, Buffalo. So, looking at that, they got, probably the worst offense in the league. I think Belichick, as far as a defensive standpoint, they're going to miss that. They're missing their linebacker. So as looking at this, I think under 4.5 is the way to go here for New England. And I'm even looking at going at 3.5 at 3-1 odds. I could easily see them only getting 2 to 3 wins for the year with that schedule.
Do you remember what happened? I would imagine you guys did pretty well on that. You had a lot, and then once again, I don't know what the action looked like in terms of futures, but I do remember the over/under for the Mets for the Jets last year being like 9.5, and I thought, oh my gosh, this is an easy over. This is an easy over with Aaron Rodgers, and then he gets hurt on the first series, and their season and that prop bet basically is up in flames. Do you remember how you guys made out last year with the Jets props? Did you have much action on? Do you get much action on win totals?
We do. I don't think it's played as heavy as the games. I mean, I think it's more of a fun prop bet. You do see you see more of the Super Bowl winner right now as far as, early futures than you do the win totals. You see a lot of people taking chances on the Super Bowl winner or, going to the Super Bowl more than the over-under totals. But, it is picking up. We did see a little bit more this year than we did last year. But to go back to the Jets, we were very fortunate. That was the talk of the nation was Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, and that he's going to the Super Bowl. And I do remember, we did okay as far as future bets with that. We knew that was probably not going to be hit after the first game. So you do see, like I said, you do see more of the Super Bowl bets than you do the over/under totals.
That's a little scary here because Houston is the talk of the world this year, right?
Yeah, you're definitely seeing some Houston action being, the proximity to Houston. So they're definitely the buzz. They're kind of like the Jets this year, and kind of the talk of how they progressed last year and where they're at, what they're projecting to be at this year. So definitely seeing a lot of movement from the Texans.
That's scary. I hate that. But what are you going to do when you're as good as they were last year and they add the additions that they had this year? It just scares me when the public is all over something. You know what happens?
Yeah, the expectations change. You go from the underdog to a favorite within a year, and you see how they handle it, and see what happens this year.
What's the you got any MVP or Rookie of the Year bets down?
You know what? I actually hopefully can cash in on Bo Nix. I took him. I think we talked about him about a month or two ago to be the starting quarterback. So it sounds like he, barring an injury, is going to be the starting quarterback for the Broncos. Also took the Broncos over 5.5 wins. I'm just riding the Bo Nix bandwagon right now. I think Sean Payton's starting to straighten up the Broncos a little bit, and I just see Bo Nix. It looks like from preseason, I think it's just going to be a smooth transition to get in there and get over 5 wins.
Have you had any I don't know if eye-popping's the word for it, but have you had any unusual action or anything that made you take a second look where maybe it was a big bet on a team you didn't expect, whether it was for or a player from a future standpoint?
We haven't seen anything that we have been seeing a little bit of Bears action, and seeing them to make the playoffs. There's also another run for the Falcons to be the number 1 seed, which is, I don't see it with Atlanta, but we're starting to, saw some of that where there were some large bets on Atlanta being the number 1 seed out of the NFC. So that was for me, an interesting bet. So, as far as that's probably the big ones we're seeing, and we're looking at it as far as futures. Another one is Derek Carr over 4,000 yards. He's 3-1 right now. So we've seen, I think it's proximity too with the Saints being in New Orleans that we're seeing some action on Derek Carr a little bit as well.
Derek over 4,000.
Yep.
You like that, Lance?
Who's the backup? Who's the backup over there? Could you see him getting benched at all? I mean, 4,000 is not some kind of magical number anymore like it was. There's quarterbacks that get over 4,000 that play from behind. I mean, 4,000 is interesting. I'd play it under.
What is it? 3-1, John?
Yeah, 3-1. Yep.
3-1 to go
pretty
over.
Good to go over. That's not bad.
Oh no, from a value standpoint,
yeah, that's pretty good. That's not bad. That's not bad. What is CJ over? What kind of props you got on CJ? Anything?
CJ, he's minus 160.
For over 4,000, minus
over
160.
4,000. Yeah.
See, I just worry. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
not great. That's not great value. That's
not
great value.
And then you got to worry about injuries.
If he misses a couple of games.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate playing favorites with those type of props.
Yeah, no, I don't like that either. 3-1 though is pretty good for Derek Carr. Of course, he is a captain checkdown. No, of course he's got Kamara though to throw to out of the backfield.
Yeah, Olaleye. Yeah.
Well, he's got some receivers too.
Olaleye. Yeah, I mean, he can absolutely.
But still, there's a reason it's plus 300.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Derek Carr. We can't lose sight of this.
Yeah,
fact.
I mean, the odds are there for a reason.
Yeah.
It's not a pick 'em.
What else is big? What else is going on there?
You know what? We got some college football starting up. I know there's only a few games this week, but we're starting to see some action. I like Florida State. They're returning 9 starters. Jordan Travis is back from injury. I like, they got one of the better defensive fronts, I think in the nation. Georgia Tech's awful, I think, against the run. I think you're going to see Florida State run the ball more this year. So I like Florida State. That opened up at 13.5. It's down to 10.
Oh, wow.
Which is interesting. Yeah. So at 13.5, I was kind of leaning Georgia Tech, but now down to 10. I kind of more I'm looking into it. I like Florida State.
Yeah, but John, okay, let's talk about that philosophy for a minute. That's 3.5 points. That's a big line move.
Yes.
Aren't you supposed to go with the move, not against it?
Well, up to a point.
Yes. Yeah.
At some point, you got to fade that and take the value.
If in fact, I guess.
Or does it pass through key numbers?
So what was? Yeah, and that's the thing. 13.5, first of all, isn't 14, and secondly, 10 is a key number. But so how are we supposed? Did the sharp money come in on that, or who's coming in on Georgia Tech to bring it down 3.5 points?
I think a lot of sharp money was on the 13.5, and you're seeing it starting. You're starting to see the pool go back up. I say, I'm thinking it will probably close 11.5 by the time it's done, and I think it's going back. If you can get Florida State at 10 or 9, you probably have better odds at Florida State than you do at Georgia Tech.
Brent Key is the head coach over there. He's former Alabama offensive line coach. He's a good coach. Brent Key is a good coach. It will be interesting. That's one of those things that would catch my eye. If you are, he's 11-10, I guess, as a head coach. If you are Brent Key, I mean, if they're fading Florida State that quick, and remember, Florida State lost their 2 best defensive line. They actually lost 3 starters off their defensive line. They lost 2 linebackers. They lost their starting 2 cornerbacks. There was a ton of Florida State guys in the draft. They lost their quarterback.
Well, no,
they
he's
lost,
back.
Huh?
Jordan Travis is back.
Oh, that's right. No.
Well, they lost him last year, but he's back.
No, Travis is in the draft.
Oh, yeah.
It just very quietly, Jordan Travis is in the draft.
Yeah, it's DJU.
Oh, yeah. Ukulele. Oh, man. John Chill, you're betting on ukulele? I don't know about this one, pal.
They lost Keon Coleman and Johnny Wilson. There's a lot. But you also think Florida State, first of all, Florida State's really well coached, and they probably are going to have some guys ready. But maybe the
Jared
Verse
Verse, you lost a lot of tackles.
You lost a lot of talent.
Yeah, a lot of
Brandon
talent.
Fisk, too.
Yeah. I can't bet on ukulele. Sorry, John. I thought no, I'm sorry. Jordan Travis got very little hype to coming out, didn't he?
Very little. It was. I even said this on a TV show at the draft, or maybe it was just a podcast. But I said I had to double check to make sure Jordan Travis was listed in my combine list that I had to write up, and I'm like, are we sure he didn't go back? Because no one's talking about Jordan Travis at all. And he had
fabulous.
Heisman hype at one point. And I'm like, he went back to school. I had to double check. Like, no, he was in the draft. We just never talked. It was just, and I watched him on tape. He was not an NFL quarterback, but that doesn't matter for college purposes. That guy won every game he quarterbacked.
He would have made more if he'd have come back.
Yeah, no, he 100% should have come back.
You got any UFC stuff going on or anything, John?
Yeah, we're looking at the. Let me get back to my odds here, see where updating it is. I like. I like Noons. Oh. Yeah, I like Noons over. I like the over in 2.5 rounds in the Noons Cavalante fight early. Don't know if the card's going to produce a lot of action this week, but I like that as far as that. So, we got it's picking up too. Is we got some preseason football. Interesting. We've talked about a little about the unders. 27-6, the unders have hit in preseason, which is interesting. Yeah, I did not know. I knew they were at a good clip. I did not realize they were 27-6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that is something to look at next year, huh?
Yep. Yeah.
Get in on the unders early.
Yep. And with that being said, I kind of like the over in the Bears game this week, and it's at 32. I think they've hit the over every week they've played in preseason. So I kind of like that this week. But yeah, it was interesting to see that. So I'm going with the odds. Got a 27-7. So I'm liking the Bears and Chiefs to go over 32 points this week.
Got it. Well, it's hard with all these backups in there now. Of course, the defense is backups too. So this is a tough week to predict. But okay, over 32 on that Bears game. That's John Chill, and he is at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. John, again, everybody, make your plans now for next year's fantasy. Get your guys together and do your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. My boy Houston is doing it there. He heard the spot and he said, "I'm bringing a fantasy draft to Golden Nugget Lake Charles. It's going to be great. I wish we were doing it. But we're too stupid. We're gonna do it, like regular people, which is dumb. Let's go to the Golden Nugget Lake.
I know. I thought we were going to switch it up.
Have a big.
We had momentum going.
I know we did have a little, but we couldn't get it done. We'll try to do it next year. John, as always, man, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging with us.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, John. Thanks, Lance.
Yeah, and I'm talking about the Golden Nugget right now. Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the place to go get your feed bag on. You're kidding me? What, 11 restaurants? You got Vic and Anthony's. You got, it's a grotto. You got restaurant after restaurant after. The seafood restaurant is fabulous as well. You're looking for a great place. If you love restaurants, this is the place to go. If you want to go swimming, okay, get out by the lazy river. You want to get a cabana. It's a party out there all the time. You want to play golf, they've got that. You want to go nightclubbing, they've got that. You want to play poker, they got a great poker room. I play there a bunch. The casino, of course, it's second to none. The hotel, it's like you're in a Vegas hotel. They're beautiful, beautiful suites, beautiful rooms. Like brand new. The place is fabulous. I love it. It's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. I'm a big casino fan, but I got to tell you, when you don't have to travel all the way to Vegas, when you don't have to buy the flights, when you don't have to get to the airport an hour and a half before the flight, all of those things, you're almost in Lake Charles. So by the time you go to the airport, before you even get on the plane, you could almost be in Lake Charles. So you're looking for a great way to have a great weekend or during the week, whatever the case may be. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
Who's this guy? Make sure that you grab yourself a bottle of Maestro Bell before your weekend gets started. We're Thursday, so you've got time, but you can do it today. You can do it tomorrow, but a bottle of Maestro Bell gets the weekend started right, and you know what? Sometime finish right as well, depending on how you're going. It's Reposado, it's Añejo, it is the silver, it's smoked silver, it's the Cristalino. The Cristalino is a blend of 3 different tequilas that is charcoal filtered and then aged and distilled for an amount of time that creates a very special tequila. In fact, it's actually a category that they invented, and that now you'll see some other tequila companies have quote unquote Cristalinos as well, because they're copying Maestro Bell. Maestro Bell's been in a space for years, but they've been huge in Mexico. They decided to come on over to the United States and get with a distributing company and distributorship. And now everyone is able to experience how good Maestro Bell is. And I had somebody reach out just the other day. One of the listeners said, man, he goes, I wasn't expecting it to be as good as you were saying. I don't know why. I'm not trying to lie to you. Maestro Bell is that good. Check it out for yourself. Wherever fine liquors are sold, it's Maestro Bell.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Of course they were. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 921. Okay, so we were just talking with John. With John Chill over at the Golden Nugget. Any value in betting Bo Nix Rookie of the Year? Now that it's official.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's my number. I think maybe 5, but I had to write that article in June. Like June 23rd is when I wrote that article. So now, I would make Bo Nix number 3. I'd go Caleb. I'd go. For me, I'd go. I'm still going to stick with Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 2, and then I go Bo Nix 3.
You don't have any faith in Jaden Daniels?
Well,
I think Jaden has a chance.
Take it back. Last time I had Jaden 3. I think that the defense is a little tough. I don't know. Is it? I mean, you have the Giants defense, which is okay. You have the Eagles, who are one of the worst pass defense in the league. Yeah, I guess probably I should go Jaden Daniels ahead. Realistically, it's probably Caleb, Jaden, Bo, and then Marvin Harrison. Realistically,
I mean, it's only the preseason, but we've all watched all 3 of them. But as far as what translates to NFL success, what Jaden's doing in the preseason, just standing there firing from the pocket. Caleb Williams and Bo Nix are running around and what they did in college. Jaden Daniels kind of doing what he did in college. I saw him this week and I thought to myself, as far as that's what an NFL quarterback should look like down to down, it was him. And it's only the preseason, but so far.
Yeah, I would tell you the big difference is he's going to see disguises and looks that he hasn't seen, and I think the game is going to.
That's when he takes off,
speed
though.
Up for him.
Well,
but
that's when he takes off,
and he can do it.
And he's the best runner of the 3.
Yeah,
I think Jaden Daniels. I'm not going to say it because
of what?
Because other teams in my fantasy league might be listening.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, now they kind of know what you want to say.
Look at Jacob Melton's mustache. Now this guy should be in the big leagues already. Okay. Jacob Melton has a porn stash.
I know how I feel about one of our guys having a mustache.
Reed Shepard's got a mustache going right now.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
it was
that's
troubling.
not great. That's not great.
I mean, white
he's trying
guy
to look older. He looks like he's 12 out there.
NBA player with mustache. Who's the last guy you can think of? And don't say like somebody like Steven Adams, because he wouldn't count. He's not. He's not an American.
What
you want a white American basketball player with a mustache?
Yeah.
Hero's got
Morrison.
Hero's got a wispy one going.
Morrison.
Adam Morrison.
Yeah.
True.
It's wispy.
Yeah, it was real wispy.
And what do you get with Adam Morrison? That is no good. You got someone else?
I gave you Hero. Hero's got a wispy thing going on.
Arovich.
Yeah.
Oh, that was bad.
Does he have his head set on?
He doesn't have his headset on. He's telling you Tyler Hero.
Yeah, but I'm not.
He's
Tyler
a white
Hero's
American
not,
basketball player.
Like he's not, but he doesn't wear it normally.
Well, yeah, he does. It's not a
okay. So if I type in Tyler Hero,
you're going to
see
see a wispy.
Right
the last couple years, he's got a wispy thing going on above his lip.
Well, that's like my son's trying to grow a mustache.
Well, yeah. Is that good?
Wait a minute. This is what Dell's trying to count, John.
That's not a must. That's
He's
a
trying to
goatee,
count
and it's
this.
terrible.
Well, I said it was not good.
Man, that's got less hair than. No.
Watch it.
No.
Watch it.
Good Lord. Like, we should be able to get through a segment without him doing this.
Have you met him?
Yeah, but still.
That's terrible.
Let's look at his. I'm going to look at his Instagram.
Who?
No, I don't need to. He is very much wispy. I mean, this is as good as he can do. It looks like something from it's a poor man's Color Me Bad, whatever that group was called. Look how, or I think that is what they were called. Look, this isn't a mustache. This is not what we were talking about.
Well, how many?
I'm talking about a mustache, like what do they call him? A crumb catcher.
A soup sifter?
It's not even a landing strip. Get out of here.
Why would you use
had
that
to say
term?
it. Like he was figuring out how to say
Yeah,
it.
he was trying to work his
this
way.
whole time. That's a Hitler.
That was
the only mustache you'll find that's like that is a
Hitler.
And no one's wearing the Hitler.
Nobody's doing that.
Jordan
anymore.
tried to heat check it, and he was like, nope, can't do this.
Um,
No one seems to like this. White guy, mustache, basketball was Adam Morrison, was one of one, and then you have to go all the way back
to Bird.
Yeah, Bird had one.
Bird did have one.
Bird was a mustache guy. You got to go back to the 80s. I don't think you can even find one in the 90s.
Yeah, most guys.
Once mustaches went out for white guys, they did not come back.
Yeah, most guys, if you're going to have any hair, you're gonna actually have some chin hair too. You're not just gonna have a full on, unless you're being ironic.
But Jacob Melton did just a full-on mustache.
No, mustache has made a huge comeback with the white guy, and it's
bad.
somewhat ironic,
It's
but
bad. Why?
I don't know, but it's
Warren
bad.
Sharp.
Warren Sharp has worn one forever. Warren Sharp has a robust mustache.
He doesn't get any whiter than Warren
mustache.
Sharp.
But the mustache, white guy mustache, is really a thing in baseball. I mean, Paul Skeens has been bringing the mustache. He was mustache guy at LSU, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So mustache. You want to go to a mixologist or a chef? They'll have chefs will have a mustache. Mixologist. I don't think it's ironic. It's hipster. I'll admit it's a little bit hipster.
A guitarist in an indie band would probably like a new would have
one
right now.
It was gone for a long time. Like it was gone. And then goatees came back. You went a little House of Pain goatee tried to come back.
KJ says Rick Smits.
Yeah, he had one of those blonde, wispy mustaches.
Can't count tall guys like that.
What?
Didn't
Why
the
are
Bulls
tall
have
guys
a big
disqualified?
Oh, God. What was that guy who played for Milwaukee with curly hair?
Oh, Paul
McKeskey.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a mustache guy. God. Now, see, I don't want my kids to ever see Paul McKeskey because then the Jordan Plummer stuff.
And this is when Jordan played.
Oh, my God. Like, well, Boban? This is LeBron's era. Is Boban 7'7" guys who are eating goldfish crackers?
Come on.
I know.
Yeah, right. All right, 928 ESPN, 97.5 and 92.5. We got a couple of things. We got to talk about the Rockets, and we got a kid.
Oh, Bill Hanslick had a mustache.
Yeah, Bill Hanslick did have
Denver's Bill Hanslick had a mustache.
We got the Rockets that we got to talk about, and a kid making a prediction for the Raiders. I put in the rundown. We will hear from him and see his prediction for the Vegas Raiders, and I think it's pretty accurate if you want to know the truth. HRP is what we're talking about now. You talk about accurate. Talk about technology. It's just fantastic. You're looking at. I'm telling you, they've got proprietary technology that other people are trying to get a hold of, and they're just not. Mike Holly says, no. We're holding on to it. We love the way that we're doing it. Other people want it because there is a technology to this thing. This doesn't matter if you're commission, if you are salary, if you're hourly, whatever the case may be. They figure it's easy to figure out for them. It's not a problem. It's easy if you're them, not if you're you. Okay. There's a lot of work that goes into it if you've got 15, 20, 30, 40 employees and you're still doing your payroll yourself. This is not something that you want to do. This is not something that you know how to do. And especially when it comes to tax time. I mean, the tax implications of what they do versus the way that you're doing it. And you don't know the Affordable Care Act either. They have experts in the Affordable Care Act to make sure that you're always compliant. You're looking for the best way to get that payroll to your people, take care of your taxes, take care of your HR. They do it all. And then they give you choices on your benefits packages, which the other guys don't. You're looking for the best way to get that payroll to your people? HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So there is a story here. Oh, what? Oh no. Uh-oh. What? Sam is in there. Are you coming on, Sam? Yes, she is. Okay. This is something. We were going to talk a little Rockets basketball, but now Sam is here and we got to talk. No, is that it or this one? Which one, Del? Is this the one? We don't know. Put this one.
Okay, Sam. So Dell, when I came out, Dell said, and I thought she and Sam had half a plate of the food that Anthony brought, and I thought they were trying to set me up to see if I would steal someone's food, which was what I thought he was trying to do.
Yeah. Which you are want to do.
No. But anyway, I'm not want to. But he said that Sam, he's like, oh, well, Dell, why don't you tell John what you told me, and that will set us up. I don't know if Dell can hear us.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I was trying to fix the camera for Twitch so she can get on. I haven't been able to do it yet.
So, yeah, she better be on, otherwise.
So let me fix it and then.
Okay, set that. Well, so he told me, you tell him what he told me. You tell John.
He said that, well, I'll just say what I said. I heard y'all talking about mustaches. I like a good mustache.
What?
Yeah, just the mustache. No chin hair, nothing.
Just the
good
Magnum
mustache.
PI, the Warren Sharp. And Dell showed her the Warren Sharp, and she's like, yes, that. And Warren is a real mustache.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a Magnum PI mustache.
So why is that? Well, you're the only human I know that says this.
A lot of girls like mustaches.
Really?
It reminds me of like a Western cowboy.
Huh.
Like,
Do you
I
like
like
Yellowstone? Did you watch Yellowstone?
Mm-mm.
Okay, but you like that rough, gruff.
You like that.
Where'd you go to school again? What, like
Sagu.
I know, but where is it?
Near Dallas, near Fort Worth.
But
Really?
is it?
Well,
but
that's
is it
country
in the
now.
country somewhere?
That's country, yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Near Ennis. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's country.
That's country. Did you have a lot of guys there with just mustaches? You
I
did?
dated a few guys.
You
with
did?
mustache.
Yeah, it's a thing now.
Just mustache.
Mustache is absolutely a thing, and my son Drake he's just a mustache guy now, and it's off-putting for me.
No, it's not good. Especially if it's wispy and terrible. I mean, what are you doing? So is Sam on now? He is? She is?
We've got a dissenting opinion from another woman in the office.
All right.
Chelsea has chimed in and said,
Chelsea, what'd she say?
It's gross.
It is gross. Thank you. Good night.
Oh, yeah, Chelsea from our sales staff.
Yeah.
We were just having that discussion.
And Chelsea
she
knows.
get on that microphone and tell John why. Get
go
on
ahead.
Dell's microphone.
No, Dell's microphone. Get on Dell's microphone.
Just tell John why. This is the funniest. She is scarred. And Sam and I were talking to her during the break. Sam was like, yeah, I like a good mustache. I said, I just asked if she, I don't want to say that.
Go ahead.
But,
No,
and then
so
Chelsea's
I grew
like, she was vehemently opposed.
Go ahead, Chelsea.
My dad had the biggest. I just sent Lance a picture. He had the biggest handle. What's it called?
Handlebar.
Handlebar. Yeah, he looked like Hulk Hogan. And when he would drink milk at nighttime, you could just see it.
That's terrible.
And it scarred me for life. I hate it. It's gross.
Yeah.
It's gross.
And
he would come and kiss me goodnight on the head or on the cheek, right on the side, and you could just feel no.
Wet
Hardcore
hair.
no.
So your
My
husband
has
doesn't.
a baby face.
Your husband has a baby
rule?
face?
Yes.
And listen,
Hardcore no.
Chelsea gets
Absolutely
pregnant
not.
a lot. Okay, so I mean, there is no. I mean, she's got a lot of kids. Okay, so
You do?
yeah.
Well, John, I don't know if you know, but mustache people can get you pregnant too.
No,
not
this one.
Chelsea.
Not this one.
Not
not
Chelsea.
her. Not
No.
her. Yeah.
So her husband had better keep that baby face.
Yeah.
All right. That's
Yeah.
it.
That's the.
Yeah.
But you, Sam, are okay with her age group though. Mustache is back. Paul Skeens is back. She likes Paul Skeens' mustache.
Yeah, you like that? No.
I will say one time I was making out with the guy I was talking to and he had a mustache and right after I just went.
Oh, that's
Ooh.
gross.
But it's okay.
That's
gross.
gross.
I
That
still
didn't
like
gross you out?
him. A little, yeah. But
Picking
I
out
still
the
like
hairs out of your mouth.
But Wyatt Earp,
Wow.
at the end of the day, she so you like those like you're gonna like the cowboy types, like the rough and tumble. Yeah, you like mustaches.
You
then
should watch Yellowstone. You'd like it. They got some of them cowboys on there.
They got some guys. You
and my wife would never, but she likes the hair. She wants to keep the hair on the face. I don't get it. Okay, why?
Because it's like manly. Like I want a man, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your parents? What's your nationality?
I'm Mexican.
You're Mexican.
Full breed.
They Mexican people like hair.
She just said full breed.
Full breed.
What's your nickname?
What is my nickname?
No Sabo.
Oh, okay.
It's not a nickname.
It's not a nickname, but
term.
I'm a
Wasabi? What?
No
Sabo.
Sabo. I didn't know
No
this.
Sabo.
I didn't know this term.
No
before.
save, no Sabo.
Yeah, like I'm a Mexican, a full breed Mexican, but I don't speak Spanish, so I'm a no Sabo.
No Sabo.
Yeah.
That's a nickname. Not a nickname. It's frankly a slur. But I'd never heard that before.
I never heard that,
term.
but that makes sense because you don't. It's not no Sabo. It's
I had
no
heard
say.
coconut.
Yeah,
I've
I'm a
heard that
coconut. I'm
before.
an Oreo.
But you're no Sabo. But the Mexican man has never given up on the mustache.
No,
now.
or the chest hair.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, easy Italian Greek.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
No. You got to clean it up.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
You do got to clean it up.
I would say no. Yeah, no chest hair.
No chest
Wait,
hair.
you're going mustache, no chest
No
hair.
chest hair.
Well, good luck.
Yeah. Where are you gonna find this guy?
Or okay, it's fine if it's a little bit, but like I went to a school with a guy and cool guy, but his chest hair went all the way up to his neck.
Yeah, that's not.
No, I don't want to date a monk like an animal.
Yeah. Well, but and that's something you can.
That's rough.
Trim that up.
I'm gonna tell people. For anyone who's out there who's
Clean
dealing
it
with
up.
that's rough.
Clean it up for
That is
Sam.
rough.
Okay.
Well, but that's something you can.
She don't
you
want
can't
that.
trim up.
Mhm.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
You don't have to be an animal, as she said.
Right. You don't
We're
have to
not
be-
calling
I know
you
you
guys
may have
animals.
been born with chest hair, gentlemen, but you also are known as animals.
Right.
Just the grooming. Just some grooming is
Yeah.
all she's looking for.
Not picking at it like a monkey. Right. That's what she said.
Well,
Yeah. Don't
and throwing
picking
stuff
bugs
afterwards.
out of your hair.
Yeah, she don't want you throwing that stuff at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
either.
man groomer, something like that.
Right. Do something. Clean it up. Let's clean it up. All right, Sam. We're very surprised at you.
Yeah,
I'm a
was
little
surprised.
disappointed,
and
too.
she's like 100%. She does not back away from the mustache.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. A little disappointed and surprised and disappointed.
So what's wrong with the mustache?
It's just not.
I don't know. I
not-
can't put a finger on it. I don't know. It's just.
Would you grow now, John? You're keeping your mustache because
Okay,
the most
it used
important
to be
woman in your
called a
life
porn
wants
stash.
you to have
Well,
one,
it's
right?
not, but it's a
or
beard.
facial hair.
That's not
She
a-
wants facial hair.
Yeah,
That's
she
why
wants
you're
facial
keeping
He
it.
trims it.
Yeah, but she wants facial hair, so you're keeping it.
And she
Like-
wants it trimmed.
Yeah, so if a woman, if Sam, whoever she
And she
chooses,
says, grow a mustache?
you're the guy's gonna
Now,
grow a
look at that.
mustache.
Sam, what about that?
No.
How horrible is
You
that?
can't- That's just some guy.
Jared, he's got nothing. He's got no facial hair except just a little
strings are hanging
strings
from his chin.
hanging from his
That's
chin. That's awful.
That's no good.
Why would you wake up and think this is a good
But
look?
you said mustache, no goatee.
Yeah.
Oh, that's I don't get her.
Yeah.
Well, she's she's
Beard.
disappointed.
What if he has a full-grown mustache with a full beard?
As long as it's trimmed, I don't really.
I want
don't
a
like
cowboy.
long.
She knows what she wants.
She wants
That's
a
fine.
cowboy. All right. Hey, you cowboys out there.
Not Dallas.
Yeah. we
Not
don't-
Dallas Cowboys.
Not Dallas Cowboys.
You don't want to
Shoot
No,
your
no.
shot.
Shoot your
If
shot.
you're a wrangler,
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Sam.
Well,
You can
Sam
ride a
said-
horse. Sam wants to go horseback
on.
riding.
Did Sam
No.
say shoot your shot?
Hold on.
John's out here
Hold
telling
on.
people, shoot your shot.
He said
No,
it
I said
first.
that. I said that this
He
time.
said it.
Well, I noticed Dell says a
He
lot
says
of stuff.
stuff. He
You
says
say
I
a
told
lot of
Sam
stuff.
he's kind of it's a trap Dell says. He tries to come off with, oh, me,
I'm
just
such a
little
nice
ally
guy.
to the people, and
And
then
then-
everything's a trap.
It's not a trap.
con.
I'm complicated. It's not a trap. Sometimes I feel a certain way.
Complicated. It's complicated. All right, Sam. We
Chad
appreciate
is saying real cowboys are Mexicans, and Tony is Mexican, by the way. Real cowboys are Mexicans.
Well,
the
are
vaquero is a
Mexicans
real thing.
are Mexicans
The vaquero
cowboys?
is a real thing.
But are all Mexicans cowboys? That's the question.
No.
Are all cowboys Mexican? No.
No, but anybody can grow a mustache, but that doesn't mean you have a shot with Sam.
No, right.
Period.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Yeah, right.
Good job.
She likes mustaches, but not all
if
mustaches.
you want a chance
are-
with Sam, you have to grow a mustache. So it works
That's
both
right,
ways.
right.
Well, I don't know if La Raza wants to throw shade at Sam, but he did call him specifically to throw shade.
Where is
Okay.
he? Okay,
It's
go ahead.
Thursday. Throw some shade, La Raza.
Go ahead, La Raza.
¿Qué pasó, mijo?
¿Qué pasó, gentlemen? Buenos días. I would like to make some shade at the ladies of ESPN, Abigail or Abadel and Sammy, for fat shaming. That she said she will feed her husband a salad if he got too fat, and for calling us gorillas and animals. That's very disrespectful, ladies.
Who said that?
I'll make him, get a
First
salad.
off-
Hey, let's go run together.
You call guys monkeys.
Hey, let's go run
Okay,
together,
no.
animal.
She caught herself and said animal. She doesn't want an animal. Just groom yourself is all she's really
That's
looking
all.
for.
I'm just saying to groom yourself.
Hey, clean it up, La Raza. Okay? Why? Just because you're a hairy animal? Okay.
Okay, watch it, Sean.
Some
I know,
women
probably
like
hit too hard.
chest hair. I just don't like it.
Yeah, it's just
That's
not
all.
your thing.
And she also did mention that she would use salad and running to convince her
Yeah.
husband not
Did
to
I
be
ever
so
call
fat.
him fat?
No.
No,
Not
but
But you would
but he
you
felt
would
it.
give him a salad.
But it felt
If
it.
I'm keeping up with myself and I'm making my, how do I even say this? If I'm worried about my
Presentable?
health and everything, and I'm keeping myself up,
Worried
then
about
why,
my health.
then why then why can't my husband or my
No, it's
boyfriend
true.
do it?
That's
It's
true.
just it hit La Raza some type of way. That's all.
Right.
He felt hurt by it.
Well,
Right.
was
You're
I
not
targeting
with
You-
him.
you heard him.
But La Raza felt hurt, and I think he has a goatee, doesn't he? Or does he have a
Yeah.
mustache?
I'm
No,
pretty
it's-
sure he's
it's
not.
not-
Listen, the,
He's an animal.
listen.
He's got facial hair.
You're
Yeah.
somebody else's 10. You're just not my 10.
Oh, how about that?
That's a nice thing.
How
to
about
say.
that? Okay, he might be somebody else's 5. You don't know.
Yeah,
You don't know.
that's true.
Just
Yeah.
good enough is what you say?
Every man is someone else's
Right
3.
there. That's right. All right, 9:45, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We
Thank
learned
you.
we learned a little something.
We did learn something about Sam. Okay, you mustache
We
guys
learned
out
about
there.
Sam. We also learned that mustaches
You got
are
a shot.
viable.
So you're
for the
saying there's a
20-year
chance.
The 20-something man, a mustache is viable, as we're beginning to see. With you saw Jacob Melton, which started this.
Yep.
Paul Skeens, Reed Shepard. Like we're seeing
What is?
Reed Shepard.
Does Jeremy Pena have a mustache?
does
No,
not.
he's too
he
baby
doesn't.
face.
I can tell you, I
But
saw him
I'll
up close.
take Jeremy Pena any day.
Even without a mustache?
even
Some
without-
things-
He's always gonna be a
Something
smooth face.
supersede the
That's right,
mustache.
that's right.
Yes.
And Jeremy Pena does that.
Yes.
So if you're listening,
Yeah. There you go. See, Jeremy.
I saw him up close, Sam. I can tell you, not hairy. You don't have to worry about it.
Not Harry, Sam.
No.
Okay. Why didn't you
Smooth.
bring Sam with you to that?
I know.
I tried.
Chelsea had a +1, and her +1 was her young son who loves the Astros.
Dale, you had a +1.
No, I did
You
not.
had a +1.
No, I did not.
You jerk.
I was not informed
He's
of a
not a good
+1.
person.
You know what I'm not going to do?
Lance tried though.
You know what
I
men
did.
don't like to do? Even if it's a coworker, bring a girl someplace for another guy to hang out with her.
That's what. No, if you're going to be a good guy, that's
No,
what you do.
I don't want to be her wingman.
That's all. Why did you need? Were you trying to hit on Jeremy?
Well,
Okay.
well,
I mean, if he,
I don't know. Well, who knows?
he's that cute.
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw him up close.
All right, Sam. Thank you. We appreciate. Go get your sandwich. Okay. Sam's got a little breakfast sandwich that
Anthony, our boy,
Anthony brought in for
And
us.
it's dangerous with Lance in the room.
It is. So
Mix
that's
in a
how about that? A
salad.
sandwich sat here and Lance didn't even steal it one time. How about that?
It's an upset.
The chat just said, mix in a salad, you monkeys, because they wanted to combine all the, or you
Right.
animals. You drop both on people.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not nice.
All right, we got to break it. We'll do this tomorrow. 6 NBA teams that will be markedly better this upcoming NBA season.
And I'll tease it off. And my player I was going to mention who did something in Major League that only few players have done, Ellie De La Cruz, 60 stolen bases, 20 home runs. It's only been done in the past by Joe Morgan did it twice in 73 and 76. You had Ricky Henderson did it with the Yankees twice and the Athletics once. The last time he did it was 1990. You had Eric Davis did it in 1986. Now, we have more stolen bases in the 80s, 70s, 80s,
Yeah.
90s. And then the only players who have done it since 1990 are last year Ronald Acuna and this year Ellie De La Cruz. The 60 stolen
60
bases
is
are the hard one.
Yeah, 60 is. That's a lot.
When Joe Morgan played, 20 home runs might have been harder than 60 stolen
But
bases.
then 100 stolen bases was out there.
Yeah, Ricky could get
yeah.
that.
Ricky get that, and so did Vince Coleman. I think
Dude,
he had
Ricky
100.
was, yeah, he had 96. He got to 100. Ricky was crazy. You think about Ricky Henderson. Oh, man, was he good.
Yep. 60 is a ton. All right, we got to break it. You got John Daspit. We just saw John Daspit.
Yeah, I just saw him a commercial with University of Texas baseball team. He does stuff with University of Houston baseball team as well. It's part of the, part of the. So he put a mustache on a picture. Send that to me. So John Daspit has been part of the NIL scene here. Talking about doing something locally for a local high school as well. It's great when you have somebody like John Daspit who gives back to the community that he also gives back to from a work standpoint. He helps defend people, and a lot of times these are going to be people who are impoverished. They're going to be people who typically wouldn't be able to get to doctors because they're afraid of the cost. They don't have insurance, and they need someone to fight for them when they're injured due to someone else's negligence. You need someone who is going to help you pay those hospital bills, pay for the time missed from work, and take care of your pain and suffering. And that's John Daspit. John Daspit does an amazing job of working hard for you to help you make up for the bills, the hospital bills, and things like that will start piling up when you're injured. And if you've been injured due to someone else's negligence, it's up to the insurance company to take care of that. But the lawyers on the other side are fighting against you. John Daspit fights for you. His 60-plus lawyers are going to fight for you. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com or call 713. Call now.
Hey, time for me to talk about my people over at Chastain Ford. I just love Chastain Ford. I know that they're going to do right by me. I know that they're always going to do right by me. I know that they're going to work their tails off to get me the best deal that I could possibly get. I know that they're going to do that for you as well, because that's what they do every single time. If you are somebody that is looking for a new vehicle, this is the place to go. I think I'm going to get into the Bronco next. I've been driving it for the last couple of days. Love it. Love the Bronco. They've got the Bronco Sport right now. $299 lease. All right. Nothing down. $299 a month. Are you kidding me? To start, that's a great starter car. And $299 a month is a great price for you to get your kids into that. If you got somebody who's 16, 17, 18, just starting to drive, well, think about this Bronco Sport. Leasing it for just $299 a month. It's a great deal. $4,500 off on the XLT, the F-150 XLT, $4,500 in cash right now. And then you got service agreements that are absolutely free. It's ridiculous. It is so good at Chastain Ford. This is a great time to get there because they're in the summer. You know, it's a tough summer months. They are dealing. They are wheeling and dealing, and they're getting you into that vehicle with no add-ons and no markups. The only place to go to get your Ford on right now is Chastain Ford. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. All right, news of the weird here coming your way here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So $5 million worth of meth was disguised as watermelons found at California Customs checkpoint. $5 million worth of meth. Would you rather have a watermelon, a regular watermelon with seeds, or a watermelon with meth? Which one?
Seeds, barely.
Seeds. Well, but how much more would it be worth if you got to look at all of these watermelons? All of these watermelons had this is crates of watermelons.
Had meth in them?
Meth in them.
How did they do that?
See, I don't know, but
they must have drilled some kind of, but you still have to get.
I know you have
a lot
to
of
stop
meth
it
in
up.
there.
Well, and you put it in bags that are won't
Yeah.
the seal
Tell me,
won't
how
break.
do you when you're trying to mule meth in? What do you do?
I like to put it in my coffee cans because then the
Okay.
dogs can't smell it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's in a coffee can.
Sure.
But
I thought watermelon would be a good one.
I thought watermelon would be solid.
Watermelon would work.
I thought watermelon would be solid. I was wrong. How about this? Ron DeSantis, the administration wants to put golf courses and pickleball courts in more Florida state parks. Is this guy the greatest governor ever? He wants to put a golf course in a state park. I mean,
golf course and pickleball in a state park.
This is
the dumbest thing I've
it is
ever
the
heard.
greatest idea I've ever
People
heard.
who love nature and want to enjoy something.
There's no better nature
get
than a
away,
golf course, except when it's cart path only.
and get away from pickleball noise. And
Pickleball's
pickleball's
loud.
the loudest
It
thing.
is loud.
I saw a TV show where it was on Real Sports where people were moving out of neighborhoods because pickleball is just too loud. It is a loud.
It's loud. No,
it is a loud
there's no
sport.
question. So golf is a lot quieter.
Golf is quieter.
Yeah, there's no
But they have golf courses. Can't state parks be state? Does anyone do state park stuff on a golf? Would you be upset?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is a state park great? Yes. Is it better with a golf course? Yes.
And is a golf course great? Yes. Would it be better with state park features like bears and badgers?
Well, there you go.
And deer.
Well, we got alligators
and
already.
Hikers.
We got alligators.
We need
Screw
hikers.
hikers.
No, you got to be able to. If golfers are going to be at state
Just stay
parks,
out the way.
let the hikers go across the path. You have to wait till the hikers done.
Hikers and bicyclists.
You can't
Get-
drive
beat
until
it.
the hikers
Beat
off
it.
the field.
Beat it.
Exactly.
I got to
See?
stop my car for you.
Don't like that.
Beat it.
Let some hikers on your pickleball courts.
No. Well,
See how they
I
like
don't
that?
care about that. Go.
Let mountain bike riders on a pickleball court while they're playing.
A fan got on stage at the Macklemore concert. I saw Macklemore, by the way.
When?
And-
In your California?
No, at Galveston at
Why
the
did
Mardi
you-
Gras.
Oh, so you didn't go on purpose.
No, yeah, I did. I mean, Macklemore.
You
was
didn't
fun.
on purpose say Macklemore.
Unfortunately, the fan who got on stage, she forgot she was wanted by police and arrested and thrown in jail.
That's
you
actually
can't. That's something that you should really retain if you're going to do something stupid like jump on stage at a concert. You should retain the fact that you are wanted by police. Okay. Have you seen this?
Wait a minute. As my intrepid producer Sean Mapes pointed out, going to jail because you're at a Macklemore concert, isn't that the appropriate punishment? You went to a concert.
Did the crime fit the punishment?
The crime
fit
was
crime?
going to the Macklemore concert.
Just going to the Macklemore concert, you should be thrown in jail.
So which one is the
no.
crime? Are you being punished by being at the Macklemore concert, or do you go to jail because you were at the Macklemore concert?
Somebody else just sent a post to me on.
Yeah.
Dustin said, "You know who else loves mustaches? And it's Hannah McNair. That's true.
I'm not
Cal
sure.
McNair.
You sure it was the mustache that got that?
You
Cal
keep trying
McNair.
to allude to something beyond love.
Cal McNair is the king of the mustaches in Houston.
I don't know.
Who name somebody who's with a more iconic mustache than Cal?
Nobody.
McNair?
You know it immediately when you see it on a T-shirt and
Yeah.
it's just a stash.
Name
It's
somebody with
Cal.
a more iconic
No, it's Cal.
mustache.
It's the Cal. There's no question. All right, we're done. You guys wasted so much time talking about Macklemore.
No, mustaches. That took over
Mustaches did take over the show. There's no question. We're done. Tomorrow, holiday show. It's Friday.
It's a holiday show for me.
It's your last day, maybe ever. We don't know.
And we got to turn the Twitch
you don't know.
off. We got to turn the camera off for when Abigail comes in, so she feels comfortable coming into the show.
No, that's dumb. Keep it on. More viewers.
Yeah, but don't tell her how to pull chat up.
Yeah, no, she can't pull the chat up.
She knows how. I'm gonna inform her. She probably
don't
shouldn't.
read it.
It's got to be terrible to be an attractive girl to have literally unwanted, like, the things that are said.
Look at Lance.
Holy crap.
Women are like, yeah, we've been saying that for hundreds of years.
I know, but I'm starting to figure it out because of chat comments.
Well,
this can't be fun to read.
No, we're bad people. I mean,
Yeah.
we're bad. Men are bad. Really bad.
Yeah.
But Vanderford's really good.
No, Vanderford's really look, with every really bad, there's a really good. No air conditioner is really bad. If you don't have air conditioning, that is really bad. And Vanderford Air says we want to turn it into a really good situation. So what they'll do is they get out there same business day, and they can come out and check up on you and your system and make sure that everything's going well. It's 281-557-COOL, COOL. And they go through the entire, right now they can do a checkup for you where they'll go through your entire system. They can add Freon. They can, clean out your emergency drain. But if you know that you have an issue and you say, look, I don't need the tune-up. I need to literally find out what's going on quickly. They get out there. They will figure it out quickly. They'll get you a price to fix it. And then from there, you're on your way to getting cool again. If you know you need a new air conditioning system, they can work with you to get the air conditioning system that's going to fit your budget and fit the size of your home, because some AC systems are too big for homes and some are too small. So you want the one that is Goldilocks, just right for your home. They are the company that you can trust. It's Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
So, Sean, you asked me which side I was going to sit on today because you have to assess that and then position the you don't position the cameras, but you pick the camera that's going to be on for our stream. So I'm sitting on John's side because the camera that I would normally sit in front of has an issue. And of course, our social team sends me a text right before the show starts. Hey, can you sit on the good camera side, please? I mean, if you could have just looked at the stream. But you sent the text to me. Okay, that's Sam. She's the head of our social team. In fact, she is she is our social team. She was a star of the John Land Show earlier this morning. Mustache is in, body hair out, according to Sam. Shave, guys, groom. Just find a way to not be so hairy unless it's above your lip. Then she doesn't mind it. So that's where we're at.
Keep it all right there, in the 1 inch under your nose.
Yeah, that space between your nose and your lip, she's good with it. Maybe as much hair as possible. As long as that probably has to be maintained too. She's looking for a cowboy, guys. She's looking for a cowboy. Or at least a reasonable facsimile. I don't know if you have the Bronco bus. I don't know if you have to rope a calf. I don't know what she's actually looking for. But at least give off the impression that you could do all those things. Sam, great member of the team. You heard her here earlier this morning. Okay, Sean, we talked about this yesterday. What did we want from Justin Verlander? He kind of gave us what we asked for.
The Kikuchi standard.
Yeah, I mean he didn't get through 6. He got through 5, the 75 pitches or so. He gave up a couple runs early. He did it early. The thing he did not do was get Duran out and not give up runs. That guy just wrecked the Astros all series long, and Sean's jersey's in the mail. So it's great for Sean that his favorite player got it done again. Too bad it was at the expense of his favorite team. But sometimes you have to realize that your favorite player trumps your favorite team. Maybe Sean's going to be one of those guys who puts Duran Muse in his handle. Yeah. And has, instead of it being Sean A. Mapes or a picture of himself or something else, it's just one of those Stat Muse pictures of Duran as he lit the Astros up particularly early as he closed out yesterday, not yesterday, but Tuesday with the game-winning home run, and he started the game off with the scoring. He's a heckler. He has been, at least here, kind of dominant. Thankfully, the Astros got game 1, but Duran, a big part of Boston winning the series. So the Astros dropped 2 out of 3 to the Red Sox. They go on the road. Coming up here, they go to Baltimore. And that's great because it means Jordan won't be Jake Myers. We talked about this yesterday. Who was Jake Myers? And we thought he was Jake Marisnick. Well, let's see what makes you feel better. Jake Myers is Jordan Alvarez at home, or Jordan Alvarez is Jake Myers at home. It's all about how you phrase it.
I like the first one better.
Yeah, I bet. We'll get into some of the numbers, but it came up on the morning show. I said it half jokingly, although I knew this was the case, that Jordan Alvarez had not hit a home run since June 22nd at home. We're on 60 days or so since he last hit a home run at home. And then I got to thinking, he's kind of been overall really subpar at home. He's Hall of Fame-like on the road. The OPS over 1,100 on the road, thankfully. He gets to go on the road. I imagine he'll have a great series in Baltimore because that's just what he does. But at home, he's Jake Myers-like. The OPS is very, very similar. Batting average. Jordan, I think he has 25 home runs this year. He's only hit 8 at home. I ain't saying that anyone who's an opponent treats Jake Myers and Jordan Alvarez the same at Minute Maid, but the production's the same for whatever reason. Just not happened to be a good year for Jordan at home. Can't really explain it. It's not as bad really as what the Astros were at home last year, but the fact that one of your best players simply can't get it done at home, it's not great. And he had a bad last at bat as the Astros are trying to stay in it yesterday. So it is what it is. You are still ahead in the AOS by a healthy amount because the Mariners continue to lose games. Now, Jimmy Rollins, he was on, I believe it was Bleacher Report's show. I think it's called Walk Off. And he was asked a simple question. Now, this town, and rightfully so, believes this Astro team can duplicate some of their past postseason success. There's just a belief in the team, kind of no matter who's out there, that they'll find a way, and you should, because they've backed up your belief over the last decade or so. Well, Jimmy Rollins is not one of those believers. He was asked about the Astros and what they can be as far as a postseason contender, and this is what he said.
Do you think the Astros are back? And in that sense, like back as in World Series contenders?
No. I think they're hot right now. Bregman has had a heck of a turnaround. They're playing good baseball, but in a bad division. So with that said, I say no.
Do you think?
Simple as that. He doesn't believe the Astros and this recent run is going to lead to postseason success. Okay, I didn't get more of the clip, so I don't know if there was any more of that. Did he elaborate? Because it's not like they only play division teams. You don't play 100+ games against your division, and that determines your stand where you are in the standings. Now, of course, you play more against them, but the Astros have been able to go into Boston and sweep them and beat up on the Orioles. Now, of course, Boston did take 2 out of 3 here, but it doesn't make that much sense. Only if he means that they would not be leading their division in a good division, in a division he deems as good, because we know the Mariners have been bad, and the Rangers and the A's and the Angels aren't good either. So that's the only thing I can take from that. If that's what he means, okay, it's understood. But since they were bad, they've been one of the best teams in baseball, they're taking on all comers. The problem is it's only a 15-second clip. If there was more context, if it was a podcast, maybe he would have went on to say that he doesn't believe in their pitching down the stretch. He thinks Hunter Brown isn't going to be a guy who can last, and Kikuchi, all the things you could probably pick at when it comes to the Astros. But that simple statement doesn't ring true to me as far as some analysis. But hey, that's one dissenter, and I guess he can look at what happened in the Boston series and go, see, I told you. But it's just one series. We're like less than 2.5 weeks from the actual sweeping Boston in Boston. So they dropped 2 out of 3. They'll move on. It's fine. This is a playoff team. And Bregman was back in the lineup yesterday. The good news is he hit a home run in his first at bat, leading off from the DH position. But the DH thing is probably the bigger thing. He is going to spend more time not playing in the field because of his elbow. Bregman says there's no structural damage. He says he doesn't even really hurt it when he's doing baseball things. It's more if he has to put his arm in an awkward angle. Well, baseball things, I would put it this way. He said it wasn't when he's hitting or throwing. It's when his arm has to be in an awkward angle or when he sleeps weird, which is an Astros injury for 2024. If I sleep weird, my elbow swells.
I think you just threw that in there to throw the
people off.
To throw a bone to whoever crafted the Bregman just slept
the
weird
initial
narrative.
report. Okay,
yeah, because
maybe
it's like it's an awkward position, and a bunch of normal things, and also if I sleep wrong,
it swells,
and he looks straight into the camera
and gives a little wink.
Yeah.
Wink, doing you a favor there, buddy. Yeah. So he is expected to fight through this. He's going to obviously try to manage the swelling. We're just going to see more of him in a position that doesn't really, it helps because he's out there, but it'd be more beneficial if he played third base so you could give Yordan that DH role, or maybe you want to make Yander the DH a couple of days a week, depending on. But Bregman's now a candidate for that, maybe not more often than not, but more often than you would like, as Joe Espada is going to have to try to manage that lineup. So that's the news out of the Astros game against the Red Sox yesterday. Verlander, good enough. Just didn't get enough from the guys at the plate. And Bregman back, but will have to be managed going forward. The Texans right now are in the middle of joint practices. They're going against the Rams. CJ's favorite quarterback, Matt Stafford's on the field. I believe he threw a pick in maybe one of the first reps of 11-11. That's Matt Stafford. So certainly if any news comes out of there, hopefully there's no injuries, but once practice is over, I'm sure we'll get sound from that. And if it's relevant, we'll play it. And certainly throughout the rest of the day, the guys will get to some of that stuff as well. So going forward on the show, we like to close the loop on things. So one prominent football coach has been suspended for a recruiting violation regarding a player no one should get suspended for recruiting. So we'll talk about that. If you remember, we played audio about Cade McNamara and a bad practice he was having. Well, Kirk Ferentz, he's paying. He's going to pay the price at least for a game for trying to recruit Cade McNamara to Iowa. We'll get to that among other things, including we joked around about the Rockets and all their highlight clips from their time at the Jalen Green hosted camp, where it's just a bunch of guys in a run at the gym, and someone had to put the highlights together. So there's like 8 highlight clips. You got Jayshawn Tate, Jabari Smith, Jr., Reed Shepard. All those guys are out there. So there is a story in the Bleacher Report we'll get to about the teams expected to have the biggest improvements from last year. And the Rockets one's interesting because they did win 41 games. So improvements probably more about, are they a real playoff team as opposed to having a hot month? Because are they winning 55 games this year? Probably not. But do they go from a team who has a hot month that puts them in playing contention to a team that is solidly in the playoff chase and is a top 6 seed throughout the season? So we'll get to that, see where the Rockets land amongst the teams expected to have good years. And of course, if any NFL news breaks, like, it's not the biggest news I could break. A.J. Terrell signed an extension with the Falcons. I don't think anyone was looking for that, unless you're a Falcon fan who loves themselves some A.J. Terrell. It's
no Lance Horn.
No, it's not a CeeDee Lamb extension or Brandon Ayuk thing or Jamar Chase thing. A.J. Terrell's a nice player, but I'm not sure that's the one people are waiting for. So if one of those things breaks, the Lance Horn will hit. I don't imagine they will. Those feel like we're talking about right up to the first day of the regular season before any of those deals get done. But hey, we're here to report the news if it breaks. So we're just getting started here. We'll be back. I can't hear you, but I assume I have a live to do.
Red Bull.
There it is. There it is, Sean. Thank you for alerting me to this. Sometimes you forget to look at the rundown, and that's what happens. Red Bull Show Run is something you need to get excited about. It's coming to Houston September 7th at Discovery Green. So you hear Red Bull Show Run. What is that? It's Formula One coming to your city. Now, it's not going to be a race, but the cars will be showcased, the best cars in the world, and with the best racing in the world. Those cars that are involved in that, they're coming to Houston. They're going to do things at a high rate of speed. If you want to call them tricks, you can call them tricks. They're going to do some burnouts, among other things. They're going to showcase what those cars are capable of on the streets of Houston at Discovery Green. So it's not just about the cars. You're going to be able to learn about Formula One racing as well. They're going to have a fan zone where you can interact with Formula One. It's going to be a learning experience. So it's not just the cars running around track. So if you don't know much about Formula One racing, now's your time to take a look. Discovery Green Red Bull Show Run, September 7th, here in town. We've seen the races on TV. We've seen the shows dedicated to it on our streaming services, but it's now coming to the city of Houston, September 7th, Discovery Green Red Bull Show Run.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I said as we went to break, there are some things that don't need the horn hit for them. Well, some news broke that does deserve the horn. What is it, Sean?
Hector Neris is re-signing with your Houston Astros.
Look at that. The dream collab that you guys wanted happened. It doesn't always go like this where fans are like, you know what should happen? The Astros should get Hector Neris back. The Astros were like, you know what, guys? You're right. We should get Hector Neris back. So he's back. He was, well, we remember Neris, how big he was. And even beyond that, there's a little, I don't want to call it aura, but there's a little swag to Neris when he's out there striking guys out. The guy likes to talk. He likes to show emotion. So he's back with the in the bullpen. It's big. We don't know when Ryan Presley's coming back. And some people may say, hey, maybe don't come back. I am not of that opinion, despite Ryan Presley's struggles. You need as many accomplished arms as you're chasing another title as you can have. So now, as we look at it, it means there is less importance of Caleb Ort, Caleb Ferguson, and Sean Dubin. You just either you shove them down when it comes to importance, or you move them up in games where they don't have to pitch in high leverage situations. And that's comforting. So at this point, you're looking at Neris, Taylor Scott, who struggled recently, Abreu, and Hader. That feels like the four guys you're going to go to when you need big outs in big situations, at least right now. We'll wait on Presley. And
Yeah.
I like it. I like the move. It's proactive. You know you needed another arm. And it does ruin the chances of a very funny thing of them having to desperately bring back Montero. That is not in the cards for right now. Maybe Montero's a guy whose arm you lean on in late September when you just need an arm. But at this point, they've rectified at least an issue where a high leverage arm was needed, and they go get one where they didn't have to give up anything because Hector Neris was DFA'd, and he, unlike Montero, wasn't like, you know what, I'll take your assignment. Maybe the Astros said, hey, gave him a little nudge, gave his agent a little nudge. Hey, come on in. We got a spot for you.
This assignment.
Yeah, you want this assignment? So yeah, that's cool. What it means is we'll have to wait, honestly. But I'm in. I don't find any negatives behind this move. We know what he can do. We've seen what he can do when it matters, and you're gonna need him. Maybe not to win the division. That seems like you've got that wrapped up. But in the playoffs, yeah, give me Neris. Go get me a couple outs in the sixth inning.
Yeah, like you said, he's a Taylor Scott alternative. He is a plus on the Dubin, King, and Ort and Ferguson. I don't know, quadrant.
Yeah,
quintet. If you want to throw in some other jabroni that they've been throwing out there.
Where's jabroni?
Brian King.
There's another one, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that very low risk and possibly sub-reward of you saw what this pitching staff or this pitching coaching staff has been able to do with other guys they brought in. I mean, Neris was on the team last year, so I'm not sure how much he strayed away from the Astros game plan or the Astros pitch selection that they emphasized while he was in Chicago with the Cubs. But hey, at the very least, like you said, we needed some aura, and we got some aura from Hector Neris.
Of all people, Hector Neris back in an Astros
Goosebumps.
uniform. Well, that's a little strong, but I like it.
Next time he comes in with one out left in the sixth inning,
I'm waiting for him to strike a guy out and bark at him. I'm waiting for it. I love that from Neris, and his back. Hector Neris is back, folks. So that's a nice move that you can get him back on the cheap for the rest of the season. And I imagine he will be someone who they're going to depend on as soon as he's ready to go. They needed that arm, and they're going to get it. That's cool. That's cool. He was a fan favorite of mine, just to watch him go out there. So the fact that he's back and he can help, and he did not have as good of a year as he had with the Astros the last couple, as you might imagine. There's some magic to being an Astros pitcher. It appears, at least when the law firm or the creative writing team, depending on how you want to call them, Miller and Murphy or Murphy and Miller. Either way, it works.
They're not Weiss and Benioff.
No, they are not. But I like what they've done with guys who may have not performed at a certain level, and somehow they get here. I thought the Kikuchi thing might take a while. Did not take a while at all. It was almost it did take like an inning.
Second inning of his first start.
It did take an inning for him to get squared away, but he figured it out, and he's been good since. So I expect the same from theirs. It probably isn't fair to just assume that every pitcher they touch is gonna work out, but the standard is there. They set a standard that suggests that any time they get a little bit of time to work with someone who may have underachieved in another place, they're gonna figure him out and work it out, and he'll be a contributor. So, Hector Neris.
Unless your first name's Caleb, apparently.
True.
Orton Ferguson.
Ferguson, yeah. Some things are unfixable. Maybe.
Aw.
Maybe it'll take a little longer for Ferguson. He's been too long with the Yankees and that crap organization. Just needs a little bit more time here.
A little more time in the oven.
Yeah,
He's ready.
he's not ready. I mean, we're slow roasting Caleb Ferguson. He'll be ready at some point. Rotisserie even.
Hopefully by August or October.
Good luck. Good luck with that one. You would hope, but who knows? Pena, I see you, man. We'll get to you on the other side. Let's stay on time here. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. So the big news of the day, the Astros make an acquisition. They bring back one of their own, Hector Neris, back with the Astros. We'll talk about whatever Pena wants to talk about and whatever you guys want to talk about throughout the rest of the show. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We're back, and so is Hector Neris. Once again, an Astro. Pena called in before we left the previous segment, so we'll get to Pena right now. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what up, Dale and Sean? Hey, I need both of y'all's help. So I'm trying to name my fantasy team, and I'm stuck between these three names. Help me out. So the first one is What's Under the Towel, Watson Under the Towel, Unsolicited Dak picks, or show me them TDs. Help me out. Thank you. Have a great day.
What was the second one again?
Unsolicited Dak picks.
Oh, unsolicited Dak picks, Watson under the tower, and show me Watson under the towel, and the last one was show me those TDs. They're not bad.
Yeah,
those are three good ones.
They're three good ones. I mean, the first one, I mean, it's it's a joke, understood, but it does have a certain connotation. I think that one's the most clever. Honestly, show me the TDs is fine. I'd probably go with number one if we decided we're now joking about that situation.
Yeah, enough time's passed.
For who?
For Watson.
Oh.
I think it's between 1 and 2. I think it's between Watson under the towels,
yeah,
and unsolicited Dak picks. I think that's the.
If you're a Cowboy hater, obviously you go with.
I think it depends how many Cowboy fans are in your
league, or if there's one that would be supremely upset and triggered by that name. So there's some context needed, but I think you have to pick between the two. But he's asking for help. One is, I feel like, actually I'm gonna go with 2. I think 2 is actually my choice. Unsolicited Dak picks.
Okay.
I like that one.
I like that one too, just with the caveat of if it's not gonna
land.
If it's not gonna land, then
go with one.
Go with one.
Yeah.
Yes. Because I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, but I'm assuming it is a good amount of Texans fans and maybe some Cowboys fans.
Sure.
That's again just an assumption.
An assumption. It's just part of the breakdown of the city. There are going to be Cowboy fans that are going to be your friends, and if they're in your fantasy league, go with unsolicited Dak picks as your team name. Thanks, Pena. Speaking of that, I asked Sean for some advice when he gets off the phone. It's vacation advice, or at least packing for me, because I will be out next week. I'm going to my birth state. I don't know if I call it my home state. I grew up in California, but I'm going to Florida to see my mom and family. So, which means I have a week. Sean took a week to play a certain video game. Sean, do I pack the PlayStation and take it on the trip?
How much downtime do you think you're going to be having?
I'm going to have plenty. Trust me. I've done this before. I'm going to have a lot, probably.
Okay. I didn't know how much, it was just, you're going to be just chilling at the house.
Yeah, there may be the obligatory dinners you have to go to because you're the cousin who's not there, so you haven't seen a lot of people. So you might go to a dinner or lunch or two. But for the most part, I'm going to have a lot of downtime. So do I pack the PlayStation 5?
I think. Were you planning on checking a bag or carrying on?
See, that's the thing. Because of fear of my luggage getting lost, it's never happened, but it could happen.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking just instead of putting my laptop in my backpack that I take on, I put the PlayStation 5 in there, put the laptop in the luggage, and go about my business.
Okay. So I like that the choice has been made that. Hey, I'm scared of this getting lost.
I'm used to be scared of the laptop getting lost. I'm less scared about that now.
Yeah.
I'm much more scared of the PlayStation 5 getting lost.
Okay. Yeah, I think if you're comfortable with that arrangement, because I was gonna say if it's like the difference between checking a bag or carrying on, like don't don't do that.
No.
It's not worth it.
No.
But if you're going to check a bag anyway, and for safety reasons, you want to keep it on your person at all times.
Yeah, the bag was going to get checked either way, and then I have a carry-on. That's what I do all the time. Check bag, carry-on comes with me. And normally, like I said, the laptop goes in. But now, I feel like I'll risk the laptop. The question was always going to be whether I would take the console with me, period.
I think you go for it.
Yeah.
I think the opening's there, the travel,
I'm there for a week plus.
Yeah. Yeah, because I do think that there will be I don't know when you're leaving, but I'm assuming like Saturday, Sunday.
It's Friday afternoon, like 4.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so you're gonna be spending all of Saturday, all of Sunday.
Yeah.
And I think by Tuesday, it's going to be a little bit less of, oh, look who's finally, look at Mr. Big Shot finally graced us with his presence from Houston. Now it is the novelty kind of wears off.
I wish that was the energy. I wish that was the energy. It's generally a lot of we're going around to different spots saying hello. They're not coming to the house. I'm making all the trips. So yeah, you're right. And that's the weekend. That weekend probably will be filled with that stuff.
And then you got a whole week
where I need to occupy my time. So that's probably the plan. I just wanted to ask for someone who knows the importance of the game and everything else. Yeah,
always be recruiting. Come on.
Understood.
Would Mario take a week off from recruiting?
No, he should for like some type of seminar on game day management,
math and
yeah.
Game
I wish he would.
Math and clocks.
He wouldn't, but I wish he would. Just for a week to figure some things out about how to run your operation on a Saturday. You know, the most important day of every coach's week. But he doesn't. Hopefully the talent advantage overcomes the Mario disadvantage. We'll see with the Canes playing the Gators. And that's the first SEC on ESPN game with the new package. We know the 2:30 slot, at least locally. The 2:30 slot on CBS is the big game for CBS, or at least it used to be. Now, ESPN has that, and it'll be the first one of those. Florida hosting Miami, 2:30. Not this Saturday, but the Saturday afterwards. This Saturday, we got like 4 games. Georgia Tech and Florida State's the big one in Dublin, Ireland. Josh, you want to talk fantasy football names? We'll get to you right now. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Dale. Hey, Sean. This might be a little right-leaning, but what do you think about the Stroud boys?
We have made that joke about the Texans themselves calling them that. Look, I don't know the composition of your fantasy league. Stroud boys sounds fine to me. I mean, it's not crazy to say. I mean, if you want to run with that, I commend you. You just have to deal with any potential fallout, which I don't think you'll have. It's just a name of a team.
I think you're in the clear on this one, Josh. I think it's a solid name.
Yeah, Proud Boys hasn't really latched on to something. People are like, hey, you can't talk about that. No, it's fine. It's fine. You're good. Do you have any other options, or is that your primary number one?
Primary, but I'm up for any suggestions.
Sean, you are a fantasy football player. I am not. Do you have a name in mind for your team?
No. I normally spend very little
time.
Yeah, it's normally like not part of the draft prep, but it's just as I'm signing in to do the draft, that's when I start thinking about it.
Makes sense. That would be my approach if I even put in any energy to make a team name, or even accept an invitation to a league, which I don't have the time for, because clearly I'll be focusing on my dynasty in my week off. You know what? I don't want to interact with people. I just want to do this offline dynasty and recruit. I'm probably going to go with the mobile quarterback.
Your parents will understand.
Well, my dad's in Nigeria. I'm not answering to him. Well, my mom's like, "Are you hungry?" "Nah, I'm good." And then she's fine. Honestly, that's the whole experience for the most part. Asking me whether I want to eat or not.
I have a question. When you take a week off, how long does it take for your sleep schedule to regulate from what it normally is?
You know what? I do take melatonin gummies, so that helps me a little bit. But I'm at the point where now I have to stay up really late not to wake up before 7, even on vacation. Like, if I don't want to wake up at like 5 o'clock, even that's late for me as far as the show is concerned.
Mhm.
I'll probably have to stay up to like 3.
Wow.
Just to not have to get up before the sun rises, because that sucks on a vacation.
Yes.
You would just have this. Yeah, waking up with the sun up in the sky is part of the whole vacation thing. So I don't want to get up in Florida for no reason and it'd be 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have to stay up late.
Okay. I was just wondering.
It hasn't ever. I would have to be out of this job for like a month probably before I stop getting up before sunrise. And that's my cross to bear, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm like, Dubon has his cross to bear. This is mine.
That's the
early wake ups.
The sacrifices you make to make John and Lance happen.
I would choose a different sacrifice, honestly. Could I do something else to make that happen? John and Lance will be here next week, and they'll have Abigail in the control room where Sean is now producing that show. She's ready to go. She better be, because don't text me. Don't text or call me about something. I'll have her squared away before I leave, because just to avoid any scenario where I'm being texted about something regarding John and Lance for the next 5 days, at least Monday through Friday of next week. Okay. Anyone else have fantasy names they wanna ask about? That's fine. We were going to get to a couple things, but hey, the callers always take precedence. So if you want to get in, 713-780-3776. When we get back, we'll hear from Justin Verlander. He'll talk about his start yesterday. He lived up to our expectations, kept the team in the game, went 5 innings, only gave a couple runs, just didn't get enough support from his lineup. So Justin Verlander when we come back. And at some point, I did want to get to a flag football quarterback. I don't know why he decided to mention Patrick Mahomes. Has he learned nothing from Noah Lyles? But flag football is coming to the Olympics, and the flag football players want the NFL players out of their sport. Good luck with all that. So we'll get to that at some point, too. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Because of what I mentioned in the previous segment, I'm doing a deep dive on Darrell Doucette, who is the flag football quarterback who called out Patrick Mahomes. Well, he suggested that his IQ for flag football would make him a better option than Patrick Mahomes in the Olympics. And Patrick Mahomes Patrick Mahomes did was quote tweet the video and use 50 cents. F me? What do you say F me for? That's been Patrick Mahomes' response since. Like, Patrick Mahomes, do we know if he would even want to play in the Olympics? Has he made comment on that? But he's the quarterback in question because he's the best quarterback in football.
I feel like all the NFL players had a tweet when this was announced, being like, "Hell yeah!"
Maybe he did it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be.
I don't
the
know how
case.
serious. Like, I don't know. Does he have to contact someone, or
Yeah.
do they contact him?
They probably call him. He's probably not making that call.
Or I mean, after they call
Darrell Doucette.
Darrell Doucette, obviously. Hey,
Hey,
do you want to back up and be mentored by Darrell Doucette?
Because he says his IQ for the game, at least in flag football, is better than yours. We'll play the sound from him a little bit, but I did say we get the Verlander here. Justin Verlander back with the Astros, had his first start. It was not like normal JV days. This one came with less fanfare, but it was another JV day. He was back with the Astros pitching, and he did fine. He did enough to win. He kept his team in the game. 5 innings, just the 2 runs given up, about 75 pitches or so. So what you could ask for in his first start, he gave it to you. And we'll see how he progresses and builds up throughout the rest of the regular season. So here's Justin Verlander on his start yesterday.
I felt like the stuff was pretty good, and as the game went along, felt kind of the location started to hone in, and mechanics felt good. So, it was happy about it.
How encouraging was just the way that you finished those last 3 innings?
Like I said, things started to settle in a little bit. First inning, obviously Duran, super hot. And extends it into a double and then scores on a blooper, and just trying to find my way. Obviously, it's not the way you want to start the game, but it's not like there was a ton of hard hit. Second inning similar, and just kind of kept telling myself, all right, just find your groove, and went back out for the third and really started to find it and was able to settle in.
When you do be more economical through those last few innings?
Just kind of backed off a little bit, honestly. Just adrenaline was pretty high the first inning or so, and felt like the ball was coming out good, so I was able to just relax a little bit and kind of not try to throw every fastball as hard as I could and locate a little bit better, and was able to do that.
Justin Verlander with the media yesterday after the Astros lose to the Red Sox and lose the series. His comments, he's always very measured in what he says. He's been doing it a long time, not just pitching, just having these conversations with the media. He doesn't seem concerned, and he talked about, hey, Duran's really hot, but nothing hit very hard, and that's encouraging. The velocity is where it needed to be, and it's your first start back. I don't think the Astros could have asked for anything more, and we'll wait to see how the buildup ends and where he is once the playoffs hit. So Verlander loses, but honestly, at this point, when it comes to wins and losses, when all you're really doing is looking ahead to see if you can catch the AL leaders, I can't feel that bad about what happened yesterday, because I just know the Mariners are going to lose too. That's what they've been over the last week and a half or so, and that's why the Astros are 5 games up on them. Okay, we're going to hear from Darrell Doucette here. I hope maybe it's Darrell. I think I've said Darrell, now I just said Darrell. It feels like it's Darrell. Darrell Doucette is I didn't know of him beforehand, and why would you? How many of us were paying attention to flag football until we heard about it being in the Olympics, and then we heard some flag football people pop off, particularly Doucette, about why it's insulting that anyone would just assume that NFL players could take their spots. Here is Doucette on why he would be a better option for the event in the Olympics than Patrick Mahomes.
At the end of the day, I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes because of my IQ of the game. I know he's right now the best in the league. I know he's more accurate. I know he has all these intangibles. But when it comes to flag football, I feel like I know more than him.
That last part, reasonable. But when you led with, I'm better than Patrick Mahomes, that's where people probably aren't going to hear a word you say afterwards.
It's also like,
there's no need for it.
No, he can be right, but still wrong. Where I have no doubt that he has more IQ for the flag football game
and understands it.
Than
Yeah,
Pat
sure.
Mahomes. I don't think it matters though when Pat Mahomes starts throwing the football. Like the general concept is pretty simple.
It is still football.
It is still football.
7-on-7 in training camp, I feel like is relatively similar. Now, Patrick Mahomes isn't going to do all the running Doucette does. I watched the clips, and he had multiple highlight clips on his Instagram, and none of them featured him throwing the football. He is quick. He is hard to, can't say tackle, hard to have his flag grabbed, I guess is the terminology.
Hard to bring down?
Not even. Probably a penalty if you bring a guy down in flag football. Like you said, he's more knowledgeable about the rules than Mahomes and myself at this point. But I just don't think a lot of it will have to do about, well, he's actually a better fit for the game. If they can get Patrick Mahomes to quarterback the flag football team, they're going to go with Patrick Mahomes. It makes sense for a lot of reasons. Even if Patrick Mahomes is the worst flag football quarterback we've ever seen, he's going to start in that game if he wants to play.
And even if you want to like comp him, like then okay, Pat Mahomes is a bad fit because he throws the football, I guess, and this guy doesn't. Lamar Jackson too. These guys outrun NFL defenses. I think they can outrun whatever flag football defense is being run out there.
But maybe him being 5'8", 140 pounds makes him more suited to avoid being, I guess, to avoid having his flag grabbed. I guess.
Then you know what? We can put Tank Dell at quarterback. Like there's no way. There's no way you're telling me that this guy's a better athlete than NFL star athletes.
No.
If you're gonna make the athleticism like
I'm not saying
no way.
I'm not saying that, but I will say he is a gifted athlete. Now, what that means as far as the comp, probably not great because Tank Dell's not giant, and he's small himself and is an NFL player. So certainly Tank Dell's size hasn't kept him from playing in the NFL. I don't know what's kept Darrell Doucette from playing in the NFL. Being 140 pounds probably isn't helping. Yes, there's no winning here. He didn't learn from Noah Lyles. Sometimes you just know that the public perception isn't going to go your way. You just take a step back and go, you know what? I appreciate the interest. I would love to have an opportunity to play for my country in the Olympics. That's all you got to say, right? And you're good. You're good.
Yeah. I also feel like it would be better if he was like, I am willing to teach Patrick Mahomes.
Even if he says he's going to teach Patrick Mahomes, I think he gets in trouble.
The ways of flag football.
I would love to have Patrick Mahomes on the team.
I'd love to help prepare Patrick Mahomes to be ready.
Don't even say any of that. It goes poorly when you suggest, even if you're right, it goes poorly to suggest you can prepare Patrick Mahomes to play anything regarding football. Just say Patrick Mahomes is a great player. I love to have him. That's all, and you're good. No, but unless you like the smoke, maybe he likes the smoke, and if he likes the smoke, then say whatever you want.
Yeah, in the Noah Lyles vein, talk about him more when he talks about NFL players.
Sure.
Just like we talk about Noah Lyles, basically only when he's talking about NBA players.
Yeah, Noah Lyles has gone on to say he doesn't really know some of the players. Like apparently, Tyreek Hill wants to race him, and Noah Lyles, that may be a thing at some point. And I think there was another player mentioned, and I don't even know who that is.
Oh, it was Jokic.
Yeah, Jokic. He says he doesn't know who Jokic is. So that's a move. I don't know who some of the famous athletes and the most famous athletes in the world are when I am an athlete myself.
Yeah.
And I had comments on a particular sport, but I don't know who the best player in that sport is.
And I'm also in a less famous sport than they are.
Yes.
And I don't know them.
Yes. but I do know they're not the world champions. But I don't know specific.
But we
players.
should be more famous. I think we know enough about Noah Lyles that all this comes down to Noah Lyles thinks sprinters should be more famous.
Or at least Noah Lyles should be more famous. I don't know if he cares about the rest of the sprinters.
Maybe I'm giving him too much nobility there.
Yeah, maybe Noah Lyles should be more famous. It's not a battle he can win just because track isn't a sport we hold in such high esteem unless it's the Olympics. And even then, we'd rather watch the basketball team play. A lot of us would, at least. All right, that's hour one out of the way. There is an accusation made by the Miami of Ohio coach about the Alabama Crimson Tide. We'll get to that. In fact, maybe we just make this the next segment, our college football segment for the day, because Kirk Ferentz has been suspended for a game along with one of his assistants for maybe one of the I wouldn't say one of the worst players to be suspended for, but I think it's a waste of time. If you're Kirk Ferentz and you're committing recruiting violations for Cade McNamara, maybe reevaluate. Because what we're going to do is close the loop on that story, because we talked about Cade McNamara before. We played the sound about his awful practice. So we'll play it again, and we will kind of break down what Kirk Ferentz is facing over this particular quarterback. And we'll also get to the sound about Alabama stealing from Miami of Ohio. We'll get to that when we come back. Hour 2 begins with more news. A trade happened in the NFL. And I only bring it up because maybe it knocks the Texans out of best trio in football when it comes to wide receivers. Probably doesn't. But let's think about it for a second. The trade involves Jahan Dotson. The Eagles, in desperate need of a third wide receiver, make a trade with their division rival, the Commanders. Jahan Dotson, the former Penn State wide receiver, is now a Philadelphia Eagle. So they have Devontae Smith. They have A.J. Brown. They have Jahan Dotson. And we know who the Texans have. Are they a legitimate contender for the best wide receiver trio in football? Or do the Texans still? And remember, we've got the Bears, who have a rookie in Odunze, who people expect to be good. And, of course, Keenan Allen, when he's not eating deep dish pizzas, according to some people. There's a report out there that one of the reasons that Keenan, it's not a report, it's just someone found something on Twitter. Apparently, Keenan Allen is a food critic for Condé Nast, and his name, or someone photoshopped something. Who knows? But his name,
I think that
it's probably more likely. But his name is under a review of a deep dish pizza in a Condé Nast magazine, and it's titled "Bears Receiver Keenan Allen." Apparently, just Keenan Allen wouldn't have been enough. You have to identify yourself as Bears receiver. So they have Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and Rome Odunze. The Eagles have Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson, and A.J. Brown. Texans, we know, Tank Dell, Nico, and Stephon Diggs. Is it still the Texans number one, the top trio in football when it comes to wide receiver course?
I think so. I don't think Dotson. I don't think he moves. I don't think he swings it enough for the Eagles. I think because I pulled up Jahan Dotson's stats. He 2 years in the league, 500 yards in each season.
But he's playing for the Commanders.
Okay.
Remember that when you make.
Well, not anymore, but okay.
Well, he was. Remember that he was playing for the Commanders, and we know Nico Collins with Davis Mills ain't Nico Collins with C.J. Stroud.
All right.
That would be the argument when we start looking at stats for a young receiver. We have our own young receiver who was an afterthought until he got in a good system with a good quarterback.
But so he had 500 yards his rookie year in 12 games and 500 last year in 17. Tank Dell in 11 games had 700 yards.
But he also has 11 touchdowns in 2 years.
Tank had 7 and 1.
He had 7 and 1 too. 2022, 2023, not as good. I just posed a question because I know the Eagles were looking for a third receiver. They needed someone competent. They didn't have one, and then they go out and get one.
I also kind of think that if you're the Commanders and you trade a guy to the Eagles, that probably says a little bit of what they think about him.
Maybe they're a bad organization. The Dolphins traded Wes Welker to the Patriots.
True. That is true.
It happens. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Where it's just
they know more about him than others would.
Because someone in that room definitely goes like, "Hey, we're gonna have to play him twice a year," and then the GM goes,
"Yeah, I know."
Right.
It would help us actually if he's out there with them.
I have no problem with that.
No, understood. I get what you're saying. It is a reasonable approach, but sometimes bad organizations are bad for a reason, and misevaluating players is part of that reason. And Jahan Dotson, now an Eagle, they're going to have a good offense, and they needed a guy like him just to be someone they could at least know is a bit dependable. So they throw him out there. We'll see what the Eagles do. Okay, so that was a trade that happened in the last hour or so. We'll get to this here. I mentioned that Kirk Ferentz is going to be suspended for a game. He's going to be suspended along with his assistant for. It's not illegal per se because the NCAA can't throw you in jail, but he committed a violation in recruiting that the NCAA deemed egregious enough to suspend him for a game. It involved Cade McNamara. If you know who Cade McNamara is and what he can provide, you would ask, why would anyone do anything that would get yourself suspended for Cade McNamara? He is a guy who transferred from Michigan, is now at Iowa, and he fits the mold of any Iowa quarterback you can remember. Outside it, no. I was going to say, what was his name? Drew Tate, but that's how long ago was that? He's maybe Brad Banks.
Ricky Stanzi.
Yeah, he's a Ricky Stanzi type. He's all those guys. This is what Iowa has been recruiting for years, unless your name was Brad Banks. It's the same guy over and over again. Hand the ball off, don't screw up, although Cade McNamara does plenty of that, and play to our defense and special teams. So, Kirk Ferentz, suspended for a game. And this is the guy he's suspended for. Listen to this audio. We've played this before. Listen to the audio and the report from an Iowa practice, and then listen to the coach's response when asked about his quarterback's performance.
It's not just that he's off McNamara. He's got no confidence in his throws. There are some throws that I don't even know if he's trying to throw it away or if it's just over the head of the receiver so far that it looks like he was trying to throw it away. From what I charted, he was 7 for 21 for 20 yards with a pick 6. He was sacked once, obviously no touchdowns. And he fumbled a snap, a shotgun snap that just hit off his hands, and he had to run back and pick it up 10 yards behind him. I don't know what was more concerning, the video of it or what Kirk Ferentz said after.
Quarterback, is this a typical day that you've seen through now 9 practices?
It's probably a fair assessment, yeah. Just, like everything, not consistent enough at this point.
Because I was hoping, well, maybe this is just a really bad day for Cade McNamara. Maybe he's been performing a lot better. Ferentz said that this is basically on par with what he's seen from the quarterbacks since practice began.
You can't get me suspended if this is the quarterback that's getting me suspended. He had to have regretted the day he decided to bring him in. I get it. You're desperate for a quarterback. Everyone is. If you can't find one, you're always looking for one until you find one you think fits. And Cade McNamara fits the profile of an Iowa quarterback. He fits all the things you would say an Iowa quarterback should be. He may just be even worse than the normal version. And now, what could he possibly have done? I guess maybe contacted him when he was still on Michigan's roster.
That must have been what it was, right?
Yeah, it had to be the poaching that is going on.
It can't be directly, because coaches cannot directly negotiate with NIL with players,
particularly at the time that they brought in Ferentz. I mean, by the time Ferentz brought in McNamara, I think that has now changed, where NIL can be more hands-on for the coaches. But he had to have tried to poach him early, and so he and his assistant will miss their first game of the year against Illinois State. Should not be an issue unless Cade McNamara pulls off one of his practice performances, and then it might be one for Illinois State. And I mentioned poaching because the Miami of Ohio head coach is not going to take it. He's going to blast Alabama. Would he have done it if Nick Saban was still there? I don't know, but he's doing it to Kalen DeBoer, the new Alabama head coach who came over from Washington. So, and this is about a kicker of all people, but kickers can be important, and we know they can in big games. Alabama at one point didn't care about kickers until they realized they may cost us a game. So they've gone all in the last several years on kickers, recruiting them, making sure they had a good one. Well, Chuck Martin, the head coach of Miami of Ohio, didn't appreciate Alabama's approach to his former kicker, Graham Nicholson. Here's what he had to say.
All right, special teams, lost your kicker. Carter McLaughlin.
We didn't lose him. He's at Alabama. We know exactly.
I understand.
We know exactly
that.
where he's at. You media people, it's all pretend. No, Alabama stole our kicker.
Yes,
they illegally recruited
illegally
recruited our kicker and stole him from us. And that's a fact. But but we act like it's not. We live in this la world. Hey, let's not talk. I don't know why everybody knows what's going on. So, yeah, Alabama stole our kicker. A couple other schools tried to steal it, but then okay, what's the question?
I like it. I like it from Chuck Martin. Now, this wasn't like a random media member for the TV station. It was the guy with the Miami of Ohio polo on. So he's part of the team. He's part of it. He's the guy who probably has talked to that coach day after day during training camp. The coach is like, nah, man, not today. We're not going to play this game like we all are naive about what's going on. I appreciate it. This is what happens. They are a group of 5 school who got picked apart by Alabama. Alabama saw a talented player and said, we want him. And I don't know what stealing means. Does he mean that they poached? Or did Alabama entice him into the transfer portal with the promise of NIL and a spot on the roster? I don't know. But, hey, this is where we're at now. I like it, though.
Yeah, that's my only question is how exactly.
What does he mean by steal?
Yeah, illegally steal. What does that mean?
The only way it's a problem is if they contacted him before the period where they could.
Yeah, or before
he entered the portal. You're not allowed to, although we know it happens. It might be what he's referring to. No. You're not allowed to directly entice someone into the portal before they enter it themselves. Although we know a lot of the big time players already have their decision made, and then they enter the portal and then they play the game where I'm not sure, and then a week later they go where they always are going to go. Well, I mean, kickers are players too, and maybe Alabama dropped that bag, and the kicker was like, you know what? I'd love to spend a year in Tuscaloosa. This sounds wonderful. How much are you going to give me? I'm in. It's better than I think. It's not. Is it Athens, Ohio? Or is that the University of Ohio? Where's Miami of Ohio? Oh, it's Miami. What am I saying?
It's in Miami, Ohio.
What am I saying? It's Miami of Ohio.
I was gonna see.
When it finally
if
connected.
You actually looked up Miami of Ohio.
No,
Where is Miami?
No, there's a Miami in Ohio. Yeah, I think the University of Ohio is in Athens, Ohio. But we are in that spot. And if you are in the MAC, how do you fight back? Because you can't keep your player. The player's going to go.
Get your money up.
Well, once again, you can't fight back with money or I don't know.
Just offer more money.
Selling your player on the beauty of playing in Miami of Ohio.
Just offer more money than Alabama or Ohio State.
For your kicker, by the way. Go all in and make sure you lock down your kicker out of Miami of Ohio. The only way you can
How bad do you want it?
The only way you can fight back is to tell the world this is what happened. It's not going to help you keep the player, but at least someone knows that Alabama stole him.
Might be a headache for Kalen DeBoer at some point.
He might have to answer a question or two, or maybe the Tuscaloosa media is as fearful of him as they are as fearful of him as they were of Saban, and they don't ask him the question. But at least it's on record. You put it on record. You go about your day. Let it be known that Alabama snuck into Ohio in the middle of the night and stole your kicker. How will Alabama survive? All you got to hope for now, if you're a Miami of Ohio fan, is that kicker shanks a couple in a big game.
Yeah. That's you just.
That's your
revenge.
Hater. That's your revenge. You may have liked the kid. You imagine he's pretty good. If Alabama's come calling for him, you just hope he shanks one against LSU.
Yeah,
blows a game. You go,
cost him the Iron Bowl.
Yeah, something.
That's your hope.
That's your hope. While you're messing around with Central Michigan, you hope that guy.
That was dismissal.
I could have said Eastern Michigan, whatever. Whoever they're facing on a week-to-week basis in the MAC. So there it is. That's our college football segment. Eric, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. If anyone else wants to get in, 713-780-3776. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We got a giveaway. I'm sure you guys will like it. We'll do that after we talk with Eric. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. Do you think the Hector Neris signing is the final thing we need to win the World Series this year? Have you heard Tom Cruise? They want Tom Cruise to play Iron Man.
Oh, he's done. No, I have not heard the Tom Cruise to play Iron Man thing. I did hear that Robert Downey Jr.'s Dr. Doom won't be a variant of Tony Stark. He'll just be Dr. Doom. So that particular storyline is out the door. But I didn't hear about the Tom Cruise thing. That has been floated around for a little bit. Even initially, there was thought way back in like 2009 or 8, whenever they were developing Iron Man for the MCU, that Tom Cruise was in the running for that. They picked Robert Downey Jr., and we've seen that led to tremendous success. As far as Hector Neris is concerned, I don't think he's the final step. Health is a concern of mine. Is Bregman going to be able to make it through an entire postseason with that elbow? How does his status affect lineups day to day in the playoffs? And obviously, Kyle Tucker. Dana Brown said yesterday the hope is he's back early in September, that first week of September. They can hope as much as they want. They've been hoping about Kyle Tucker's status for 3 months now. When it happens, it happens. Until that point, you just watch him jog or hop around in the outfield and hope that's going to actually lead to him returning. Health is my biggest concern with this team. And can your starters, particularly Hunter Brown, who has now become very important as far as the deep run, can he hold up? The Blanco thing we discussed yesterday about maybe it isn't just simply pitches and innings piling up. He's reverting back to Renel Blanco. There's a reason at 30 years old he had not established himself as a guy that could be in a 5-man rotation. That happened because of a great spring and injuries. And we saw what he became, and now we're seeing what it is for him right now. So Neris is a nice signing. You needed an arm. You needed someone that you have seen have some success. And he was much better in 2023 with the Astros than he was this past season. So hopefully that comes back. Get the creative writing team on the case, and we'll see how it works out. I don't know that any reliever is the final step, to be honest with you, particularly a guy who's not even a closer.
Yeah, it's something where maybe looking back we can say,
yeah, maybe
say that, but there's a lot that would need to happen to make that happen, because even in 2022, I wouldn't say Hector Neris was what won them the World Series.
He contributed, and
Yeah,
if he does that again in 2024, we'll all be thrilled.
And, you can always say at the parade, every single guy mattered. We wouldn't have gotten here without Chas McCormick. We wouldn't have gotten here without Trey Cabbage. You could just say that. And
you don't have to believe it.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah. I'm sure there was a big play. He caught a fly ball. He threw a guy out, whatever. Cabbage had a big sacrifice. Whatever. Everybody contributes, right? Sometimes you have to.
When you win.
Yes.
When you win the championship.
That's true. Everyone has a moment when you win a championship.
If you lose in the World Series or before, then it's got to upgrade on the spot.
Then someone cost you.
Yeah.
Like you could point to last year and say Kyle Tucker may have cost them a chance to win another World Series with his playoff performance. Now, winning a game at home was all it would have taken to get to the World Series again. But in those early games, the games that are actually competitive, like Game 7 against the Rangers was a blowout. But games 1 and 2, when they are in those games, better Kyle Tucker, maybe win one of those. So, sure, when you don't win, you can point to guys who didn't come through. And obviously, if you win a World Series, everyone gets a little piece of the congratulatory pie. All right, I did mention this before we got to Eric. We got tickets to give away to the Cougars home opener. It is Willie Fritz's first game as the Cougars head coach. It will be a night of new beginnings, thrilling plays, hard-hitting action. and maybe some unforgettable moments. We'll see. The Cougs are starting a new era. They move on from Dana Holgerson, and now Willie Fritz, the former Tulane coach, is leading the Cougs, and you get a chance to watch him. So if you are caller 8 right now to 713-780-3776, you win a pair of tickets to see the Cougs in their home opener. Caller 8 to 713-780-3776. And if you don't win, but you still want to go see the Cougs, you can get tickets, which are starting at $15, and you can call them at 713-GO-COUGS or go to uhcougars.com/tickets. So there are a couple ways to do that. Remember, come early, be loud, and wear red. Caller 8 wins a couple tickets to see the Cougs in the home opener of their new era. It'll be interesting for them. Donovan Smith, in his second year there, decided to hang on with the new coach. Like that for the Cougs. That's a talented player. They did lose Sam Brown in the offseason. That was one of their better wide receivers. And, of course, they lost another one to Texas, too. So that is the attrition when a new head coach comes around. And, frankly, the attrition when NIL is a big deal. And Power 5 programs, well, Power 4 programs, and the Cougs are one now, too. When I guess you want to say higher prestige programs come calling, you might lose some of your better players. But it's Willie Fritz time. Let's see how it plays out. There was a press conference yesterday. It was very informative about the Cougs' financial situation, as far as maybe they're not living up to the expectations of being in a market like this. That was a focus of Renee Couture yesterday. Also, Tillman Fertitta was asked about Willie Fritz and why he's the right guy for the job. Talked about knowing that Willie Fritz is a leader. You could tell right away that he was someone who could lead a program. So just some new things going on with the Cougs, and hopefully you guys go out there and enjoy it. We're going to be giving away tickets for really through next week. So be aware. If you want to see the Cougs play in their home opener with Willie Fritz at the helm, listen for the rest of the day today and throughout the coming week. Before we go to break, I did want to talk about this. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the plumber you should choose. But if you wanted to place a bet on college football this year, doesn't have to be the Cougs. Maybe you want to see them play a game first. But if you are looking at that line and go, you know what, I like Georgia Tech on a neutral field against the Florida State Seminoles in Ireland, you can place your bet at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is the website. You can use your promo code BET975 to get in on the action. We got college football just a couple days away now. Of course, the NFL is right around the corner. The WNBA you can gamble on, European soccer, all of that is available to you at MyBookie. We're getting to a important part of the year when it comes to trying to win some money. All the sports are nearly in play. Hell, we know basketball is coming up in a couple months too, so MyBookie will have you set up there too. So just go to mybookie.ag. Remember, you got the live betting options as well. So maybe you weren't right to begin the game. You can change that during the games as well. So we've got the live casino, the live betting, the promo code, which makes your money go further. Bet975 is that promo code. Remember, go to mybookie.ag and bet on anything, anywhere, anytime, only with MyBookie.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Texans and Rams in a joint practice. From the reporting, Kamari Lassiter's having a pretty good day. He's going back and forth with Cooper Kupp. I think there's a clip out there of Cooper Kupp scoring a touchdown, but Lassiter's won a couple reps in 11 on an 11 too. So, and he is your starting corner opposite Stingley, and it's big because there are questions about whether the two guys that they targeted in the early part of the offseason are going to make the team. Are Jeff Okudah and CJ Henderson going to be viable options? They've both been injured, haven't participated in practice very much. Are those guys even capable backups at this point? And if they're not, you got to feel pretty lucky that you did target Kamari Lassiter and he's lived up to the billing. Because where would you be if he wasn't what he's been? Okudah and Henderson, you don't know a lot about, other than they are guys who did not make it on other teams, and now they're reclamation projects for you, and they're reclamation projects you've barely seen practice. So the Kamari Lassiter thing is going to be big, and him holding up against Cooper Kupp practice, understood. Caveats, I'll throw that all in there. But you want to see him continue to make strides and put on some gloves. But that's just my thing. One of my other agendas is this. I made what appears to be a relatively stupid thing, relatively stupid proclamation that Dameon Pierce, if what was being said about him was correct by DeMeco Ryans, would turn out to be the best back on the team by November. Since that point, we've seen him gain nothing in the running game. I have been comforted by DeMeco Ryans continuing to talk about the offensive line not being able to block. But then I hear people who maybe have less reason to not downgrade Dameon Pierce, talk about his inability to press holes in the zone running scheme. And even if there's nothing there, what's the point of a back if you can't make something out of nothing? But here's DeMeco Ryans on Dameon Pierce's lack of opportunities and what needs to get done to give him some more.
We got to get him some ops in the game, to get him some more ops running the football. But Damien's done a great job out here at practice. I don't think everybody's seen that in the game because, when he had his opportunities, we got guys unblocked in the hole, so he doesn't have a chance to really get started. So, we just have to give him more opportunities, but we have to block it better up front so he does have opportunities to make some plays in the running game.
Thanks, DeMeco. My agenda lives for at least another week until maybe he's not great against the Rams and doesn't play, and either he's a roster cut, does he get traded? I don't know, but has not gone great for Dameon Pierce, and there's a lot of people who really don't make the decisions, but a lot of people who think he's not long for this Texans roster. It's been tough. It's been rough for him. I will stand on the offensive line. The starting one, at least, has not done a lot for him, and some of that has to do with continuity. You have guys in and out. Laremy Tunsil is still a guy you haven't seen in a preseason game. You're not going to see him until game one. And he was in and out of today's practice, too, I believe. I think he maybe did some things in the first session of 11 on 11 and then took a seat, or at least took a rest on the sideline, and then some of the protection issues showed up again. The Blake Fisher thing. We saw it against Brian Burns, and that's an elite pass rusher. Thankfully, you have a big-time tackle at that position that you can throw in there, and Blake Fisher can maybe take a breath and learn something this year. He'll be your swing tackle. You just hope that injuries aren't a big thing at that position, so he's not thrown into a spot where he's not ready. Apparently, your AD is a bit of a joker, Sean. He told a room full of people today that the A&M Texas game was going to be on a neutral site going forward, and the room was shocked silent until he goes, "Actually, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, everybody. Don't worry."
Yeah, that was the immediate speculation because it was like a joint press conference with the ADs of Texas and Texas A&M, and he little jokester that Chris Del Conte.
We saw that at the SEC media days where he was sitting next to Joe Castiglione, the Oklahoma AD, and Del Conte was very open with his thoughts and his words, and Castiglione was like, not me. You can take this, Chris. I'm not saying the things you're saying.
And I figured that it wasn't going to be a neutral site Texas A&M game just because that would have leaked out before a press conference.
Probably.
Like,
I don't think he's breaking that news.
There would be like actual murmurs.
Rumors.
Of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Texags and Orange Bloods would have been all over it.
Did we say what the actual news was?
What news?
For the press conference, because it was to announce something. Did you see what it was?
No,
to
I
announce?
didn't even see it. I just saw the joke and what it did to the room.
It's a title sponsor of
the game now.
Yes, so it's the Lone Star Showdown, brought to you by some.
So it'll be. Will it be like at the 25-yard line? It won't be at midfield. You'll at least get the. It's not like Oklahoma, Texas, where you'll have the dual logos and then the full name of the game, right? Or are they? You're going to be allowed to at least keep your logo at the middle of the field for that game.
I guess
you
so.
would think so.
But it's Cotton Holdings is the official sponsor of the game.
So you're going to have Cotton Holdings somewhere on the Kyle Field, and I guess when it's in Austin, it'll be emblazoned on the field too.
Yep.
Let's allow the two teams to keep their regular logos and don't have it switched up like it's a
bowl game
or like one of those games in Atlanta to start the year, something like that.
That's why I could never be a beat reporter. I'd be like, wait, you drag us?
You dragged us here for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at I'm looking at it. You texted me the logo. It's a logo that you see at the Cotton Bowl for Oklahoma, Texas. It's that type of logo.
Yeah.
In the middle of the field.
It's a star with one logo on one side, one logo on the other.
It's a typical logo for the Cotton Bowl.
And then the logo for this random company, Cotton Holdings.
It just says Cotton on top of the outline of the state of Texas. So there it is. We'll see how that plays out, whether it ruins the aesthetic of the game or not. Will it be in the end zones? I don't know how they'll treat it since it's not going to be at a neutral site. You would think A&M and Texas can keep their
probably be on like the 25s, I'd imagine.
That's what I assumed earlier, that it would be there. It's whatever. I'll get over it. It won't get mentioned very much in game, but someone who was calling the game, welcome to the Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown. It's a lot. Can I just call it Texas A&M? Can I just call it that? But it's back, folks. And despite Chris Del Conte's joke, it will be played in the home-built stadiums of the two teams, which is cool. First year in College Station. And the only thing that would make it even better, not for you, but if a win for A&M knocks Texas out of the playoff. To reignite the rivalry, I would say. Because I don't think A&M is going to win enough games for that game to mean as much to them as it could mean to you as far as national title aspirations. But as far as reigniting what once was and still is, I guess, a great rivalry, we need stakes where someone is really pained by the loss. Like A&M losing to Texas, it would hurt, but they're used to it.
Whoa. It's uncalled for.
I mean, are they not used to it?
Of recent history, yes.
Yes, they are used to losing to Texas. And Justin Tucker's, I think it's an old quote. He was asked about now that would he like for his kick to be the lasting memory of the game. He goes, no, it's a great moment for me, and but I do think those teams should play. It's great for one program to play their little brother.
Got
him. Justin Tucker, Longhorn till he dies. Great Baltimore Ravens kicker. So that game's back. We have a new logo for it, an unnecessary one, but it's there.
Very unnecessary.
It really is unnecessary.
It's unnecessary for it to have a sponsor.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of any other interstate regular season game. Is it intrastate? Intrastate.
Yeah.
Intrastate regular season game between two rivals to have a sponsor attached.
The War on I-4 brought to you by.
Yeah, does Florida, does UCF and USF have a sponsored game?
No.
I don't think so.
I doubt it. Maybe. It might. It might. And it's just, this speaks to how little this matters, is that no one knows it.
Yeah, it's the War on I-4. And a lot of people don't even know that's what it's called.
Yeah. The Iron Bowl brought to you by.
Yeah, the Iron Bowl doesn't have
Hardee's. I don't know.
It would be Bojangles or something.
Yeah.
People think I'm making that up. You probably don't. You've seen enough ACC games on on the alternative networks that aren't ESPN.
The CW.
Yeah, that you know that Bojangles is a big sponsor of ACC football. They do make a good spicy chicken biscuit, despite the name. It's a little shaky, depending on what you know about history. They do make a. I always go to one when I go back to Florida. That's going to be part of my trip.
Yeah.
But there's not one locally. So since I had nothing to do one day, I just went to St. Augustine, which is like a couple hours away, specifically because that was the closest one.
Wow.
And I'd never been there before. But that's how good the spicy chicken biscuit is. You look past the name.
Yeah. Is it? If you want to get a good spicy chicken sandwich, you kind of have to look past some stuff.
Yeah. Chick-fil-A. True. Speaking of that, Chick-fil-A is going to have original programming.
I can't wait.
What is it going to be?
Can't wait. I don't know. VeggieTales, but with
chicken?
Chicken.
The cows are going to be. For the kids, the cows are going to have their own cartoon. Right. If you don't know, Chick-fil-A's producing their own television shows now.
That is kind of the entire story.
That's it. That's it.
Chick-fil-A is going to make a streaming app.
I don't know
that
what
has programming.
I don't know what else will be on it, or if they're going to get actual actors we've ever heard of, or will they just use their own employees like they do for the commercials?
A documentary on the founder. I don't know who the founder is.
Neither do I. But Chick-fil-A going to be producing.
Can't wait. What to watch for? What to watch for this weekend?
Michael Carroll.
With Michael Carroll. The first time he recommends something
Get
on the
Chick-fil-A app.
Whew.
History made. Yeah, be on the lookout for that. I don't know when it's going to begin because I didn't look that far into the story. I just know that they are in the mode of making programming. I hope it's all about chicken, though.
Yeah.
The cows and the chicken. I don't want any, like, real stuff like they're into some family drama.
This is us.
Yeah. I don't want that from Chick-fil-A. I want it to be about chicken.
The leftovers.
Yeah, I don't need any of that. I don't need anything. I don't need prestige Chick-fil-A TV. I need chicken commentary.
House of the Chicken.
Oh man, who Team Fried and Team Grilled?
Yeah,
going at it to see who rules who rules Westeros or whatever the version of Chick-fil-A would call it. Bring it,
Breasteros.
Yeah, they probably stay away from it because of their Christian
but
background.
it's chicken breast.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I get it. I got it, Sean. I understood what you're doing, but I don't know if Chick-fil-A wants to have the name of the land they're fighting over called Breasteros.
Oh, okay.
I think they might.
That's their decision.
It's true. Well,
Sydney Sweeney fighting to be the queen of Breasteros.
I don't think she's making one appearance in a Chick-fil-A original television show. I don't think it's happening, but we can always hope, right?
That's a new La Salsa question.
Instead of OF, it's
for
CF,
CFA.
How far has your career fallen that you're now appearing in original programming for CFA? I mean, it could be a viable option for some actors.
Okay.
You never know. We got one more segment to go. If Wendy's starts to create programming, we'll talk about that too. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So now I'm just focused on what Chick-fil-A will provide for me when I need to watch some good original programming. So that's part of their plan, but they also are looking to acquire already produced shows, including Netflix's 13 Reasons Why, which doesn't feel like it fits what Chick-fil-A wants to push. If you know anything about that show or the book that it's based off of, I believe it's a book. It's very heavy, very, very heavy. I didn't think Chick-fil-A had it in them.
Yeah.
If that's something they want to have their name behind.
I would have assumed something more like I would assume just like network programming, like the Young Sheldon is just now on.
Well, I don't know how much it costs to acquire Young Sheldon. I'm not sure why Netflix would. I guess if you're licensing it, you'll keep. Obviously, Netflix will just make the money that Chick-fil-A is paying them, and they'll keep it for their own as well. But
They had to have been a little bit surprised. They're like, what?
excuse me. This is
Where's this email coming from?
yeah, excuse me, Chick-fil-A. The Chick-fil-A production company's asking us about 13 Reasons Why. I hope it does make its way onto that app. I don't know if they'll get pushback. Everybody gets pushback about everything, but it would be an interesting change in the way Chick-fil-A operates, that you can go into their store and when we say thank you and they go, my pleasure. Also, have you heard about our streaming app? Is that going to be something they ask their employees to do too? They're required to say I think they're required to say my pleasure. They don't all do it, but for the most part, if you say thank you,
They coach them up pretty
yeah,
well.
they coach them up to say it back once you say thank you. Will that be part of the upsell? You get a free 3 count of chicken strips if you sign up for the service.
See, I was thinking it had to be the other way, where if you have the app and you are of like a certain level on the app, then they just give you the login.
You maybe.
I can't imagine they're actually trying to like.
You can't imagine a capitalistic company is trying to.
No, but what all these apps do is they start very cheap and accessible.
That's true.
And then they become less and less accessible.
Yeah.
And
Speaking of Netflix.
And they bank on it. You being either too lazy or too engrossed in the programming to cancel when they raise the prices.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A is going to have to try really hard with their program to keep me from potentially canceling the Chick-fil-A streaming app.
I mean, I might have to check it out just to see what's on there. You know,
I will get a review from one of the reviewers who gets like a free login and see what they say about some of the programming before I'd make a decision on that.
It's what an idea! Like, how did that guy or woman who walked into that meeting with that idea
and got it heard and said, you know what, that's a great idea. Why aren't we producing our own programming?
But imagine like that drive to work where you're like, I'm going to have to pitch Chick-fil-A on starting a streaming app. That is what I have to do.
I can't wait for them to be bought out by like, it's so great that like Max comes calling, Time Warner comes calling, goes, you know what, we can't have them in the market.
Get the Max, Hulu, and Chick-fil-A bundle.
When the House of the Dragon Chick-fil-A collab happens because they're now one.
Hey, the last season of Game of Thrones had a Starbucks cup in it. You can throw it.
When Rhaenyra's eating chicken tenders.
Yeah. Damon's dumping it in some Polynesian sauce.
There's a random carton of just a random gallon of lemonade.
Yeah, he's just dreaming about some waffle fries.
No, they're just gonna name a dragon Sunjoy because they don't call those drinks Arnold Palmer's anymore. A dragon's just gonna get named Sunjoy. We're gonna know that's not canonically correct.
Wait.
It is now. Haven't you heard? We've merged with Chick-fil-A, one of the powers when it comes to producing original programming. A couple things I want to get to that aren't nonsense related. If you had a feeling the Astros don't do great when the bases are loaded, you're right. It led to some of their issues yesterday and really throughout the year, although they've been able to overcome it. Astro hitters have now taken 48 plate appearances with the bases loaded and 2 outs this season, and they're 4 for 48 with 5 total bases. So your baseball team, as clutch as they've been in recent memory, bases loaded has been an issue for them. Might want to correct that at some point. And the other thing, I think I mentioned it already. Yordan Alvarez hasn't hit a home run at home since June 22nd. But they're on the road. Don't worry about it. They're heading to Baltimore, and Yordan's been great on the road. So the Astros try to get back on track against the Orioles, one of the best teams in baseball, coming up here shortly. All right, we're done. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. And remember, the finals of Rock the Mic are tomorrow at Carbach Brewery. You should join the guys out there from 12 to 6 for that. We're done for the day, Sean. So what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Got him to hit into a double play. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Neris pumped up. And he is going to say something to Julio Rodriguez on his way off the mound. He was pumped up and walked right at Julio Rodriguez, and now the benches are going to clear.
I don't care if what he said was homophobic. That was my favorite moment of last year. Hector Neris striking out Julio Rodriguez in a big spot, and then like an absolute crazy person walking up to him and talking trash to him. The cherry on top, apparently they're friends.
I don't think they're friends anymore, Paul.
I don't think so, but guess what? Hector Neris, a friend of the Houston Astros, is now once again a member of the Houston Astros. He got DFA'd by the Cubs, cleared waivers. The Astros brought him back in. And to me, he is like a shot of espresso when you're out at a restaurant.
Ooh.
After a few cocktails or glasses of vino. He is just fun to have in the 6th and the 7th inning coming into a game because you never know what's going to happen. But you do feel pretty good about him in an Astros bullpen that needed a little bit of help, especially with Ryan Presley on the injured list for this upcoming stretch of 11 games, the toughest stretch the rest of the way. Smart addition. I like that Jim Crane was willing to let Dana Brown bring the guy back in, Joe.
Yeah, I think this is a great move. You need it right now. Taylor Scott is giving up like 4 runs in his last 4 appearances. He's not been the guy he was earlier in the season. Maybe it's the book is written on him and people have figured him out a little bit. Maybe he's just having a bad stretch of baseball. But Hector Neris comes in and he can be your 6th inning guy or 7th inning guy. Whatever you want him to be, he can be. I don't care about his struggles closing games in Chicago. It's all irrelevant to me now that he's back here in Houston. I'm so glad he's back.
So do you think 6th inning is the initial role? I mean, Ryan Presley's out. So I guess what I'm really trying to ask here, Joe, when they're at full strength, he's going to be their 6th inning guy.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's still unless Paul, they're not going to demote Presley to the 6th inning. They're just not going to do it. I don't see it. They seem locked in to keeping him in that role, no matter what the struggles have been this year, the up and down that Presley's been. It's going to go Neris, Abreu, Presley, Hader if your starter gives you 5 innings, which sounds great still.
I like it as a backup option to use if Presley, 1, continues to struggle like he has his last 4 outings where he's allowed an earned run in each of them, or 2, if Presley doesn't come back because you never know with this team and the injury reports that we get from them. But they needed a bullpen arm, and I'm sorry, but Caleb Ferguson at the trade deadline, none of us were happy about that. I don't think any of us were mad about it. It's more you look at his numbers, and they were less than whelming for a left-handed guy that you're hoping does well against left-handed pitching. What I do remember about Hector Neris is that Hector Neris, despite being a righty, is good against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, Caleb Ferguson was just a lefty replacement for Rafael Montero. You took one guy in your bullpen, you replaced him with another bad guy in your bullpen. You just don't know. It's not like there's the dread when Montero would come into a game. It's like we got a reprieve from that when Caleb Ferguson would come in. We learned quickly he wasn't really much better than Montero. So this is a really smart move for the Astros because there's really no downside. He's going to get the league minimum. So even if there is something that's, fundamentally broken with him this season for whatever reason.
Do you think there is?
No, I don't. But if there was, it's going to cost you a couple $100,000 to keep him off your playoff roster. If that, I mean, there's 40 games left in the season, 50 games, whatever it is. So you're not committing a huge financial investment in this. So even if it is a disaster, it doesn't cost you anything. It's just a smart, good move by this team.
I don't think it's going to be a disaster. I'm intrigued by the possibility of it being a disaster. You're putting it out there.
Oh, really?
I feel like you're putting it out there. The possibility.
It's not.
I don't think you're saying it's happening. You're just saying, well, I mean, it could theoretically not work out. I guess I just can't envision a world where a guy who was considered a leader on this team last year isn't exactly what he was last year. But last year was last year, and we do know how bullpen arms year to year are extremely volatile.
Yeah, but it's not, to your point, he's not, Montero. It's not one good year. We saw consistent success from Neris while he was here in Houston. His raw numbers from this year are still pretty good. He has a below 4 ERA. He would just give up save situations consistently, and the Cubs didn't want to pay him $9 million next year to do the same thing. So they wanted to get rid of him, and now he's back. And it just gives you flexibility that, you don't have to. Abreu is towards the top of the league, if not at the top of the league of appearances in the bullpen this year. Hader's being used a bunch. Presley's been used a bunch. Just bringing in a guy like Neris just gives you another arm, another option. And to what you're saying earlier, while the updates seem positive about Ryan Presley, that he's throwing a baseball and he's on track to return when his injured list stint ends, you never know with the Houston Astros. You just never know.
You really don't.
Never know.
He's Joe and Paul. Hector Neris is back with the Houston Astros if you want to weigh in on that. It starts now. Toughest stretch of the schedule. The Astros are in Baltimore, as they say, in Maryland tonight, 6:08 first pitch with Spencer Edegetti on the hill against Corbin Burns, the big acquisition that Baltimore made this offseason. The next 11 games they go up against the Orioles in Baltimore. They did sweep them when they were in Houston earlier this year. The first World Series of the season for the Houston Astros. After that, they open up next week taking on the Philadelphia Phillies in Philadelphia, rematch of the 2022 World Series with a Phillies team that is strengthening its grip on the National League East, a division that did seem at one point like it was going to be a two-horse race between them and Atlanta. And then after that, they wrap it up with 3 games against Kansas City, who kicked their ass in April. I mean, the Royals made the Astros look like they were in the midst of a crumbling dynasty. It was April. There are lots of injuries to the pitching staff. These next 11 games, Joe, are going to determine whether or not the Astros get an automatic bid to what I call the play-in tournament of baseball's playoffs, which is the ALDS, because it is, as a Houston citizen, our God-given right to be in the American League Championship Series every single year. That is the actual first round of the playoffs. Not this Mickey Mouse wild card crap, and not the divisional series either, because the Astros win it every single year. It's incredible that they've won it every single year. But if they're going to get that bye so that they start off into the divisional round, I think this stretch right here is going to determine if they do it. And as I said earlier this week, I'm not looking for the Astros to win all of these games. I would be happy if they go above 500. But if they do put together an incredible stretch where they're winning 7, 8 games or something like that, I think they're going to end up with one of the 2 automatic divisional playoff berths. I think they're going to overtake either Cleveland or whoever wins the American League East, Baltimore and New York.
I was going to ask, your expectations haven't changed with them losing this series to Boston? Because it was a tough series loss.
Definitely vibe killer.
Really, I'm glad Hector Neris signed today, so today wasn't a total vibe killer for the
we
show.
We don't even
have
to talk about yesterday's game. We don't have to talk about how they didn't give Justin Verlander any run support. We could just focus on Hector Neris being back.
Yeah, but does it change your view on this? Going 6-5, 5-6 is ideally what you want. But
that's why I'm looking at it from a just go above 500, go at 500, maybe one game below 500. I'm not going to be that mad about it because, I mean, with the way things are going in the American League West, you are playing with house money to a degree. That's not me saying, hey, you can half-ass it, you can procrastinate or anything like that. But the Mariners are falling apart. I mean, people thought they fired Scott Service last night because the post-game show was not able to air the Scott Service press conference. They thought he was canned. And then they needed an explanation from people behind the scenes to determine whether or not he actually was still employed by the team.
I think there's still a small chance he doesn't make it out today. They have an off day today. So if you're going to fire a manager, today's the day to do it. 6-5 would be great. And the Royals series is important right now as they're tied with the Twins, but whatever the tiebreakers are, they are the 3rd wild card team. So as the playoffs start today, that's who's coming to Houston for a 3-game series in the wild card round is the Kansas City Royals. So you can either help push them out of the playoffs and welcome Boston back in because Boston's only 3.5 games back of the Royals right now. Or you can get a real view of what a playoff series will look like if you can't catch the Orioles, the Yankees, or the Guardians at this point. I'm with you. If they go 8-3 in this 11-game stretch, I would feel much more confident that they can make a run at the top of the American League.
All the big old pants down if they do that.
Big time. Especially if it starts with Baltimore. If you take care of Baltimore, you're just helping yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also, it is nice to be in the back of somebody's mind. We know the Astros are like that with the New York Yankees. They beat them in the playoffs all the time, no matter what the Yankees do in the regular season. Like, that's just something that they have in the back of their head. And I would imagine if you are a member of the Baltimore Orioles, just given the way that this season and last year have gone, you look at the Astros and think to yourself, damn, like there's something they're doing that we can't quite figure out. It's that mystique. And to have that against a team like Baltimore, where there's a little bit of doubt in the back of their head, would be awesome. So, I mean, they take 3 out of 4 in Baltimore. Oh, my gosh. I'll be so excited.
If they do that, the vibes will be real good.
I mean, we could say that if they were to take 3 of 4, that would be a World Series. But we're actually saying we're not counting the Royals as it. We've agreed on this. You're right.
Just making sure. Unless we want to expand to an 11-game World Series.
No, that's too much. That's confusing.
So make sure.
They were 9 games, I think, back in the day. I think the Chicago Black Sox, it was a 9-game World Series.
What a weird thing that would be.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. So I think these next 7 we've agreed is the Astros' 4th World Series of the year or 3rd World Series of the year?
Third World Series.
Okay, because they're playing on the road back-to-back, the Baltimore Orioles and the Philadelphia Phillies.
When you look at this team and just like where they stand right now, what's just your, like, I know that's what you want, but what's your confidence that with all the weird stuff that we're going to talk about today with Bregman and no run support for Justin Verlander, where's like your confidence level 1 to 10 that they can, with everything that's going on, go 6-5 and go over this next 11-game stretch above 500?
I'm going to say 6.13333334.
Okay.
Repeating, of course.
Okay.
The 4s are repeating. That doesn't make any sense.
Just the one up you, I'll just go 6.2 clean.
Oof. Nice.
So
I'm feeling good.
6.9.
Bringing in, yeah, I know. I almost did. But I was like, hey, I can't go that high. That's a 7. But the vibes are definitely good with Hector Neris back in the fold. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. Have you ever had elbow gremlins? And Astros dealing with them, I guess. Stick around.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
0-2. Got him with a center cut fastball.
That also happened against the Seattle Mariners. Back in a time where Joe Buck was on the call for the Astros games instead of Dodger Joe Davis. You guys all hated Joe Buck so much, and we have an actual Dodgers broadcaster who actually is good at his job that's calling these games on Fox now. And you thought Joe Buck was biased.
Well, now we get Joe Buck back in our lives, though, because the Texans are relevant. So we get him back on Monday Night Football.
This is true. Now, to bring it back to the Astros, the big news today, they signed Hector Neris, who, of course, pitched for them and was just a fun, animated presence out of the bullpen in the 6th, 7th inning. I liken him to a cup of espresso in the midst of a long night. Some people have compared him to something else. That is illegal. No. Bad. I'm rolling up.
What?
I
have the sniffles.
Okay, you had the sniffles, said Joe. I'm saying Joe said he had the sniffles in quotation marks. This is where I'd get a newspaper out. Bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Or perhaps a squirt gun if it's a cat. Bad. Bad kitty. Bad Joe. Bad everybody who does that, okay? It's illegal.
You're right.
It's illegal, and then there's stuff in it. You got to watch out. The testing strips were illegal in this city for some reason. Whatever. No one knows what I'm talking about. I'm bringing it back. I'm bringing it back to Hector Neris. A text. Getting Neris back is going to be plug and play. Kind of like that girl you broke up with who was kind of hot, then ran into at the bar. She knows your moves and is down to have the sex for old time's sake.
It's one of my favorite texts we've ever gotten because it's true. I think it's pretty on point. I think it's astute analysis.
I'm trying to think of the last time that happened for me. It was a while ago, and it was with somebody I used to work with over at the Texans flagship.
Oh,
remember
boy.
I was out at the bar, and I mean, I was having a good time hanging with my friends, and I go to the bathroom, and she found me, and she's like, "We're leaving." I was like, "Oh, all right."
She stalked you?
She just grabbed my wrist. I was like, "We're going." I'm like, "All right."
Like,
So
all right.
that's Hector Neris. He's back in our life.
It's good that he's back. I'm curious how quickly he'll be on the team. I know that, what's this guy's name? Bryant Gamble, whatever. Some guy they got from the Mets. He's an outfielder. He'll meet the team in Baltimore today. I'm guessing we'll see Neris by the end of this series. I don't think this is going to be, like when they got Aledmys Diaz, they sent him to Florida to get right for a second. I don't think they're going to do that. I think we'll see Neris in the next 2 days. Hopefully.
I want it now.
Tonight?
I want Hector Neris now.
And then Baltimore's stupid first pitch times. It says 6:08.
Well, that's just East Coast.
6:08 though?
The ones that are weird are Cleveland, I think, Detroit, and Tampa Bay. Because I think they do their first pitch 5:40 our time.
I think, yes. At least Detroit for sure.
Detroit's the earliest. I think Detroit's a 5:15 first pitch. And Toronto might be early.
I think you're right. I think Toronto had some weird ones too.
Random northern Midwestern teams.
Yeah. You know what? Hey, you know what? You do you.
I'm cool with the early start times, okay? We've had enough Oakland A's and LA Angels game against these godforsaken franchises that stink with no fans in the stands. Like, no one's watching it, and it's too late, and I'm tie-tie. I want to go to bed.
Yeah, 5:50 start time or 6:08 is so much better than a 9:15 start time.
Yeah, come on. Let's glass half full, Joe.
I just want to know how they get to 08.
Yeah, me too.
That's all I want to know. I have no problem with the time. Just it's noteworthy. Why not 10? Why not 05?
I don't even think that they generally start at the exact time.
No, it normally is a couple minutes late.
So it's a great question. Why the very specific 08 time when you're probably going to miss it by 3 or 4 minutes anyway? Like, generally, I assume these games start at 7:12 for the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
I know it says, first pitch, 7 o'clock, and you go on to whatever. This is...
You got to have the play ball kid. And
Yeah. The
Orvis
first
gotta
pitch,
dance.
the The national anthem might go over. You just never know.
You never know.
Why can't we gamble on like the national anthem on like a regular
Just
day?
every night.
Yeah. Why do we have to only do it on the Super Bowl?
Probably because
you need the helpline number.
No, I think it's because there's potential for insider bag.
That's true.
You know,
That's true.
If it's a big name, you would assume that you'd be able to track if somebody knows the singer. So anything that's insider trading, this person is singing a little bit longer because one person like bet on like 36 Black, if you will. Like this is a way that they can keep that from happening.
That makes sense. That's fair.
But normally, don't they have like a max bet for it? Like you can't bet.
Yeah, usually it's like $1,000.
Yeah, you can't bet like $50,000 on head or tails in the Super Bowl.
See,
but you can bet like 5.
Those people, that's the dumbest bet on planet Earth.
What?
Is heads or tails.
Yeah, I mean, you can just do that in your house. Like,
yeah.
you don't need it to be.
Like, what if you're a big bleeper? What if you are somebody who likes to just put money on outlandish stuff to show that you have money?
But like the Gatorade color is more fun. The national anthem is more fun.
Us, but we're poors. We're broke boys. If you're
That's true.
If you're absolutely loaded, and it must be an absolute flex to just say like, yeah, I bet $100,000 on the coin toss.
But you can't do 100,000.
I know, but that's what I mean though. If you could, like that, that's the ultimate flex, is betting on something that's completely inconsequential that you could actually bet on your own in your own home, as you pointed out. Okay, the Astros are still banged up, but we're starting to see some guys return. I laughed very hard when I heard the most recent update for Alex Bregman. It's all part of another episode of Astros ER. So Alex Bregman was designated hitter for the Astros yesterday. He led off because Jose Altuve had an off day, and he hit a home run in his first at-bat. On his way back into the dugout, we were all laughing as we watched this mid-show as Alex Bregman was elbow bumping teammates in celebration, because we thought to ourselves, well, hang on, if his elbow's not 100%, he probably shouldn't be doing that. After yesterday's game, he was asked when he might get back to playing third base. Here's Alex Bregman's answer.
I feel like the rest of the year is going to be kind of just a fluid situation. Take it day by day and see how it feels every single day and kind of make a decision as it goes. Through today for the first time. Arm felt good. Didn't feel any pain or discomfort or anything. But yeah, it's just going to be one of those things, take day by day and kind of see how it feels the rest of the year. There's swelling. Obviously, there's nothing structurally wrong with the UCL, but some little gremlins in there causing some swelling that just going to have to try and mitigate through the rest of the year and keep the swelling out.
Little gremlins in there. When I think of elbow gremlins, I think about an episode of South Park where there were underpants gnomes.
Yes.
The underpants gnomes kept on stealing the underpants from Tweak, a coffee addict's dresser. And they had a 3-step plan. It was step 1, collect underpants. Step 2, step 3, profit. It was a really stupid, all episode long joke. I don't know why Trey Parker and Matt Stone went down that road for that South Park episode, but elbow gremlins, underpants gnomes, same thing to me. Mythical beings that are keeping Alex Bregman from playing third base.
Yeah, what a way to put it. Just tell us the truth. You have,
elbow gremlins.
You have little bone fragments floating around, and it's hurting you a little bit.
Those would be gremlins, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I like that he's calling them gremlins. I think it makes me wonder what other kind of gremlins are out there. If there was a gremlin in Kyle Tucker's leg. Maybe they're floating around Ryan Presley's back and attacking that. Justin Verlander's neck. There's just a gremlin problem in the Astros clubhouse.
But not the little Furby-looking things that if you pour water on them, they turn into monsters.
No, but do you remember Furbies? Those things were the worst. That's one thing we don't need to bring back from the 90s.
Well, Furbies seemingly were based off of gremlins.
Yeah.
And they just gave him a beak instead of a mouth. Did you ever watch Gremlins?
I did. Yeah. It's been a long time, but I do like the movie.
There was Gremlins 1, which I believe is technically a Christmas movie. I think Phoebe Cates was in that. And then there's Gremlins 2, The New Batch. Gremlins got a 7.3 on IMDb.
I think I've only seen Gremlins. I don't think I've seen 2 and 3.
I didn't even know there was a 3.
I didn't know it. And it's probably terrible. It's probably straight to VHS.
That was back in those days where they would throw a sequel and there's just to get someone to pick it up at a Blockbuster or a Walmart discount bin. And that's how they profit.
Gremlins 3 came out in... There's a TV show or something going on here?
Of course. I mean, they had one successful movie because it was a horror movie that was funny. And when you have a movie like that in the 1980s, we like to think that we've become so unoriginal these days. But no, we were mailing it in and trying to milk some stupid franchise as long as we possibly could back in the 80s too.
Yeah, it's a one season. It came out last year on Max.
Yeah. Sean's got a Wayne's World hat on. I mean, they squeezed the bleep out of that from an SNL independent franchise too.
I went to go talk to Sean earlier, and I opened the studio, and I didn't see his hat. But whatever was going on with his hair, in my mind, I immediately he looks like Wayne's World. And then he turned around and he had the hat on, and I was like, oh,
yeah,
pulling it off well today.
Thank you. This was at the bottom of my hat pile. I've been trying to mix in some hats that are lower on the totem pole.
I like that.
This is from Halloween.
I feel like as a show we could all step our game up from a fashion perspective for football season.
Okay.
Want to start wearing suits every day?
Like Mike Nolan on the sideline.
Should I do that for a week and just see what the Twitch and the YouTube say? Cool, is Paulo going up for a job interview?
We can do like Suit Fridays for every Texans game they win.
No, for road games. Business trip.
Yeah.
Business
yes.
trip.
Business
yes.
trips.
I think you gotta win road games though for us to do this. But I mean, I'm in. Like it's normally freezing cold. The one day, when the AC's out, if we come into suits, we might croak in the studio.
That is true.
If that happens, so
We have actual fans.
yeah.
It would be very funny to just have a couple of shows in a row, zero context. We're just wearing suits.
I agree.
Just on our social media days, on the
like when we're
social
doing
media
videos
doc.
for YouTube, so we just like look like we're the only professionals here.
Yeah.
You know what I really enjoy? So when people who work in radio, let's be honest, for the most part, dress like slobs. I'll admit I'm part of that too. I like to wear a t-shirt and shorts to work. It's the best part about this job. The funny thing is, whenever you dress up slightly nice, you'll just get these backhanded compliments from all of your coworkers, especially here. Oh, you got a job interview today? Wow, Paul, looking sharp.
I remember
sexual harassment. That's what I think.
It is funny though. I remember when I was at the Astros flagship, and I showed up in a really nice outfit, and they go, "We're doing a job interview," and I went, in my mind, I was like, "Yeah, I was just meeting with 97.5." So I was like, "Yes, I didn't bring a change of clothes."
Nice.
So you never know, Paul. You never know.
That is true, but I feel like I don't know how we got here from elbow gremlins to suits, but we're gonna do suits this year.
Suit Fridays for road games.
At least we'll do one Suit Friday, and if it doesn't go well,
For the biggest road, I'd like week one. I
First
don't want
game of the year. It's the Colts.
I think you got started early.
It's a business trip.
Yeah,
it's a business trip.
You can't say you're gonna wait till the end of the season because what if they're not good?
Yeah. No, that's
then the
true.
bit just never happens.
That's true.
All right, so not next Friday, the following Friday, Suit Fridays.
Okay.
Suit Friday.
I'll have to find a suit.
You don't have one?
I do, but
It's more like a
it's definitely packed up somewhere.
You could get like a tuxedo t-shirt.
That would actually be funnier if you and I come in in suits, and then Sean just got a tuxedo t-shirt.
Amazon.com.
Wear sunglasses and look like a Mr. Smith. I might even put on a tie.
I'm not wearing a tie. That's too far.
He's Joe, someone who won't wear a tie, not willing to go all in.
At least I don't have any gremlins.
Sean Mapes doesn't have a suit, not willing to go all in. Fine, I'll go all in. Tuxedo? Just kidding. I'm not going to do that either. That is Astros ER. Alex Bregman has elbow gremlins. And now you know.
Can't confirm.
At least there's only one update for Astros ER.
Great point.
Normally there's a few.
Ryan Presley. Injured list. Why? We don't know. Kyle Tucker.
I can already see next week it's going to be Ryan Presley throwing from 35 feet, and then the next day Ryan Presley soft tossing from 20. And it's like, is this better or worse? I can't tell.
You never know.
That's a fact.
But what we do know is that the Houston Texans, they had a business trip today to Kirby Drive. And another team, the Los Angeles Rams, they had a business trip too to Kirby Drive. Texans, Rams, one team in red, one team in blue, Crips and Bloods? No, it wasn't that. But I'll tell you what I saw at Texans training camp today. It's Gallant George. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I went to Texans training camp today. They had a joint practice against the Los Angeles Rams. Of note, Joe Mixon is looking pretty good.
That one catch he had, I saw the video of it down the sideline. Woo, like that.
Yeah, he had a catch from C.J. Stroud, who put the perfect arc on the ball for him to run what looked like some sort of a wheel route. For those who don't know, that's when you basically run towards the sideline, then turn upfield. Usually you have somebody that sits down while you turn upfield, and it creates some misdirection, yada, yada, yada. Stroud put a ball perfectly downfield to Mixon. Mixon is looking good out there. So, hey, I don't know how he'll look in an actual regular season game, but he had a couple of nice plays today. Texans secondary, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock had a couple of nice plays today as well. But this is the most important news. The most important news. You guys ready?
Ready.
I'm ready.
CJ Stroud is the national good guy of the National Football League. With Mr. President DJ Pianame, there's a picture of he and CJ Stroud standing next to each other, and Stroud is holding a trophy. The 2024 Good Guy Award, it reads, presented to CJ Stroud, Houston Texans, for your qualities and professional style in helping pro football writers do their jobs. And it's got a Pro Football Writers Association of America logo on it.
I don't know which photo of this you're looking at, Paul.
It looks like a prison photo. CJ, I'm not going to lie, doesn't look like a good guy here. He looks like an annoyed guy.
Yeah, he looks I'm looking at the one that Landry Locker posted on social media, and CJ looks visibly annoyed to be doing this. Like he looks like he wants nothing to do with this award.
That's how good of a guy he is. He doesn't want the accolades. He just wants to do his good work. Doesn't want all the glory that comes with it.
Oh boy.
But national good guy, CJ Stroud.
Big news. It's outside of Texans training camp. We saw this courtesy of Ken Rosenthal. And it's not that surprising given the way that last night went down for the Seattle Mariners. But Scott Service, manager of the Seattle Mariners, is expected to be fired and replaced by Don Wilson, who I believe is the bench coach for Seattle. For a little added context, I don't know how many people saw how awkward things got last night for the Mariners after yet another loss, this time to the LA Dodgers, keeping the Astros a steady 5 games up in the AL West. The Mariners post-game show was really short for some reason last night. There was no mention of Scott Service at all. There was no Scott Service post-game presser. They tried to do an explanation for it, a cleaning up after our mess. Ryan Divish, who works for the Mariners TV broadcast, tweeted, Service had a team meeting after the game, instructing players to clear their heads on the off day and get away from baseball. So he started his media session later than usual. Apparently, Root Sports Northwest ended the post-game show while we were still interviewing him based on text messages. Seems like a cleanup on aisle 3, right? Nope. He got 86th.
Yeah, I think what they said is factual, that he was still doing it, but most television stations or radio post-game shows, if that's part of your broadcast, you will wait and you will wait and you will drag that thing out until it is way overcooked and it is way over and you do not care anymore what the broadcasters have to say. But you will show the manager or coach press conference. Listen to a Texas A&M football game on 97.5 this season. They will wait hours to get the head coach on because he's not available yet. They canceled that thing last night because they ended that post-game show because they knew Scott Service was getting fired. If they didn't know, and they was actually just late, they would have said, hey, Scott's running too late today. We're just going to sign off. It's been a long day. This series sucked. We'll talk to you on Friday. No, they knew last night, and Rosenthal said the announcement is expected to be official today at some point. But he gone.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
I think I'm going to miss him.
I will miss Scott
This is
Service.
a bummer for the Astros.
I like having villains. Scott Service was easy to dislike from an Astros fan perspective. I will say, met him when I was in Seattle. He was always nice to me, a few times that we met. But he was very easy to get annoyed by because he was so damn chirpy out of that Mariners dugout. You saw him regularly whenever there was some sort of Astros-Mariners skirmish, and he was the face that you associated with, hey, I don't like that guy. I just don't like him. I don't like the way he looks. I don't like his face. And I don't like his clothes either.
I also just I like incompetence as, on my opponents.
Was he incompetent?
It feels incompetent.
I don't think this is his fault.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's just because the Astros won the series in 22, and really 22 was the first season that
they were relevant.
And even I think that series, the Astros won the season series, if I remember correctly. And so there's a lot of Scott Service gets really upset about something, and then the Astros win. Like it was a lot of that where he was kind of the guy who's always is getting in your way, but then ultimately, Astros kind of pull it out anyway, and so it's even more fun to laugh at him. And so that's where he always ranked with me, where I see him at the start of the game and I'm like, oh buddy, he's got something cooking tonight. I'm gonna miss him.
Thank you.
He was a character that we needed.
Thank you, Scott.
But not the character we deserved.
Man, so who is villain number 1 now?
Oh.
On the Mariners.
Julio's
hard to hate, in my opinion.
No, you're right. He is hard to hate. He's a very likable baseball player.
Yeah.
He struggled this year, so maybe people that didn't like all the hype that he was getting.
Yeah, that could be it.
Cal Raleigh,
Justin Turner. Oh, Cal Raleigh's a good
big
one.
dumper.
Yeah,
I was thinking Justin Turner.
Because he is he's a Dodger. I think of him as a Dodger.
I think Cal Raleigh might be the one.
Yeah, Turner just almost doesn't count because none of the hatred is unless as soon as he does something as a Mariner that's relevant to the Astros, maybe it changes. But he might. They play 3 more times this season. That might be the only 3 games he ever appears in between the Astros and Mariners. So Turner can't be the guy. Cal Raleigh is the best answer.
George Kirby too, as far as the pitchers go. I would say
he just kick your ass.
Every Mariners starter, but I don't think I ever hated them. I just sort of thought to myself every time I saw one of them, man, they're good. Why can't the Astros hit them? It's annoying.
Yeah,
I hated any of them.
It's also tough because they don't play every day, or you're not guaranteed to even face them once in a series. So I agree with you that when Logan Gilbert, whoever walks in, you're like, oh, so that's going to be a tough one. But it's hard to get up the hate for it because there also needs to be some sort of incident there. And at least Cal Raleigh has it's always good when the Astros lose line, which immediately
they've been a disaster.
Yeah, immediately preceded their season falling apart. So I think Raleigh might be the guy.
Yeah, and show vote agrees. Cal Raleigh, he's the villain.
Enemy number 1, Cal Raleigh.
It bums me out a little bit. I like to have villains with a face. I don't want some unknown villain.
Yeah.
Some build up to an unknown villain. There isn't one anymore. I don't know who it would be for the Astros unless there's some other guy who's about to snitch on them like he's Mike Fiers.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think that's coming anytime soon.
I'm wondering.
No, James Click. If James Click does a sit down interview where he's like, "Here's why I got fired."
That could, but Toronto would have to be good.
Yeah, or
he just gave us Yusei Kikuchi, so I mean, no lie, with the way that things have started, it's almost like James Click, instead of robbing them blind, which is what we thought before the last 4 starts by Kikuchi, he actually gave the Astros a little present. It was like a thank you note. Thank you for helping me become better at my job, Jim Crane.
Yeah, I mean, Joey Loperfido really is crushing it in Toronto right now. It's at 192.
Hey.
Ooh, this is an interesting question from Chalupa Batman. Are the Mariners playing as bad as the Astros were? I think they're playing worse.
Yeah, Mariners August versus Astros April.
If you're an Astros fan, you could still sell yourself on. I mean, this is bad, but long season. It's early, and you have the pelt on the wall where it doesn't hurt you as much. The Mariners were supposed to be good this year. They had a 10-game lead in the AL West. They're back by 5 games, and it seems like that deficit is only going to increase.
And they're healthy. They're pretty healthy at this point.
From what I understand, yeah, they're healthy.
So definitely the Mariners. They're playing worse than the Astros have all year. I mean, to have that lead, because I think it's one thing to start the season slow and just to not be playing good baseball and then have the injuries and to fall back behind the division. To have a 10-game lead and in 2 months be 5 games behind the Astros in the division. I mean, right now their OPS since June 18th is the only team that's worse in baseball is the Chicago White Sox. They're playing objectively the worst baseball besides the White Sox right now.
Oof. They've lost 8 of their last 9.
Yeah. I don't think the Astros did that this year. And all the bad, I don't think I don't remember. I don't think the Astros.
I think they had like a 6-game losing streak, but I don't remember anything that bad.
So Scott Service fired as manager of the Seattle Mariners, and the Astros brought in Hector Neris today. I follow still a lot of Seattle-based accounts, and it is very funny to see what's coming out. Brock Heward, who I used to have on my radio show 3 times a week when I was in Seattle. Brutal day for a good man and his family. Here's the thing. There is nothing better for a human being who is a coach to get than to get fired. And I say that because, okay, yes, you love the job, you love your career, but you are still getting paid, and guess what you get to see? Your family. So unless you hate them, it's actually good. You get a paid vacation if you are a fired coach. I have no sympathy for fired coaches. I will say that, yeah, you're definitely going to feel down if you're Scott Service. You're going to feel like you failed. You might never get this role again. So there's all that going on. But, I mean, you don't have to worry about anything for a little bit. You're highly paid, at least as far as most jobs go. Managers are not very well paid.
I mean,
I would assume the Mariners aren't paying that much.
You can have the White Sox job next year. Like, he'll be fine.
Would you want the White Sox job?
I think that's a step down from
I'd rather be.
unemployed.
I think I'd rather be like the Space Cowboys manager.
Would you rather be the Sacramento A's manager or the Chicago White Sox manager?
The A's.
I think the White Sox.
I think White Sox.
They probably can afford more. I don't know that the A's can afford room and board.
It's also just knowing where your team will be.
If you know you're eventually, if you last, you're gonna make it to Vegas.
That's the thing. When are they going to go to Vegas? That might be 2 coaches from now.
That's true. That's a good point.
No bueno. Those are on the table. If you want to chime in on the Astros bringing in Hector Neris, 713-780-3776, or laugh about the Seattle Mariners firing Scott Service, you know how to do it. We're also on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Make sure that you're getting in your votes for who wins Rock the Mic Friday. Carbach, come out and see us crown the victor. You can also get after us on our Twitch at ESPN 975. Now, a lot of people in Houston hated the Seattle Mariners.
Mm-hmm.
A team that seemed to have the most animus towards the Astros of all teams in baseball, including the Yankees and the Dodgers. But I feel like everybody across the United States is slowly coming to the same page when it comes to this. I think everyone hates Colorado, and something Colorado just did. Oh, boy. You thought people hated them before. So a former Colorado assistant coach spent time in the Middle East this past holiday season lobbying Saudi Arabia's public investment fund for name, image, and likeness funding on behalf of Colorado football. I mean, bravo. Bravo.
Somebody was going to do it.
Yeah, someone needs the money.
Someone was going to do it.
Think about all the college football programs in a world without Deion Sanders that you would list as better and more viable opportunities for the Saudis than Colorado. How many programs are we talking? 60 before they bring in Deion Sanders?
Also with the appetite to win, because you got to really want it to get on a flight to Saudi Arabia and have a presentation of why they should give you money.
Junior Broncos is saying the Aggies have already done this. And I remember, I feel like some sort of story about the Aggies potentially doing this and then people using artificial intelligence to create an image of Osama bin Laden as a Texas A&M assistant coach on the sidelines.
Yes.
Sounds like something straight out of a Sean McDermott speech.
This is going to become the norm. Like it's going to happen.
Saudi whoring
in a large way at some point.
Well, there was a story today how the NFL might be about to do that. They are reviewing whether or not private equity firms will be allowed to buy minority stakes in its teams. They are the only league that doesn't do that. You have to have at least, I think, a 30% share to be an owner of an NFL team.
Yeah. I mean, this is happening. It's going to happen. Because if you're the NFL, Don't you just want to avoid the headache of ever having a live golf situation where like this Saudi collective just like one day wakes up and says, "Hey, Patrick Mahomes, we'll pay you $1 billion to come play in our league and bring your buddies with you and leave the NFL." Like what happened to what Live Golf did to the PGA. I don't think a lot of players would go, but I'd rather just take their money now than let them try to create a competitor, to be honest. And it's more money for the NFL.
Man, I don't think they'd ever be able to successfully create a competitor. I feel like in the NFL, you have history. It's regionalized. Are people going to watch Saudi Arabian football? I mean, that's what football has going for it. From an NFL perspective, from a college football perspective, you have a history attached that's just not going to be able to be replicated, where in an individual sport, and you're seeing your best golfers or tennis players or whatever going overseas, like, yeah, there's some people that are going to root for those guys. But who's watching Cristiano Ronaldo play in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, it's also easy with the tour, like a PGA tour, where like they had a live golf event in Houston.
Yeah.
Like they can just go, they're still in America. They don't have to go to Saudi Arabia. It's harder to do that when it's like, hey, Patrick Mahomes, how would you like to live in Saudi Arabia?
I don't think this is about like preventing a competitor as much as it is. We're the only league that's not doing this. We could make so much more money.
Driving up
come on down.
Driving up the value too, where you have people that are willing to outspend what anyone else could possibly offer. It's what happened with, funny enough, Steve Ballmer with the Clippers, where when the Clippers went up for sale, like he bought it for $2 billion, which was like crazy. Like years before, the Sixers were getting sold for less than $500 million, and then the Clippers go for $2 billion. It's just because they had a guy who could and wanted to pay for it.
That's why I'm curious if this collective group wanted to purchase a team. I'm curious what the owners would do, if the owners would approve it. Because some of the owners will say, no, we don't want their money. Some of the owners will not care. You know, if the Dallas Cowboys are worth $10 billion, then this group might be willing to pay $20 billion. Like what Sean's saying about with Ballmer. So that's kind of what I'm curious. Like even now, like if they went after the Boston Celtics, like what would well, that's probably the wrong example because we know they would say no. But like, would the NBA even consider it?
I think they would publicly act like they're not considering it.
But
privately, of course they would.
I think it would be like an ownership group where there's like a face of the group who's buying it, and the money behind it are these guys.
Here's the thing. This is perhaps going to be frowned upon when it leaves my mouth, but does it really affect anything? I mean, yeah, it's dirty money. All money's dirty. Would you really be that mad about some of these investment firms, especially if they're from Saudi Arabia? You would be mad at the headline, but would you actually be mad about it? Would it affect anything? Maybe down the road it would make things a little more expensive, but ultimately, it's something to get mad about, like, F Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, because then they
you
do
move
like
on.
3 seconds of research into it, and like they're invested in Coca-Cola, and they're invested in all these major companies. So, like, if you're like,
all money's dirty.
Yeah, if you're like, I'm gonna protest anyone that takes money from this group, like, you're gonna wake up one day and realize you can't do anything.
I was looking up like the just Saudi investment fund stories, and I saw that they're looking to buy Boeing, which is very funny, given their history. And I also saw a story with the Saudi Wealth Fund is apparently reassessing whether they want to keep spending large swaths of money in foreign markets and not. Basically, they're thinking about, hey, let's focus on.
What are they going to spend it on?
I don't know.
They hate it there. They hate it. They hate that they're stuck there with all that money. They're like, I want to be American. They all want to be American. They all do. They won't admit it. But like, what? These people are all religious? No, they're billionaire pieces of crap who do horrible things to people. Yeah, they want to live that American life. So it is funny how we see these stories. We get mad about them. Perhaps deservedly so. I mean, F Saudi Arabia. But at the same time, they're probably going to be involved sooner rather than later. Anyway, it is Gallant George. He is Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Hector Neris is a Houston Astro. Scott Service canned as Mariners manager. And speaking of managers, I'm intrigued how people are feeling about Joe Espada right now. I've seen a lot of interesting back and forth, specifically the last couple of days, about Espada. It's Gallant and George. Stay put. toughest stretch of the Astros season begins tonight in Baltimore. 11 games in a row against the Orioles, 4 against Baltimore, 3 against Philadelphia in Philly, first place Phillies. And then you've got 3 games against the Kansas City Royals, who might not be in first place, but gave the Astros trouble earlier this year. They signed Hector Neris today, in case you missed that, and also the Mariners, who are falling further and further away from the Astros. Even while the Astros are losing 2 games in a row, they moved on from their manager, Scott Service, today, canned him, and Dan Wilson, their bench coach, will take over. We talk about managers. It's been really interesting the last couple of days to see the conversation that's being had about Joe Espada. On one day, say Monday, after the Astros have won a weekend series.
Mm-hmm.
And then on Monday, they beat the Red Sox again in walk-off fashion. A lot of people are talking about Joe Espada and everything he's been able to do since the Astros turned things around. And they're putting him on the Manager of the Year pedestal. Was it a lot of people? No. It's enough people, though, to take note. Just random fans discussing this. Are they looking at it through some Kool-Aid flavored glasses? Is that a real thing? No. Perhaps. But, Joe, I saw enough of it to the very least take note. And it's funny because then 2 days later, after 2 losses in a row, and with people getting mad about things like Jose Altuve not playing yesterday, you've got a bunch of people that are saying Joe Espada is an idiot.
Yeah, I mean that's the manager dance that baseball goes through.
Ooh, the manager dance.
But
I like
this city seems to do it more than I think is normal. I mean, with what we saw with Dusty Baker, and then now Joe Espada. I mean, the whole season, the whole first month and a half of the season, Joe Espada should be fired. This is the worst decision ever by Jim Crane. Is he going to make it past the season?
But in the offseason, when they hire Joe Espada over Dusty Baker, greatest hire ever. Thank God they finally moved on from Dusty Baker.
I don't hate the Joe Espada for Manager of the Year argument.
I don't know if I can do that. And here's the thing, too. I mean, there's no way an Astro is going to get an award like this.
Dusty won it, didn't he?
Did Dusty Baker
win
Manager of the Year?
I can't remember if Dusty won it or not, but to be 10 games back, to have, 5 starters on your injury list, to lose Kyle Tucker for 2 months, 2+ months, to lose all these guys and all these injuries that they've had, that there's when it comes to a story about someone being manager of the year, they have a good argument. There's no argument for Aaron Boone. It's like, yeah, the Yankees are good. So what? You can make an argument for the Orioles because they've, but they're just better. They got Corbin Burns, who the Astros will see. They just added guys to the roster and got better. Where at least with Joe Espada, this team was down in the dumps, and they turned it around in a major
But what a
way.
weird award to get because you sucked.
I know.
And now
I
you're
know.
good. And the funny thing is, I mean, that is generally how the Coach of the Year award works in all sports. I mean, last year, Kevin Stefanski wins it over D'Amico Ryans. Both teams were terrible the year before, but Stefanski was the coach of the terrible team that underachieved, despite having all of his tires pumped up by the NFL cognoscenti. He just had a ton of quarterbacks that he went through last year, so he wins over D'Amico Ryans, who's a first-year head coach. So there's always this dumb background story that's involved with whoever ends up winning Coach of the Year. But just to make it a, hey, is Joe Espada doing a good job conversation, I find it fascinating how we are so up and down on Espada in a way where with Dusty Baker last year, felt like everybody was just down on him all the time. But, I mean, you're seeing people, was it Jeremy yesterday? I forget. I'm just going to assume whenever it's like a lineup talk, it's Jeremy. No offense, Jeremy. But I feel like people were really going after him for resting Jose Altuve. And, okay, when you're banged up and you need all the offense you can get, fair to ask the question, but also just given the way that things have worked for the Astros the last couple of years, I feel like the rest days have been a big part of them being able to sustain the success, even if it's annoying to see it happen.
I mean, you won on Sunday.
Yeah.
You won on Sunday with a minor league lineup without Yordan Alvarez and without Alex Bregman in there on Sunday.
Altuve did play.
Altuve played in that one. Guys need off days. And that's one of those where if people are upset about Altuve yesterday, they're just going to complain to complain. That's all they're going to do. You should have won this series. Jose Altuve not playing in yesterday's game is not the reason why you did not win this series. It's you lost because of because of Tuesday's game. Not because Wednesday you had no chance. You got no runs for Justin Verlander. Guys get off days. But the Espada, the Espada is much more of a roller coaster, and it's going to continue. You know, if they go 8-3 in this stretch, he'll be manager of the year in everyone's eyes. And then if they lose the next 2 games to the Cincinnati Reds, they'll be back out again. It's the way that it's.
It honestly makes me think less of the city when it comes to the way that we talk about baseball. And this is probably a countrywide thing for the cities that actually talk about the baseball team on a daily basis. Why didn't the manager do this? Why didn't the manager do that? But he's done a decent job. He hasn't done a great job. He's done things differently than Dusty Baker. At first, I felt like his hands were tied behind his back by Jim Crane, having to put Jose Abreu in that lineup every day. No alternatives at first base, realistically, going into the year as it was. Rafael Montero being saddled with that. There were a lot of things that were in his way, and obviously the injuries have been a big problem too. So I could see how somebody would build a case for him to win Manager of the Year. I just don't think anyone's going to listen to it because he's an Astros manager.
Yeah, and a lot of it might just depend on what happens in this next stretch. This is going to be the most complicated stretch the rest of this season.
Why complicated?
Because of Bregman. Because Bregman, his injury complicates this thing so severely. I mean, in 2018, when Altuve was hurt, he just DH'd. He just didn't play second base. He was just a DH, and that was an easy solution. Yordan Alvarez makes this more complicated because what are you going to put Yordan in left every single day? Well, if Bregman can't play third, you kind of have to. But then what if Kyle Tucker can't play in the field? Then you have 2 guys that can DH only. So you have to find a way to optimize your lineup with Alex Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, Yainer Diaz, and probably Victor Caratini. And are you going to sacrifice your defense for your best lineup? That's one of the questions that they're going to have to figure out. How long is a 6-man rotation sustainable if Ronald Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti are not going deep into games? How do you navigate the addition to Neris now? There are a lot of things on the plate for Joe Espada to deal with.
I feel like he's capable of handling all of those.
I agree.
I think going into the year, we had questions. I think he has learned on the job now that that is his primary role, but he was behind the scenes for such a long period of time. He knows this team about as well as a manager who's a first-time manager could possibly know the team that he's taking over. So I look at him, and I'm not going to say, oh, he's the best manager in baseball. I don't know who is. I feel like it's a very overrated position. But I think he's done a good job. We have a text from the 409 talking about the way that we talk about Espada. We're up, we're down. It's a roller coaster. That's because you guys and the rest of 97.5 was always bashing Dusty. I did not. I zagged because I was annoyed by how everyone was dumping on Dusty as if he were the reason for all the Astros issues. It was all stemming from Yainer Diaz and whether or not they played him or whether or not they played Chas McCormick. And look what we're seeing in a full year of Chas McCormick. And it did take Yainer Diaz a while this year to actually look like the Yainer Diaz we all thought he could. And he stunk in the playoffs last season, too, for all those people that think that playing Yainer Diaz more would have given them more. So I will just say, look, it may have started as a bit, but I started being pro Dusty Baker probably around May last year.
Yeah, I always thought it was fine. I disagreed with the Chaz stuff, but he was right. And even then, there's a difference between dumping and disagreeing. I think there is a large portion of the media, not just the station, that was very anti-Dusty Baker because people just didn't agree with what he was doing. They just thought it was wrong. They saw the success with Yainer Diaz that he was having in small batches and thought he could do more. I think that we've, the stuff we talked about like a week or two ago where people are now trying to claim the Astros would have won the World Series with Yainer Diaz.
Yeah,
I think that's a total joke.
That's a load of crap.
That's revisionist history at its finest. But there was a lot to disagree with Dusty. There's a lot to disagree with Joe Espada. That's part of the job. That's part of being a manager. But Joe Spada, I'm with you. I don't know about manager of the year. I think it's a dumb award anyways, to be honest, for the most part. Because really it's just how bad your team was the year before and how good you are this year.
Yeah,
it's narrative based. Where there's an actual, maybe a real tangible argument for Joe Espada at this point, but he's done a really good job this season. That's all that matters.
He's Joe and Paul, 713-780-3776 to call, to text if you want to weigh in on how you feel Joe Espada's done this year. At ESPN Houston on YouTube. Make sure you're voting for our Rock the Mic finalists with the finale on Friday at Carbach Brewery. A crown will be placed upon his head, also on Twitch, at ESPN 975. Up next, it is interesting to see the other teams across baseball cope with the Astros and the lead they've taken over the AL West. One team, the Mariners, fired their manager in Scott Service, but we're still in the back of the Yankees' minds as well. You'll hear why and how. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. The Astros signed Hector Neris today. Hooray! The Mariners moved on from Scott Service today. There's a part of me that wishes that they just kept on beating their head against the wall, because there maybe is a chance that firing Service wakes them up. But I do think they're at a point right now where their inability to hit the baseball, it can't be overcome.
No,
Not this year.
The lineup is fundamentally broken. Clearly, like whatever. We got a tweet earlier about who you would hate the most on the team. Now, someone said Randy Arozarena, but he's also just got to Seattle, so that's why he also doesn't really qualify.
Right, he's a Ray. He's the 2020 American League Championship Series villain.
Yeah, so he doesn't count, but I guess there's a chance they figure it out. I don't. Do you believe in that stuff in general?
What?
That like a college football coach gets fired or an NFL coach gets fired, and the next week you think that they're gonna win? Like Antonio, I know. Gambling wise in the NFL, it says you bet on the team that's doing that. The Raiders last year were a good example.
For 1 week, Vegas history says yes, 100%. You're right. I think Jeff Saturday, same thing.
Yes, he beat the Raiders,
and then
ironically.
He was just terrible afterwards.
The Houston Texans won 30-14 with Romeo Crennel as their interim head coach after they fired Bill O'Brien. So maybe it's a thing in football. I don't know about baseball.
The Mariners are hoping it is. And hey, I mean, for what it's worth, the Mariners just got through one of the last tough stretches of their schedule, this series against the Dodgers. And the Astros did not take advantage of LA sweeping them. So perhaps the schedule does get a little bit easier, but they have to hit. And you know what? I really think more than anything, more than even their ownership, their ballpark is just hard to hit it. So I don't think it's going to turn things around, but it has been interesting to see people coping. I don't know how this came on my feed, Joe, and I apologize in advance.
I heard you like listening to this earlier when we were out in the bullpen before the show.
Yeah.
I was just giggling. So
A mildly attractive woman who seems to be a Yankees fan TikToker in the midst of a cluttered, I'm assuming, somewhere in the city apartment, had this to say about the Astros and how they're coming. They're on the heels of her Yanks.
I am just here to remind everyone that the Houston Astros are inevitable. Someone explain to me how the Mariners had a 10-game lead in the division. 10 games. Now the Astros suddenly have a 5-game lead in the division. They are 11 of their last 12. And if I hear one person ever bitch and ever complain, oh, well, we just had too many injuries. Yeah? The Astros had a tortured pitchers department to start the season. People were going, oh my gosh, that Josh Hader contract's not really aging well. Yeah? That Josh Hader entrance has me shaking in my boots. I am petrified of that sinker. Oh, Alex Bregman's not going to be easier. Nope, Alex Bregman is fine. And they have dealt with the most amount of injuries. And once again, they are like a bug. They are like a disease. No fan base has it easier than the Houston Astros. 8 straight trips to the ALCS. And guess where they're probably going again this year? They're probably going right back because frickin' Altuve keeps hitting that scoreboard. Thank you guys so much for beating the Red Sox yesterday. Yankee fans, we thoroughly appreciate it. But oh my gosh, I can't take it anymore.
She keeps it PG.
I like her.
Probably helps the TikTok.
She's feisty.
TikTok brand out. No, we've had it hard. We've had it. It's not always easy. I mean, there was a moment in May where we weren't sure that the Astros were going to have the best record in baseball.
Yeah, we had it hard. I mean, look at this season. Look what the season did to me. I said trade Fromber. We've had it hard.
Yeah.
I said stupid things.
We had to go 4 years in between winning the World Series.
That's true.
That's crazy.
We had to deal with
Or
a lot of people hating us because of not just the winning, but because of a scandal that everyone else in baseball.
We got to deal with going to an indoor stadium where it feels like you're outdoors.
That's true. The margaritas in center field are $7,000.
We always had to stay up so late in October watching these games.
So true.
We have to figure out how to watch a young, promising quarterback and a good baseball team at the same time.
Yeah, how are we going to do that?
I mean, what?
we might have World Series games on at the same time as Texans games. What do we do?
We have had that before, but luckily the Texans were in it.
Yeah, I remember in 2022, the Texans were playing the Eagles.
Oh, Thursday Night Football?
And
yeah.
the Astros were playing the Phillies in a World Series game. And I remember thinking to myself, I hope I don't know anything that happened in this game when I do the show tomorrow on Friday to go into the weekend.
I remember talking about it with Greg Frank, who's a Philly sports fan who used to work here.
Yeah.
And when the schedule came out, he bought tickets to the Eagles Texans game at NRG, and then he was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, I'm obviously I don't know how I want to watch the World Series so much more that I want to watch this game.
Sell the tickets.
Yeah, I think
That's what you should have.
Or he watched it on his phone, like at NRG, at an empty NRG stadium.
So the Astros are inevitable. That quote, has it been trademarked?
Okay, this is going to be really nerdy.
Because maybe we can get in on this. Maybe this is how we make our money.
I kind of hate it.
You don't like it?
Everyone uses the Thanos gif because he says, I am inevitable.
I prefer to use the Agent Smith holding Neo as a train comes his way in The Matrix. Mr. Anderson, that is the sound of inevitability.
That's good. That's good. Because Thanos loses. So I hate it.
So does Agent Smith.
Oh, so does Agent Smith?
Spoiler alert, Agent
It's
Smith.
been so long since I've seen The Matrix. I don't remember.
But then he comes back.
So then he does. So does Thanos. Then he dies again.
Yeah.
So.
Look.
Is it trademarked, though? I don't know. Should we trademark it? How do you trademark something?
I'm with you in that I'm not sold on it because it's used so much. And it's gotten to the point where, we're letting Ben Verlander be the one who dictates what's in and what's out. No offense to Ben Verlander, but I feel like he is not really like an Astros guy.
He's not.
But he wants to be the Astros guy.
He'll be gone as soon as JV's gone.
Yeah, he's a supportive brother, which isn't bad, but he's a supportive brother.
He is our Jackson Mahomes, minus the off-the-field stuff.
Yeah, I guess.
In that he is a brother, a younger brother.
Because
I
know, like I like Ben a little bit. Like that's probably the most insulting thing you could say to a person.
I mean, technically,
Did he be Cooper Manning?
That's so tough. Like if we called like one of our coworkers that'd be so mean.
He's just like Jackson Mahomes because he's a younger brother.
Like we
a
called
younger, less successful, internet famous brother. I mean, it's true. Minus the off the field stuff.
Okay, so then let's just who is the Jackson Mahomes of ESPN 97.5? He's at Mizzou right now, so can I say intern Ryan?
You can. No one's gonna stop you.
In fact, you did.
That's true. I did. Can confirm.
More so, I want to know if the Astros are inevitable. If we'll go with that, I'm not going to go 2 thumbs down, but I'm Commodus and Gladiator. My thumb is twitching right now, and it's trending down, but not all the way down.
I wanna see what the real truth is about Bregman playing third base. I just. If Jordan has to be in left every game so Bregman can play, and Shea Whitcomb or Dubon is your everyday third baseman because Bregman can't throw the ball from third to first, it makes me feel less confident because Bregman's just such a wizard at third base.
He really is a great fielder.
I wonder what it really looks like for this team if Bregman's elbow limits him to the point where he can't play third. Because I'm assuming he will not play third base this season.
Man.
I know he said he threw for the first time yesterday and it felt good, but I'll believe when I see it.
This is what I would do. I would talk to him if I'm Joe Espada, and I'd say, hey, we're going to rest you as much as we can the rest of the regular season. The Mariners falling apart certainly helps them on that front. Come playoffs, can you do it?
That's really, yes.
And it's a tricky spot for him. I mean, he's in a contract year. I saw Jeremy had a tweet about like, this is the way this is playing out, make you feel differently about a Kyle Tucker contract. If you are Alex Bregman, you're thinking about your future. I mean, this is I think perhaps a bigger question for you than it is for the Astros about how you play this. Do you want to get back out there for a third World Series title, which does seem actually on the table? So we'll see on that front. But I'm with you. It is very interesting to see how this is going to play out the rest of the year.
Can he play first? Just so that way Jordan could be your DH. I just wonder.
I think he's too small.
Okay.
I mean,
Dubon plays first.
Yeah, but I think Dubon's a little taller. I mean, Bregman's what, 5'7"?
No, that's Altuve. How tall?
No, Altuve's like 5'5".
How tall? Alex has got to be at least 5'9".
Yeah, he's probably 5'9", listed at 5'10" or 5'11".
He's listed at 6 foot.
All right,
that's wrong.
Okay,
that's just wrong.
So he's 5. I'll give him 5'10".
Yeah.
I won't. I think it's 5'8".
You think they're lying by 3 inches?
I think Altuve's 5'6", 5'5". Yeah. I've been in person with these people. I feel taller than them, significantly, not just a little bit. Bregman's got to be one of the smaller third basemen in baseball.
I would guess he is.
So,
like Nolan Arenado. Those guys are pretty huge. So.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting. Like, he's playing in that corner infield position. So, I mean, is he capable of doing all those scoopy things and stuff? I don't know. It's totally a different dynamic. But, hey, if it gets him on the field and he can play well defensively there, sure, why not? Try it out. Is that what they did? Did the Phillies ever do that with Bryce Harper?
Yeah, when he came back from Tommy John, he played first.
Okay.
Until he could start throwing again. And he might still be playing first base right now, honestly.
I think he is.
Yeah.
I think he's now just like their first base.
Yeah. Because to your point about Bregman, if he has to have surgery and throwing it makes it worse, that means he's going into a free agency where he could miss 3 months of a season. If he has to have serious surgery, 4 months of a season, it is complicated. But maybe that's good for the Astros.
Maybe. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the 409 is Gilbert, the Jackson Mahomes, ESPN 97.5.
No, because we like Gilbert.
We do like Gilbert. No one likes Jackson Mahomes. Up next, 14 days away from the start of the NFL season. Technically, this guy is just as good a quarterback as Tom Brady. I can't believe I just said that. You'll find out why next.
It has been said that the true measure of a quarterback is how many times he leads his teammates to the championship. If that be the guideline, then Otto Graham is the best ever. Graham quarterbacked the Cleveland Browns from 1946 to 1955, and he led them to a league or conference championship every season he played. But since his coach Paul Brown called all the plays, Graham's ability as a field general cannot be evaluated.
Don't you love NFL films music?
I want more of that last part.
Otto Graham, number 14 in your program. Number 1 all time. He had 7 titles. 4 of them were with the Cleveland Browns in the AAFC. 3 were in the NFL when the Browns merged with the NFL. I love that Facenda says, the voice of God, voicing that for NFL films there, says, yeah, Otto Graham could be the best quarterback of all time. But because he wasn't calling the plays, he cannot truly be evaluated. What does that mean?
I guess they called their own plays back.
No, they definitely did not. I don't know what Facenda's talking about there.
Maybe they did. Like maybe they were just dialing them up.
No, Facenda
I
sounded
thought
like
they did. I thought they did like way back in the day.
No, I don't think so. And I think Facenda here is, for whatever reason, trying to apply for First Take or something like that. He's trying to be on the facility with Emmanuel Acho.
I wish there was like some version of First Take from when these guys were playing.
Speak for your pizza.
Like,
everyone's smoking cigarettes and wearing a suit.
You hear what they're arguing about, like hearing their takes about guys going to World War II or not.
Yeah,
going.
I imagine the like zag on anyone on like Jim Brown would have been hilarious.
Yeah.
You can't play. He can't play quarterback. Yeah. Just watched an episode of Friday Night Lights where one of the assistant coaches creates an entire divide. Coach Mack. Why does he create that divide? Because he basically says that Smash Williams should be playing running back because Matthew Saracen, who's a white guy, is smart. So it just creates like a whole race war that's 2 episodes long. There's a scene where Smash Williams finally decides to like stand up for his black teammates with DMX in the background going, "Look, give me a sign," as he's like walking down the street. And then there's a Malice in the Palace incident in a high school football game that sees a playoff game called in the 3rd quarter. What a great show that was.
I forgot about Smash Williams. I think it's gonna be my next on my rewatch.
It's good. I honestly don't even know where I was going with that tangent. I just wanted to share that with the class.
Yeah,
right now. What was I talking about before that?
Ramsey Bolton and Sansa just got married in Game of Thrones.
Okay,
that's where I'm at. So
you're doing the Game of Thrones rewatch.
Yeah,
but where was I going on that tangent? I don't know. I'm not letting you go down a Game of Thrones watch.
No idea.
We were talking about First Take with like the 1950s players.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I don't know.
Turns out Johnny Unitas sucks, and here's why.
He didn't call his own plays. Probably has something to do with not calling plays or something like that. Y.A. Tittle also wore number 14.
Great name.
The picture of Y.A. Tittle bleeding, where he looks like he's 73 years old, is an iconic one. Dan Fouts, Chargers quarterback. The Packers, Curly Lambeau, Don Hudson also wore 14, Joe's favorites, and Fred Biletnikoff did too. For the Houston Texans, Kamari Lassiter, their 2nd-round rookie.
And Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, that's true. The past Texans, that's true. The Philadelphia Eagles made a trade, not for Brandon Ayuk. I got annoyed seeing this headline because it was on the front page of ESPN, and it says, Eagles acquire wide receiver 3.
I knew it.
Wide receiver 3? My God. We just can't get away from this stupid crap. They acquired Jahan Dotson, who was a 1st-round pick in 2022 in exchange for a 3rd-round pick and 2 7th-round picks. Ooh. A 5th-round pick is also going to the Eagles in this trade. Dotson's been pretty underwhelming. It's not like he's been bad. He's just not been a 1st-round caliber wide receiver. We shouldn't make this into a bigger deal than it is. I know some people are already talking about this making the Eagles wide receiver group the league's best. I do not think this gives them the leg up on the Houston Texans. This is entirely a byproduct of this guy was the first round pick once, so we must be good, right?
Yeah, I mean, think about this. The Washington Commanders are going to roll out Jane Daniels, their rookie quarterback, and they just traded away wide receiver they took in the first round. That says enough about him. If they don't think that he can help a rookie quarterback out, he probably isn't worth a lot. So now they are the Commanders, but it is a new day there, so maybe they're right.
It's not only they traded a young receiver who was picked in the first round a couple years ago with a rookie quarterback coming in. They traded him in the division. They traded him to the Eagles. That makes me think that at least the Commanders, the team that he's played for the last few years, doesn't think he's that good. That's just what it tells me.
100%. He's not good.
I'm with you there. I feel like he's not bad.
No.
His numbers have been pretty good, but you thought he was going to be a lot better.
I mean, he's not even coming up for like a contract.
No,
like
they just got rid of him.
They just traded him.
Like, is Luke McCaffrey a
Probably.
star at camp?
That's probably
and him and Terry McLaurin. But
it's a bizarre move to make this trade happen though when you have a rookie quarterback.
And they're not. I mean, I'm sure they think they're competing, but they're not. They're not like competing. Like there's not like a roster crunch here or anything.
Right.
Like I don't know. Stick one of these guys on special. Like Luke McCaffrey can be, if he's the extra receiver that you're carrying, he can play special teams and you can keep it moving. Like you said, give your rookie quarterback as many dart throws as you can to maybe he has a connection with one of these guys.
I don't even know half the guys on their roster.
They have Zacchaeus, right?
Yeah.
Terry McLaurin,
Luke McCaffrey.
That's it.
Diami Brown.
Okay.
I don't know who that is. They did get Martavis Bryant. Maybe he's back and he's shining.
No,
Wow.
he's definitely not back.
Wow. I thought he was playing in the USFL.
Also, I love their quarterback depth chart. After Jaden Daniels, it's Marcus Mariota and Jeff Driscoll.
Mariota's still in the
There you
league.
go.
Yeah.
Stealing money. My God. I'm curious about whether or not they're still in the Brandon AU conversations at all. Because remember how we saw that with Jaden Daniels and Brandon AU sharing like the social media interactions they were having with each other. I'd be pissed if I were Terry McLaurin and seeing all this going on, by the way. But that's just me. McLaurin is criminally underrated. Moving to the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix officially their starting quarterback. He's the first rookie to start week 1 since John Elway.
Oh. It's elite category.
Definitely not making Tom Brady happy with that. Brady had a rant about how rookie quarterbacks are playing too early. I totally forgot that Bo Nix's quarterback, his stats at Oregon were as good as they were.
Yeah.
Because I just think about him at Auburn, and I'm like, oh, boy. He had 45 touchdowns, 3 picks, and a 77% completion percentage. It is the Pac-12, and Mac Jones similarly had really good completion percentage when he was in college. But, damn.
I think this is – I'm not surprised. I mean, did you see the Sean Payton interview where he bluffed the Raiders?
No. Oh, yeah, he bragged about that. My bad,
Yeah,
yes. I haven't seen the interview, but I saw the quote.
Yeah, he called the Raiders and said, hey, we want to trade back because he thought they were going to try to trade up to get Bo Nix. And then – so he just totally bluffed them and then took Bo Nix anyways. I'm not surprised by this. So I think right now, it sounds like Drake May might still start. All the rookies are going to start week 1 besides McCarthy because he's hurt. So I'm not surprised.
Still waiting on Drake May.
Yeah, that's not official yet.
Yeah.
They're one of 2 teams that have not named the starting quarterback. The Patriots and the Steelers are the other one.
It's very on brand that the Patriots would do exactly what the Houston Texans did last year for a while, where they were very coy about who the starting quarterback was going to be. But look, in today's NFL, you got to play right away. You can't waste any time, in my humble opinion. I think you go out there, you sink or you swim. Would be nice if you could sit behind the scenes and grow and learn, but nope.
It's because, I mean, we saw with Jordan Love, who had one season. Now you got to pay him.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, you want to know as much as possible. You want to have years of tape on this guy to know if he's actually good.
And for all we know, this was a 1-year thing with Love. I think that his career will continue to show the success that he had, but we saw with Jalen Hurts, he came back to earth last year. Continuing to go around the NFL 14 days away from the start of the NFL season, Mike McDaniel has gone viral because of the cut of his jib.
Because he just looks like a homeless person?
Oh no, he just looks like he's a fun guy.
He looks like he'll sells you pills.
Hey, he's in.
What do you think
he's
the
in
worst part
rehab.
is?
He's in recovery.
Oh, I'm
Not
sorry.
rehab, recovery.
I'm sorry.
He's got this weird beard thing going on.
The
where, like,
beard is
it gets
egregious.
like dark up by his face, and then like it's like it doesn't grow in up here.
Yeah, it's like weirdly patchy.
Yeah, it's too patchy to be that.
Well, maybe he from time to time cleans it up, but he doesn't clean it up that much.
He shaves in the dark without a mirror. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, because it looks like
No,
it really looks like he like shaved like part of his face, and then his electric razor died, and then he was just like, well, oh well.
Yeah, I could see him doing that. He strikes me as somebody who would have ADD in the middle of shaving, forget what he's doing.
He thinks of a play call, and he's like, "Oh, you know what? Let me put this down. Go on the whiteboard.
Got to draw this up for Reek.
Yeah,
for real. Yeah, everyone's saying he looks very Miami. I see it. The only thing that's missing is a Miami Vice style jacket, like a light blue linen jacket,
And like some orange in there.
Maybe a little orange, yeah. A little purple, a little pink. So there you go, guys. We are 14 days away from the start of the NFL season. We'll get some Hard Knocks action for you tomorrow. No cussies on Hard Knocks.
Yeah, Paul wouldn't make it.
And the
Bears.
McCaskey family either, not being seen. I mean, I want to see what that old bird's doing. You know, don't you?
Not really.
You don't want to see who owns the franchise?
Nope, I do not.
I kind of would. I think it would help you get rid of her.
yeah." I think Joe's like, I want to forget who owns the who owns the team.
Once she's gone, they'll sell the team.
To who?
Saudi.
Born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos.
I could see that.
Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Come on, Jeffrey, put your back into it. Show them why, show them how. Look at you, you're the Bears owner now. Shout out to Bo Burnham.
That was very good, Paul.
Up next, Deshaun Watson. Oh, my God, he sucks again. Plus, if you want to talk about Hector Neris, the Astros brought him in, or the Mariners' sacrificial lamb named Scott Service, you can. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, though, let me tell you about F1 Racing coming to H-Town on September 7th. It's no laughing matter, Joe. Okay? It's coming to the Discovery Green September 7th. And what's going to happen at the Red Bull Showrun? You're going to get to see everything Formula One up close. Championship-winning F1 cars take to the streets around the Discovery Green, and you'll get to see how fast, powerful, and loud these things can be. It's a one-day pop-up, and it showcases the sights and sounds and engine start chills of Formula One racing. Get there at 10 a.m. Find yourself some parking. Everything gets started at about noon. There'll be food trucks, official merch featuring your favorite Red Bull racing drivers. You can get a picture taken with the Red Bull Racing F1 car up close. It is the Red Bull Showrun, Saturday, September 7th at Discovery Green. It's going to be fun.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Astros brought back Hector Neris. The Seattle Mariners fired Scott Service. Astros have a 5-game lead on the Mariners in the AL West, and their toughest stretch of the season begins tonight against Baltimore. 4 games against them, 3 against the Phillies in Philadelphia. Then after that, 3 at Minute Maid Park against the Kansas City Royals. They do well over that 11-game stretch. I think there's a very good chance that they are going to have a first-round bye in baseball's playoffs, which have, in my opinion, a few too many teams now that they have added 2 wild card berths.
I'm with you as long as they win the majority of games versus Baltimore. Because even if they succeed versus Philly, it's like it almost doesn't matter. Like if they they lose 3 out of 4 versus the Orioles and then they run away with the rest of the games when they play the Phillies and the Royals, that'll hurt you. Just because they'll get they'll make the lead larger. If you can win a majority of the games versus the Orioles, we're feeling real good.
Yeah, you just have to win 1 game in this series, and you got the tiebreaker over them.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever that's worth. Again, it's an uphill battle to catch Baltimore or New York, but you would have thought that they would have made up a lot more of a lead with the way the Astros were struggling earlier this year, and that hasn't happened. And the Astros have been so damn good of late. The best team in baseball since April 21st or whatever, 27th. They find themselves in this position. It's cool to see, and Hector Neris definitely makes you forget about the 2 losses to the Red Sox that you had the last 2 games where the offense struggled.
Yeah, Bregman coming back and hitting that homer, and then Neris being signed today just makes everything so much better. Just better vibes going into the series versus Baltimore, and you've dominated them the last 2 seasons, really. I mean, the Astros have had the Orioles number this year, and then last year when the Orioles season kind of collapsed on itself, the Astros were a big part of why. That's really when the Orioles bullpen showed how shaky it was. And then their closer got injured in that first series in August, but that was really like the end of the Orioles season at that point.
Yeah. Feels like the Browns season's over before it even began. The vibes are off in Cleveland, and I know he's not in our life anymore. We don't really have to talk about him anymore. But I am getting a kick out of what a disaster the Deshaun Watson era of Cleveland Browns football has been. At practice yesterday, Deshaun Watson, who we were told had no limitations on him anymore, was limited in practice due to general arm soreness. I suppose it's better to hear general arm soreness instead of shoulder soreness or shoulder issues, because just like with the Astros, you can't quite target what the issue is.
Yeah, because I feel like they say arm, they mean shoulder. Don't you?
It's the shoulder bone's connected to the arm bone.
Yeah.
He slept on it funny.
Gremlins
in that shoulder.
and in his brain.
Wow.
Initially, the plan for Watson was to play in the team's final preseason game against the Seahawks. But on Tuesday, Stefanski hedged and declined to commit to playing him. So, in addition to the arm soreness, the Browns might consider, I don't know, a pitch count for Watson? I'm trying to think of, how do they manage this? You spend all this money on him. You have to play him, but
you have to have him ready for the regular season, too.
Yeah,
exactly. Even though you want him to get some reps in the preseason, you have to play him. That's why Russell Wilson's playing playing this weekend for the Steelers, because they haven't seen him do anything yet.
I'm only kidding a little bit here, but I wonder if Deshaun Watson has rest starts this year.
Ooh.
For the Browns. Load management. I mean, you put that much money into this product, it's clearly not working out, but there's no getting out of it. Are there games that you just start Jameis Winston for load management and hope that he doesn't throw 3 interceptions that outing?
I mean, like, doesn't it feel like that's inevitable with football?
What?
That like load management becomes a thing. I know when they've talked about.
I hope not.
They've talked about the 18-game schedule.
There's too many bad quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And the thing that they play once a week. I mean, my God.
I'm with you.
It might be more of what players play through. If it's a longer season, gets a little bit lesser. Where
that makes sense.
Sure.
Where in an instance in like a 16-game schedule, like they would just fight through it or whatever, take a shot or whatever, and try to play through it. Where if it's an 18-game schedule, especially if it is a quarterback or a quarterback on a team that's looking to go far in the playoffs, not just make the playoffs, I could see that being like, well, we can sit them for a game.
Yeah, like if you're let's say in this world, like CJ Stroud's got like a little bit of a shoulder boo-boo.
Some gremlins.
It's week 6.
Shoulder gremlins, yeah.
You got the New England Patriots coming up. You can probably beat the New England Patriots with Davis Mills or Case Keenum, but you'd want CJ Stroud to be healthy then next week versus Green Bay. So maybe CJ is a little more injured for that week 6 game than we think.
Didn't work. I know you were trying to do that.
No, I was looking at their schedule and I just had to pick a bad team.
Yeah.
They're a bad team.
Yeah, I know.
All right, sorry. Week 3 when they play Minnesota, CJ sits out.
No. Listen, I go.
Week 2 when they play Bears.
It was
That's
fully
prime time.
Exactly. Week 2 in prime time, like that actually might be more so where CJ Stroud can rest, right?
Because they're gonna win by so many.
Yeah, actually, yeah, he'll be resting halfway through the third quarter.
Joe's gonna be there in his Lance Briggs jersey.
Fingernails painted.
His orange Lance Briggs jersey.
I figure out what they're gonna say.
With a furry hat on.
Bear down.
Do you have a Bears hat?
I do.
Is it like a bear hat? Though?
No, it's just a C.
Well, you're not a real Bears fan. You don't even have a bearskin cap. Come on, dude. What are you doing?
I mean, if I wore it outside, I would die.
Yeah, well,
I'd have a heat stroke.
Good thing NRG Stadium's indoors and that game's at night.
It's half indoors.
No, it's more than half indoors. It's mostly indoors. Just like they were mostly peaceful protests.
80-something% indoors.
Yeah.
Or like 85% indoors.
I don't know, dude. It'd be super. You might actually be able to further the Gallant George brand on Sunday Night Football. They see a Bears fan.
Further?
I'll wear it. Should I get the Ditka outfit? The
Ditka outfit. Yeah.
Outfit.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be a lot of Ditkas there, though. You might not stand out.
You're right.
I'm not gonna say it again.
We thought Joe said
no, wrong.
The Mike Ditka
that would
outfit.
be pretty funny.
The coach's outfit.
It would be pretty funny if you came to NRG Stadium dressed like a penis. It would be.
Would they let you in?
No. They would not let you in.
I mean, they were taking people's signs down during the Easterby era, so they probably would not let you in the stadium. They probably would not let you in.
I
think you should do it now. Dress as a penis. Just go in.
Sitting next to your dad, who's dressed completely normally. Just
like hanging out.
Just wearing.
I'll make sure it stays inflated the whole time.
You got to. At least it's not late in the season, so there won't be any shrinkage.
Woo! And on that note, it's time for the 2 o'clock hour.
Can it be 3 o'clock?
All right, Kilbreeze, you're up next.
No. We still got an hour to go. Hector Neris is back with the Houston Astros. It's the most important stretch of the year for your Astros, and a lot more. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Got him to hit into a double play. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Neris pumped up. And he is going to say something to Julio Rodriguez on his way off the mound. He was pumped up and walked right at Julio Rodriguez. And now the benches are going to clear.
He's back. The most animated reliever perhaps ever.
Ooh.
Is back on the Houston Astros. Hector Neris, who was DFA'd and cleared waivers after the Cubs moved on from him. Disappointing year for him as a closer, but stats aren't terrible. They're definitely better than Caleb Ferguson's numbers. He is now back with the Houston Astros, who, per Ari Alexander of KPRC, they signed today. When he'll show up for the Astros, that is an interesting question. I'd love to see him as early as tonight, if not tomorrow, seeing as a 4-game series in Baltimore after a 3-game series in Boston with a bunch of games played in a row on deck after this. It would be nice to have him right away.
Yeah, getting him out there as soon as possible would be ideal. Most animated in a good way, because as soon as you said that, I thought about the Ken Giles punching himself in the face.
Yeah, that was
in a bad way. That's a bad way.
That happened against the Yankees too. There's Joe Kelly, who's animated in a I want to punch him in the face way. There's Jonathan Papelbon, I guess, used to be very animated as a reliever.
Remember when he choked Bryce Harper?
He choked him?
I swear that was Papelbon.
Yeah, they were both on the Nationals. Right? Yeah, they were both on the Nationals, and he went after it. I don't know if he choked him, but he definitely violently grabbed him.
Yeah, this article says he choked him.
Okay, he choked
in the dugout.
I just can't pick. It's like a fuzzy memory of.
Yeah, this is 2015. But yeah. But the faster Neris is out there, the better. You know, Taylor Scott is showing some signs of regression. So until you can get Ryan Presley back, are you good with them throwing Neris back into a high leverage role immediately, or do you want to see them ease him back in?
Yeah, I think right away. Look, he's pitched in big moments before. He should be able to do it, unless he's just not the same pitcher that he used to be.
Yeah, I do agree. Let's see what happens, and hopefully Presley will be back next week. And I think it's next week. I can't even remember how long his injury list thing was for. It's 15 days, but I just don't know when it came up. But Neris, put him back out there as soon as possible. You need it. You need the help at this point with your bullpen, with the amount these guys are pitching.
Right. Everyone's pitched too much this year. Hell, you're probably even there with Taylor Scott as far as close to the innings limit, and he seems to be coming back to earth, as you've brought it up a couple of times on today's show. You've seen Neris do it before. The real question is he going to be the same guy that he was in clutch moments for you last year? Because he came through in some big spots. And you like him against lefties. And look, you're going to use him. I mean, you just don't have pitchers traditionally pitching deep into playoff games anymore. So you need more bullpen arms. You didn't get a real one at the trade deadline. No offense, Caleb Ferguson. This is nice. And also, he's fun. That's what I like more than anything, is that this guy is like an espresso in the midst of a long day of drinking. I could use one right now, to be perfectly honest. I could use a little Hector Neris in here.
You sip your espresso? Or you're just going to chug it?
Yeah, I'm classy, dude.
It depends on. I think it depends on how desperate you are for it.
No, sometimes I do chug it. I'll admit it. Yeah, and by desperate, Joe means how drunk Paul is,
or sleepy.
Yeah,
because sometimes if you're out, the espresso shot is to get you going. For me, it used to be a vodka Red Bull. If I was slowing down a little bit, but I knew I had a couple more hours to go, I'd slip a vodka Red Bull in there. But I try to stay away from Red Bull now.
Gotcha.
And Monster, more Monster.
Yeah,
I try to stay away from.
I mean, they're both. It smells like radioactive cough syrup. All of it. Slightly different variations of it.
I feel like Sean still drinks one every day when he wakes up.
Not every day,
except for Red Bull and the Red Bull Showcase, September 7th.
I'll have a Red Bull watermelon. Man, they're still good.
Yeah, it's all the non-Red Bull energy drinks is what I've been hearing. It just tastes like radioactive cough syrup.
Can't do a Monster.
Red Bull's different.
Cannot do a Monster.
Red Bull
Has
Show
to be
Run,
Red Bull.
September 7th, again at Discovery Green.
I used to drink Monster all the time.
Well,
with vodka in it.
Okay.
It's a terrible decision.
Well, it keeps you awake.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in my mind, that's almost better than just drinking Monster all the time.
Because at least they had like a real purpose behind it.
Yeah.
I just don't like how vodka mixed with an energy drink leaves my body, if you will, via sweat or other ways.
I got you. We got you.
Okay.
We got you.
I'm not going to go
We-
any further.
we understand.
It's
Follow
just-
along.
There's just something about it, and I'm just like, this was inside me. Oh, it's
a concoction.
Yeah, I mean, it's it is essentially gasoline, you know, and two different kinds of gasoline.
Sometimes you need to fill up. I don't know.
That's fair.
It's true.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It would be a nice shot in the arm to have Hector Neris in a Terry Tate office linebacker kind of role. Not necessarily like tackling me, but just every now and then, slow moments of the show, or one of the many times that I go down a rabbit hole and I don't even know how the hell I got there. Like when I was talking about Friday Night Lights in the last hour. I would like Hector Neris to come in here and yell homophobic slurs at me. Not because I think it's cool to say it. And listen, you don't understand his culture. It's okay to say it in Latin culture. I don't know why, but it is. I would like him to yell things at me to wake me up from time to time.
I like the idea of me, like, energy's kind of dragging.
Get Hector Neris in there.
Reaching over, making the call to the bullpen, and having Hector Neris run in there like the Kool-Aid man and just start clapping and yelling. Yelling also anything he wants. It doesn't have to just be homophobic slurs.
Just
it could be
screaming
whatever.
it.
Yeah, it would be. You know what? Hang on. Let's make it just anything.
Anything.
And here's the thing.
In Spanish works too.
Even though I'm taking Duolingo, I'll have no idea what the hell he's saying. I wouldn't know.
What's the streak at?
The streak is at.
He lost
and
it.
again, it's so Mickey Mouse.
No, there's a freeze. There's a freeze that he could have.
The streak is now at. It is at 94.
Am I Googling right now to see if Hector Neris is on Cameo? Yes. Just I would pay money.
Shot in the dark. It's
Have
worth
Hector
it's worth
Neris just,
finding
like,
out.
Be like, hey, just yell at Paul, and we'll just play it.
Wake
randomly.
up! Wake up! It is funny that Jaron Durant got suspended 2 games and Hector Neris didn't get suspended at all for doing that to Julio Rodriguez. But the difference was none of the players snitched on Hector Neris.
Yeah.
Where Jaron Durant was caught on tape.
Yeah, it was caught on hot mic. Yeah.
Also, English versus Spanish. There's a little bit of like a lost in translation, kind of means something else in this culture versus like in English in America. We're like, we got it.
Yeah, the Hector Neris one was weird because it was never really verified what exactly was said by Julio Rodriguez. So it was very. I'm surprised he didn't get suspended. To be honest, just because
I am too.
Like the way that the MLB has shown, they have a clear track record of like how they handle, a homophobic slur or a slur of any kind, or what Yuli Gurriel did. They have a track record of like they follow the same formula, 2 games every single time, and they did nothing for Neris. I'm surprised by that.
I think Gurriel got like 10.
I think he did too. I think it was a large suspension.
But it was 10
next year,
and he could play the rest of the World Series.
That's the weirdest thing sports does.
It's very funny.
I don't understand it.
This is racist and has no part in our game, but you can still play in the World Series.
Honestly, even Brian Abreu, like Brian Abreu got game suspended, and it just being like pushing it next year. I think it's just a weird thing because you're saying that the suspension you put into place is important, but it's also not.
Yeah, it's like if in college football you get a targeting penalty
In the Natty.
What?
In the Natty.
Or
next
in
year.
like the semifinal, and they're like, normally you'd be suspended for the national championship, but actually it's for next year against Wichita State.
Or when you're in the NFL, I guess.
Yeah, or when you're in the NFL. It'll carry over to the Hall of Fame game in the NFL.
Which you would want to be suspended for.
Yeah, which you're like, thank God.
This is a blessing.
From the 832 is the nearest acquisition, like the Verlander shot in the arm in 2017. Come on,
No.
A texter says John Rocker also animated in a bad way too.
Yeah.
He was.
Hector Neris is animated in a fun way. It was just that one time.
He does walk a lot of guys. I saw someone texting that earlier, and some of the comments on our YouTube from when Dell and Sean broke the news earlier. They're like, he walks too many guys.
I thank you for saying when we broke the news, not when we read Ari Alexander's tweet, who actually broke the news.
That makes it sound
No,
fancy.
I got off the phone and just got into the microphone. Sources are.
I mean, you had to figure out which of Ari's 2 Twitter accounts it came from. I'm sure.
Just whichever one popped up first.
I think it's weird.
Why are you taking shots at Ari?
I think it's weird. He has 2 Twitter accounts.
Yeah, it's probably like mandated by his boss.
For the same purpose.
one's probably a Channel 2 one, one's for
yeah.
breaking
That's
news.
These TV places make you like change your handle.
They do own the rights to it,
so
too, I
you
think.
lose if you you get unverified. At least back in the day, when you got verified, if you worked at a news outlet, you would basically lose your blue check mark if you left one of these places.
Because you'd change your handle. And,
You'd have to change it. Yeah, it was a tricky thing that they did there.
Gotcha.
Also, Jose Valverde, another very animated closer, former Astro.
Jose Valverde. I like that. Hector Neris is back in our lives. Championship? He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text from the 832. Adding Neris is like adding Oliver Perez. Yawn. No, it's actually like a nice espresso. 2 sugars at 10 p.m. after a couple glasses of vino.
The sugar? Can't just take it straight?
I mean, I can take it straight, but I want to put sugar in it right now.
Okay.
Don't diet shame me, bitch.
I'm not diet shaming you. I'm soft boy shaming you. What do you need sugar for? Just take it straight.
Yeah, but I want sugar.
That's fair. It does taste a little bit.
I just
It
want a
does.
little
It does taste a little bit better with sugar.
It does
but
taste, a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down.
That's good. That's fact.
The medicine go down. The medicine go down. Well, what was the sugar that Mary Poppins was putting in to the children's medicine?
Back in the day, like laudanum. I don't think it was Benadryl.
Yeah, they put it like just a straight, like it's whiskey.
Yeah, or it's
Literally
whiskey. Or it's just whiskey.
Oh, this tastes funny. That's because I want to knock you out, kid. Mary's going on the town tonight to go see Dick. We're gonna go bang on a chimney. He's gonna sweep my chimney.
All right.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What?
Wait, this is where we need Hector Neris.
Hector Neris, get Paul back on track. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This past Saturday, our eyes were subject to something that they shouldn't have seen. We saw Daniel Jones and his newfound scruff playing quarterback for the New York Giants against the Houston Texans. There was a part of me that felt that the Texans defense going up against the Giants offense would actually make them worse. Derek Stingley nearly had an interception the first play of the game. Jalen Petrie had the easiest pick six you will ever see on a play that took so long. Imagine a play takes that long and you're Daniel Jones and you still throw it right to a defensive back. I couldn't believe it. I mean, you have that much time, throw it away. Or
Exactly.
throw it a million miles downfield or take the safety. There are so many options, and that was the option that he chose. So the Jets have been having joint practices against the New York Giants this week. And Sauce Gardner, who some will compare to Derek Stingley this coming season, based off of everything that I have seen and that we have heard about Stingley this offseason. But people think Gardner's a better corner than Stingley at this point in his career. Sauce Gardner was asked about Daniel Jones. I'll give him credit. He tried to be polite.
He's a good quarterback. You feel me? I thought I was about to pick him off today. I had a little cloud rep. You know, he had looked at the last minute to try to throw the check down to Wan'Dale. You know, I thought I had to pick, but he kept it. I mean, man, the competitive periods, it was very competitive, man. It was great. Like, I had fun out there today, you know. I don't really know what to say. Like,
that was so uncomfortable.
You didn't need to say anything. You said it all right there. He's a good quarterback.
And then I just
I almost picked him off today. We were competitive.
It was fun.
Fun day.
You can tell that I almost picked him off was like, that's about as positive as I can get. And now I just got to fill it in with just the most basic, like, it was competitive.
Good God.
Yeah, that's tough.
But he's right. Daniel Jones is a effing eyesore.
I wonder if he'll be in the league next year.
I mean,
I know, like Trubisky and
someone will sign him as a backup.
Yeah, normally, especially as a former first-round pick, top 10 pick, you get one more, like, I can fix him. He'll be a backup for Tampa or something.
I don't hate him as a backup, but as a starter, I wonder. And, I mean, look, here's what you get in Daniel Jones. You got someone who's athletic. So if you're in the midst of a year where your offensive line can't do bleep, well, at least you got someone who can run around a little.
The Jones cat.
Oh.
I know. But that's where we're at. And, I mean, for a guy who is known as an athletic quarterback, I mean, the moment we all remember of Daniel Jones running was when he had a breakaway touchdown and he tripped.
Because like the throw he made against Petrie, it's just like, let's say he goes somewhere and they draft a quarterback with the first overall pick and he's like the bridge guy just through training camp, like what Jacoby Brissett is being through for Drake May right now. Like, does a guy who makes that kind of throw someone you want, like, coaching up?
A guy who
your
makes
first round pick?
Joe, a guy who makes a throw like that, the NFL hasn't suspended anybody for gambling in over a year. They made an announcement about that today. That makes me want to investigate him for gambling.
Just be like, hey, dude.
Did he throw money? Did he put the over on interceptions in that game? Because he almost had the over by the end of the first quarter, for God's sake.
That's something where if the shoe's on the other foot and a rookie quarterback, if Drake May did that in a preseason game we'd be like, I don't think Drake May's the guy.
And, and there'd be some people who would spin it as, oh, well, you know, you got to go through these lumps to be aggressive in the NFL.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Like some people were saying, well, Jalen Hurts needs to throw more interceptions at training camp. I think Nick Wright said that because
it's a good take.
he's not risking enough, which is an interesting way to look at it. But if you're in your 5th year in the league, and that's the kind of stuff you're doing, my God.
And because it's not like it's a one-off.
No.
You can almost guarantee he's going to make a similar style throw. I mean, when I give Sauce Gardner credit for not just burying Daniel Jones right there and actually being a respectful, like, coworker as an NFL player.
It's almost worse, though.
Yeah.
It's almost worse if you answer it like that.
Can I ask him to be a little bit better when he does it? To be a little bit more convincing. He's even that, like, I got it loud and clear.
Yeah.
I know he sucks.
I mean, he could have just been like, pass.
Next question. I'm only here to talk about the Jets.
That was the best way he could have answered that.
Yeah.
If he was Daniel Jones' friend. And I doubt he is. As far as the Texans cornerbacks go today, and it was a little bit tricky because the offense and defense were both practicing on different fields at the same time. So, yeah, I had to go look over at one field, look over at the other. Look over at one field, look over at the other. Look over at one field, and look over at the other. And my cute little notebook, which is a lot smaller than it looked like it was going to be online, I don't really know what I wrote down. What I will say is this. Texas defense had some good moments against Matt Stafford and that Rams offense, which is what I wanted to see in the joint practice. And specifically, Kamari Lassiter had a couple of really nice moments. Now, there was one where Lassiter got beat, and whoever the Rams were trying to throw it to, it bounced off his hands, and Kalen Bullock came in, cleaned up, and actually picked it off. But there were a couple of moments where, from what I understand, moments where I was not able, I guess, to see it live, where Kamari Lassiter was locking up Cooper Kupp.
Interesting.
So
he's the surprise of camp.
Lassiter being the guy who ran away with the number 2 corner position.
Yeah.
And had basically won it by the end of minicamp. DJ told us that first. DJ told us that in June. It's pretty remarkable because you read all the scouting reports about him after he got drafted. You thought to yourself, he's not that fast. His 40 time stinks. He is a nickel corner because of his size, but he's definitely tough. He's not afraid to put his nose down, get into contact. And this draft class looks like it can contribute. Now, I don't know how much we're going to see of Cade Stover, but we've seen a lot of Kalen Bullock already, and we've seen a lot of Kamari Lassiter, and we've seen a lot of good. It hasn't been like we've seen these guys struggling at all. It's few and far between the moments when I've been out there at practice, and I've been to probably like 13 or 14 this offseason, where we've seen these guys not looking so good. So something to be excited about. This secondary might be a little bit better than we thought it was going into the year, and perhaps the idea of signing a veteran safety, signing a veteran corner isn't the biggest need. I still think they should get a veteran corner just because of the lack of depth that they have at corner, but I feel a lot better about both positional groups having watched training camp.
Yeah, I think back to the draft, and I just didn't think that we'd be here today talking about these guys being impact players on the defense. I mean, they signed Okudah and C.J. Henderson before the draft, and we thought to ourselves, this is what they're doing? Yeah.
Okay.
And then you had a run on corners. You had Kool-Aid McKinstry and Cooper DeJean go back to back.
Yeah,
right
everyone seemed to think that they wanted them. And honestly, you go to the Hard Knocks offseason, from what I understand, I didn't see this clip, but I saw it discussed. The Giants were pissed when the Texans traded up to go get Kamari Lassiter. When they stood there and they got Kamari Lassiter in that spot, because those other teams traded up to go get him. And I bet the Giants thought they were going to get him too.
Yeah, it's going to be those guys. And then Blake Fisher is, I feel like I would say up and down camp. It seems like
Fisher, I don't want to see.
I hope we don't see much of him.
Fisher makes me want to sign as swing tackle. And okay, look, he's a rookie. It's a really tough learning curve to be a young offensive lineman and come into the league. But he's not ready to go. I don't really want to see him this year. I feel like a veteran swing tackle would be better than what they have.
Yeah, and Titus is going to get hurt at some point. That's just the reality.
I mean, shoot, Tunsil might too. Tunsil misses a couple of games every year, it feels like.
So I guess I don't know what's going on with Charlie Heck. Is he still on the team?
He's just not good. I mean, Caserio said it this offseason, we want to have 4 to 5 tackles.
They don't got that.
No, they don't.
And they let
It's
most
hard
of
to
their
find
tackles
it.
walk.
It's hard to find it though. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's a difficult position to play.
Yeah, this season, that's where the depth is going to be tested the most, is at tackle and corner, I would say. Because even at safety, you know, you have Bullock, you can move Petrie back in an emergency situation, you know, outside of this nickel spot. You have Eric Murray. Like, you have guys who you trust more than you. Not that they're super talented, but you trust them more than you do at corner and tackle right now. Those are clearly the two spots on this offense and defense that are one injury away from being huge problems.
There are also the nature of the positions is that the drop off for most NFL teams, but also especially with the Texans, where the drop off from who's the starter to who the depth is something that could really, like, it turns into an absolute tire fire pretty fast, where it's hard to game plan with, oh my God, we don't trust our tackle, or oh my God, we don't trust one of our corners out there.
Mm-hmm. Anything else from camp? You said Joe Mixon looked pretty good.
Mixon's looked pretty good.
It changed your view about what you saw from Pierce during the preseason at all?
I mean, I heard from D'Amico earlier this week. He's making me feel good about my opinion that this isn't Pierce's fault. And guess who's still working as the second running back in?
Yeah.
Pierce. Guess who's the fourth running back in?
Cam Akers.
Dario Gumbawale is still getting more work early.
Interesting.
Akers has had a couple of nice moments, but yeah, I think this might be more that the Texans just don't really see that much in him.
Yeah, that even though there's been moments. Yeah, because the D'Amico quote was basically just that Pierce needed more reps still at this point. It does seem like they're not giving up on him, which, you know what? I still like Pierce. I still think back to his rookie year and what kind of a runner he was. I would like to see him. I'm curious what it's going to look like when he is the change of pace, like try to get 2-3 yards in a big situation back. When coming in from Mixon, when Tunsil's on the field, just like what it's going to look like. Because if Pierce can still be the guy, if you need him to be, he just hasn't shown it in preseason.
I think the good thing is you don't need the guy anymore, but I feel like in certain offenses that could happen.
I mean, look at the offenses that they run right now. The Miami Dolphins last year had Mostert, Achane, and Jeff Wilson were all at times making impacts on this team. The 49ers, it's changed a little bit because they were so heavy on McCaffrey. But in the years past, they were doing the same thing. They were rotating 2 or 3 running backs in and using them in different ways and not being reliant on one back. So that still probably is what Slowick honestly would love to do, is not have Mixon take all the carries, to be able to use Cam Akers and Pierce and these guys in different kind of ways throughout a game, but we'll see.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Text from the 747. Cooper Kupp caught a touchdown on Kamari Lassiter in practice today, Paul. So let's pump the brakes. Everyone agreed that he did pretty well, Kamari Lassiter, against Kupp. What? You think Kupp's never going to do anything against him? You didn't say he erased him.
Yeah, he's not Stingley.
He's number 2 corner on this team. Stingley maybe is capable of that, and even Stingley's going to give up some moments against Cooper Kupp. All I'm saying is Lassiter has looked good, and I'm not the only person that felt that way today. Up next, how you feeling about the Astros bringing in Hector Neris? What's the minimum record you want to see out of the Astros in the most difficult stretch of the year? These next 11 games starting tonight in Baltimore. Both of those on the table. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and at ESPN Houston on YouTube.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
It's also on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Make sure you're getting in your final votes for Rock the Mic winner. Decided on Friday. We're going to be at Carbach from noon until 7 and actually crowning the winner. Also, guess what else is right around the corner? A new era of Houston Cougars football. Rah, rah, rah! Coach Willie Fritz's first game as the new head coach of your Cougars. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments with tickets starting at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red, and we are giving away a pair of tickets to caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Hell yeah. A pair of tickets to watch the Cougs kick things off.
I'm so ready for college football.
Yeah.
Even though week 0 is weird.
It is. There's, 4 games, and one of them's generally played in another country, like Ireland.
Yes, there's a game in Ireland this weekend.
Who's the Ireland game?
I don't remember who it is this year. It is.
I would assume Notre Dame. But isn't LSU in there?
Oh, no, it's Florida State, Georgia Tech.
Oh, that's not terrible.
Yeah, that's the Ireland game this year.
That's not bad. It's random.
Yeah, it's very weird. Like, how do you say? I'm gonna show that I don't know if Georgia Tech still runs the triple option or not.
No, I mean that's the funny thing about them. Do they have a really fast wide receiver who drops the ball all the time?
I don't think so.
Because they used to have guys like that. I mean, R.I.P. Demaryius Thomas. Demaryius Thomas is a good player, but he had a lot of dropsies. You had who was that guy that Jets drafted? Stephen Hill, I think.
Sounds right.
And Calvin Johnson, the exception to that. But they always had some really fast, athletic receiver. And you were wondering, like, wait a second, why are they running the triple option still?
I kind of just wish they just did like a full. I just think this is the right time to start college football. To start the whole season now. I don't know why we have to, because if they started the season just a little bit earlier, I think it would just be better because you're more in the spotlight.
I bet it
versus
has
the
to do
NFL.
with everybody being at school. I imagine there's some schools that start in September. Oh, what?
Probably. Probably, yes.
I know most colleges, they begin in August, but I would imagine there's a ramp-up period, getting everybody back on campus, stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess for like the fan perspective, because you're not who's going to be at the games if school hasn't started up yet. Because obviously the players are there.
Yeah.
But for if for even the Cougs, for this game coming up, it's if no one's on campus, it's going to be way harder to get people in the stands versus when the students are already living there.
What are you talking about? Cougars always show.
I saw people are already.
Jeremy doesn't go because he's a paid Cougar, unlike me, a real Cougar.
U of H actually might be the one where they could have classes not be in session.
I guess it's downtown
because it's still in Houston, and a lot of the people that go there live in Houston year round. It's not like going to and from some college town.
There's only 2 Power 5 programs that play right smack in the middle of downtown of a major American city. Only 2. University of Washington and the University of Houston.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
I thought you were going to say Syracuse or something.
No. Why did you think I was going to say that?
I don't know. Normally this turns into Syracuse propaganda.
No, it doesn't. Everyone thinks I do Syracuse propaganda all the time. And whenever I'm saying it, you should know that it's sarcastic.
Apparently there's A&M students that are camping out already, like 6 to 7 days before they can buy tickets to their home opener.
Well, I would imagine that is largely people who are rushing fraternities / sororities who are being told to sit in line to get these seats. That's how it generally works.
That makes sense.
At all college campuses. I mean, for I'm not making this about Syracuse, but for the big Syracuse games, the frats would have
they have their pledges.
Sit out there, and it was really miserable because it was for basketball games. So imagine in January you're in like a tent, and it's freezing outside.
I think that's the thing with Krzyzewskiville in at Duke, where they have the tents and they're there's always the shot of like, look at this, it's 72 hours until they play North Carolina. It's like it's people that are forced to be there.
Yeah, they don't want to be there.
Yeah, no one would choose to live in a tent for 3 days before a college basketball game. Maybe they would, but I doubt it.
People used to wait outside.
It's free, man.
Like
Free
for
stuff.
Apple stores for iPhones.
Yeah, there's that too.
That used to happen.
An iPhone though.
That's outrageous. To wait
know.
in line for like hours to spend over $1,000 on something.
Yeah, I don't get it. It'll be
But-
out eventually.
But the Black Friday deal is the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's like done. That's done now.
It's done.
Yeah,
There's a
I think
lot-
Amazon's kind of.
There's a lot of places like Baybrook out by me. They don't do Black Friday.
That's racist.
We went out last year thinking we were gonna do like knock out some Christmas shopping. The mall was closed. I was like, they didn't open
How
till
dare they?
the normal time on Black Friday.
Get back to work. Unbelievable.
Working on
Finish up that
Thanksgiving's
turkey and
criminal.
get back to Best Buy.
No days off. No days off. Not even Thanksgiving. Come on, real tail. What are we doing here?
So you want to produce the Cowboys game on Thanksgiving this year? No, you said no days off.
Yeah, but I'm a star with my tiny little notebook.
By the way, Paul, what are you doing next week?
It's none of your business.
Okay.
Oh,
I thought doing the show or something.
no, he's leaving us.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm taking a vacation.
He's going to Spain.
I'm not going to Spain.
He's going to France.
I'm not going
He's
to
going to
France.
swim in the River Seine.
I'm not going to swim in the River Seine.
he's going to go poop in the river.
Oh, I'm going to see my get this guys because you guys haven't made. I get to see my family for one of the 2 times a year. I get to see
Nice.
them.
So you're taking days off to do
So
that?
you guys are trying to guilt trip me. For
I'm
not being able to
look.
see my
He
family.
started it. Why are you guys me? This was Sean.
I
No
don't
days
know. It
off
felt like it
unless I want to.
started. No days off unless I want to see my family. Yes. Listen, I was talking about how America, the power of the world, how we have our businesses running at tip-top shape as early as possible the day after we get super fat, because that's what we're about. We're about that life. And you guys have turned this into, hey, Paul's taking a vacation to see his family, who he never gets to see anymore.
Paul's just the family man.
Yeah.
That sounded sarcastic.
What?
Sounded very sarcastic.
Twitch wants to know if the lady is meeting the parents.
No, she's not.
Oh, okay.
No, well, not yet. I mean, maybe, but not yet. No.
Okay.
She's met my friends.
That's good. That's a good start.
But yeah, listen. There's no label on it. Everything's good.
I got a take on this.
What?
Has she met Arya?
She has met Arya.
Okay.
The friend approval.
She picked up Arya and Arya hissed.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah, well, not a great introduction.
Friend approval is more important than parent approval.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, do I ask? Hey, what do you think? Because they're not going to give me an honest answer, even if I do. So she did well. She hung out. She had fun.
But if your friends say something about someone you like bring around,
yeah,
if they say, hey, there's some red flags here, then you know you're in trouble. So that's
yeah,
why.
they actually are.
Yeah,
Honest
if
with you.
they're like,
Yeah.
hey,
It's a
if they're
disaster.
like, hey, dude,
Yeah,
like,
that's a fair point.
you might want to run.
That's a fair point.
So that's why friends are important.
She has a really cute dog. A really cute dog.
How do you think that's gonna work when they meet Arya and the dog?
The dog's actually chill.
Nice.
I feel like the dog will be relatively friendly. I think my cat will be a bitch. I do. What? I think my cat will be just a complete a-hole. She'll get territorial. She tried to attack a husky once. A husky German Shepherd mix.
Dude,
My God,
this
isn't
cat I got is vicious.
Oh yeah, little monster.
He's he's aggressive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why?
He just
Hector
likes-
Neris in Julio Rodriguez is face aggressive?
Yeah, he biting, hitting.
Homophobic slurs? Unbelievable.
No.
In Spanish? He
No.
speaks?
I'm gonna snip him soon, see if it helps.
Yeah, I think it would. He's a boy cat.
Yeah.
I've never had a boy cat, so I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know how that goes. But anyway, guys, Hector Neris, he's back with the Astros. They're 5 games up on the Mariners. We just fired Scott Service. And
Fired.
You're fired, kid. You're fired. Up next, a little garbage time. It's Gallant George. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. With Hector Neris back on the Astros, they start off the toughest stretch of the season tonight in Baltimore. They swept the Orioles last time around at Minute Maid Park. Jake Bloss started one of those games, for God's sake. After that, they will take on the Philadelphia Phillies, and then it's the Kansas City Royals. We'll see what they're able to do, but it's nice to get Hector Neris back after having lost 2 games in a row. Spencer Arrighetti, I'm very curious what kind of Spencer Arrighetti we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, I remember when we did the Orioles, when you did the Orioles sweep guarantee, that was the big question, was Arrighetti. And I think he was pretty good.
He
remember
was.
the line, he was pretty good in that game.
That was during. And luckily, the Astros offense gave them so that weekend, and it would be an iota of that.
Just
a modicum of that.
Yeah. See, this is where
a smidgen of that.
I feel like this is one of the fields where they would typically say Yordan Alvarez doesn't play left field. But he has to. He has to play in left because of Bregman DHing. So like that, like, you can't.
He had that rough misplay. What was that? Was that Wednesday or was that Tuesday?
I think that was yesterday.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Feels like there's one. If the more Yordan you see out there,
yeah,
the more you're going to see defensive lapses. I guess the good news for Yordan is he's not at Minute Maid Park.
Hasn't hit a home run at Minute Maid since June 22nd.
Really? That long?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll make that trade of him playing on the road, but it's like kind of a weird ballpark for him to be in left field. But him on the road means it's possible for him to hit a home run.
All right. Conspiracy theory?
Is that why they darkened the
Yep.
batter's eye?
I was just going to say that. He's the complainer. Last year and this year.
He's bat numero uno.
I mean, his voice is really the only one that matters.
Yeah, if it doesn't matter for anyone else, and even if he thinks it matters for him, like placebo effect, just do it.
Yeah.
May as well.
Yeah, he's that good.
If he wants the pole back there for some reason, and the hill, bring it back.
That could work. I want the pole back in center field. Garbage time. Hit it. No one in Houston, at least that's an Astros fan, really likes Aaron Judge. 1, he's on the Yankees. 2, he whined about not getting the MVP in 2017 when Jose Altuve won it. He is under fire for the stupidest thing ever.
Yes, he is.
So a Little League baseball coach, Bob Laterza, criticized Aaron Judge because he didn't give his specific team enough attention at the Little League Classic. I guess he coaches on Staten Island or something like that. He believes that Aaron Judge ignored him. And, while this coach is the worst, I'm here for Aaron Judge being dragged through the mud for a stupid-ass story. I'm all here for it. Especially after Altuve got dragged through the mud. I am here for Aaron Judge getting dragged through the mud, even though this Little League coach who criticized him for not seeing his players seems like he sucks.
Yeah, I struggle with the League World Series, all the clowns that are pretty.
Why is it on TV in studio, middle management, Joe?
I guess I do have the remote. Right
yeah,
here.
you could have changed it. We've been watching children for 3 hours.
I mean, what are those? Oh my God. I just forgot what they're called.
Uncrustables.
Uncrustables. They were just eating Uncrustables like they just discovered them.
They're the title sponsor. I will say it kind of works.
That is a good sponsor.
Yeah, it works. A, because it fits like kids.
Yep.
B, they're very good.
That's on my list of things that like you should not stop eating as you get older.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because like as now a parent, I started buying them again. They're great. They're great.
When I didn't have power and I was staying at my aunt and uncle, I was taking my cousins.
Just swiping them?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
I mean, they're so good.
They are so good.
Here's the thing, though. I wish the crust was in them. The crust is good. Hot take. I like crust.
I mean, yes, but I guess we could make Crustables.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm surprised they don't.
Yeah.
There's probably enough people like you out there that were like, "Hey, where's my crust?"
The crust is good.
I do agree with
you. It's a bad rap.
No, I eat the crust when I'm making my own sandwich.
Yeah.
But the Uncrustables is also very
We
good.
just need a Crustables variant of Uncrustables because I agree. I like
Uncrustables now with crust.
yeah.
Yes, that's what it should say. It should be called crust.
Oops, all crust. like with that
The
Captain.
Yeah, Captain Crunch.
Captain Crunch.
All
Oops,
berries or
all
whatever.
berries. All right, continuing through garbage time. A Thai man was bitten on the testicles by a 12-foot python while he sat on the toilet. So he beat the serpent to death with a toilet brush.
Wow.
Thailand, man.
Wow.
I mean, I just got like the shakes when I heard the first part of the story, but like, good for this guy to like withstand the pain and just kill this python with a toilet brush.
Always check before you sit down.
He felt a sharp pain after he took a seat,
Yeah, I bet he did.
grabbed the snake by the neck, and tried to rip it off his privates.
Rip it off?
He said, I felt something biting my balls. It was very painful, so I put my hands in the toilet to see what was wrong. I was shocked that I grabbed a snake. I stood up, plucked it out. I felt pain, really bad pain. There was blood everywhere. But I was more shocked to have found a python in the toilet. That'll keep you from going.
I mean, I just don't think I ever sit down ever again.
You just got to
Like,
look.
Yeah.
But you don't have to put the seat down.
I think I would start. Oh, yeah, you're not married yet, so.
No, see, here's the thing. If you never have your seat down, you can, or if the seat's always up, you can see if there's a snake in the toilet.
That's a good. That's a good counter.
Women, by the way, just a side tangent.
Women
Bitching and moaning about the toilet seat being up when they're the absolute most disgusting, vile pigs in the bathroom is a joke. And I say this as someone who shared a bathroom with my sister who was a disgusting slob, and I know she's not alone. I do not understand where they get the gall to say, like, oh, God, you leave the toilet seat up. Yeah, we occasionally do. Clean the hair out of the drain, you disgusting pig. Jeez. Anyway.
And we thought Aaron Judge was going to get canceled.
I am going to silently co-sign that. Just
Women are disgusting in the bathroom.
Silent agree. But I'll let you own the take.
Here's all these disgusting things on top of the sink. I'm never going to take them off the top of the sink and organize them. I'm just going to leave them out there. And my hair everywhere. But put the seat down, you piece of crap.
The hair is tough.
You disgusting man.
The hair is tough.
The hair is real tough.
It's yeah. Listen, some people actually do their due diligence. I am generalizing and painting with a broad brush.
Hashtag not all women.
I just think it is ridiculous that this is something they get so upset about. Like, it's so inconsiderate. It's like, sorry, we forgot because I went to pee and I didn't want to pee on the seat the next time I went to pee.
Yeah, that's Todd's point. Shouldn't she just be happy the seat is up because it means we didn't pee on it? I think that's a valid count.
Yeah, right. Like
it's an either or, and we don't want to say we don't want to say it's an either or, but it kind of is an either or.
Pick your poison.
And on that note, if I'm not canceled, it's been a fun ride, hasn't it? It has. So you guys are.
It's been a great ride.
You guys aren't even co-signing. It might be my last ride. One last ride.
No, you got tomorrow.
That's true. And then I'm on vacation. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. And leave that seat up. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
I am Branham. He is Blank. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today. Bad Take Boulevard. Astros begin a series in Baltimore. They've signed a relief pitcher. Texans, meanwhile, were doing practices with another team in the NFL. Rams are in town. Lots going on in the city of Houston. I slept on this, and I slept on it funny. So I'm a little irritated today. But we heard Alex Bregman talk after the game yesterday and was talking about his elbow, and it's a fluid situation. And then it's like, I wonder if there's fluid in his elbow. That would be funny. If he accidentally is like, yeah, there's fluid in my elbow, and then there's actually like fluid that at some point needed to be drained out of his elbow. But here was Bregman yesterday, talking about the latest on his injury, the fluid. It's not literal fluid. He said it's a fluid situation. There's gremlins in his elbow. Maybe that is literal. I don't know. But here was Bregman yesterday, this courtesy of Jason Bristol.
I feel like the rest of the year is going to be kind of just a fluid situation. Take it day by day and see how it feels every single day and kind of make a decision as it goes. Through today for the first time. Arm felt good. Didn't feel any pain or discomfort or anything. But yeah, it's just going to be one of those things, take day by day and kind of see how it feels the rest of the year. Okay. Some little gremlins in there causing some swelling that just going to have to try and mitigate through the rest of the year and keep the swelling out.
Okay, there's a lot there, a lot of questions that you can ask. There's a lot of layers of the onion there. First and foremost, are we still buying the he slept on it funny?
No, not at all. There's absolutely no chance.
Here is Bregman initially, too, because I wanted to go back today and listen to what he had. Because yesterday I'm hearing it's a fluid situation. Yesterday was the first time he's thrown in about a week. The Dana Brown, the general manager, was on with the quarterback who won on the flagship yesterday morning, and he said, look, if it was a playoff game, Bregman could be at third base today. So, like, Dana Brown saying that Bregman could play third base today if it were a playoff game. Bregman said he hadn't thrown. Said there's no discomfort there when he throws or swings. I mean, he homered yesterday, too, so, like, it's not affecting his bat, and he was playing through an injury and was playing really, really well offensively. So it's like, okay, how much is this impacting him? Is he not going to be able to play third base? Like, it was very vague. Like, it makes it seem like maybe he's not going to be able to play third base, but his general manager is saying, yeah, he can play third base. He said he's throwing pain-free and discomfort-free, but it's a fluid situation. Like, it's crazy. But the thing that immediately jumps out to me is he's talking about how it's a fluid situation. It's going to bother him all year. There's gremlins in his elbow. And whenever he first talked about this elbow, here's what he had to say.
I got some swelling in my throwing elbow. Slept on it wrong. Feel like a few days and I'll be able to come back strong and feel good. Showed have no damage of any of the ligaments or anything like that. Just something that I'm going to have to take a few days for. And obviously it's pretty unfortunate because I'm swinging the bat really well right now. I'm playing really well. So hopefully come back in a few days and be ready to roll. And yeah, this has no long-term effect or anything like that. It's just something I got to knock out right now and get back to playing.
It doesn't add up. This doesn't add up to me.
No, it really doesn't. And it's crazy when you hear all of that and then you start wondering. I mean, the comments that he just made last night are like, I'm thinking subliminal messages, because I wasn't even kidding when he starts saying it's a fluid situation. I'm thinking, look, there's something obviously going on there. And there's no way you did anything when you were sleeping. Maybe you threw awkwardly on one of the plays you made at third base or whatever. But I mean, I don't know what we're ever supposed to believe when it comes to the Astros anyway.
Yeah.
But this stuff is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is like my final straw. Like, the Astros, you're messing with us. Like, you're questioning our intelligence. Like, oh, I slept on it. Any of you go back and watch the video, and this is the audio medium, so it's a little tough to do. But whenever you go back and you watch the initial Bregman video, like, whenever he says I slept on it funny, he kind of looks out of the corner of his eye like, I'm being a little bit coy. Yeah. I'm hiding something from you. So it's like, okay, I'm not buying it. Because look, I would, we've all had sore necks when we wake up, and we're older too, so of course we feel a little bit more. We do have some aches whenever we wake up in the morning, or if we fall asleep on our arm, maybe our arm's numb the next day for a couple of hours. So I buy it for a day or two. I could buy it then, but if you're having imaging done, if you have to miss an entire weekend of any baseball activity, if you can't throw, yesterday was the first day that he threw, DH yesterday, and lineup's out today, he's DHing today, that is more than just sleeping on it. MRI, you're out a weekend, you still can't throw the ball across the diamond. That is more than sleeping on your elbow, so stop treating us like we are idiots.
Have you ever thought about, no matter how sore you have been, sleeping on something funny, the need for an MRI based on an uncomfortable sleep? Because I don't think that an uncomfortable sleep has ever caused the need for an MRI. Something has to happen, and I don't want to say violently per se, but something has to happen, whether it be, in this case, a throwing motion or something else that causes something internally to happen within your arm or your elbow or something else. Sleeping on it should not cause a tear of a muscle or the need to check and see if there is one.
I think it could be an injury that's added up over time, maybe a UCL strain, maybe a partial tear, maybe him having that night of rest is something that caused the entire flare up, but it's not the injury occurred while he was sleeping on his arm and it has bothered him this long. That is foolish. There is no way that happened. I think it was an aggregate injury. He talked about how he's been playing through it. He's wearing the sleeve. Now I have to go back and see how long he's been wearing the sleeve. I don't know if I saw him with a sleeve prior to the injury.
He's had the one with the 2 on it, and I think that he's been wearing it for a little bit now. I think the white one, it has the 2 down by the wrist, I believe. But I can't tell you how long he's been wearing it. But the thing to me is, if you threw yesterday and you're pain-free, but now we're talking about a fluid situation where, they're not going to throw him out there at third base. I mean, if you're throwing pain-free, don't you want him at third base because of the fact, I guess maybe because you have a 5-game lead that you're not going to push it right now?
If we put all of the clues together, and Dana Brown is saying that if this were a playoff game, he could play third base. Mm-hmm. I would like to believe him, although I don't know if I can. I would like to believe that if tonight was a playoff game, Alex Bregman would play third base for you. I'd like to believe that. I have a difficult time believing it, but I would like to believe that. So maybe it is the 5-game lead. It's okay, we know that we need you. We know that we need your glove. Tonight's not do or die. We do have a comfortable lead in the division. The Mariners are, firing their manager because desperate times call for desperate measures. And it's not a comfortable lead because the Astros this season's been unlike any other. You've had the ebbs and the flows, and it's one thing after another. It's drama after drama. So nothing's been easy about the 2024 Astros campaign. It has been a grind, and you also tip your cap to the Astros for being 5 games up whenever they at one point trailed the division by 10 games and were 12 games below 500. But I think that that's probably true. It's probably Espada, Dana Brown coming together. Hey, Bregman's a grinder. He could do it, but if he does, there's a chance it flares up. There's a chance he has to miss a week. There's a chance that maybe he could be done for the entire year. So if we can get by without him having to throw a baseball for 5 days, for a week, for 2 weeks, why not do it if you're 5 games up and you have that luxury?
It goes back to a conversation you and I had the other day where, whether you want him in the lineup because he's been hot with his bat or not, the fact is you need him 100% when you get to the playoffs or, when the games really get to be extremely important. And right now you do have a bit of a buffer that we didn't expect them to have at the start of the season for sure. But because they have the buffer now and you look at it and say, hey, look, if it doesn't hurt him to swing, I want his bat in the lineup. But I'm not going to rush him to play third base unless I have to, or we get a couple of days where he does some more of these fielding sessions. And if he's not, it's like a pitcher. I mean, if he threw yesterday, see how he feels today. And then if it's no big issue and he's not sore, then whether it be today or tomorrow, have him do it again. And with repetition, see if any kind of flare-up happens to where right away, shut it down, don't do it. But if he gets a couple of days where he doesn't have it, now you can start putting him back in there. But there's no sense of urgency.
Yeah, I wouldn't say. I think there's no urgency here. It's just It's fishy.
Of
It's
course
fishy.
it is.
And I have a problem with them just flat out lying. Like, I've always kind of like looked back at the Astros injuries and like, okay, are they being vague? Are they being Belichick? Or are they flat out lying to us? And like, if you go back through some of the injuries, it's like, well, it could go either way. It could be they're being extremely vague, but that vagueness might be an actual lie. Like, it's hard to really tell. This is the one that really sticks out, maybe because it's the most recent, but this is the one that sticks out more than anything to me, where it's like, yeah, I injured this elbow while I was sleeping, but I need an MRI, I need a weekend off from all baseball activities, and I might need 2 weeks before I can throw a baseball again. And you're telling me you heard it because you slept on it funny. Get out of here.
You and I caught the same thing, though. That side eye, normally most teams, when their guys are talking to their media, their PR people are standing somewhere in the wings, whether it be on the side or in the back. And normally you're supposed to keep the straight face, keep looking. And then afterwards, there's a moment where in the back they can yuck it up or do whatever. The minute he side-eyed, I'm like, one of their PR guys is standing right there. There's no doubt in my mind that he's actually being a little coy with that one.
Yeah. I thought he might have been looking at the person who asked him the question. And it's like, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to be out for a bit, but I'm not going to give you the real reason why. Which is like, that's fine. Like, I don't need you to tell me why. But don't lie to me. Like, don't tell me you injured it while you were asleep. Like, it makes you look dumb. It makes the Astros look dumb. And the Astros have looked dumb when it's come to injuries for this entire regime, it feels like.
And like Tracy stands behind the Rockets players when they're in the locker room. No matter what the PR department wants you to say, I think Bregman's also an honest enough guy that he has the stones to go out there and talk about it. And you're going to say whatever you want. I'm glad it's not something that's like season ending, shut it down type things. But if you're throwing without pain, to me, it seems like he's such a gamer. He wants to play third base. We heard him. We saw him, grabbing a bat the night before he actually played the night game before the day game on Tuesday when he possibly was going to pinch hit in that game. So you knew he wanted to get back in the game. I just think, to me, it seems like he wants to be out there in the field, if at all possible, but maybe they're just being hyper cautious. But there's no way, shape, or form that this happens sleeping.
Yeah, they probably don't want the flare up. There's probably something wrong that he can play through, but if he does, it could lead to a flare up and he's out of the lineup for a week. 713-780-3776, HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, YouTube, ESPN Houston, the sophisticated folk. Also on Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Bryant's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Brown. We'll get your thoughts on this. Bregman, the elbow, what's the deal? Why are they lying to us? Also, we had a texter yesterday say he was worried about the Astros. Didn't tell us why. If you're listening today, tell us why. Why are you worried about the Astros, even if you're not that texter? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something that has eased my worry is that football season is here at last. It is here. Football season is here. We've been waiting for this all summer long. And it's football weather too, right? Your first chance to see the Willie Fritz Houston Cougars a week from Saturday, 6 p.m., August 31st at TDECU Stadium as the Cougars host the Rebels of UNLV. Head to uhcougars.com/tickets right now or call 713-GO-COUGS to lock in your tickets starting as low as $15. You've been waiting for this all summer, and football is finally here. Come out, enjoy the excitement, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd. It's all back August 31st, 6 p.m. Get ready as Houston takes on UNLV for the thrilling new era. Coach Willie Fritz, quarterback Donovan Smith lead the charge in the first game of the year as the Cougs take on UNLV. From the marching band to the tailgates, every heart-pounding play. This is college football at its finest, and we have been waiting. We've been champing at the bit. uhcougars.com/tickets, uhcougars.com/tickets, or just call 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS. Lock in those tickets right now and get them for as low as $15. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Elbow pain. There's tennis elbow. There's third base elbow, apparently. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Art, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Art? Art's in an elevator. Oh, he hung up. Art was on hold for like
I hung up on
10
him.
minutes.
That sounded like on hold
It did
music,
sound
like he
like
put
on
us
hold
on
music.
hold.
Yeah.
No, he was waiting for us to go to him. Art, call back. We might get to you. We'll play it by ear. We'll see. I thought for a second he might be singing us a song because that has happened on the show.
There was a momentary. I was like, okay, is he playing guitar and he's going to sing us an Alex Bregman song? When it's like, no, he's got us on hold.
Did you catch, by the way, on one of the Bregman quotes where it almost sounded like the music from Mean Texts? Like behind him when he starts talking,
really?
It's almost like the undertone of a Mean Text song in the locker room being played. And I was like, wow, that sounds like it's perfect.
That's hilarious. 713-780-ESPN. 1642. I've never even heard of someone sleeping wrong, and it causes swelling. Pain, sure, but swelling? Question mark, question mark, question mark, no way. Yeah, I guess that's true.
I mean, Astros pitchers have had slept wrong before, right?
But did it lead to swelling?
It's a good question. I mean, is the
Soreness,
pain caused
but not
by
swelling.
inflammation?
Yeah, like that's kind of weird. Like
you wake up sore, you don't wake up with swelling.
No, I've never. Like I've slept on my neck wrong plenty of times, mostly because I'm an idiot and fall asleep on my couch. But it's never swollen. It's just achy. It's like I can't move my neck. But swollen, no.
Like herniated discs in the past. So a lot of times they'll say if you sleep wrong for an extended period of time or you lock it in at that position, the discs can swell up a little bit.
But that's a pre-existing condition, though.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez. Alvarez playing left. Bregman DHing. Diaz is at first base again. Caratini catches the debut of Benjamin Gamble. For the Astros. He's in right field. And Myers, Whitcomb, Dubon plays short, so he's giving Pena the day off, which that's fine. Like, you need to give some guys some days off. 7557, of all the randos in the lineup, at least Shea Whitcomb has been the best rando. If we're going to have to put Breggy at DH, that's been true. Yep. I was thinking about that, too. All the names that you've went through that have been bad because you've been searching for offense. You've had Trey Cabbage, who's been optioned down to AAA again. Who was that right-handed guy that they brought up for a little bit that was like a catcher in the past and now plays first only? And he was up for like a week, and now he's back with Sugarland. Right-handed hitter. I can't remember his name. He was a former catcher.
Not
for
Caesar Salad.
No, Cooper Hummel. Cooper Hummel.
Oh, okay.
Like Cooper Hummel was a guy that they tried.
Oh, that's right,
Zach DeZinzo has seemingly fallen out of favor. When's the last time that he's played? Pedro Leon has literally been sitting back down already. It's fascinating. And Ben Gamble gets a start today. Like the Astros are trying literally anything because they're desperate for some sort of help in their corner outfield to go out and get. And Jason Hayward got DFA'd today. We have people twitching and texting in saying, what about Jason Hayward? Jason Hayward's probably better than Ben Gamble by a little bit. Bit. The problem is that Hayward makes $9 million, and yes, there's only 30-something games left in the year, but it's far more expensive of a check that you're giving to Hayward than you would give Gamble, and I don't think the gap between Hayward and Gamble is that great to have to pay Hayward the raise that you would have to pay him versus Ben Gamble. But if he does clear waivers and he becomes an outright free agent, I wouldn't hate the idea.
That's where I am. If he clears waivers and it's just, the prorated veterans minimum, go get him because I think he's definitely better than Gamble. He keeps himself in great shape. He had a go-ahead home run against the Mariners in his last at bat for the Dodgers, I believe. But I think he plays a decent outfield too. I would gladly put him in the outfield before Gamble.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close actually. But I would say that Hayward's better. I just don't think the gap is that significant. And for me, he'd have to clear waivers. I'm not giving him the rest of that contract that he's getting. He's a $9 million contract. Like, you're paying Gamble the league minimum. So there's a pretty big difference in salary for the final month of the year. 5199, listening to Briggs again. Sounds like two separate sentences. Swelling an elbow, then slept on it wrong. This could be legit from personal experience. I would agree with that. Okay. But the very first sentence that he uttered whenever they talked about this injury was that he slept on it funny.
Yeah.
So he kind of made it seem like that was the root of the injury.
Yeah, maybe sleeping on it could make it worse. I just think there's no chance in hell that sleeping on it is the reason why he's dealing with the majority of what he's dealing with.
9780, he could very carefully said he had swelling, paused, then said slept on it wrong. Translation there was an issue, and he slept on it wrong, which made it worse. You're probably right, 9780. But sleeping on it wrong is always the go-to for the Astros. All right, 713-780-3776. We had a texter yesterday say, well, I'm worried about the Astros. He didn't give us context, didn't say why. But do you have worry over the Astros? And if so, why?
Yeah, my concerns with the Astros is just the big picture of health. To me, you're getting Verlander back, but the Tucker mystery continues to just keep on going on and on and on. And it seems like there's a possibility, at least, that it's never going to end. And, yeah, we keep getting updates, but the updates don't seem to be him getting any closer to a rehab stint that he's eventually going to have to go through before you activate him, for the most part, you would think. And now this Bregman injury on top of it just exacerbates everything, because now you've got two key members of your lineup if you indeed want that full lineup with the potential to win a World Series. I would be extremely concerned if they don't get healthy, and for sure if you don't get Tucker back.
Yeah, I would. To me, it's scoring runs. And there's some areas where it's like, okay, you could help the run output, Kyle Tucker being, chief among them. The Alex Bregman, if he had to play DH, I think you can get by. It's just not really something you want to do. Because, like, if Bregman's DHing, then you're kicking out either Singleton or Caratini out of the lineup against righties, which isn't, a deal breaker. Would you rather have Singleton in the lineup against right-handed pitching? Yes. Would you like to figure out a way to get Caratini in the lineup against righties? Yes. Like, you could run out of Caratini catching, Singleton at first, Yiners DHing, and Jordan in left field. You can't do that with Bregman. But that means you kick out Singleton or Caratini out of the lineup. That's not the end of the world. It brings you down slightly, but it's not the end of the world. Not getting Tucker back is the end of the world. My worry is Kyle Tucker's injury, first and foremost.
Now, would you consider a Bryce Harper move if this thing is something just about him they don't want him to make all the throws at third base, and see if Bregman can play first? We talk about all the different things at first base.
That doesn't really fix your lineup, though, because you're still either Singleton or Caratini would still have to be out of the lineup.
Not necessarily if Jordan plays left, and then
neither one can play third.
But at least you could get Yiner to DH.
You're not really adding a bat that way, though, because Whitcomb's still going to have to play third base. Like, ideally against a righty, you would like to get Singleton, Caratini, Yiner, Jordan, Bregman all in the lineup. You can't do that if Bregman's DHing or playing first.
Yeah, I guess. I just thought, if you add a guy like that to first base, which he can hit righties, lefties, and he's an outstanding hitter, and you still get Yiner in the lineup, and you still get Jordan in the lineup, and you still get Caratini in the lineup. That's good. You're just not getting Singleton.
But you can do that with him DHing.
Yeah, that's true. You just play Yiner.
Like, you're not really adding a bat if you play him at first or you DH him. The problem is you can't play third, and that means Whitcomb has to be in the lineup, like, over Singleton, over Caratini. And against lefties, it's not a big deal because you're not going to play Singleton against lefties. They don't love Caratini versus lefties. They prefer him against righties. So it's not as big a deal against lefties. Where it really hurts is against righties, because now one of those guys has to sit because Bregman's unavailable to play third base.
Yeah, and it's just all magnified by the fact that your corner outfield situation is such a joke, too, that you don't have someone that's a better bat that you could put out there as well.
You get Bregman out there in left field. He can throw better than Jazz can.
So could my grandmother if she was alive.
Yeah, but I don't like her range out there. I like Bregman. Bregman played a little bit of left field his rookie year. They were trying to get him in the lineup. I think he played like 3 or 4 games in left. That's probably the extent of it. I'm tongue-in-cheek. I don't really mean that. 7-2-4-8, time for Melton or Corona. I don't think either one's ready. Corona's not had a good year. I don't think Melton's ready.
Not at this point in the season either, when you're trying to kind of solidify things. I think they're done with experimentation until September call-ups.
713-780-3776. 7557 wrote us a paragraph. I kind of want to TLDR this, but I won't. Worried about the Astros because over the last few weeks, we're seeing a lot of DeZinzos, Leones, Cabbages, and Whitcombs, not to mention the names coming out of the pen. End of the season, getting too close to be as injured as we currently are. Neris getting signed kind of seems like the front office also believes that, at least when it comes to the bullpen. So that's his concern. Brian, do you have a concern over the Houston Astros with 30-ish games to play?
A couple. It would start with, like, kind of piggybacking off what you said, Jeremy, just scoring runs. The second half of the lineup. We've seen, like, the game on Sunday where Jake Myers was the cleanup hitter in 4 through 9, was like 0 for 17 with 6 strikeouts. I worry about the depth of the offensive lineup right now until they get Tucker back, until Bregman can play third. I don't know if either of those are happening. So when you're going up against good pitching teams, the offense is going to be concerned. And I think my other concern is just kind of the back end of the rotation getting through the season. Arrietty's been mostly good, but a little bit rough in the last start. And then Blanco is still showing signs of diminish. So as as you get through the end of the season, what does the back end of the lineup look like, and what does the back end of the rotation look like?
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on, Brian. That's the other thing when you were talking that I was thinking that Blanco, who was a guy that was supposed to be a front end of your rotation guy based on how he pitched at the first half of the season, looks like a guy that has now kind of fallen down in the pecking order with starters, and Arrighetti has been hot and cold lately. You hope we see tonight the Arrighetti that can, get close to double-digit punch-outs and can control a really good offensive lineup.
Yeah. The good news there is just make it to the dance, and you only need 4.
Yeah.
But, you'd like them to pitch better. And there's no guarantee that you're making the playoffs, even though you do have a 5-game lead. Thank you, L.A. Dodgers and Key from L.A. Appreciate your services.
No, without question. I mean, I woke up this morning and immediately to look at the scoreboard and say, my goodness. I mean, the Mariners are one big struggle bus, but the Dodgers did you a complete solid just wiping them away in that series. So as much as you slipped up against the Red Sox, the fact you didn't lose any ground was fantastic.
Nacho G, bringing to my attention, Bregman had surgery to remove bone chips from his elbow in 2019. His own description of having little gremlins in his elbow leads me to believe it's either a reoccurrence or some scar tissue flapping around.
Actually.
That's a really good recall.
Yeah,
Nacho
spot
G,
on.
well done. We have the car wreck of the day. You're the opposite of that. That's a good recall there. I forgot. I had heard some of the media personalities saying, like, you've dealt with elbow before, but I had forgotten about the bone chips. Good work there, Nacho G. All right, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. D'Amico Ryans had a couple quotes about a couple very specific players, Damian Pierce, Kalen Bullock. Is this real? Is it real what he is saying? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It is real that the Red Bull Show Run is coming to Houston September 7th. I can't wait. I love F1 ever since the Netflix show, of course. I'm fired up about the Red Bull Show Run, and what's really cool, it's free to everybody of all ages thanks to Red Bull. Bringing F1 to Houston September 7th in the heart of downtown Houston at Discovery Green. See championship-winning F1 cars doing sprints, burnouts, much, much more around Discovery Green on a custom-build racetrack. This will be the first time ever in the history of the United States of America where you witness dual appearances with 2 championship-winning F1 cars racing across downtown. In addition to that, explore the Red Bull Fan Zone. The Red Bull Fan Zone is going to have a ton of food trucks, ton of fun. It'll be at the festival grounds where you'll see the attendees introduced, and it's more than just the F1 racing. It's a chance to experience the world of Red Bull through a family-friendly, all-ages Red Bull Fan Zone. Aspiring racers can put their driving skills to the test on the Red Bull racing simulators. And you can also learn to spin some tracks at the Red Bull Turn It Up DJ table and get your picture taken with a Red Bull Racing F1 car up close and personal. It's going to be so much fun. Single day admission-free event open to everyone. Tickets are not required. Bring the family for a day of F1 fun. All day September 7th, Saturday, in downtown Houston at Discovery Green. To learn more, visit redbull.com/showrunhouston. That's redbull.com/showrunhouston.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
You excited for Rock the Mic tomorrow?
Yeah, should be fun.
Final week for Rock the Mic. We'll crown the winner of our 2024 podcast competition this Friday. The Killer G's, Gallant George, the Gag Show, some call them, not us. We would never say that. And the Killer Bees broadcasting from noon until 7. Wonder which show's going an extra hour. Is it the Killer G's or is it the Killer Bees?
It's us.
It's because we're grinders.
Yeah.
We are.
We work harder.
No days off.
We're willing to roll up our sleeves and go an extra hour. I didn't see the Killer G's volunteering to go an extra hour. And actually, it was George that made the schedule.
That's true.
George made the schedule. One of the shows had to go an extra hour. Which show did Joe schedule to work the extra hour?
That would be us.
It'd be us. But we're happy to do it with a smile on our face. We'll be thrilled to be out there. We'll see if Joe makes it around until 7 o'clock. I bet you he's going to walk out the door at 3:05.
Are we going to place an odds on that?
No, I know he's going to be there. We'll all be there. Carbach Brewery competition will begin in the 5 o'clock hour. We are officially announcing that September 20th will be the 2024 Listener Party, too. If you come to Rock the Mic on Friday, you'll get early bird access to our VIP tickets. So we'll see you tomorrow at Carbach Brewery for the finale of Rock the Mic. It'll be a lot of fun. All right, 713-780-3776. D'Amico Ryan's saying some things that have caught my ear, that have caught my attention. And I'm wondering, is this real? Because it's like, I'm toying with it. I'm on the fence. It might be real. It might not be real because coach speak. We all know how coach speak is. They're going to say one thing and do another. Hey, we love player A. He's done everything right. He's been making plays, and then he's cut the very next day. So we know that coach speak exists, and what they're saying at a podium a lot of times isn't very real. So we try to see through that. We try to detect the lies. We try to see if anything they're saying is actually real. Here was D'Amico Ryans. He was asked by one half of PP, Seth Payne, on Dameon Pierce's biggest obstacle. What happened? What did I do?
It was clever. The one half of PP.
Anyways, here it was a good question by one half of PP. But D'Amico Ryans on Dameon Pierce's biggest obstacles he's faced this year at training camp.
Yeah, Damian, we got to get him some ops in the game, to get him some more ops running the football. But Damian's done a great job out here at practice. I don't think everybody's seen that in the game because, when he had his opportunities, we got guys unblocked in the hole, so he doesn't have a chance to really get started. So, we just have to give him more opportunities, but we have to block it better up front so he does have opportunities to make some plays in the running game.
Okay, so that was, to me, It sounded to me like D'Amico was making some excuses as to why Dameon Pierce has not ran it well in games. And look, Dameon Pierce hasn't had tons of carries. I think he's single-digit carries in the preseason. What they've done at training camp matters far more than what Dameon Pierce has done in preseason games. Has not worked behind the starting offensive line in a preseason game. C.J. Stroud also took the podium today and was kind of going through his players, and he was asked a question about Joe Mixon. He's like, oh, Joe Mixon's great. And then we really like what we have behind him with Dameon Pierce. And I heard that, and I was like, okay, that sounds like Dameon Pierce is still the backup running back. That sounds to me like Dameon Pierce is still on this 53-man roster. So is it real what D'Amico is saying about Dameon Pierce's biggest obstacles? And when we look ahead to the cut-down date, which is less than a week away, is what he's saying a reason as to why Dameon Pierce will be one of the 53 guys still on the Houston Texans?
It bothers me that it sounds defensive, especially from D'Amico, but if you've got a defensive head coach speaking up for that running back, and then you've got CJ kind of going out of his way to talk positively about him, it sounds like he's going to have a roster spot on this team. I don't know if that means Jordan doesn't. I don't know what they're going to do to tweak the rest of the room. But the other thing that caught my eye and my ear when seeing those guys talk was the fact that you're playing a team like the Rams where he might be a better fit, where he could come in and maybe you're pumping him up. The Rams are looking. Maybe the Rams might be interested. I'm thinking Rams, Steelers. I think there's some teams out there that maybe systematically he might be a better fit for. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say that you're wrong simply because of the fact that you've got your head coach and you've got the quarterback that, especially when he was asked a question about the other running back, kind of goes out of his way to talk about Dameon Pierce. I know he's cheap, but I certainly hope they're seeing something we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I think that I'm with you on that. But hearing what he says, and then C.J. Stroud, quickly going into Dameon Pierce right behind Joe Mixon, do you think Dameon Pierce makes 53?
I do.
I do too. I flipped on it because of Damian, because of what CJ said earlier today, and then listening to this from D'Amico yesterday. I actually think that this is real. I think that he is kind of giving us a clue. Damian Pierce can be on the 53, guys, and you guys are all going to say, well, he didn't do anything in the preseason. And D'Amico saying, well, it's more than just preseason reps in these games that don't matter. This is about what he's done at camp. This is about not having the offensive line. I think this is kind of a forewarning, a real forewarning.
So then the question becomes, who's the odd man out? And how does the running back
the young
room
guys
kind
I
of
think
fall out?
Yeah.
I think Jawar Jordan, they hope they can cut and hope that he goes to the practice squad.
Well, you're keeping 4, in my opinion. Like they always have 4. I don't see any chance that Dare's cut.
Me either.
And I think Cam Akers is on this team.
I think for sure.
I think Cam Akers is on this team. So the other 3 guys that I thought could be in the battle for running back number 4, if Damian Pierce was no longer on the team, were J.J. Taylor, our guy, the British Bulldog Brooks. So they're playing a little bit at fullback. Maybe he's a surprise 53 guy, and they get rid of Beck. I really don't see that happening, though.
I don't either.
And then Jawar Jordan.
But
They would be on the outside looking
isn't
in. Now,
the question, though, if they keep 4, are they going to keep 4 plus Beck, or
No,
is
I'm
it 4
I'm
including
4
Beck?
running backs and a fullback.
You think so?
Yeah, they did that.
That seems
they did
like
that
a
last
lot.
year.
The guy they just brought in from the Jets is a fullback too, right?
Yeah, but I think he's more of a camp body.
Okay.
Unless they feel like Beck is hurt and
I
isn't
think
going to
that's
be
what I was gonna say.
available.
Beck's been dinged up to where maybe they're gonna put him on an injured list.
Yeah, they could do that. Now there's some jeopardy there. Texans Cap learned me this the other day. He gave me a little bit of a lesson on 53-man cut down day. He learned me a couple of things. There's a new rule that I didn't know existed. Because you remember Kenyon Green last year got placed on the injured list, and if you do that before the 53-man cut down date, then you're out for the entire season. Well, the NFL changed the rules where you get 2 free IL guys that aren't done for the entire season. So whenever you're trimming your guys down to 53, you get 2 free spots that don't count to the 53 that you can place on the injured list and are not done for the entire season. So I think that the Texans will use that. They're not going to use it on Beck, though. I think they're going to use it on Noah Brown, and I think they're going to use it on Christian Harris.
Yeah, and I hope they don't have to use it on Christian Harris, but it doesn't sound like he's going to be ready for week 1. So maybe you're right. I thought initially that rule was 1 a year, and then they changed it a couple years ago to 2.
No, it was none. It was none prior to this year, before the cut down day.
Oh, before the cut down day.
You're thinking activating once the season started. Yes. Like these NFL rules are so hard to keep track of. It's a little bit easier than the NBA cap stuff, but it is very, very difficult.
Is that just so you can't stash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the reason behind it. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense, which I actually think that's a good rule.
And since we haven't seen Noah Brown at all, that's the logical one. And like I said, I hope it's not Christian Harris. And I also hope that they are looking all over the place for depth at linebacker. Right
Yeah, but anyways, back to the running backs. Like those, I do think that Damian Pierce. Whenever I come with my final projection, I'm gonna have Damian Pierce on it because I'm impressionable and believe D'Amico Ryans. Maybe that's a weakness of mine. The other 3 guys, though, I think will clear waivers. I think they will be able to put them on the practice squad. I don't think J.J. Taylor's making a roster anywhere else. I don't think that Jawar Jordan's making a roster anywhere else. I don't think the British Bulldog Brooks is making a roster anywhere else.
Yeah, no, I think Taylor's been around a little bit too, so I don't think I think Jordan's the guy that maybe caught someone's eye pre-draft, and some teams are looking at that they might be interested in his potential. But I would be interested in what team's going to put him on their 53.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, he can just anybody's practice squad. You might as well stick with the team that drafted.
Yeah, maybe somebody fell in love with them and they're really, really thin at running back. That's probably the only way. All right, so that is real. We've decided. How about D'Amico Ryans talking about safety Kalen Bullock? D'Amico can't even pronounce his name right, but Kalen Bullock talking about how good he's been and with some really high praise towards his safety.
Kalen's been steady. He's been making plays for us. He's been consistent throughout practice. He finds a way to get his hands on the ball every day in practice. So I'm excited about his growth and his development as a young, safety in our system. I think he has a chance to be one of the better ones that I've had a chance to work with.
Stressen's cut that one for me. One of the better safeties he's ever had to work with? That is lofty. Now, one of the best means he could be like one of the top 3, top 4, not the best. But that's putting a lot on a guy who's never played in an NFL game that was a 3rd-round draft pick.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that they feel really good. He's been running with the ones a little bit to where they think that he can eventually, and maybe quicker than I thought, he could pound his way into the starting lineup some way. But I mean, even Jimmy Ward's played for D'Amico. Jimmy Ward is the guy that's played very well when he's been healthy for D'Amico. But yeah, you hope that that's the case. I love that D'Amico loves him if he's telling us the honest to God's truth. But when you draft a kid right there and you hope that he can contribute sooner rather than later, that could solve a lot of woes that we were concerned about with the back end of the secondary.
Remember a couple of years ago, the Niners drafted that safety late, like a 6th round, I think it was. I can't say his name. It's
Hawaiian
hard to
kid?
pronounce. Yeah, it's hard. I don't know how to pronounce it. But he became like a Pro Bowler, maybe
Yes.
his rookie year. I
Yes.
think he was a Pro Bowler in his rookie year, and if it wasn't his rookie year, it was his second year. And
Yeah.
he's talking about Bullock like, he's just as good as that guy, or just as good as like the best ones he's ever had. So do you think that quote, that soundbite, was real from D'Amico Ryans, or is this just another piece of coach speak?
I'll believe him at his word on that, because he has said from the start of training camp that he wanted his young guys. The reason why we drafted you is we want you to contribute immediately. And if you're taking some 2 of your top picks and you're getting them into the starting lineup and you're speaking highly of them, I would think that he's only praising them because through camp they've held their own, because otherwise he's probably not going to be putting them out there, and he definitely doesn't want to be talking about them to draw attention if they haven't played well. So I'll actually take him for his word on that.
Yeah. We're just very impressionable. We're believing everything that D'Amico has to say.
Well, it's not the Astros.
I'm to the point where I just want Bullock to start the season.
I do too.
Even if he's not your better one of the two, the first 2, 3, 4 weeks of the year, he's the guy that has the highest ceiling. Just play to that potential.
Yeah.
Play to that potential. Just throw him out there.
Ward's going to help him and to understand some of the things as it goes, as he goes through the early trials and tribulations. But I think that, with as much as Petrie has played nickel as well too, if that's your best chance to improve your secondary, then I want him out there from game one.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Did you catch the J.J. Watt thirst trap yesterday?
I did not.
Return to football thirst trap. He posted a picture of the Houston Texans weight room yesterday on all of his socials. He was at Texans training camp today. All of these return thirst traps from J.J. Watt. I'm officially over it. I'll tell you why and how I'm going to treat him like another Houston athlete. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You never know the conversations that'll be going on Twitch. They're asking which ESPN 97.5 host has the best chance of having an illegitimate child.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
It was Twitch that did that. I didn't do that. Not to say I'm above that. I'm definitely farming engagement.
No, I was answering with the Granado.
Oh, Granado. I did not catch that.
Wow, Brian.
Wow.
Living dangerously.
Quick with it. No. No. If it's in the family, Granada's got you. Granada's got you if it's in the family. They're loyal. There's Granados.
Got some peeps, Brian. Be careful.
I mean, I guess I would go Paul.
Oh, right now, yeah.
I can go Paul. King of Twitch
I think Paul's pretty careful.
King of Twitch doesn't think that. King of Twitch thinks what Brian said.
Oh, really?
Junior Bronco says he has to have a few.
Paul's a single guy out there all the time on the dating scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Paul grew up in an era where there's safer about it than I think in Granado's era.
What screams safer about Paul?
Not wanting kids. Like he
that's true.
fervently does not want kids.
He does love cats.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, he loves cats.
I have a cat. What of it?
Yeah, but you're married with a kid.
True.
You can't. I don't think you should have a cat if you're single.
You're single.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, some people need the companion.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe so. But
other choices.
It seems like you think less of those people.
if you're a single man, do you have a better chance of finding Mrs. Gallant with or without a cat?
I think it's neutral.
Oh, I would double down and say that there's a great chance if you have a dog.
I would, yeah, but that wasn't the question.
But not every woman's a dog person. Some women are cat people.
I think if you're a single man and you own a cat, the chances of you finding a bride go down. I really do.
I would agree with
I
you.
really
it's a hot
do.
take.
I don't think it is.
Not that hot.
I don't think it's a hot take.
Not that hot.
Okay.
I don't think it's a hot take. I think you disagree because you have a cat, and so you're like taking the cat's
To be
defense.
fair, I didn't get the cat until after I got married.
Okay,
so that doesn't do a lot for my argument.
Wise.
Yeah, that doesn't do a lot for my argument. But
no, I think that women have a soft spot for men with cats.
9579, y'all's radio station is broken. Sounds like a robot flying about a cat. Well, I mean, I guess you heard some of it if you know that we're talking about cats. Okay. 3039, great coaches have the eye. Remember when Wade Phillips said JJ was a Hall of Famer his rookie year? I agree with that. I do agree that there are coaches who are very good at what they do that have an eye. That they can find talent where others do not see it. There's a lot of coaches that I know that have that skill. So I absolutely agree with that.
And wouldn't you say that these are Knicks in the fact that Nick has been staunch in saying and talking about the SEC and the level of competition and the players and the level that come out of that conference, and that, you know, the same way that he was adamant about Stingley, that he's got a pretty good eye for that stuff. I mean, he's been the one that's been defending Lassiter the most.
I would Stingley?
No, I'm saying Nick has also been the one that's from the jump defended Lassiter's speed and the fact that, you know, they got the guy they wanted and the game speed's different than the 40 times.
Yeah, I think Nick has done a good job evaluating players, but if I had to pick between the two of them, D'Amico and Nick, on which one I trust the most in evaluating a player, especially on the defensive side, I would choose D'Amico. But I think they're both good at it.
I do too.
I think they're both good at it, but I would have more faith and trust in D'Amico when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. I mean, probably both sides of the ball.
Skin's on the wall, and I don't know if D'Amico, and I think he actually played a role in the late round pick that was used on Fred Warner. But then he developed Fred Warner into an all-pro linebacker, and the kid you were mentioning at safety, I know exactly who you're talking about, that, you know, if he had anything to do with those guys, then he's got more skins on the wall with the guys that he's developed to say, yeah, Nick looks like he's got a good eye for talent, but D'Amico's actually developed the talent in a couple of instances.
Yeah, but I mean, how much has D'Amico Ryan's been involved in those picks? Like, I think there's a decent amount of like probability that he has, because I think part of the evaluation of a player and being like, okay, that guy's got something, is also knowing your development skill of bringing out of the player what you're trying to get out of him. So I think when D'Amico sees like a Bullock, and we know that he was rangy, like a center field type of safety, covers a lot of ground, was not a good tackler in college, but was not necessarily like shy shy about contact. Like, he wasn't a Deion Sanders and running away from contact. He just had, like, poor form and poor fundamental. So I think D'Amico looked at a guy like that who's rangy, can get to anywhere he needs to be on the field, falls in love with that, and then he looks at the tape, okay, why is he a bad tackler? Well, he's a bad tackler because he hasn't been coached up as well as he probably should be. I can get him to being a capable tackler. Now, if we combine that ranginess that he has with being a capable tackler, and he's not shy of contact, he's not soft, then we have the makings of a really good football player. So I think it's everything combined, and I think that's why it's so important for a general manager and a head coach, pardon for using this word, to be aligned. I think it's very important for a GM and a head coach to be aligned.
Yeah, no, and I think that's what I was saying. Definitely from a San Francisco perspective, I think he was involved in those picks because of the fact that you normally have your coordinators getting their opinions front and center when you're looking at potential draft picks, and that's why I think he developed those guys that he probably played a role in. And I have to believe that no matter how the process goes, that we know how much of a part D'Amico has been of just about everything they've done football-wise since he got here.
Yeah. Anyway, so J.J. Watt was out there today, which, I mean, if you're going to come back, J.J., just come back. I'm over these return thirst traps. That's what I'm going to call them. Because every time that he posts a picture of like, hey, here I am in Houston, hit me with your favorite restaurants, or, posting a picture of this gym, he's kind of like, he knows what he's doing. He knows he can get reaction. Hey, come back, J.J. J.J., come back. So I'm over these return thirst traps that J.J. Watt is doing. I'm officially over it. I'm not falling for it. I'm not going to be like, what would J.J. Watt mean to this football team? Is this why the Houston Texans are saving this money? If J.J. Watt signs with the Texans today, it means Will Anderson has the weakest ankles we've ever heard. Like, I'm not doing any of that. I'm going to treat J.J. Watt like I'm going to treat Lance McCullers, where I pretend like they do not exist when it comes to playing on a Houston professional team. They exist as humans. Watt's got his soccer club, and McCullers has his barista, but in terms of being athletes for professional Houston sports teams, they are not that, and I'm going to treat them as such. They are not athletes for Houston sports professional teams anymore until they are. If Lance McCullers all of a sudden comes back next year and he pitches a game, his very first pitch in an Astro uniform in a real game, okay, Lance McCullers is back. He has graduated again to athlete status. Same thing for J.J. Watt. These thirst trap things, I'm not falling for anymore. If you play a single down in a Texans uniform in a real NFL game, okay, now you are officially back. Before any of that, I'm not falling for these tricks anymore.
No, you shouldn't. I mean, look, Cowher was on the other day nationally, and they were talking about him because JJ was at Steelers camp to see his brother. And the same thing. They posted a picture, and suddenly it was asking guys around Pittsburgh, including Bill Cowher, JJ coming back. And he said, look, he's comfortable. He's got a TV gig. He's got a cush gig. A lot of these guys just like to finesse the system enough to get, like you said, the clicks, the attention, and they can't get away from it. They love the fact that it gets people to have their minds grinding and the fact that they become top of mind. I told you, I don't even think if he did come back, I don't know how effective he would be, and that's why I kind of shut that down a while back. But I also think when you look at it, the depth that they have right now, and obviously Autry being out 6 games doesn't help you as much, but I still think they have enough depth on this team too, where it wasn't like late in the season a year ago where they were searching, trying to find, potentially needing a guy that badly. I don't think they need a guy that badly right now either, on top of everything I said. So yeah, I just turned the other cheek.
Ali Gay or J.J. Watt for 5 snaps a game?
I know you love it. I don't. I just don't see. I just don't see it, and and I don't even know what money he would want or anything else. But I don't want to. It's going to be a complete distraction too for a team that I think is extremely talented, exciting on both sides of the football. If there was a need situation, like they were desperate, they really had a need right there, then if that's your option, that's your insurance policy. Okay, cool, but. I don't want to sign up for all the extra.
I'm not sure you answered. You might have.
No.
But J.J. Watt or Ali Gay for 5 snaps?
Okay. For 5 snaps, okay, J.J. Watt would be better. There you go. I still don't want him. No, I still don't want him. But if you tell me if in either or of who's better, probably still J.J. Watt.
Well, he's not a professional athlete for me anymore. So, these questions are done for me, unless you bring them up, because then I like to ask you that. 8818, J.J. Watt won't play a full season because of injuries. The day after the trade deadline, he will sign with the Texans. We'll bookmark that one, 8818. But again, he is not a professional athlete in the city of Houston, much like Lance McCullers, until they actually do it again. Not playing these games. J.J. Watt. He's farming engagement
I see Lance
with these return thirst traps. Lance Zierlein?
No. the one you don't want to refer
Has he
to.
been?
Yeah, he was.
I have no problem referring to him. I'm just not going to pretend like he's a professional athlete in the city. I have no problem referring to him.
His homestand, he was sitting with the pitchers.
Was he?
Yeah.
He's probably injecting the Astros pitching staff with all of his sage wisdom.
No, I think he's talking to the equipment staff about how soon he can get his full uniform ready for the next video.
He's he's like, hey, you guys want to have some coffee tomorrow? I know just the place. All right, 713-780-3776. Texans had a joint practice with the Rams today. I think it was a good team to have a joint practice with. Are the Rams singing the praises of the Houston Texans? I think they are. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure, PRP treatments, and he's got 2 surefire ways to keep the hair that you have. And if you've lost your hair, get your hair back. And it's not the sprays and the foams and the gimmicky stuff. It's actually your own hair. It's going to be the same color. It's going to grow in the same direction. It's going to give you immediate results. And then after 6 to 9 months, it's going to give you long-standing, really, really good-looking results that you were going to be extremely pleased with. How do I know? Because I did the procedures. I love the PRP treatment and the NeoGraft procedure, and it literally got my hairline back to where I like it as opposed to where it had gone. And as listeners to us, if you're interested just to get some information from Doc Linville and his staff, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com right now. Sign up for a first consultation. It's absolutely free. People off the street pay $150. You listen to us, want to hear from him, you get it for free. Just let them explain the PRP treatments. You've heard athletes do it with their elbows and their joints. It can also work with your hair. It takes existing hair and gets it stronger and longer and more lush and full, and it gives you better results. And then with the NeoGraft procedure, Doc explains to me when I sat down with him for the first time, hey, look, I don't know if you know this or not, but you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. I can take some of that hair, put it where you need it most, and get you results that you were going to love. I was interested. I ended up doing the procedure. I could not be happier with the results that I got, and you could get the same. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com and tell them I sent you by.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Make sure you stick around for the entire show, as you always should. Bad Take Boulevard coming up at 4:30. Also, some point between now and when we say goodbye, we're going to be giving away some U of H football tickets. So you'll want to make sure that you're tuned in for that. Thank you for using that, not Paul's.
Our beloved Cougs.
Ready to press it. He knew I was going to say something about it, I think. 9953, if McCullers had a LinkedIn, it would have a coffee barista listed before athlete.
No, not from his side. He wouldn't put that for his own because he's hanging on. Based on the videos he posts, he's hanging on. He's a pitcher. In somebody's mind.
9271, I don't want JJ back. Okay, why? You can't just say that and then not say why. You got to tell us why. 713-780-3776. 713-780 ESPN. HRP listener line. So the Texans are taking on the Rams in joint practice, which the joint practice is today. Practice. It's not plural. They're only doing it one day. It's going to be far more entertaining than Saturday's game. There's no doubt about it. Like, their starters aren't going to play. Last preseason game. But the Rams, they had some good things to say about the Houston Texans. We know that Matt Stafford is one of C.J. Stroud's heroes. He loves Stafford. He thinks he's one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. Stafford today returned that praise to C.J. Stroud.
I'm a huge fan of watching him play. Throws the ball with ease, plays with like a really calm aggression, which I like. You know, his first touchdown to Tank Dell, letter of the law in the preseason this year. You know, that's buzz coverage right into a dagger window. Usually not throwing that ball, but hey, they didn't play it as well as they could, and he fit it in there for a touchdown. I mean, that's playing ball in an aggressive way, but smart, and I'll let him know that. I thought it was a pretty sweet play. So, you know, he plays at a really high level, especially for a young kid. They've got a lot of talent around him, which is a lot of fun to watch, and he does a great job of getting those guys the ball.
Like, I think it's a little bit more significant when the other team is saying it because there's not incentive for him. Like, he's not going to be a jerk, although some quarterbacks might be. But he doesn't have to go out of his way and be like, oh, yeah, I think this is really good. This is why he's really good. And then, oh, yeah, that one play that he had in this game whenever I wasn't even watching it because it's preseason and I'm a quarterback that doesn't watch, you know, the offense. Like, I'm watching defensive stuff. I thought that was pretty cool. Matt Stafford, that was pretty cute.
That's the thing that caught my eye or ear was the fact that he literally went to a specific play and broke it down to give him his praise. It's one thing to say, yeah, he looks good out here. And, you know, I love seeing, you know, as a younger quarterback, another, you know, the guy coming up to do. But the fact that he did what he did and said it the way he did with an example like that, I'll take him at his word too. And I'm excited about that because of the fact that I think we already knew that. But the more that you hear these things, the better you even feel because of the fact that you just know that for everybody that's wondering about a sophomore slump and all these other things, CJ's the real deal. And the more you hear these things, it just solidifies it.
Yeah, I think he's really good too. Did you see that pass he made to Joe Mixon today?
Yes.
A little wheel route on the sideline, dropped it in the bucket. I saw people tweet about that play before they actually, like, the video posted. And I thought that Mixon was going to have like a few yards of separation. Like, I heard wheel route, you know, Stroud drops it in the bucket. Hit him, you know, for a X amount of gain. I thought he was going to be Mixon just like blew his defender away and had like a 3-yard cushion on him. That was a contested catch. That was in traffic.
It was over each guy's shoulder because it was over the defender's shoulder with his back turned and then over Mixon's left shoulder to fall right there. And Mixon makes a nice catch too, but I mean, you couldn't place the football any better.
No, it was a beautiful throw. But what really, like, I know that Stroud's capable of doing that. So that's not what stood out on that video to me. To me, it was more that Mixon made a contested catch that wasn't like out in the flat. Like, this was, you know, 15 yards upfield, 20 yards upfield, and he's making an over-the-shoulder catch as somebody was all over him. Like, they were draped all over him, and Mixon's making that catch. I was like, okay, Mixon, I didn't realize you had like that in your bag. I didn't know you were that good of a receiver. I thought you were kind of, hey, get in the flat, maybe a little, you know, in-breaking route or a little slant, 3-5 yard pass, and then you break it because you're a good runner. No, like, he caught a wheel route against contested defenders. That was a good play. I was like, okay, all right, Joe Mixon. This is an added element to this offense.
That's a wide receiver-esque kind of catch, or an upper-level tight end that has hands to make a play like that because you got to have soft hands. You got to adjust on the fly when you see the football coming in there. Yeah, there's no question about it. It's not the typical out of the backfield dump down and then, you know, go get your yards after the catch. It was a really nice catch.
Yeah, I thought it was that's what really stood out to me. It's like, okay, Mixon, like, you add that to this passing game. I want the Texans to never run the ball. Throw it 58 times and beat teams that way.
I saw multiple people texting positive things about Mixon today with the way he practiced. So
yeah.
that's definitely something that you want to hear.
Yeah, they said the run game was actually looked pretty good today with Mixon. So, you know, maybe Mixon's bringing more juice to that room. We just haven't had a chance to see it, which is okay. I'm not blaming the Texans or bashing the Texans for not playing Mixon in the preseason. There's no, you know, need to do that. Another one from Stafford was asked about the Texans secondary, and again, Stafford with some praise there.
The whole back end is a really talented group. I don't know if they're all it's first round pick, second round pick, third round, whatever they are, man. They fly around. They're smart. They're asking me questions after the period. What do you see with this, that, and the other? And that's a sign of mature guys that are trying to learn the craft and be as good as they possibly can. And the athletic skills are definitely there.
There you go. They're game recognizing game.
They don't play the Rams this year because I was going to say, but because otherwise, I find it interesting too if you're going to go to an opposing quarterback.
Stafford would actually give them details.
And be honest with them, give them detail like that.
Yeah, they would only meet if they were in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so then he's more willing to help. But again, that's good to hear because of the fact that they're so young in so many cases too, with a rookie on one corner and Stingley being young, and if Bullock is getting a lot of reps. There's a lot of youth in that secondary and Petrie just a couple years in. I mean, the fact that they're doing that and that they're learning on the go while looking good, that makes you feel even better about the fact that you already know with the pass rush that they have. As long as they can contain the run, the pass rush is going to make the secondary's job easier. But if you have guys that can cover like that, that's extremely encouraging.
Is this real or is this QB speak?
I think it's real.
I think there's a good element of QB speak here. Like, to me, he's not going to go out of his way to, like, be mean. And look, I think that he's right. Like, I think the Texan secondary is good. I think Stroud's good, obviously. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, like, he's correct in giving them praise. But if he thought that the Texans secondary were a bunch of clowns and they weren't very good, I still think the answer is this. I still think Stafford takes the high road. I think there's a lot of quarterback speak here.
I don't think he goes to that level, though. I don't think he goes to the level of, hey, they've been asking me after the period's over and asking me questions and talking.
That doesn't mean they're good, though. That means they're respectful.
You can just say, hey, look, they're athletic. They fly all over the football field. I just think going into it the way he did. Then he went into the detail of them asking him questions.
But that's just being nice. That's like that's not like how good a player is. That's like how respectful a guy is, or like how much they're seeking to get better. That doesn't necessarily equate.
I don't
productivity or talent.
No, but I don't take it that I take it that if they're intelligent enough to ask questions and be searching for ways that they can get better, I like that aspect of it.
But if you put me in pads today, and I was in pads against the LA Rams offense today, you know the easiest thing that I could do? Asking Matt Stafford a question.
Okay, great.
So, like, I don't think that the question thing is that significant. Like, it might show that, hey, the Texans defense is eager, but in terms of, like, impressing the opposing player,
I like the bit of intel that he gave you. I personally like that on top of the fact that we already know we've heard a lot of positives about multiple guys in the secondary all camp. And when you hear it from the opposing quarterback, I'll take him at his word for that.
Okay. So no quarterback speak there.
There might be some, but I think overall, look, if you heard Sauce Gardner today try and speak positively about Daniel Jones, you'll realize that sometimes it's hard to fake it, but you know, if he's going to go out of his way like this, I think there's some substance to it.
Did Sauce? Well, I mean, he didn't go out of his way. I got asked a question about it. Maybe Stafford did. Stafford was asked about the Texan secondary. What did Sauce say about Daniel Jones?
Oh my God, it's funny.
Did he like bash him, or was he being nice?
He was trying to be nice, and he couldn't find a way to do it smoothly, and he just kept hemming and hawing. He was like, I had fun today. And he was good, and it was really entertaining.
Because yesterday, like, they were talking trash.
Oh, is that right?
Like, he was waving goodbye to Malik Neighbors off the field, like, after a big defensive play that, like, capped off the joint practices.
I saw some of the guys posting videos of those two going head-to-head, and really the ball was barely – I didn't see the ball thrown to Neighbors at that time. But, yeah, they asked Sauce about Daniel Jones today, and he could not –
That would have been a fun –
He could not get out of his way without basically saying,
That would have been a fun joint practice. I like both of those guys. I think Neighbors are going to be really good. Yeah, I hate that Daniel Jones is the one throwing him the football, but I think they'll force it to him and he'll put up some big numbers. All right, here's another one about the Texans secondary. This is from Sean McVay in his high, squilly voice. Now, is this coach speak or is this real?
I've been super impressed with Stingley from when he was coming out, and then you watch the production that he had last year, and I thought Petrie was all over the place. You know, Jimmy Ward is a guy that I've always respected because of the athleticism, the position flex, and what he enables them to be able to do as a safety, or a guy that can drop down and, you know, play coverage on receivers or tight ends. But I thought, you know, Petrie's a guy that you can see he's really good. I felt them today, and you know, they did a great job. And then obviously having, you know, two special guys coming off the edge makes a major difference.
There you go. Coach speak or real?
Oh, I think there's some coach speak there, but I think that he respects them. I think that you obviously aren't going to bash anybody, especially as a head coach, unless there's bad blood. But I mean, yeah, there's some coach speak in there.
Yeah, I think it's mostly coach speak, but I will say that
Really?
it was.
See, I view that one as mostly real because he gave specifics. Unlike Stafford, where he's like, oh, they fly around, they're athletic. It was kind of vague. That was specific. Like, hey, I like Jimmy Ward because of this. I like Petrie because of this. I like Stingley because of this.
I think that's McVay, though. I think McVay is really good at knowing personnel around the league. I think he has really good recall. I think that McVay does this with every single opponent.
Maybe so.
Where it's like, okay, you tell me, oh, their defense, what do you think about this team's defense? Well, they got this player that are all really good, and these are the areas they excel in. I think McVay just has that kind of recall.
I think the Jimmy Ward comment made me believe he remembered Jimmy Ward when he was actually really good.
That's true.
Yeah.
Talking about his athleticism.
Yeah. He didn't say it
maybe
was
like
at
3 years
practice
ago.
this week. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. A.J. Terrell, the Falcon corner, he has signed a new deal. Big contract. How big? How does this influence Derek Stingley? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A.J. Terrell signed a contract extension, one of the best corners in the NFL, widely regarded. Contract details, 4 years, $81 million, includes 66 nearly million in effectively full guarantees. It's the largest guarantee ever given to a corner on a 4-year deal. Contract negotiated by David Mulligetta. This is the second highest money for a corner on a per annual basis. Jair Alexander, $21 million. Terrell is at 20 and a quarter. Denzel Ward was 21. Jalen 20. Marlon Humphrey 19 and a half. I saw Texans Cap, whose opinion I respect more than anybody when it comes to cap stuff. He actually thought it was bad for the cornerback market because maybe it didn't surpass Alexander or didn't get this. I'm not exactly sure why he thought it was bad for the corner market, but maybe he thought that Terrell had a chance to reset it or, bring that figure up over Alexander to where now the next corner has to go up over it. So maybe that's good news for from the Derek Stingley front. Now, what I noticed is that Terrell's been in the league for 4 years. This was going into year 5. Terrell, former first rounder, who had the 5th-year rookie option. So this was going into his 5th year. We know that Stingley's going into his 3rd year. So it seems like the Texans are probably 2 years away from having to, re-up Derek Stingley. Should they want to re-up Derek Stingley? Obviously, if you're making that decision today, you would want to re-up Derek Stingley, but you get to collect 2 years of information on what you want to do. And the market's going to be different than what it is now. Like in 2 years, is this, Stingley going to get $20 million? Now he's probably going to get $23, $24 million. But this is the price of poker. A.J. Terrell's contract lets you know what Nick Caserio has coming down the pike here in a few years.
Yeah, absolutely no question. And as good as he is turning out to be, and with him showing, and me, I said, I think last week, I just think he's set up to have such a big year. He's just got to stay healthy. And once he gets over that last hump to prove to people, it's not about his ability. It's about if his availability is good this season, yeah, he's on that same trajectory. And you think about it, if we were talking about this the other day with Mulgeta as it related to CJ, but when you look at it, I mean, you could have to deal with both those guys the same year, right? If the timing is the same. Two left for CJ when you want the negotiations to start, like it had been with.
Yeah, it would be because unless they do it early,
right?
Because usually it's after the quarterback's 3rd year. Whereas corner, according to Terrell, if we use him as the reference, it's after the 4th year. So yeah, I mean
so
Stroud would be
yeah. And so now you're not quite to the Cowboys yet because they have 3 that they're dealing with right now. But that's a big financial situation that you're going to have to kind of work your way through with the fact that you could have to take care of CJ and take care of Stingley at the same time. And you got to be, wise financially to figure it all out. But obviously he's not going anywhere. And I fully expect both those guys will get that done. Hopefully Nick gets it done sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but you can add in all the other players too and then get to that Cowboy level. Like you talk about like Cowboys because of Dak, who is actually going to be like beyond his rookie deal. Like this will be a 2nd big contract. CD will be getting his 1st big contract. Micah Parsons will be getting his 1st big contract. Stroud, Tank Dell, Stingley, Christian Harris. Where you at with Jalen Petrie? What do you want to do with Kenyon Green? Laramie Tunsil is going to be around the corner. Titus Howard's going to be around. Like this is a good problem. Like this is a first world problem for NFL teams because if you're making these tough decisions, that means that you have really good football players. Rewind 2 years ago where you're trying to find guys to take your money. The Texans a couple of years ago were like, okay, how are we going to meet the salary floor? They were bringing in Fighting Rex Burkheads. Like they were not in a position of being very talented a couple of years ago. Now we're in a spot where it's like, okay, well, how are the Texans going to fit in CJ Stroud? How are they going to fit in Tank Dell? Is this a possibility where you can bring back a Titus Howard, a Laramie Tunsil? You still have Nico under contract. Then you look at the defensive side of the ball where you have Will Anderson, didn't mention him, Christian Harris, Derek Stingley, Jalen Petrie, and that's before you even talk about the veterans. That's before you even talk about playing the free agent game. That's why I think the Texans win now attitude has to be right now. It has to be here in this moment.
Yeah, the window is only as open as your creativity and being able to sign all these guys, and it's probably in terms of before you have to take care of CJ, it's probably more instead of like a 3, 4, 5 year window. You're looking at 2. You're looking at the next 2 seasons. And in this season, we talked about how tough the schedule is, but look, the talent is already there. But in the next 2 seasons, you really got to try and maximize and capitalize as much as you can because you're right. There's no shortage of talent on this team, and everybody's going to want to maximize the amount of money that they get. And you can only maximize so many guys before you have to start getting creative. And unfortunately, you're going to have to let some guys go.
Yeah, it's gonna be a challenge for Caserio, but you're right. I mean, you can't pay everybody. You can't pay everybody, and things are gonna change between now and then. Like, look how much things changed in one season for Derek Stingley. After Derek Stingley's first year, that was injury prone. Everybody, oh my goodness, Nick Caserio, what did you do? How did you possibly draft Derek Stingley ahead of Sauce Gardner? Nick Caserio's a bum. He doesn't know what he's doing. Fast forward 365 days, it's, we think Derek Stingley's better than Sauce Gardner. How come Derek Stingley doesn't get the praise and recognition that Sauce Gardner does nationally? So things change in a hurry. And if you're still looking 2 years out, who knows where Stingley's going to be? We think he'll be good if he stays healthy. But where's Will Anderson going to be? Where's Christian Harris going to be? Where's Kenyon Green going to be? Where's Tank Dell going to be? It's kind of the challenge of having a lot of talent, though.
It fluctuates. And for your sake, you hope you're making these decisions, these tough decisions, because the guys maximize their talent before you have to get to the point of signing them. But when you look at some of the best teams and you start with the Chiefs or the Patriots previously, the tough decisions were made to where, obviously, with the good quarterbacks with Brady and with Mahomes, they realized that in the Tyreek Hill situation or in the receiver, the Patriots always were waiting to catch a bargain like Randy Moss on a cheap scale as opposed to at the top of his craft. Running back, the Patriots always worked their way down to veterans that wanted to try and win a ring. You're going to have to, because of the fact you can't sign everybody, you're going to end up being in a situation where you're going to make some tough decisions to move on or not sign guys, and then hopefully you backfill them with guys that want to play with with a good roster full of winning players.
713-780-ESPN. What do you think whenever Stingley gets his deal? I mean, if he stays healthy, I think he's going to get a deal because he's a really good football player.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think he'll stack up amongst highest paid corners in the NFL?
Top three.
What? That's where I'm at.
Top three.
I'm a top three, too. I think he'll make more than all of these guys. I
Yes.
think when he gets his he's still 2 years down the road. I think he'll get more than $21 million a year.
I do, too. And I think that, look, the guys that can't get out of each other's shadow are always going to be mentioned. It's going to be Sauce in the same conversation as him. And I think there's young corners that are coming into the league and already into the league that you'll put in that mix. Jair Alexander, to me, is surprising that he is the highest paid right now. He's good. He's really good. I don't think he is the best corner in the league. But, again, it's when your contract comes up.
Yeah. Now, it's surprising that Terrell maybe didn't get more, but he got the largest guarantee. So, that was the trade-off. 5798, I think what happens with Patrick Surtain will better indicate what the market will be for Sauce and Stingley. Would the Texans be prudent to get a deal done with Stingley before the Jets deal with Sauce? I agree with you about Surtain. That's probably the corner we didn't mention. Would they be prudent to get a deal with Stingley before the Jets deal with Sauce?
I think maybe not as extreme as the whole Scherzer, Verlander trying to max out, but I think that there's no doubt that both guys want to be the number one paid corner. And if you're still worried, you're still negotiating with your guy and the other guy, either way, and the deal gets done, there's no doubt their target is $1 more or $1 million more or whatever it is in between more than the other guy got.
I kind of like to get it done before Surtain, but the years don't add up there.
Right.
I'll say prudent.
I would say
I'd rather get it done before the other guy gets signed.
For sure.
Because now, the whole agent thing, I don't even know who is Derek Stingley's agent. Do you know?
I don't.
Hopefully it's not Mulligetta.
I'm just thinking that too. Because Mulligetta gets we were just talking about the other day, and then he gets the Terrell deal done.
Yeah, I'm not sure who is. I don't think it's Mulligetta, though. I just typed in Derek Stingley's agent, and Mulligetta did not come up. I think he would have come up if that were the case. 713-780-3776, HRP listener line. See, that's if I look at the defensive side of the ball, I think you have to pay Anderson before you pay Stingley, though. If we assume that they're both going to be as good as they're going to be in a couple of years.
Ooh, that's a good
I
question.
I believe in the pass rush over the corner.
Yeah, but when we always say what's more frequently available or accessible free agency or otherwise, where you can reload. I mean, if Derek Anderson, if Will Anderson Jr. turns into be a Myles Garrett type or a guy that's just a dominant pass rusher, yeah, I think you definitely have to lock him up. You can get other corners, especially because we talk about one so locked into the other. If you have a violent and dominant pass rush, your corners don't have to be. You don't have to have the best corner in the league. You can get corners that can actually make up some time because of that.
Stingley's a better corner than Will Anderson is a defensive end at this stage of their career, but I rather have the defensive end over the corner. It's just my belief of the position. All right, 713-780-3776, HRP listener line, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? What do you think belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. 15 minutes away from giving out the U of H tickets. We need 3 people who want the U of H tickets to call in, be a part of our Man of the People. We'll assign each caller, one of the 3 callers, with Blank, myself, and intern Sam. This is his final day, and we're not going to pay him real money. So us 3 will be the Men of the People. We'll each have one teammate, if you want to call it, the caller, and then the winner of Man of the People, the caller, will get the tickets. So 713-780-3776. If you want to go to the U of H game a week from Saturday, and of course you do, why wouldn't you? 713-780-3776. You'll be assigned one of us, should you be one of the 3. Let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. Worst takes of the week. What are the worst takes of the week? I was watching Titus Howard talk to the media yesterday, and Titus Howard's nameplate, the graphic nameplate, listed guard tackle on the nameplate. What do we know about Titus Howard? We know that Titus Howard in his bio says he's a right tackle only. Yep. Yet the Houston Texans media people have him listed as a guard tackle. I don't think he's too pleased by this.
I wouldn't think he would be, because he was extremely adamant and went out of his way to make that change to his social media over the summer.
Like 100% a mistake, right? This is 100% a mistake.
No, I think it might be 100% an intern or someone kind of new hire, low on the totem pole, that's just trying to get like grunt work done.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I think it was a mistake. I think it was probably left over from last year. They didn't realize it.
Okay. I know that a lot of times when, especially even with the social media people, they've got multiple people on the account. Sometimes they just think that's something that's easy to do and give it to someone they just brought on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would punch him in as a guard tackle, though. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm sure he's gonna have something to say about it.
I wonder if he does.
I think he will.
I wonder if he does. His Twitter bio says he's a right tackle only, yet the Texans TV people list guard tackle on his graphic. You made the list, whoever you are, that listed Titus Howard as a guard tackle. I've always
You just made the list.
I'm a big Titus Howard. Yeah, I've never seen anything poor about Titus Howard. Climbing Towels Hill, thought it was Chaz McCormick that was going to be sent down to make room for Benjamin Gamble. I had a story on Climbing South Hill does good work. We just all came bat at 1,000, and they were Jose Abreu on this one. And I thought it was going to be Chaz that's sent down to make room for Gamble. I don't know how they ever thought that. Like, it was a lefty to replace a lefty all along.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they've been quick to send Cabbage up and down all season long, and they're all pulling for Chaz. I don't think there was any question at this point in the season he's not going to be the guy sent down, because Chaz just hasn't. I mean, Cabbage hasn't proven to be a guy that they're going to rely on for multiple stints or a long stint in the outfield.
Yeah. So unfortunately, love you, Climbing Towels Hill, but we don't discriminate. We don't discriminate on Bad Take Boulevard. So Climbing Towels Hill, you have also made the list. Did you?
You just made the list.
Did you hear this from Rasheed Wallace? I've debated my friends about this sometimes, like how good Michael Jordan was whenever he was with the Wizards. Some people who they just don't know a whole lot. They don't know ball. They have bad eyes. They think that Jordan, whenever he was with the Wizards, was trash, which is not the case. Jordan with the Wizards was very, very good. Anybody who says that he was trash with the Wizards, they have bad eyes. They would fail the eye test. They don't know ball. But was he better with the Wizards than he was the Bulls? Rasheed Wallace, knower of ball, or maybe unknower of ball, he says that Michael Jordan with the Wizards was more dangerous than the Bulls' Michael Jordan.
Phenomenal player then, but I think he was a little bit more dangerous when he was with the Wizards. He didn't have the athleticism that we were used to seeing MJ have.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with Bonzi. His angles were a little bit more sharp. You wasn't going to move him. He was a strong 2-guard, 2-3 guard. You wasn't going to just move him lightly, and his shot became more dangerous. He became more solid as that veteran player when his years in Washington, as the question stated. It was like one of them, don't leave him open.
Yeah. Don't leave Michael Jordan open.
Yeah. I think Jordan with the Wizards was way better than people think. But better, more dangerous than the Michael Jordan with the Bulls?
You just made the list.
You're talking about the greatest sniper in the history of the game that could do anything at his peak, as opposed to, yes, I'll give you that with Washington, he was more intelligent, more savvy. He had to be, because he was a little slower and a little bit wider, but he was still damn good with Washington. And go back and look at the stats to find out that the big games that he had and some of the records he set for a guy his age. but it wasn't even close to who he was with the Bulls.
See, I'll push back on even what you just said. I don't think he was more savvy with the Wizards than he was the Bulls. I think he was equally as savvy.
I'm saying from what they said, when the angles are a little tighter and sharper and things like that, because he didn't have the cat quickness to be able to kind of create enough space to where he could go a little wider and still make up for it.
You don't think Jordan, when he was winning MVP when he was 34 in his final year with the Bulls, was doing the same stuff?
Maybe not as sharp of the angles, and because of the fact that I think that he lost a half step. So I think that you've got to intelligently realize, to make up for that, I've got to get to the spot a little earlier. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
But if you're slower, how are you getting to it earlier? With a tighter angle, he was doing the same stuff in Chicago. He was doing the same stuff in Chicago.
I disagree. When you get a little bit older, then you realize coming off the screen, I don't have that extra half step to be able to set and get my shot off. I've got to be already starting to go in the gather and get it up quicker, do things like that.
And he wasn't doing that in Chicago.
I don't think as tightly as he was when he was a step slower.
We disagree on that one. I don't think that he was any more wise in Washington.
Are you backing
than
up
Chicago.
Rashid here, Joel?
He is, a little bit.
No, I'm not. There was,
Sounded like you were backing him up.
I already said unequivocally it's not even close, and you should have never made the statement. But am I saying that Michael was more savvy in terms of being more intelligent in terms of being able to get his shot off and do the things that he did at an older age? Yes.
Yeah, you think that Jordan was
no,
wiser?
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. You
Jeremy,
think Jordan
do you
was
do it,
wiser?
or should I do it?
You think Jordan was wiser in Washington than he was in Chicago? That's exactly what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
I think he was playing a little bit smarter. Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of for his own benefit.
Yeah,
Are you doing it, or am I doing it?
You go ahead.
Go ahead.
Joel Blank?
You just made the list.
It's your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Blanker and she know a lot more about basketball than you and I do.
That's true.
Brian.
That is true.
They do. They have played a lot more basketball than we have played. So there is that.
No doubt about that.
Simone Biles, and we just told you, no one is off limit. We love Simone. Simone's one of the greatest Houstonian athletes that has ever existed, coming off a terrific Summer Olympics, cementing herself as the greatest woman gymnast in United States history, probably world history, but I just don't keep up with gymnastics like that. But Simone Biles went to the Bears game wearing her Packers jacket. Simone, you can't do that. You make the list.
You just made the list.
How bitter that rivalry
when
is.
I saw that on Hard Knocks.
I
Oh
had
my
so
God.
many friends of mine and so many friends back home. The friends back home love it because it's like they think it's like a shot at the Bears, and the Bears had to deal with it. But yeah, that's just an
It's
ultimate
just
no-no.
laziness.
You just don't do that. I mean, I get it. She's naive and maybe doesn't get it, but even still, if my husband, if her husband changes teams, you want to wear the gear of the team that you don't want to wear the gear of the team he used to play for.
Yeah, I think Simone Biles has a make-the-team rule. She doesn't get a new jacket until her boo makes the team. That's got to be what it is. It's got to be what it is. She'll get a Bears jacket if Jonathan Biles makes the team. She has a make-the-team rule when it comes to her wardrobe. I don't blame her. I don't blame her. Jonathan Biles has been on 3 different teams in 3 different years.
Look, I think there's a chance he doesn't make that team, but I think that she spent a year going to Packers games in Green Bay and had to realize how big the rivalry is with the Bears. You learn pretty quickly the no-nos. That's a huge no-no.
I think this jacket, if you saw it on Hard Knocks, it didn't look like it was right off the rack, right? This looked custom made. I think there is something to it. Like maybe this is something to where like she's been busy for the last few months and she didn't get around to it, and maybe she decided not to do it till she actually knows he's on the team. I think we might be onto something.
You don't think Bears people would have taken her right to the team shop and done what they had to do?
But clearly
Apparently
they didn't.
not. She got to the sideline wearing it.
Clearly they didn't.
That just shows you what the Bears front office is made of.
He was wearing a Packers jacket on the Bears sideline.
It's a stain on Ryan Poles. It's a stain on the entire
Stain
Bears
on the
franchise.
Bears organization. And
It's
they're
a stain
just
on
that dumb.
George Hallis rolling over in his grave.
What the hell are they doing?
So funny. There was a judge at UFC 305 that was fired on fight night and escorted out of the building because he posted a bad score. A couple of heavyweights were fighting. I forget how to say their names. But he ruled in favor of the guy who lost 30-27. He had the guy who lost winning all 3 rounds when the guy clearly did not win all 3 rounds. The other 2 judges had it 30-27 for the winner. I think one guy had it 29-28. But this judge had it 30-27 for the loser. It was so bad that he got fired because he was supposed to judge a fight later on and was literally escorted out of the building immediately afterwards for his poor judgment. I didn't realize this happened. I didn't realize this
I read
was
this
a thing.
in boxing.
This happened. I was watching live.
I know. It's like I wish this could happen in boxing because there's been so many times. I mean, there's the Manny Pacquiao fight against Timothy Bradley where Bradley got a win that he lost at least eight of those rounds. I mean, Canelo got one scorecard gave him a draw against Mayweather when Mayweather easily wiped the floor with him. There's so many times in boxing where something like this happens where you just lose your mind. I wish it would happen in more sports. Like if you have that bad of an outing, fire him. Lead him out of the building.
You would at least hope that they have the kind of accountability that umpires, but more so like the NBA's rating system or leagues do for their judges so that you can avoid some of this
I don't think boxing does.
No, they don't.
Because I see the same bad judges all the time.
But I read this article. That's pretty severe. Not only are you going to be fired, you don't let them finish out the night. You escort them from the building.
The fact that they escort him out of the building before the next fight almost leads me to believe that they might have had suspicions of him being on the tape.
Under the table, yeah.
That's so weird.
To be that wrong and for him to get fired mid card and escorted out of the building. I wonder if they thought he was on the tape.
Because I didn't know you could do that. I didn't think that was a thing. Like you can't.
I didn't either. I've never seen it in boxing.
Because if you have authority over the judges, you can basically fix the fights.
Kind of, yeah.
Because you now, like you said, that he could have been on the take. Like if you're appointing the judges, is why they don't allow you to do that. Now you're basically picking. Like it's like a defense attorney picking the jury that they want.
Yep.
Like it's weird to me. The worst judging I ever saw was whenever Oscar De La Hoya was given the decision over Sweet Pea Pernell Whitaker. What a crime that was. Pernell Whitaker beat the Golden Girl. What a terrible, terrible judgment that was. Couple of nominees from the text line to us. 6927, not worst take of the week, but when Branham said he'd rather Blanco start a playoff game instead of JV. Bad take when he said it 6 to 8 weeks ago, and an even worse take now. Well, JV was hurt 6 to 8 weeks ago. Of course Blanco was the starter. JV was on the mend. Things have changed. Blanco hasn't been as good. Verlander is back.
But so you taking JV today?
Let me know how he sleeps. Let me know how he sleeps, and then I'll get back to you. 0979 Wisconsin Cheesehead. I think that's you.
Yeah.
Saying Jay Cutler is the best quarterback in Bears history.
Statistically, I believe he is.
Sound like me whenever I say Case Keenum is the greatest college quarterback of all time.
I think if you go back and look at the statistics of the lessons that threw, and McMahon didn't throw the football a lot, I think Jay Cutler is.
I never
knew you were a numbers guy. As far as like career passing yards, or what when you say statistically, what would you guess? That
like passing yards and like single season highs, but I think passing yards, completions. He was big.
Let's look.
He had Brandon Marshall. He had some guys for a couple years.
I thought his bigger seasons were in Denver.
Well, he had some big years in Denver too, but he carried over into Chicago. And the Chicago, look, who are we comparing him to? The Bears.
I don't know. That's the part. Like, I want to
right,
say
you can win a Super Bowl and not throw the football. You can hand it off to Walter Payton.
But I would say the greater quarterback's the guy who won the Super Bowl than the guy who had the stats.
Well, that's why a lot of Bears fans will tell you that Jim McMahon's the greatest quarterback because he did.
I think that's why he's criticizing.
No, he was criticizing me.
No, he was saying the stat. Yeah. I think he was more criticism of the stats.
No, he didn't. He said Wisconsin Cheesehead saying that Jay Cutler's the best quarterback in Bears history.
Okay, well that listener didn't listen to Joel's take.
I
Joel's take was just statistically.
We might have to go to the tapes.
You go right ahead to that tape.
Let me know how that
goes. It's kind of like your Keenum is statistically the greatest college quarterback of all time.
We might have to go to the tapes on this one.
Do.
I don't know if he said statistically. I think he said Cutler's the greatest Bears quarterback of all time.
I thought I heard stats in there. I'm with Joel.
We're gonna have to rewind it.
Please
throw the challenge flag.
Don't talk about it. Do it. Go ahead.
I don't have the capability to do it, Blinkers. That's why I'm asking Brian to do it.
There's a studio right there.
What time was it?
I don't know.
I'll have to do it at 6:05. I'm not staying late to do that. You kidding me? Cutler threw for 23,000 yards. Second, you want to guess who second was? I think you saw him play. Sid Luckman from 1939 through 1950.
So Cutler does lead for career passing
by
yards?
a lot. By a lot. 23,000 to 14,500.
There you go. Blankers vindicated.
Cutler, well, if he said statistically. Cutler had more touchdowns, 154 to 137. Single season. He does not have the single season record, but he does have the second, third, fourth, and fifth highest.
He doesn't have the single season?
Cutler has the second highest passing yard single season. He has the third highest. He has the fourth highest. He has the fifth highest, but he does not have the first highest.
Tell me it's Grossman.
Nope. It's not Rex Grossman. He's seventh. Trubisky's sixth. This guy played in 1995. I wouldn't have guessed.
I don't even know.
I've heard the name, but I would have never guessed this. Never would have guessed this.
Vince Evans?
Nope.
Bob Avellini?
No. I'll give you a hint. His initials are EK.
Eric Kramer?
He was more known as the Lions quarterback in the 90s.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't
That's
know
why
he
I would have
played for
never
the
guessed
Bears.
him.
Yeah.
He threw 3,838 yards in 1995. Cutler was second, 3,812.
So they never even reached 3,900,
Now-
much less 4,000.
Cutler
Told you it was bad.
Cutler missed a game the year that he was second. So if he didn't miss that game, he would have easily.
He probably would have topped 4,000, yeah.
Oh, no doubt. Well, maybe, but he would have easily passed Kramer, who only had 26 yards more than him.
Right.
Yeah. All right. That does it for Bad Take Boulevard. Thank you all for playing along. All right, 713-780-3776. It's time now for Man of the People. We're going to get a listener assigned to each of us. The winner, well, you're going to get U of H tickets. We'll do that next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All are you of winners if you get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware. It's height adjustable. It's rust proof. You have to have that in Houston. We mentioned that the ability to adjust the height. You can lower it to 5 feet. You can raise it to 10 feet, anywhere in between. It's great. It's easy to do. And their goals are top shelf. They're elite. They're very much like the pro gyms, the college arenas. They give you that true, authentic feel. And with their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with the drill. Lightning adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet, matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pull pad lettering, and lots more. You can order everything, including professional installation online. That's right. The pros from Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do all of the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play Man of the People.
All right, time for Man of the People, where we try to win you tickets. Blankers, myself, and intern Sam are in here. Final day, you're with us, right, intern Sam?
I'll be back next week to help train the new class.
Well, if you knew that, we wouldn't have let you.
What the hell?
Yeah, no, I thought he had told me previously his last day was the 22nd, but apparently he's coming back for one more week.
Well, if we don't see you, we appreciate your incredibly mediocre work. I'm kidding.
Great work,
I'm kidding. When do you turn 14?
Next week.
My goodness, baby face. Intern Sam. They're asking on the Twitch, like, did you bring your kid to work with you? which a little offensive, I think.
I am old enough to attend Rock the Mic at Carbach tomorrow.
Oh.
He's young enough to be the children of two of us.
Wait.
He's
You
not-
can attend, but can you consume beverages?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm way too young to have a
You're the
kid
only
this
one, though.
age.
He's young enough to be the
I am-
child of either Joel or I.
I'm How old are you?
I'm 40. How old are you, Sam?
23.
You're not old enough.
I mean, it's close. It's close. I know. I knew
T-Mac
kids who
might
had
have been
kids in
sowing
high
the seeds
school.
of love at an early age.
Yeah.
How old do you think I am?
You're 38, right?
39.
Okay.
You were making it sound like you were so much older than
I
me.
thought it
didn't
was
he?
2 years older than you.
He's like, I can have a kid his age, but you can't. What do you?
I guess
It's a
you
year
could at
difference.
15. That'd be a little radical, but I guess you could.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I know. Brandon gets around.
No. I'm Mexican. I'm not. All right. So.
And I'm Mexican.
We have a listener that's assigned to each of us. Justin's going to be with Blankers. I have Zach. And then Joseph's going to be with Sam. Family Feud type of thing. Don't sue me. But B-Mac's going to give us questions, and then we guess what they are, kind of like Family Food, the Family Food feud. The higher on the list that they are, the more points we'll get, the more points we give to our listeners. So let's get started, Brian. What's our order here? Do we know our order?
We'll go Joel, Jeremy, Sam, and then we'll repeat that. So there'll be 6 total questions.
All right, let's get
so
started.
So we're all even here. All right. So this one, Joel goes first. Name an occasion where parents force their kids to wear a certain outfit.
Christmas.
Christmas is on the list. It is not the number one answer. It is, that's 5th on the list. So you'll get 1 point for that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It is name an occasion where parents force their kids to wear a certain outfit.
Halloween.
That is correct. Halloween is 3rd on the list. So Jeremy also get 1 point.
Is that not the number one
Sam,
answer?
you got a chance
There's
here.
2 answers above that, Sam. Name an occasion where parents force their kids to wear a certain outfit.
Easter.
Easter is number 2 on the list.
Everybody gets a point?
Sam gets 2 points, so he's out in front now in first place so far.
How did my third most have the same points as the fourth most?
It's just first, second, and everything else?
First place, or the best answer gets 3 points, second gets 2, everything else gets 1.
We need to throw out this judge. This is some rigged scoring here.
So the number one answer that you guys all missed was wedding.
Thought about it.
Yeah, wedding was
Easter
the number
had
one answer.
Halloween?
Yeah, Halloween was 3rd on the list, so you weren't alone there, but it was not number 1. All right, question 2. Jeremy is going first here. Name a reason that someone might ride their bike to work.
Their car's broken.
No car is the number 1 answer, so you get 3 points, Jeremy. And then Sam would be going first or second here. Name a reason that someone might ride their bike to work, Sam.
If their job is in super close proximity to where they live.
That unfortunately is not on the list. Joel.
Spouse or significant other needed the car.
Yes.
That is also not on the list. The other answers were exercise, save gas, and the environment.
Oh.
Wouldn't the last two be the same thing?
No, I mean, gas is more like you're broke.
Okay.
Yeah, I see your point, but I think they're slightly different answers.
All right. That was a big question for me. Number 3.
That was. You are now up 4 to Sam's 2 to Joel's 1. All right, Sam's going first here. Name qualities of a bad boss.
Egotistical.
I'm going to say that, no, that's not on the list.
Angry.
Joel?
Angry.
That is on the list. That is the number 3 answer, so
I
you
can't
get a
believe
point.
you would say angry.
Yeah, shocker.
Mean.
Mean is not on the list. What? No, sorry. The number 1 answer was micromanager.
That was my second guess.
Followed by incompetent. 3rd was angry, which Joel got. Then irresponsible and oblivious.
So all these people like mean bosses.
I guess so. So it is 4 for Jeremy, and then 2 each for Sam and Joel.
All right, that's halfway through.
We're halfway
Number 4.
through. So question 4, Joel going first. Name something you do in front of the mirror.
Smile.
Not on the list. Jeremy?
Brush your hair.
That is the number 2 answer.
Oh,
you
man.
get 2 points. Sam, name something you do in front of the mirror.
Brush your teeth.
Yeah, that was my next
Number
one.
1 answer. Number 1 answer for Sam.
Wrong brush. So how often do you go in front of the mirror and smile?
I mean,
You just
I watch
walk
my
up to it
daughters
and
do it
smile.
every day.
Hey, looking good.
My daughters do it all the time, and it's partly checking their teeth.
Every mirror I walk in from now, I'm going to smile.
Good.
Hey, Brandon.
So
I like
you
to see
guys
that
got the number
smile.
1
Went from me being angry all the time to me smiling in the mirror all the
You
time.
guys got the number 1 and number 2 answers, which were brush teeth, brush hair. Then the remaining 3 were pop a pimple, check your outfit, practice dance moves.
Well, you got skin like mine.
My daughter does that too.
You should have said it.
Smile.
You
Well, I
would've
said
got a
smile.
point.
She does that all the time in the mirror. I see her do it.
All right, we got 2 questions left. Jeremy going first, and Jeremy is in the lead. He has 6. Sam has 5. Joel is at 2. Jeremy, you're first here. Name something people tend to fall out of.
Love.
That is the number 2 answer. So 2 points there. Sam, you're up next. Name something people tend to fall out of.
You took my answer.
Countdown.
5.
See, because
4,
I fell out of it one time as a
3.
child, I'll say a golf cart.
Oh man, you know what? Car wasn't on the board, so I'll give you that one. Car's close enough.
Oh, stop.
So you get 1 point, and Joel, you are up now. Name something people tend to fall out of.
A relationship.
That's kind of. I'll give you a chance to give another answer. I'll give you a chance to give another answer. That's the same thing as love.
Soft judging.
That's the same thing.
That's an X.
Bed.
That is the number 3 answer. You get 1 point. All right, so last question. Jeremy has 8, Sam has 6, and Joel has 3. So I believe, Joel, you're out of the running.
Thanks. Sorry,
but Sam could still take this over if he gets the number 1 answer. All right, Sam, you're up first here. Name something you might eat with crackers.
Cheese.
That is the number 2 answer. So you have tied Jeremy, which could be problematic. I'll have to scramble and find another question. But hopefully Jeremy will solve this for me and get something right. Jeremy, name something you might eat with crackers. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joel.
Soup.
Soup is the number 1 answer. So that gives Joel 6, Sam 8, and Jeremy 8. Jeremy, name something you might eat with crackers.
Tuna fish.
No, it's not on the board. So buy me time. I'm going to look up another question for a tiebreaker.
What are the other answers?
The other answers were peanut butter, chili, and sliced meats.
Chili.
I thought sliced meats would be on there.
Is tuna not sliced meat?
No, it's not sliced meats.
I'm with him, though. Tuna and crackers is.
I'm not a huge tuna fan, but I mean, I see it all the time.
Yeah, either on Triscuits or saltines.
Yeah, there's just not enough people eating tuna nowadays, I think is what it is.
I mean, we used to have it in our vending machine here at work.
We've talked about it because we didn't know how long it sat there, and Joe was going to eat it.
No, he did.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He did mix it up.
Yeah, he mixed it up and ate it. He didn't feel very good the rest of the show.
No.
All right, here we
So
go.
bad.
Tiebreaker question for Sam and Jeremy. Why don't you buzz in with your name since we only have 1 question, okay? All right, so whoever has the higher answer here wins. Name things you would post on social media.
Branham.
Jeremy?
Pictures of your children.
Let's see. Not on the list, actually.
Really? Shot, buddy.
It's close. You might call this nitpicky, but I'm going to say it's not on the list.
like
Sam?
That's crazy.
Wedding photos.
Also not on the list. Very close.
He looked at me and said, I got this.
How do
It's
you?
not in his head.
How is posting your children's
I know what it
pictures
is.
on there? Did they ask a bunch of
what is
men?
it?
Food.
Food, actually, yeah, that is correct. That is the number 4 answer. The number 1 was selfie, then vacation pictures and pictures of friends. So none of them
That's
said kids.
so weird.
Yeah, so we'll have to go to the next one. Same thing, buzz in with your name.
All right.
Name an animal that starts with the letter E.
Buzz.
Branham.
Elephant.
Elephant, number 1 answer. Jeremy wins. Congratulations to, who do we have here? Caller Zach. Zach is with Jeremy.
Congratulations, Zach. You're going to the U of H game a week from Saturday. We've been waiting for college football. And home opener, new era of Houston college football coach Willie Fritz's first game as the Cougars head coach. Night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Tickets just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or just call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear red. And you'll be joining SAC at TDECU Stadium a week from Saturday as college football kicks off in the city of Houston. Valiant effort.
Good
You
job,
beat
Sam.
Blankers,
We
which is
appreciate you.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate
Good luck.
you guys.
Good luck with your future endeavors. We're always here for you.
Well, I mean, you can speak for yourself.
I am.
Yeah.
You know that.
Don't come to me for advice. I can't give good advice. Not that I wouldn't be able or willing. It wouldn't be very good. You're better off asking other people. Jahan Dotson traded to the Eagles in the NFL, and you're never going to believe what people are saying now about this Eagle wide receiver trio. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Hall, a U of H class of 1990, go Cougs, has been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will also work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. If you need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Great people over there. Mentioned my colleague, Chris Fisher, all of their customer service staff. Fantastic. They're going to familiarize themselves with your business, and you will never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line when you're talking to HRP. They're going to know you. They're going to know your company. That way you can trust them, and your company will be in great hands. Customer service, of course, we use HRP, so anytime I have a question, always ask them. Always a quick response, very easy to understand, very fortunate to have them here at Gal Media. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you know there's a new way to listen to our station on the radio? What if we told you that it's clearer, stronger, and the best way to listen? You probably believe that. If you have an HD radio in your car, you need to check out 97.9 HD2. If you start listening on 97.9 HD2, you won't have to worry about changing your station ever again, unless I say something stupid, in which, hey, you're a Blank fan. 979 HD2. Big trade in the NFL. That might be a little bit of an oversell. Big trade in the NFL? Medium trade in the NFL?
Medium trade.
I mean, he's a former first-rounder.
He was, but I think that's probably more of a sign that he's just been a little less than what a first-round wide receiver is supposed to be.
Yeah, he was, I think it's fair to call him
busty?
He's been a little busty.
You could say he's a bust.
Been a little busty.
I think he had a pretty decent rookie season. At least his touchdown total was good. I think he had 7 his rookie year. But, yeah, he's been very disappointing in the 2 seasons following that.
I think he's busty. If he was a bust, he wouldn't be in the league.
You could be a bust and still be in the league.
I mean, he's still in his first contract.
Yeah. Like a bad quarter, like Trubisky, you would call a bust. He still hangs around the league for a long time.
He made a Pro Bowl.
He's a bust.
Made a Pro Bowl. He went to the playoffs one year too, didn't he?
So did Vince.
It's true. Good counterpoint.
Hook him.
Yeah, he was a former first-round pick. He got traded today, Jahan Dotson. I've been reading reports about how, like, I keep up with these skill position guys way too much. The Commanders didn't make it a secret that they were not too pleased with Jahan Dotson. I didn't think it was going to get to the point of trading them, but he's fallen out of favor there. And I think a good example of him falling out of favor is the fact that they traded him in division. It's like, we think so little of this guy. We don't care if he goes to a
100%.
division rival. But the trade today, the Eagles sending a third round pick and two sevenths to Washington. They get Dotson and a 2025 fifth round pick. And there are some out there, I guess they forget what Jahan Dotson has done in his first couple of years in the NFL, but Dane Brugler, chief among them, that says the Eagles now have the best wide receiver trio in the NFL.
That's absolutely ludicrous. Like,
You just made the list.
Yeah, exactly. Tell me you don't watch football nearly enough, if that's your opinion, to make a statement like that. I mean, Tank has excelled his first year. Nico obviously was one of the top 10 wide receivers in the league last year, and you yet add a guy that's been a perennial top 10 type receiver in the league. That's not even close.
See, I don't think much of Dotson. So, like, I would drop the Eagles down pretty far. Like, I would have the Texans ahead of them. I would have the Bears. I would have the Bears ahead of the Commanders because the Bears have DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and then a top 10 current first rounder. Dotson's like he's not a washed up first rounder. He's just a first rounder that hasn't lived up to the hype. I would have them ahead of the Eagles.
It comes down to when we had these conversations in the past. If you're talking about duos, now the Eagles are way up there, but it's going to come down to the third receiver because you have to have that third guy that's at a certain level. And if you don't, like Miami's got an unbelievable twosome, but who's their third receiver?
Yeah.
Where does that put them?
Texans are my number one. Am I biased there? Maybe.
Oh, I'm with you.
But I have the Bears up there. Does anybody break out from Miami? Like, they signed Odell, but like there's thoughts that Odell might be the Will Fuller treatment where he like signed a contract and is not going to play. Like, they don't even know if he's going to play. So it's hard to – and Malik Washington, young, like hasn't really done anything in the NFL. So, like, you couldn't have him there.
Niners?
Who's the Bengals third?
Niners and Bengals are the first two that we haven't
Their
mentioned
third is
yet.
probably Jermaine Burton, the rookie.
He's their third most talented. I don't know if he's going to be their third most productive. Because they
Maybe.
have like that Iglesias guy or whatever, however you pronounce his
The
name.
Niners drafted the kid from Florida.
Purcell. And that's good. That's a good one.
Pearsall, that's a good.
Yeah, but Ayuk.
Assuming
you have to
Ayuk
assume
stays,
if
right.
we're considering Ayuk's going to play for them, then that's
Well,
a
he's
pretty
currently
good
on
trio.
their roster. Like, I have to assume. I mean,
They would currently be up there.
Who does IU currently employed by? It's the Niners. So I would have to say the Niners are up there for sure.
they are.
Would you put the not to blow smoke up Joel's ass, but would you put the Packers up there?
Packers are pretty good.
They're loaded, but the key is can you clearly define the top three?
Yes,
that's
absolutely. Yes,
Is
Reed,
Watson?
Watson's our second best receiver.
Watson, Reed, and who?
Dobbs.
And Dobbs.
Although Wicks ain't bad.
Wicks is really good.
Isn't bad either.
Although Wicks ain't bad. Seattle's good. Seattle's sleepy.
Yeah.
Good beat.
Jackson Smith and Jigba's the third.
Yeah.
If you assume he
Lockett's
takes
a
a step
little
forward
long
year
in the
two.
tooth. Like, give me Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and Brian McDonald. I'll take that over the
No,
Eagles
I was
three.
thinking Minnesota as well. Yeah.
Like, that's from a duo perspective. That's
You can't
pretty
factor
freaky.
in who's throwing them the football, but just on paper, that's a pretty good start.
See, I think the Eagles duo top three. I just don't think that much of Jahan Dotson. And we've seen like he hasn't lived up to the potential in his first couple of years. The Commanders, who have a new coaching staff, quit on him. Like, he's still on his rookie deal. They quit on him. They don't really have a very good number two receiver. They have Terry McLaurin. They drafted Christian McCaffrey's brother out of Rice. They have like that Olamide Zahuris guy. They don't have a second
Well, that
receiver,
tells you-
yet they were willing to trade him to a division rival. Like, what they're telling me screams so loud I cannot hear. That's where I'm at with Dotson.
It's like it's almost all of the above. If you say, is he an attitude problem? Is he, not grabbing in the system? And is it route running? It seems like it's all of the above. If you cut out before your rookie deal expires, that means you've tried everything, you've exhausted it, and you're just done.
Especially when you factor in who their offensive coordinator is. It's not like it's some run first, the tough guy, old school football coach. It's Cliff Kingsbury. I mean, he's a passing game coordinator, and he looked at Dotson's like, nah. Let's sit them in division.
Yeah, like their
That's the
receivers
biggest thing.
just aren't there. Like, I think McLaurin's going to have a huge year because who else is Jalen Daniels going to throw the football to? Because they have Diami Brown, okay? They have Olamide Zahuris, bless you, Luke McCaffrey, Jamison Crowder. Like,
only problem
these are the guys. These
too.
are the guys. The rumors that they're in on Ayuk.
They're clearing space because of receivers for Ayuk.
I think that's kind of one of those people who are like, okay, let's put two and two together because Dotson was not getting in the way of you trading for Ayuk. Like, it's not like
No.
they're clearing this cap space so they can bring in Ayuk. He's on a rookie deal. And maybe the 49ers, who have been wanting a receiver as part of a trade, would have interest in Dotson. So I don't think there's correlation there.
I think the biggest sign that you guys mentioned is the if not they dumped out and they exhausted all the resources, you're not trading him in division if you think he can come back to haunt you. We talked about this the other day with quarterbacks. You're not going to trade him to an opponent that you're going to see twice a year and know that he could basically burn you. So if they're definitely not worried about him if they're going to dump him in division.
No, not at all. And I'm not. To me, they're not a top 3, top 5 trio in the NFL. The one devil's advocate thing here, maybe they just know they're in a really rebuilding situation and they just don't really care about trading a player in division because they think that they're going to win 4 games and they're kind of looking for the future anyways.
Yeah, but if they're looking for the future and a young guy on a rookie deal that you can continue to
they don't
try
like
to develop.
They don't like him.
Yeah, maybe because it was previous regime drafted him.
Well, I don't think that they like the player, but if maybe the Eagles are getting a good player and they're taking advantage of a team that's already selling off pieces because they know they're like a rebuilding team. It's yes, a young player. You would think that a rebuilding team would keep a young player, but a guy they just don't like. And I've been keeping up with their beat guys. They've been saying for like 3 weeks that they don't like him. So it's not a secret. It wasn't a secret that they don't like Dotson. 713-780-3776. Is this the Keith that gives us old receivers?
I was just thinking of who he's going to
It
pull.
might be. I didn't take Sam screened this call.
Keith's going to ask us if the Texans should sign Cecil Shorts. All right, Keith, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up?
Hey, guys. Love the conversation about threesome receivers. I got 2 teams, underrated, top 3 receivers you didn't mention. First team, the Cleveland Browns, Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, and Elijah Moore. Second team, underrated, you didn't mention, the Tennessee Titans, DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, and recently acquired Tyler Boyd.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
You didn't go with the young receiver. You didn't go with Treylon Burks, huh? See, I think the Browns' 2 receivers aside from Amari are overrated. Actually, I'm not huge on Jerry Jeudy.
No.
I think he's actually a guy who is overdrafted that hasn't lived up to his hype.
Yeah.
And Elijah Moore's a bum. He hasn't done anything in the league.
He's okay, but he's a guy. He's a guy who's going to be a
That's
third,
not even a
fourth,
top
fifth
half
receiver.
trio.
Like,
no,
I don't think
like
Amari's
Amari.
consistently. He can go off. Obviously, the Texans
Amari's
saw
good.
that. Yeah.
I think Judy's overrated. So that's why I didn't mention the Browns. Elijah Moore's okay. Honestly, I don't think they want Elijah Moore to be their third receiver. I think they would like Cedric Tillman to take off and surpass him on their depth chart. Titans.
That's not bad.
It's okay. I wouldn't put it ahead of like Seattle. It's
No.
probably maybe inside the top 10, but certainly not top 5.
No, I don't think it's
and then
top 5.
Hopkins a little older. What are you getting out of him? He's entering the season with an ailment. Tyler Boyd. I think Tyler Boyd's going to be big for Will Levis in that offense. I think the big acquisition of Boyd was because he knows that offense. He knows Callahan's
Yeah, he
offense.
does.
So I think his addition is going to be bigger on that front. That he's like a
Gotta
kind
catch
of
the
a
ball.
veteran, a leader. And then that was one bad drop.
I know. I'm just.
And then who was there? Ridley. I think Ridley's a little overrated. Ridley did not play well against the Texans last year.
Nope.
He dropped some critical passes, like more than one.
Drops in some of the route running. It seemed like he was getting into it a couple of different times after passes too. Where I think I put Ridley in the same kind of a category as a Judy.
Yeah, I see. I think Ridley's good. I don't think Ridley's as good as people think Ridley's good. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like people think Ridley is like an 8. I think he's like a 6.5.
Yeah, the Falcons drafted him to be the heir apparent to Julio Jones, to be a future 1, and I don't think he's a high-end 1. I think he's a high-end 2.
And I know
that's kind of the difference.
Yeah. Or a very low-end 1.
Yeah, very low-end 1 or a high-end 2, but that's not what he was drafted to be.
And I know he's had some, issues in his career, gambling and stuff. Mm-hmm. How many players at his age that are true wide receiver 1s have been on 3 teams?
That's a good
3 teams.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
No.
Like maybe 2, maybe like Tyreek Hill. I want too much money.
Terrell Owens.
But he's a problem.
I know. I'm trying to think of guys who were really good.
Even Owens, though, took a while.
And Randy Moss, obviously, but same thing. He was a problem in a couple places.
Like how old was Terrell Owens before he left San Francisco, though? Like
Did Antonio Brown make 3 teams?
Terrell Owens didn't leave San Francisco until he was 30.
He made 3 teams because he played for the Patriots and he also played for the Buccaneers.
Yeah, but late in his career. Like you're
but
talking
he
about.
never actually played for the Raiders. He was cut.
Yeah.
He was released before the season started.
But you are talking about guys who started playing on multiple teams in their 30s. Calvin Ridley's going to be 30 this year. So he's going to be on his 3rd NFL team by the age of 30. Terrell Owens stayed in San Francisco all the way through age 30.
Yeah.
Was he really that old when he went to Philly?
Yeah, he spent, let's see,
unbelievable shape, too.
He was great in Philly. He was still very productive.
He spent 8 years in San Francisco. I think Antonio Brown probably was close to 5-7 years in Pittsburgh.
I think Owens still answers the question, though, because he was good for San Francisco, he was good for Philly, and he was good for Dallas. So that's 3 teams he was really good for.
Sure, but it was later in career. It was later in the career. Like, how many guys that before they turned 30 years old had been on 3 teams and we consider wide receiver one?
I'm unsure
Even
of.
Antonio Brown was with the Steelers through the age of 30. Through the age of 30.
Yeah,
one
so
team
to the point,
through
when
30.
you're good and with your first team's going to hang on to you through your prime, or at least an extended period of time.
Yeah, and Ridley's already on his third team before he entered 30. Randy Moss was through his age 27 year. So he was with Minnesota until he was 27, went to Oakland for 2 years, and then was with the Patriots his third
So
team.
that's age 30.
So he would be maybe the only one of these like elite wide receiver ones that had that same trajectory as Calvin Ridley.
But even still, Minnesota was capitalizing his greatest years where Minnesota wasn't going to let him go.
Yeah, and he led the league in passing touchdown receptions for 3 years, like in 3 different years. Calvin Ridley's never led the league in anything. Right? Like Randy Moss was like the best receiver in the NFL at his time. Ridley's never been close to the best receiver in the NFL.
No.
I think he's a little overrated.
I think it's also funny from the Tennessee perspective too that Burks, just like you mentioned, Brian, that Judy was supposed to be the replacement for Atlanta's big receiver.
Oh, you mean Calvin Ridley was supposed to be for Julio Jones?
Ridley for Julio Jones. Well, Traylon Burks was supposed to be the A.J. Brown replacement.
Yeah. 1 for 1
And
because they traded him for a first.
We're not even considering him in their best 3, and he's still there.
Yeah, I think we could label him a bust at this
huge
point.
bust.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not been good. Apparently, he's getting runs with the ones, though. Bunch of people saying the Rams. I've been hearing good things about rookie Jordan Whittington out of Texas. Did he play at Cuero High? I think he played for the Gobblers.
He was never a top target for the Longhorns. He was always kind of a slot receiver for
I don't
them.
think he's their third best receiver, though.
Cup's the big question mark.
Yeah, I mean, he's easily their number 2,
I think Cup's going to be good.
I think their number 3 is DeMarcus Robinson, not
He
Jordan
was
Whittington.
last year.
Texans should trade Woods to the Commanders. I don't think the Commanders are looking to add players of that age. 713-780-3776.
Oh, another name popped up. I don't know if he's obviously not elite as far in terms of putting him side by side with Terrell Owens and Randy Moss, but Brandon Cooks was a guy that was on team after team after team, 1,000 yards everywhere he went with the Patriots, the Saints, and then the Rams.
Another good one that everybody's letting us know is Stephon Diggs.
yeah.
Very true.
Although he didn't get to the Texans until after he already turned 30.
Yeah, he was a year late.
Yeah,
a year late, but he will be on 3 teams at the age of 31.
Kind of applies.
Yeah, I think it's very, very close.
Indy's got good young receivers, right?
Michael Pittman's really good.
The Pittman, they have
I like Josh Downs, but he's hurt.
Yeah, A.D. Mitchell they drafted this year.
The reports on him haven't been good.
And then I've heard different reports. And then Alec Pierce is there. I think Alec Pierce is a little underrated.
Let's get to Cincinnati.
Yeah,
I like
Alec
Pierce. Hasn't
Pierce.
had anything.
I think it's because they're misusing him, and I don't think they've had very good quarterback play. I like Alec Pierce. Not as like a top 2 receiver.
He's a decent deep threat. I don't think he's ever going to be consistent.
I like Alec Pierce if he's my number 3, number 4 guy.
That's fair.
I don't like him as a top 2 receiver.
As a 4, that's fine.
And I think they've misused him. But they also have Anthony Richardson, so none of those guys are going to have that production. All right, 713-780-3776. HR&P listener line. Blanker's got his wish. Why he's so happy that Hector Neris is back with the Stros. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Blankers is over the moon about the Astros adding Hector Neris. Why are you so happy, Blankers?
Well, I'm happy because of the fact that I wanted them to keep him all along, and I knew the price tag was the reason why they didn't. And now you're not going to pay an exorbitant amount of money. And I understand that he didn't have a great year with the Cubs, but it wasn't a disaster. And when I look at the bullpen, and Presley's currently on the IL, and it seems like Taylor Scott has slipped a little bit lately in appearances, but you look at it and you go, you can never have enough good bullpen arms. Is he better than Dubin? Yes. Is he better than Caleb Ferguson? Yes. Is he better than Seth Martinez? Yes. Has he had success here in Houston? Yes. Has he been a closer and in high leverage situations before? Yes. So he's checking all the boxes for me to say, do I have more trust in him, more belief in him, and do I think he's better than several arms that they currently have in the bullpen? Absolutely. And then when you're waiting, Ort's currently on paternity leave, then you're going to get him back. I know that, and he throws a hundo, but in the big situations, has he been on that big stage before? Has he been through those kind of things? And then we just saw it with Kikuchi. You bring him back into a situation he's comfortable in, where he really liked it here, and he had success. And if Miller and Murphy had anything at all to do with that, whether it goes back to the sequencing and pitch usage to just other things, I just really believe that this is a guy that can flourish here at the end of the season and be a shot in the arm for this team, as opposed to some of the guys that they turn the baseball over to.
Where do you have him fitting in the pecking order?
I think I got to see him first. I mean, I understand that, in Chicago, his ERA was in the high threes. So I got to see, where he's at. But I think that he's over Ferguson to me. He's over Dubin to me. He's over, if Ort was there, he'd be over Ort to me. He's over Seth Martinez to me. I think that ideally, I'd like him to fit somewhere in that Montero role with Taylor Scott. If it's one or the other, and Taylor Scott still is that Montero role, and he's kind of, when guys have been used 2 days in a row or things like that you can, but he's right there in that pecking order, right under when you get to Hader and Abreu, and with Presley out, if Taylor Scott is that guy, then I would put him right behind them.
I would have to go Ort over Neris. I'll play devil's advocate here for the sake of it. I was okay with Neris being signed by the Astros. I said this yesterday when we talked about it. I was leaving this to Dana Brown. Like, if they think that they can get the best out of Hector Neris, then okay, it makes sense. If they felt like he was washed at the ripe age of 35 years old, okay, I would understand that too. So I was leaving it up to them. Like, they've earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to finding these pitchers and then bringing the most out of them. I don't like the Yusei Kikuchi comparison. Like, Yusei Kikuchi's like kind of in the prime of his pitching career and has excellent stuff, whereas Hector Neris is 35 and has lost a little bit of his spin. So, like, is it something he can regain? Like, you can't teach a guy spin, not at this stage of their career anyways. He was also not good in Chicago. Like, the ERA is okay-ish. The whip was 1.5. Last year was like at 1. So it's went up a lot from where it was a year ago. The advanced stuff doesn't like him. Like, they don't like his whiff percentage. K percentage is all low, some of the worst in baseball. His command has been awful, one of the worst walk rates in all of baseball. So, yeah, I mean, it's low risk. So, like, I don't despise it. Like, it's fine. And you have guys in your bullpen that, okay, you have to send down Sean Dubin. Oh, I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. You have to send down Seth Martinez. I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. Now, I'd rather have Caleb Ort. If you send down Caleb Ferguson or release Caleb Ferguson, I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. You're also not picking up the salary. I haven't seen the contract terms, but I'm sure this is league minimum. So it's very low risk. If you get him in and he pitches awful for 2 weeks, you can just release him. And it costs you almost nothing. So it's extremely low risk. Now, I don't think we should be looking at Hector Neris as to who he was last year. He was really, really good last year, one of the best relievers in baseball. And this year, he's been bottom half worst relievers in baseball.
Well, that's why, I mean, I'll leave the door open. He's better. I want him on the team, because even if he's your mop-up guy, better than the guys that we both agreed on that he's better than already coming in.
But he's not going to eat innings. Like, mop-up guys, you want to be able to throw multiple innings, and he's not that. He's not a multi-inning guy.
Yeah, he's probably not that, but at the same time, would he be willing to do that if you needed him to? Sure. We just don't know how effective he's going to be. But to me, it's like, I go back to what, when Verlander said how different it was with the Mets than it was with the Astros. You're right. It might not change his spin rate, but maybe, they spend more time with the videos and the mechanics and doing other things to where maybe the ceiling and the biggest hope is that they can find something that maybe had, slipped through the cracks or that he wasn't doing that he did here. But even on the low end, he costs you nothing and he comes in and he's better than multiple guys that we rattled off that I would have more confidence in. And there's something sometimes for a guy to get out of a bad situation and something that wasn't working out for him, go back to a place where he had success and maybe he can find something.
Yeah, it's low risk. So, like, it's fine. If Dana Brown signs off on it, Murphy and Miller are cool with it, okay. Like, let's see what it looks like. And the fact that it's low risk, who cares? 5348, it's wash, not wash. You're wrong. You must not be from the South. Adrian Neris is not better than Martinez this year?
Oh, I mean, maybe this year, just from the numbers perspective. And look, and I'm not bashing Seth Martinez because he's continuously got better and he's been good for this team. But I believe that if Neris can get the control under, to back to where it was, if the splitter is anywhere and he's got fastball splitter combination, I'll take him. I believe in him in high leverage situations.
The traditional numbers favor Seth Martinez and the advanced numbers favor Seth Martinez. Those are facts. Now, can Neris get back to where he was last year? Because then that guy's way better than Seth Martinez. A month ago, y'all hated the Kikuchi deal. Yes, that's true. I think the jury's still out on that. 0002, did Brown DFA a Ledmus to bring in Hector Neris? No. He DFA'd a Ledmus to bring up Shea Whitcomb?
Yep.
I think that was the corresponding move. 0979, I agree they needed bullpen help. Them other guys been slumping and come into suspect. Yeah, I mean, Ferguson hasn't been very good since you acquired him. Taylor Scott's regressing a little. Everyday Tay, maybe he's been pitching too much.
I think so.
Presley's currently on the injury list, and Presley hasn't been very good. A question that I asked on Twitter, because Forrest Whitley's been pitching lights out, and of course, he's got a big arm. Would you rather have Forrest Whitley or Hector Neris?
See, at this stage of the season, I would lean Hector Neris from experience and the ability between the ears and everything to pitch. If you just want to tell me on arm strength alone and what, Forrest Whitley brings to the table, I would understand that he's got that kind of Ort-type fastball that can just blow people away. But can he pitch?
Yeah. They haven't they haven't called Neris up to the active roster. They're going to have to make a move on the 40-man, and they're going to have to make a move on the 26. So we'll see what a corresponding move is. We'll see when they bring up Neris. Probably Martinez.
Yeah.
Martinez is probably the easy answer because Dubin gives you length. And, they want, especially with a 6-man rotation, you have to have somebody in the bullpen that can eat 2-3 innings. Martinez can get you 2, but Dubin's more of a long guy. And I think they tipped their hand the other day whenever they brought up Verlander and they sit down Martinez and Caleb Ort's on paternity leave now. Oh, wish we would have known that an hour ago. And then brought Seth Martinez as he was en route to Sugarland. So I think they tipped their hand.
Yeah, I think Martinez is a better pitcher, but you're right. If Dubin can give you 3 or 4 mop-ups or even in an opener role like he's done in the past, yeah, Seth Martinez maybe 2. Right?
I think he's more of I think he's giving you 3 once, but he's not really known to be a long guy as much as Dubin. And I think that's why they would prefer Dubin on the roster than Martinez. I agree Martinez is better.
Yeah, better pitcher.
No doubt with that. And then someone's asking us, what would our pitching staff be in the playoffs? You'd have to trim it down to 13. Some would even say 12. A lot of times the Astros keep 12 in the division series because you only play 5 games and you have 2 off days. What would your pitching staff be?
For 12 guys,
I think they might end up keeping 13 just because the offense is so bad. They might just do what they
the no-brainers are Hunter Brown, Fromber, JV, and Blanco, right? And then Hader, Abreu, Presley, and Taylor Scott. So that's 8. And then
did you say Kikuchi?
Kikuchi's going to be 9. And is Arrighetti on that? Because I don't know if you need him, right?
It would be tight.
Yeah.
Would you have Arrighetti or would you rather have Neris?
See, and then I would go Neris, which would be 10, assuming he's got anything left in the tank.
Yeah.
And then what? Ort?
I like Ort.
I do too.
You didn't mention King.
And King is going to be also factored into the mix.
So you didn't have Whitley?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I would go Blanco, Fromber, Brown, Arrighetti, JV, Kikuchi, Hader, Abreu, Scott, Presley. That gets me to 10. I like King, 11.
Lefty, right?
And then I guess it's anybody's game after that, whether it's Whitley, whether it's Ferguson, whether it's Martinez, whether it's Dubin.
You put Ort on that list, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think Ort, if you have Ort, then I don't really need Whitley.
Okay.
That's just my opinion, because I haven't seen Whitley in the big leagues get anybody out.
Neres has the it factor. He's subject to chase a hitter after a punch out. That is true. 5348. Warsh is not a South thing. Try again, buddy. Yes, it is. 5348. You need to get outside a little bit. 0754. Sorry, just started listening. Is Neres going to cost anything? I'm glad he's back. Dude was fire. Hasn't been as fire this year. In fact, he's been way worse. They have not released the terms. I would imagine it's league minimum, though. Right. Any chance Montero gets back on track to 02 or 22 form and called back up? He's dominating in Sugarland.
He's killing Sugarland, but can he do it in the big leagues?
I don't think he gets called back up this year.
I don't either.
I don't think he gets called back up this year. Maybe he's on the roster next year to start the year, but I think he's done with the Astros in 2024.
I would agree.
Astros begin a series in 30 minutes at Baltimore. Should be challenging. Should be tough. Arrighetti goes up against Corbin Burns. David Goliath in Baltimore today. Is he an Oriole or is he a
cast member of the show The Wire, based in Baltimore?
If only we've done that before. All right, that's next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Mariners fired Scott Service. Their manager's going to be Dan Wilson. Dan Wilson. He's not been on the coaching staff all year. That's so awkward.
That is weird.
Awkward. Apparently Edgar Martinez is going to be on the staff too, so they're bringing him too.
He used to be hitting coach for a while.
I don't know.
I think he used to be back a while, but I think Edgar Martinez was their hitting coach for a couple of years.
McTaggart tweeted, Spada said that Bregman could play defense during this road trip, including perhaps first base.
He's done it third all year.
I hope not, because that
I hope to God
takes,
he's not either, but it
takes a
sounds
bat
like
out of the lineup. All right, let's get to it. Oriole or a cast member of The Wire? Real name or actor's name?
Real name of the actor.
So
not
real
the,
name
not
of the
the
actor,
character.
not the character.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. All right.
Let's get
Ready?
started.
Andre Royo.
Age Before Beauty.
Oh, so I'm going for Andre Royal.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound like a baseball. I'll go cast member cast member of The Wire.
Yeah, me too. Never heard of that guy.
Andre Royo played Reginald Bubbles' cousin.
Bubbles, there you go.
Oh, Bubbles was awesome.
Yeah,
he was homeless like the Twitchers.
With his cart.
Yeah, he was homeless like the Twitchers.
Okay, J.D. Williams.
I've never heard of J.D. Williams. I'll go cast member of The Wire.
Yeah, this is Jeremy's favorite show, so when I have the chance to, I'm just going to copy him.
I don't know actor names, though.
J.D. Williams, you're good cast member.
Yeah.
Preston Bodie Broadus.
I don't remember who that one is.
Brody was his character name on The Wire.
Oh, is he one of the gangsters?
I think so. I don't know. I never watched the show. I'll go with it.
Then what made you say he was a gangster?
Because I went with it.
Oh, it was Bodie. Not
Bodie.
Brody. Bodie.
I said Bodie.
Oh, okay. I heard Brody. Yeah, I remember Bodie.
Okay. Birch Smith.
Birch Smith. That
Brian
sounds
Smith.
baseball to me. I'll go Oriole.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think a Birch is a member of The Wire. I'll go baseball player, too.
Indeed. Pitcher for the Orioles.
Okay. All right.
You guys are
3-0, 3-0.
Yep. Seth Gilman.
Sounds like a plumber. Seth Gilman. I'll go cast member of The Wire.
Okay.
Same.
Sergeant Jay Landsman.
Sergeant J. Which one? What does he look like?
Jay Landsman.
He was the big boy.
Okay.
He's the big boy. What's funny about that?
Nothing. No. Go ahead.
Seth Gilliam.
Isn't that what you just said?
No, I did not. I said the.
Yeah. What was the
I
previous
did say
name?
this. Yeah. Okay. Colin Selby.
Colin what?
Colin Selby.
I have no idea. I've never heard of him. I'll say cast member of The Wire.
Can you tell me what position he played? How do you spell it?
Selby.
Selbey?
Selby.
You said cast member?
No, EY.
I said cast member.
Yeah, I'll go cast member too.
Pitcher.
Oh, dang.
Damn.
Okay. Delaney Williams.
Delaney Williams. I'll go cast member.
Same. Cast member.
Sergeant Jay Landsman on The Wire. Frankie Faison.
Frankie. I don't know if any baseball player goes by Frankie. I'm going to say cast member.
Frankie Montes.
Okay. Damn, you immediately refuted me. I'm still going cast member, though.
Yeah, I think he's a cast member.
Acting Commissioner Irvin Burrell.
All right. So we're
We
6
both
and
missed
0.
one. Yeah, we
We're
both
5
missed
and 1. This is the last
I
one.
got more. If you
Is
need
this
them.
number 7?
This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. No, this is 8. I think this
Oh,
is 8.
okay. So we're in the
already
tiebreaker
tied.
round.
Okay, yeah, tiebreaker. That's fine.
Okay. Cade Povich.
Am I first here?
I think I'm first.
Okay, go ahead.
Cade Povich. Is he related to Maury?
First thing I thought.
I'll go baseball player.
You know, for the sake of the game, I'll go Wire so we end it here.
He won.
Damn.
Yep. Pitcher.
Yeah.
Damn.
I thought Levon
Okay.
Soto was too easy.
That's a baseball player, right?
Yeah, shortstop.
He's a shortstop?
Yep.
Did he get much burn?
He's the backup shortstop. Yeah, he doesn't play, but he plays behind Gunnar Henderson.
There we go. I'm happy about this.
You kill it in that game.
This is good.
He's a man of the people, and he wins Baltimore Oriole or.
I'm really good at things that do not matter. I am excellent at things
So you're a
that do
two-trick
not
pony.
matter.
sports and
You won the
things
Family
that don't
Feud
matter.
today, too.
Trivial things.
Yes, that don't matter.
Things that do
Two-trick
not
pony.
matter. You ever need somebody to do something that doesn't matter, you give me a ring, and I'll turn you down. All right, what's your car wreck of the day? What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, I'm here to tell you about Vanderford Air. You can go to vanderfordair.com, but we know right now it's triple digits. It's hot in Houston. It's going to be that way for a while. Your AC unit has got to be spick and span, top-notch, and ready to go, and you don't want anything to happen to it. And if it does, you want someone that can help you immediately. That's why I'm here to tell you about Vanderford Air. Lock this number into your phone right now. Keep it there. You never know when you're going to need it. And maybe you should just call them and have them do a checkup on your system before it gets too late. 281-557-COOL. 281-557-COOL gets you in touch with Vanderford Air. The reason why I'm telling you about all this is because they take care of you every step of the way, and it's all guaranteed. From the standpoint of when you call them, they guarantee within 24 hours they're going to be out to see you. It's not going to take days to a week while they get the rest of their back orders all up to snuff and all the people that have been on their call list. No, 24 hours after you call them, they're there to see you. And then on top of that, everything they do, they will put it in writing. They'll tell you exactly what they will do and what it will cost if it's just a part that needs to be replaced. They'll also give you the exact same in writing description of a new system and what that would cost as well. And then it gets down to all the other guarantees. The parts or the systems they install are going to be fully guaranteed. The work that their employees are going to do is going to be fully guaranteed. And they're going to guarantee that whether it's a part that's fixed or a new system put in, the temperature is exactly where you want it to be and that your satisfaction is at the utmost. It's 100% satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Why would you not go? Why would you go to anywhere else? Because that's what you want from any company that offers you services, especially something so vital as air conditioning. They also can do a complete humidifier system inside your AC unit, and it can be whole house humidified, which is fantastic. They do plumbing. They do hot water heaters. They do so much more. But right now during AC season, you've got to get to Vanderford Air. It's vanderfordair.com or 281-557-COOL.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, y'all, it's dinner time, so get out to these restaurants that are taking part in Houston Restaurant Weeks. Proud partner, ESPN 97.5 for Houston Restaurant Weeks. It's time to raise some money for the Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. Dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Obviously, dinner right now. Select from their prefix menus, and a portion of the proceeds goes to the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. Got started August 1st. We're 3 weeks into it. Runs through September 2nd. So time's running out. Take advantage. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find all the participating restaurants. Spencer Arrighetti and Corbin Burns in Baltimore tonight for the first of 4. Astros are going to learn a lot about themselves in the next 4 games, I think.
Yeah.
They swept Baltimore at Minute Maid, and Baltimore is kind of going some things right now, too. So we'll see how it all turns out.
It's a darn good pitcher on the other side tonight.
Yeah, I think the last time the Astros faced
him.
Burns, they got maybe even the last 2 times.
Yeah, I think they had success against him. I'm not sure if he got the loss or not, but they got to him. And you mentioned it. They've had success against good pitchers this year.
Yeah, they got to Skubal and Garrett Cachet earlier in the year.
Yep. I'm just a little concerned about Mr. Arrighetti tonight.
Against that daunting
There's some
Baltimore
good talent in that
offense.
lineup.
Yeah.
5-4?
I think I'd rather have the unknown.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have the unknown.
I don't know if they can win with that.
Yeah, especially against Burns.
Not against Burns.
Yeah.
The Astros got
the
Burns for
Just
4
a feeling.
runs.
I hope I'm wrong, but yeah.
No, I don't think you're far off, but I'll take the unknown because I don't think you can win with 5-4.
Yeah, I'm with you. Burns, 7 innings, 4 runs in the matchup this year. So it wasn't dreadful, but, a little bit worse than the norm for Burns. It was last year in Milwaukee in which the Astros touched up Burns for 5 runs in 5 innings. So maybe they got his number.
Hope so.
We'll see. Arrighetti needs a bounce back, too.
He does.
He was really good in his last 10 starts until his last one.
Yeah, I mean, really, we were riding a wave, and I don't think any of us, with the success of over several starts, we were thinking, okay, he's found it now, and then that one made me a little bit more concerned again.
Yeah. See how it goes for the Astros. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. Just hit me. Why is the guy robbing him in a car wreck?
I don't remember that scene from The Sopranos that well, so I don't exactly remember.
Yeah, is that a robbery or just someone beating someone's rear end and they put it in?
He's saying, "Give me my money."
Yeah, I don't think I don't think it's a car wreck.
I think he just put the auto sounds behind it to make it for car wreck. I think it was just a scene from.
Yeah, but why is he holding them up in a car wreck?
I don't think there was a car wreck in that scene, which it sounds like we're calling out Michael Carroll for this, but
yeah,
Joe.
It just hit me.
Michael would have put it together. Not
I'm
Joe.
like, what's going on here? Is this a car wreck? Is this guy robbing him?
I don't care. I like that. I like that sound. It doesn't even matter. I don't know. I don't care if it actually doesn't fit. Yeah, that clip is funny to me.
Never let the fit get in the way of a good sounder.
Damn right.
That's what they say.
We can ask Michael Carroll. We can get to the bottom of it.
We'll interrogate him afterwards.
All right.
He'll
What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What do you got, Blink?
The easiest one is the Mariners. I mean, you're still in it. You're in the playoffs. Yeah, you got swept by the Dodgers. But 1, you're going to fire your manager, and 2, you're going to bring in someone from the outside at this point in the season, and he's going to right the ship. It's an awful look.
What's he writing?
Righting the ship.
Yeah, Total Arlington also nominated the Mariners, which, I mean, what are you doing here, Total Arlington? You're worse than the Mariners.
Yeah, we can nominate
games under.
We can nominate his team pretty soon.
I'm nominating Total Arlington for nominating the Mariners.
Good call.
You're in a worse shape than the Mariners, Total Arlington. You're deflecting is what you're doing. I'm going to nominate the team that fired their managers having a better season than we are as we're defending our championship. You have been nominated for the car wreck of the day. Total Arlington. Can't nominate a team who's doing better than you are.
Hey, at least Scherzer and DeGrom are throwing in like Double-A soon.
Yeah.
You hold your breath on that.
As they make their way back to a mid-team.
Are they 9 out now? 10 out?
I nominate the Mariners. You're not below them in the standings. What a dummy. All right, what are you nominating, Brian?
I'm going to nominate, I don't know if you guys saw this news or if you've watched Hard Knocks, but I noticed a different feel for Hard Knocks this year, and I couldn't put my thumb on it, but apparently they decided to cut out all cursing from Hard Knocks.
Did they really?
Yeah, because apparently the family that owns the Bears doesn't curse and doesn't like it, so they decided to be polite to the people inviting them into their house to film and cut out all cursing from the show. But Hard Knocks, cut out all cursing this year. Last year, the Jets dictated that they didn't show any of the cuts. Hard Knocks was supposed to be like the unfiltered look at a real, NFL training camp, and it's just become anything but. If you cut out cussing, you cut out cuts, that's not an unfiltered look at NFL training camp. Hard Knocks is becoming increasingly harder and harder to watch each year.
Yeah, and it's already starting to, when you start hearing all these things, with the cussing and all that, it's more believable, too, that it's the raw emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad. I didn't know they did that. And it really is because of the McCaskey family?
Yeah, I just read a story on it a few minutes ago.
That's awful.
What's wrong with that? I mean, it's their belief. It's their show.
I know. Well, it's not the Bears show; it's the NFL show.
Yeah, it kind of takes
the
away
representation of their organization.
Well, right. In the article, they do point out that the family and the team don't cuss as much. That's fine. Well, the show should reflect that. But I'm sure there have been a few cuss words that have been said either during a meeting by an assistant coach or by a player on the sidelines. You can show that.
Fields, locker rooms, and otherwise, you don't. I mean,
exactly.
There's cussing every day.
Yeah, on the side. I fully agree that I bet that's a directive from the top. Probably the coach and the general manager don't cuss, but the players on the sideline, in the locker room, an assistant coach in a team meeting room with his position group, there's some curse words that they could have left.
You think Ryan Pace doesn't cuss, or he doesn't cuss when he's around the McCaskies?
Probably the latter.
Yeah.
I don't know if the quality of a program is good or bad because of that.
I just think it's less authentic.
Yeah,
maybe so. Maybe
that's
so.
my point.
I don't have a problem with that though.
Yeah, it's less authentic.
I like Hard Knocks. Like you just have to enjoy it for what it is. Like.
I know. I used to enjoy it, though, because it felt like an authentic look or an unfiltered look at NFL training camp, and it's becoming less and less of that.
Anytime that you mic people up, though, it's probably not going to be authentic.
Sure, but it's getting further and further away from it.
Maybe so. Maybe so. I mean, Hard Knocks is what it is. It's a show that I like to have on in the background as I do other things. Like it's not elite television.
I used to look forward to it.
I still
really
look forward to it.
But I thought it slipped in the last couple of years.
I thought the offseason one with the Giants was better than this one with the Bears.
I did like the offseason one quite a bit. It was a different look. It was kind of original. It was kind of new. But I'm enjoying the Bears season. I'm liking it. Caleb Williams, his plight as a player in his rookie year. Chicago trying to get back to glory. I've liked this season.
I don't know. It's been very bland to me. I mean, beyond just cutting the cursing out, like Eberflus is not show much emotion. He doesn't have much personality. They show the same boring interview or session between Eberflus and Caleb Williams at some point where they're in his office talking about what he saw, and it's just very bland and boring.
You just said you wanted a real authentic feel. They do that. It's real and authentic.
So bland and boring is authentic.
That's
to
what
the
they
Bears.
do.
Got
they
it.
meet.
Okay.
They meet. You know what coaches and players do? They meet.
I
and
know,
they talk.
but it's just the way they present those meetings. It just comes off very scripted.
Do they still have the guy that the Cinderella story that everybody's pulling for that you're going to watch?
There's a couple running back. There's a running back that apparently is going to medical school. They showed that. There's a few guys, but it's not as much of the stories I would say in past years.
I think it's mostly Caleb Williams.
It's mostly Caleb, yeah.
Which I don't mind. I mean, he's generational. He doesn't feel pressure. It's either going to be the greatest quarterback ever or a complete bust.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that he said he's going to paint his nails for every game, and that he's not ruled out painting something extremely offensive towards the Packers.
Owners aren't going to like
on
that.
his nails. Yeah, they're not going to like it either. No.
Surprised they drafted him.
F-word pack?
No. SM would be the first two initials.
What word is that?
I don't. Yeah, I'm not.
Then there's one more.
Huh. I'm not picking it up. I don't
Yeah,
know.
just tell us.
No, I'm not going to just tell you. No.
It's 601.
Yeah.
5798 says, heck yeah, Scott Service needs to win something. So I guess that's his nomination for Car Rig of the Day, Scott Service, so he could win something. 7560 says Hard Knocks is the new MTV. MTV's awesome. Well, at least one show on MTV is good.
Still?
I'll only watch one show on MTV.
What show do you watch?
The Challenge.
Oh, yeah, I've never
The Challenge
watched it.
The Challenge is America's fourth big sport.
Isn't that
bigger
like,
than hockey?
I don't think I've watched
like
MTV
that
in
CBS
15
show
years.
that does the same thing where they're challenged to?
The Challenge was on CBS once.
No, but there's a CBS show where you get the two people, all the teams that
The
do
Amazing
all
Race?
There you go.
It's a little different.
Okay.
It's cooler. Yeah, the Challenge is America's fourth big sport.
Is that the
It
one
is.
that
Challenge
JP
is great.
France's wife did?
She was on The Real World, and I think she did a couple of seasons of the challenge. Yeah,
yeah.
MTV Jess, I believe she did. Yeah, the challenge is awesome. Better than Hard Knocks. Somebody wanted to nominate BMAC for calling Elijah Moore a bum multiple times. Car wreck.
I called him a bum.
Yeah. So that's why you're the car
Oh,
wreck.
I thought you said bun, like I mispronounced it.
I might have said bun, but meant bum. And then somebody said Joe George, but didn't give us the reason. All right, what's winning?
Mariners.
All right, Mariners, congratulations. You win. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing all the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow from Carbox. So long, everybody.